On the continent of Jiuzhou, in the region of Liu, lies the sacred sword sect of divine radiance atop the solitary peak. Beneath a millennia-old tree at the summit, a young man in his 20s reclines on the ground, his hands clasped behind his head, his feet crossed casually. A blade of dogtail grass protrudes from his mouth as he closes his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. The remnants of a recently extinguished campfire and scattered bones testify to a fierce battle that transpired here. The young man's name is Lin Feng, the esteemed senior disciple of the Sacred Sword Sect, and the sole prog of Su Mu Bai, the master of the Howren Sword, one of the illustrious 7 swords of divine radiance. Su Mu Bai is no ordinary individual. His extraordinary talent ranks among the highest in the annals of the Sacred Sword Sect's history, heralded as a prodigy not seen for centuries. Had he not suffered an accidental injury that stunted his foundational abilities, he would likely have ascended to the role of the sect's headmaster by now. Alas, there are no what-ifs in life. A once promising genius, now rendered incapable, loses the title of genius altogether. The 7 swords of divine radiance are not merely exquisite blades, but also represent 7 formidable individuals whose names resonate throughout the entirety of Liu. They're the Howren Sword, Tai Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Abyssal Sword, Flame Dragon Sword, Crimson Lotus Sword, and Ice Soul Sword. The current wielders include Su Mu Bai, Luo Yuntian, Zhao Ziwen, Jiangzhe, Lu Yi, Lu Hongwan, and Lung Han Zhuang, with the latter being the youngest, still under a century old, while the others are nearing 3 centuries in age. The vast age disparity arises from the arduous challenge of gaining the acknowledgement of the 7 swords of divine radiance. There have been instances of prolonged gaps between the holders of each sword, as only those recognized by the swords can unleash their true power. The 7 swords can operate independently, each possessing unique characteristics, yet they can also unite to form the formidable Big Dipper sword array, or even merge into a singular entity of unparalleled might far exceeding a mere sum of their parts. Regrettably, Su Mu Bai has faltered otherwise. The strength of the Sacred Sword Sect would have undoubtedly been elevated. Though all the current wielders of the 7 swords have finally gained recognition, the absence of one leaves a lingering sense of regret. Where is Lin Feng, my disciple? Suddenly, a voice resonated from the heavens above. Lin Feng opened his eyes, rose, and with a flick of his wrist, summoned his 3-foot green blade hanging from the ancient tree, which swiftly enlarged. He stepped onto it, transforming into a streak of radiant light soaring into the sky. The ability to fly upon one sword is a fundamental skill for sword cultivators, attainable upon reaching the 2nd realm, the Condensed Sea. In the skies above Gutsuan Peak, a woman of unparalleled grace stood suspended in the air. She is Lung Han Zhuang, the mistress of the Ice Soul Sword and a junior sister to Su Mu Bai, as well as Lin Feng's esteemed aunt. Lin Feng approached her, cupping his fists in respect and bowing. Lin Feng pays his respects to Aunt Lung. "Follow me." Lung Han Zhuang glanced at Lin Feng with a curt command before turning to depart. "Yes, Aunt Lung," Lin Feng replied, promptly following in her wake. Lung Han Zhuang glided gracefully ahead, while Lin Feng trailed closely, soaring on his sword. The distinction between soaring in the void and flying on a sword is fundamentally profound. One may embark on the art of sword flight upon reaching the 2nd realm, the Condensed Sea, whereas to achieve the state of soaring in the void, one must attain the 5th realm, the void ascendance. The chasm of prowess between the two is immense. At this moment, Lin Feng found himself perplexed. His esteemed master, Cold, would not easily venture to Gutsuan Peak, and it could be said that the other masters, along with the disciples of the Shenzhao Sect, seldom visited. After all, at this juncture, he was the sole occupant of Gutsuan Peak. His master had been away for quite some time, and his only junior sister had taken refuge under Master Lu, rendering him, as the eldest disciple of Shenzhao Sect, somewhat of a figure without substance. It was unlikely that anyone would come to Gutsuan Peak unless circumstances compelled them to do so. Gutsuan Peak had long since faded into obscurity had it not been for Su Mu Bai's continued existence. It would have been overrun by other members of the Shenzhao Sect. Su Mu Bai, after all, was one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao, the master of the Howren Sword, and a senior to the current sect leader, Luo Yuntian. Though his strength was modest, his status remained significant. Moreover, he had sustained injuries during a mission that stunted his cultivation, ensuring that the entire sect afforded him a measure of respect. Should misfortune befall Su Mu Bai, the Howren Sword and Gutsuan Peak would undoubtedly become objects of contention among many. Even if one could not gain the sword approval or unleash its full potential, merely possessing it would be the dream of countless disciples of the Shenzhao sect. Logically, as Su Mubai's sole disciple, Lin Feng would be the rightful heir. However, despite being the eldest disciple of this generation of the Shenzhao sect, Lin Feng's abilities were not sufficient to shoulder such a legacy. The Howren Sword, being one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao and a symbol of the sect, could not be entrusted to someone of his mediocre talent. Soon, they arrived at a secluded hall within the main peak of the Shenzhao sect, where the remaining masters of the 7 swords had long awaited their arrival. In the center of the hall lay an ice coffin, before which knelt a young girl of exquisite beauty, weeping softly. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng felt an ominous chill. The sorrowful maiden was none other than his junior sister, Su Xiao, the sole daughter of Su Mu Bai. With her mother having passed away many years prior, the only conceivable reason for her profound grief was one. The occupant of the ice coffin was Su Mu Bai. Had his master succumbed to death? Lin Feng stood frozen, his mind blank, forgetting to breathe. It was only when the pressure became unbearable that he exhaled slowly, his thoughts drifting back over 20 years to a time when he was but an infant, abandoned in a desolate wilderness. As for why Lin Feng retained memories from his infancy, it was due to the fact that he was not originally from this world. Within the infantile form resided the soul of an adult. Lin Feng hailed from Earth, where he was the youngest scientist, exhibiting prodigious talent from a tender age, with an intellect surpassing even that of Einstein. His research focused on the most advanced topics in the world. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was too young, prone to youthful arrogance, and his early fame blinded him to the virtue of humility. When he unveiled technological advancements that were 3 decades ahead of the global curve, he could hardly contain his eagerness to share them with the world, yearning for the taste of renown. Thus, he found himself under the scrutiny of several formidable nations, who offered exceedingly generous terms in exchange for Lin Feng's technological innovations. As a patriotic and ambitious youth, Lin Feng naturally refused to relinquish the fruits of his arduous research to foreign powers, believing they should be devoted to his homeland. The outcome was all but predictable. Just as Lin Feng was about to set foot on his native soil, a hostile nation unleashed devastating nuclear weapons, turning Lindong and the surrounding area into mere ashes. What transpired thereafter was beyond Lin Feng's knowledge. When he finally opened his eyes, he discovered he had arrived in the realm of Zhuzhou. Fortunately, his scientific achievements had been delivered back to his homeland through alternate means. With this advantage, Huaxiao was destined to rise rapidly, surpassing its adversaries, rendering his life worthwhile. After experiencing death, Lin Feng underwent profound growth, realizing that many of his past actions had been naive and foolish. Had he chosen to remain inconspicuous, he might have avoided such a tragic fate. However, it was too late for regrets, given that fate had granted him a second chance at life. Lin Feng resolved to live it to the fullest, vowing never to commit such foolishness again. Yet upon his rebirth in this new world, Lindong faced a dire predicament. He had been abandoned in a desolate wilderness. Most critically, at merely a few months old, Lin Feng lacked the capacity to survive. While others who traversed realms were often favored children of fortune or members of noble families, he had inexplicably become an unwanted infant. Yet, these challenges posed no insurmountable obstacle for Lin Feng, regardless of his environment. He possessed the intelligence to navigate life with ease. However, as an infant, no matter how brilliant his mind, he could only cry in desperation. After an hour of intense wailing, Lin Feng was left exhausted and famished, his vision blurring as he felt on the brink of starvation. To face death, so soon after rebirth, left him in a quandary: should he weep or laugh? Or would he go upon death? It seemed unlikely he could return to Earth, as his body had long since vaporized under the nuclear assault, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, his cries attracted a wild beast, its emotionless gaze fixated on his frail form, poised to pounce at any moment. As Lin Feng awaited his grim fate, a figure descended from the heavens, landing before him. It was Su Mu Bai, who had been in search of spiritual herbs to heal his own foundational injuries. He glanced at the nearly unconscious Lin Feng, contemplated briefly, and ultimately dispatched the beast with a single stroke of his sword. He then cradled Lin Feng and took him back to the Shenzhao Sword Sect, accepting him as a true disciple. The disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect were categorized into external disciples, internal disciples, and true disciples, with the latter being exceedingly rare, while internal disciples were somewhat more numerous and external disciples were the most common. Regardless of their time of entry or age, outer disciples must address inner disciples and true disciples as elder brothers and sisters. The same applies for inner disciples when encountering true disciples. When Lin Feng was but 5 years old, Su Mubai returned, drenched in blood, cradling a small girl in his arms. This girl was Su Xiao. As for Su Zio's mother, Lin Feng had never laid eyes upon her. The specific events of that fateful year remained a topic Su Mubai preferred to avoid. As the earliest true disciple to enter the sect, Lin Feng naturally assumed the title of senior brother. Yet, this senior brother was of little significance. The disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect privately whispered among themselves, suggesting that with Su Mubai rendered ineffective, any disciple he took under his wing was bound to be a failure as well. Lin Feng's presence was so negligible that he rarely ventured from the solitary peak and abstained from the annual sect competitions. The disciples of Shenzhao Sword Sect were aware of a senior brother's existence, yet had never encountered him. Who would take such a senior brother seriously? Reflecting on the myriad memories of being rescued and taken in by his master, Su Mubai, Lin Feng felt his eyes well with tears. Su Mubai was not merely his master, he was also his adoptive father. The debt of gratitude he owed was immeasurable, compounded by the fact that Su Mubai had saved his life. Without him, Lin Feng would not have lived to this day. Now, with his most revered master gone, Lin Feng felt as though the very heavens had crumbled around him. Supporting his heavy heart, he approached the icy coffin. Upon witnessing that familiar visage within, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. It was truly his master, the one who had saved him, nurtured him, and imparted his skills gone forever. He had yet to repay this debt. How could his master depart from this world? At that moment, regret surged within Lin Feng. He should not have concealed anything from his master at the very least. He ought to have made Su Mubai proud, allowing him to hold his head high before the entire sect. He needed to demonstrate that although Su Mubai was diminished, his disciple was not devoid of merit. In his past life on Earth, Lin Feng's high-profile demeanor and arrogance had cost him dearly, leading him to be extraordinarily cautious upon his rebirth. Embracing the philosophy that humility is paramount, he had presented himself as unremarkable and unaccomplished. He endeavored to attract as little attention as possible. The notoriety of being ostentatious only breeds jealousy and animosity. Why invite such trouble? However, the reality was that a once great scientist who had stood at the pinnacle of Earth at merely 20-something, with an intellect surpassing that of the world-renowned Einstein and possessing the genius to develop technology 30 years ahead of humanity, could hardly be deemed mediocre. It was merely a matter of choice to remain inconspicuous. Even Su Mubai, his master, was unaware of his true potential, illustrating just how well Lin Feng had concealed his abilities. Only those who have brushed against death truly come to treasure life. The thought of having failed to repay the monumental debt of gratitude he owed to his master caused his heart to twist in agony. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. A man may shed tears, yet they are not easily shed unless deeply wounded. Senior brother, Wu. Su Xiao collapsed into Lin Feng's embrace, weeping bitterly. Having grown up together since childhood, their bond is beyond words. When Lin Feng was about 5 or 6 years old, due to Su Mubai's frequent absences, he took on the responsibility of caring for Su Xiao. If it were not for the fact that the Haoran sword was ill-suited for a woman, Su Xiao would not have sought refuge at Chaosha Peak. Don't cry, junior sister. Although our master is no longer with us, you still have your senior brother. I shall not allow anyone to bully you in the future. Although Lin Feng was deeply pained inside, he still spoke words of comfort. At that moment, as the brother and sister embraced in tears, a voice suddenly rang out. Enough of your sobbing. Mubai is not dead yet. Lin Feng and Su Xiao quickly turned to see Luo Yuntian, the headmaster of the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the master of the Tai Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao and a junior to Su Mubai. Master uncle, did you just say that our master is not dead? Is that true? Lin Feng exclaimed, filled with excitement. Indeed, Brother Mubai is not dead, but he has been afflicted by a particularly potent poison known as soul-devouring powder. The victim's soul falls into a deep slumber, gradually being consumed until death ensues. The duration depends on the strength of the poisoned individual. Brother Mubai can last about half a year at most. To cure this poison, a spiritual elixir must be concocted with the main ingredient being the other shore flower. We have all the other necessary herbs in our Shenzhao sect, but the other shore flower is exceedingly rare, and we do not possess it, Luo Yuntian explained. Upon hearing that Su Mubai was still alive, Lin Feng and Su Xiao were filled with exhilaration. However, Luo Yunshin's subsequent words plunged their hearts into despair. The Shenzhao Sword Sect is one of the most prestigious sects within the Liu realm. The fact that even they lack such a rare herb attests to its scarcity, finding it would be no easy task. Master Uncle, where can we possibly find the other shore flower? Lin Feng pressed on. As long as there was a lead on the other shore flower, he would go to any lengths to retrieve it and save his master. This was a duty Lin Feng felt compelled to fulfill as a disciple. Simultaneously, Su Xiao turned her gaze toward Luo Yuntian, as the possibility of locating the other shore flower would determine her father Sumabai's fate, a matter of utmost importance to her. You two siblings need not concern yourselves with the other shore flower, rest assured. We will find a way. Brother Mubai is not only a member of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, but also our senior brother. No matter how rare the other shore flower may be, we will devise a means to procure it, Luo Yuntian assured them. Master Uncle speaks wisely. Xiao, cease your tears, we will certainly find a way to save Brother Mubai, chimed in a woman clad in a flowing red gown, her figure captivating. This was Lu Hongwan, Su Zio's master and the master of the Honglian sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao. Among the 7 swords, only 2 are suited for female wielders, the Honglian sword and the Bingpa sword. These 2 swords seek female heirs, while the remaining 5 are designated for male users, such as Su Mabai's Howren sword, which requires a spirit of righteousness and a resolute conviction to unleash its full potential. Women, after all, tend to be somewhat indecisive. Thank you, Master. Thank you, esteemed elders. Su Xiao expressed her gratitude. Many thanks to all the esteemed uncles. Lin Feng followed suit, clasping his fists in thanks. Since the Master Elder was unwilling to disclose the whereabouts of the other shore flower, further inquiries would be futile. In the eyes of the high-ranking members of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, he was merely a disciple of mediocre talent, hardly deserving of their attention. It would be wiser for him to seek solutions on his own. The vast libraries of Gutsuan Peak were sure to contain relevant records. Beyond the matter of rescuing his master, there was another concern that weighed heavily on Lin Feng's mind. Who had harmed his master? Thus, Lin Feng continued, Master Elder, I have another question. I beseech you to enlighten me. Speak, Luo Yuntian replied. Who is responsible for my master's grievous condition? Lin Feng asked through clenched teeth, a glint of barely perceptible coldness in his eyes. Lin Feng, I understand that the situation surrounding Brother Mu Bai has deeply affected you, and I empathize with your feelings as a disciple. However, the purpose of gathering you siblings was not for any other reason, rather. It was to inform you, as those closest to Brother Mu Bai, about his condition. As for vengeance, do not trouble yourself with such thoughts. The Divine Sky Sword Sect will not suffer this loss in vain otherwise. Any rogue could trample upon our dignity. Luo Yunshin's tone, though calm, betrayed the fury simmering within. It is worth noting that the Divine Sky Sword Sect is one of the most formidable forces within the Luzhou region, a sect renowned for its devastating swordsmanship. Few would dare to provoke them. This time, not only had Master Su Mubai succumbed to poison and fallen into a coma, but even the Howren sword, one of the 7 swords of the Divine Sky, had gone missing. For the Divine Sky Sword Sect, this was not merely a loss, but an affront to their honor. Regardless of the enemy's background or influence, they must pay the price. The Howren sword was the hallmark of the Divine Sky Sword Sect and must be recovered at all costs. Otherwise, would the 7 swords be renamed the 6? Moreover, the combined power of the 7 swords far surpasses that of just 6. From any perspective, retrieving the Howren sword was imperative. I understand. Master Elder, may I bring my master back to Gutsuan Peak? Lin Feng inquired again. It would be best not to. The conditions at Gutsuan Peak are currently limited. If anything were to happen to Brother Mu Bai, we would be unable to respond promptly. It is wiser for him to remain here, where we can monitor the situation closely. Luo Yuntian declined. Then I must trouble you, Master Elder. Lin Feng once more clasped his fists and bowed in gratitude. He concurred with Luo Yunshin's reasoning should he bring his master back, and an unexpected complication arise, leading to a deterioration of his master's condition. It would pose a grave dilemma. Remaining here, under the watchful eyes of the esteemed elders, was indeed the wisest course of action. He only needed to devise a way to locate the other shoreflower. There is no need for such formality, Lin Feng. The matter concerning Brother Mu Bai is a secret of the Divine Sky Sword Sect. You siblings must not divulge it, lest it incite unnecessary trouble. At this stage, your utmost priority is to focus on your cultivation. When Brother Mu Bai awakens, you shall surprise him. Indeed, Master Zhang. Indeed, Master Zhang. Lin Feng and Su Xiao responded in unison. Well then, if there are no further matters, you may return. With us senior brothers and sisters here, Brother Mu Bai will certainly be fine. Thank you, Master Zhang. Thank you, Master Zhang. The two then departed together. Upon exiting the side hall, Lin Feng could not help but remark, Junior sister, if you have the time, do come back more often. Gutsuan Peak is Master's labor of love, and it is also your home. Yes, I will, senior brother. However, I must focus on my cultivation for now. Only by gaining strength can I protect you and father, Su Xiao replied earnestly. Junior sister, you should not bear such a heavy burden, Lin Feng sighed. Senior brother, my mother is gone, and now father is gravely injured. I am unqualified even to confront the enemy. Don't you think I am utterly useless? Su Xiao gazed at Lin Feng with tear-filled eyes. Not at all. Junior sister, you have already worked very hard. You simply need time to grow. Every formidable figure in the continent has accumulated strength over hundreds, even thousands of years. Lin Feng hastened to reassure her. But, senior brother, I cannot wait that long. I must strive harder than others. The young girl insisted with determination. You, sigh. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, only able to emit a sigh. The little girl who once followed him around, calling him senior brother, had grown up. Senior brother, you need not worry about me. I will take good care of myself, and Master treats me well. I am determined to earn the recognition of the Red Lotus Sword. Junior sister, do not place too much pressure on yourself. I will always be here for you. Lin Feng said for the first time, his heart aching for Su Xiao. The young girl bore far too much for her age. With her mother's early demise, and now her father on the brink of death, these burdens fell upon the shoulders of a girl barely in her teens. Despite Su Ziyou's remarkable talent, she was still far from avenging her loved ones. Only by obtaining the recognition of the Red Lotus Sword, one of the 7 divine swords, did she hold a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Yes, I understand, senior brother. Thank you. I shall return to my cultivation now. Go ahead. Su Xiao took flight on her sword. With a flick of his mind, Lin Feng summoned his long sword from behind, which rapidly enlarged before him, and he too soared away on his sword. Next, he intended to return to Gutsuan Peak to peruse ancient texts and seek information regarding the other shoreflower. Although Master Zhang had mentioned that this matter would be handled by the sect, Lin Feng was reluctant to place his hopes in others. Moreover, there was another task awaiting him. With his master gravely injured and on the verge of death, it was his duty as a disciple to seek vengeance. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Realm of the 9 Hells within the secluded chamber of the Divine Sword Sect. Lin Feng and Su Lingxi Yao had just departed when Luo Yuntian finally spoke. Let us proceed according to plan. Yes, master. The remaining 5 responded in unison. Cold junior sister, for this operation against the Rakshasa sect, you shall refrain from participating for the time being. Return and thoroughly study the materials regarding the mysterious realm of the 9 Hells. Your age aligns perfectly within the established parameters. In 1 month, when the realm opens, you will conceal your identity and venture forth alone in search of the other shoreflower. I will dispatch others to divert external attention. Regardless of the circumstances, we must obtain the other shoreflower to save senior brother Mu Bai. He has sacrificed so much for our Divine Sword Sect. We cannot allow our esteemed contributors to feel forsaken, Luo Xiao instructed, gazing at Cold Hanyan. Rest assured, master, I shall fulfill my task, Cold Hanyan replied. Very well. Everyone is dismissed. Luo Yuntian nodded in agreement. Once the others had departed, Luo Yuntian remained in place, pondering. He harbored lingering doubts. Logically, the Rakshasa sect would not dare provoke the Divine Sword Sect. Yet, they had not only grievously injured senior brother Su Mu Bai, but had also stolen the Howren sword. How could a mere Rakshasa sect withstand the wrath of the Divine Sword Sect? Was there someone orchestrating events from the shadows? Who could it be? The Wujing Demon Sect or the Seven Kill Sect? Moreover, with the impending opening of the Nine Hells. How curious that senior brother Mu Bai succumbed to the soul-eating powder at this critical juncture. The other shore flower within the realm is essential for his antidote. Could it be that someone seeks to entice the Divine Sword Sect into dispatching greater forces into the Nine Hells? What could their motives be? These questions required Luo Yuntian's careful unraveling. In any case, vengeance for Su Mu Bai must be exacted, and the Howren sword cannot be lost. Whatever the enemy's objectives, those who dare to provoke the Divine Sword Sect must brace themselves for the ensuing fury. At Gutsuan Peak, upon his return, Lin Feng began to peruse ancient texts. The library at Gutsuan Peak was vast, with tomes piled high. Once a place of glory, it had unfortunately fallen into decline. Through Lin Feng's relentless efforts, fortune favored the diligent. After 3 days, he finally discovered the other shore flower within a tome detailing various rare spiritual herbs of the 9 continents. The other shore flower, thriving in frigid climates, bears flowers resembling dragon claws, vibrant red in hue, with scaly roots and elongated, pointed leaves. Its blossoms grow singularly atop an umbrella-like inflorescence, and it is said to be the flower of the underworld. Upon concluding his study of the other shore flower, Lin Feng learned that it had been sighted in a place known as the mysterious realm of the Nine Hells. He promptly sought additional information regarding this realm, and soon unearthed further knowledge. The mysterious realm of the Nine Hells is rumored to be a passageway to the underworld, shrouded in dense, chilling miasma, devoid of sunlight. Flora and fauna dwelling within, having continuously absorbed the cold essence, may exhibit mutations, giving rise to numerous rare herbs and exotic beasts. Those who enter must exercise utmost caution, for a moment's inattention could spell doom. The mysterious realm opens once every century. Calculating the timing for the next opening of the Nine Hells, Lin Feng felt a surge of delight. The Nine-Nether Secret Realm shall open in a little over a month, lasting for 3 months, and Master can endure for half a year. Time is indeed sufficient. As long as I can locate the ethereal flower within the Nine-Nether Secret Realm, and, with the assistance of the Divine Sky Sword Sect supplementary herbs, concoct a spiritual elixir, I will be able to relieve Master's poison. However, Lin Feng suddenly found himself lost in thought. The Nine-Nether Secret Realm opens but once every century, yet Master has fallen victim to the soul-biting powder at this very moment, compelling a search for the ethereal flower. Is this mere coincidence? Unlikely. It indicates that someone is targeting the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Clearly, I cannot place my hopes solely on the sect. The quest for the ethereal flower must rely on my own efforts. Having discovered a means to save Master, Lin Feng shifted his focus to another pressing matter. Who had inflicted such harm upon Master? As a disciple, it is my duty to avenge him. However, uncovering the identity of the perpetrator would not be an easy task. For the sect leader had mentioned that this was a closely guarded secret of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, known only to a select few among its upper echelons. Contemplating this, Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. Despite being the senior disciple of this generation at the Divine Sky Sword Sect, and having been here for 2 decades, his limited excursions from the solitary peak had resulted in a restricted acquaintance with the sect's higher-ups. He was relatively familiar only with the other 6 members of the 7 Swords of Divine Sky alongside Master Su Mu Bai, while the rest remained largely unknown to him. Thus, to discover the identity of the assailant, he could only approach the 6 esteemed uncles. Whom should he seek? The sect leader was certainly out of the question. Had he wished to confide in Lin Feng, he would have done so long ago. After much deliberation regarding the other 5, Lin Feng ultimately decided to seek out the unyielding yet warm-hearted Cold Han Huang. In his youth, due to Master Su Mu Bai's frequent absences from the sect, Lin Feng had often been entrusted to Cold Han Huang's care. Of course, That was over 20 years ago, since Lin Feng had become self-sufficient. He had been living on solitary peak with his junior sister Su Xiao until she became a disciple under Lu Hongwan. Having made his choice, Lin Feng proceeded to the Jade Maiden Peak, overseen by Cold Han Zhuang. However, upon his arrival, he was halted by two female disciples. The Jade Maiden Peak exclusively admitted female disciples, and male disciples from other peaks of the Divine Sky Sword Sect were required to announce their presence beforehand. Please hold on. Senior brother, may I inquire from whence you come and the purpose of your visit to Jade Maiden Peak? The two female disciples politely inquired, recognizing Lin Feng as a true disciple but not knowing him personally. My name is Lin Feng, from Solitary Peak. I wish to see Cold Han Zhuang. I would greatly appreciate it if you could inform her, Lin Feng replied courteously. Lin Feng? Solitary Peak? The two female disciples suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. You're the senior brother Lin Feng? The title of senior brother left Lin Feng momentarily speechless. Since entering the Divine Sky Sword Sect, he had rarely left Solitary Peak, aiming to maintain a low profile and endure. In his past life on Earth, youthful arrogance had led to his downfall, leaving him with nothing. Having been reborn, he was determined not to repeat the same mistakes. The premier empires on Earth possess formidable nuclear arsenals, and the influential forces of Lizhou are equally formidable. Lin Feng found himself perplexed. Despite his efforts to maintain a low profile, there were still individuals who recognized him. What he did not realize was that, as the senior apprentice of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, his title alone rendered his attempts at anonymity futile. Were Lin Feng to rank outside the top 10 among his contemporaries in the sect, it is likely that the disciples would be unaware of his existence. However, Lin Dong's notoriety, while well known, was not of a favorable nature. The higher-ups of the Shenzhao Sword Sect could describe their impression of Lin Feng with a single word: useless. The disciples, however, appended an additional descriptor: mysterious. The term useless was the common gossip, while mysterious stemmed from the fact that few had ever laid eyes on him. Thus, when the two female disciples of Yinu Peak first encountered the legendary senior apprentice, their astonishment was understandable. I am Lin Feng. I kindly ask both junior sisters to report to Master Lung. Lin Feng spoke once more. Why, yes. Senior brother Lin, please wait a moment. I shall inform her at once. One of the disciples replied, promptly turning to enter Yinu Peak. The other remained behind, scrutinizing Lin Feng intently. Typically, a sect senior apprentice is a figure of considerable prowess, being the embodiment of the sect's prestige. Yet, the senior apprentice of the Shenzhao Sword Sect was deemed a failure, a frequent topic of discussion among the disciples. The enigmatic and inept figure before them sparked curiosity in all who encountered him. The remaining disciple of Yinu Peak gazed at Lin Feng, lamenting internally. Senior brother Lin Feng is quite handsome, but alas, his strength is so lacking. Otherwise, who knows how many senior sisters would be enamored by him. Lin Feng remained indifferent to the opinions of others. Soon, the disciple who had gone to make the report returned. Senior brother Lin, please follow me. Thank you, junior sisters. There's no need for formalities, senior brother, she replied as Lin Feng followed her into Yinu Peak, marking his first visit to this esteemed location. Among the Shenzhao Sword Sect, there are two places that male disciples yearn to visit. The first being Yinu Peak, renowned for its enchanting female disciples, and the second being Chaoxiao Peak, overseen by Lu Hongwan. However, there was a distinction between the two. Yinu Peak, managed by Lung Han Zhuang, exclusively admitted female disciples, while Chaoxiao Peak welcomed both genders. Comparatively, Yinu Peak held a more alluring charm. As Lin Feng proceeded under the curious gazes of numerous female disciples, he finally encountered Lung Han Zhuang. I have met Master Lung, Lin Feng proclaimed respectfully. There's no need for formalities, my nephew. Please, state your purpose for visiting. Lung Han Zhuang replied with an impassive demeanor. True to her name, her character mirrored the chill of frost, perpetually exuding an icy aura towards all. Were she to exist on Earth, she would epitomize the archetype of a frosty, aloof beauty. Master Lung, I come here today, rather presumptuously, to inquire about the identity of the one responsible for injuring my master so grievously. I beseech you to enlighten me. Lin Feng clasped his hands, articulating the intent of his visit. From his understanding, Lung Hanzhuang preferred straightforwardness over beating around the bush, so it was better to speak plainly. Disciple Lin Feng, as Master has mentioned previously, we at the Shenzhao Sword Sect will address the matter concerning Senior Brother Mubai. You should focus on your cultivation and strive to inherit Senior Brother Mubai's legacy as soon as possible, lest others take notice. Do not concern yourself with other matters. Lung Hanzhuang replied, Uncle, you misunderstand. I merely wish to ascertain the identity of our adversary. I have no intention of taking action, and with my current capabilities, I cannot do much. As the sole disciple of my master, I believe I deserve to know who the enemy is, so that I may continuously motivate myself to strive forward. I kindly request you to share this information, Lin Feng said earnestly. Lung Hanzhuang fell silent for a moment, contemplating the situation. He ultimately concluded that Lin Feng's reasoning held merit. After all, Mubai had but one disciple whom he had nurtured since childhood. Their bond was both that of a mentor and a father. Revealing this information would not be detrimental. Having reached this conclusion, Lung Hanzhuang ceased his reticence. Disciple Lin Feng, I can disclose this to you, but you must keep it confidential, as it is a secret of our Shenzhao Sword Sect. I am only willing to share it with you, because you are the sole disciple of Senior Brother Mubai. Rest assured, Uncle Lung, Lin Feng will keep this under wraps and reveal not a word. Lin Feng responded with delight, hastily assuring him. The one responsible for harming your master is the Rache men. Chapter 4. The demise of the Rakshasa sect. Rakshasa sect? Is this sect formidable? Lin Feng inquired, his expression tinged with confusion. He had not previously heard of this sect. His ignorance could be attributed to his reclusive nature. After all, since being brought into the Shenzhao Sword Sect by his master, Su Mubai, he seldom ventured outside, leaving his knowledge of the world woefully scant. The few prominent forces he was aware of were merely those mentioned occasionally by his master. The absence of mention indicated that Rakshasa sect was not among the most powerful sects within the Lizu territory. How could an obscure sect dare to provoke the Shenzhao Sword Sect? The Rakshasa sect is not particularly strong, replied Lung Hanzhuang. Then how could they dare offend our Shenzhao Sword Sect? Lin Feng's tone was laced with skepticism. The Shenzhao Sword Sect was one of the four paramount forces in Lizu. What was the Rakshasa sect in comparison? In the past, the Rakshasa sect would not have dared to act so brazenly. However, now that they have allied themselves with the Wujimozong as their backing, they have found the audacity to do so. Your Uncle Zhao and Uncle Jiang set out for the Rakshasa sect to avenge your master and reclaim the Howren sword. But they encountered an ambush by the Grand Elder of the Wujimozong, Qiandao Xiong, and were unable to reach the Rakshasa sect. They must return to confer with the master and brother to devise a long-term strategy, explained Lung Hanzhuang. I see. Lin Feng comprehended the situation. He was aware of the Wujimozong, as his master had provided a detailed introduction to this sect. Like the Shenzhao Sword Sect, the Wujimozong ranked among the foremost powers in Lizu, and the two sects had been long-standing adversaries, embroiled in continuous minor skirmishes. With such a formidable ally, it was no wonder the Rakshasa sect dared to severely injure his master. Thank you, Uncle Lung, for enlightening me. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude with clasped hands. Lin Feng, my dear disciple, your master, Mubai, has placed immense hopes upon you. Although your innate talent may not be remarkable in our cultivation world, talent is not the sole determining factor. As the saying goes, diligence can compensate for inadequacy. If you devote your entire heart to cultivation in the future, inheriting Mubai's Howren sword and Gutsuan peak is not beyond the realm of possibility. Otherwise, given Mubai's current condition, the Howren sword and Gutsuan peak will soon change hands. Lung Hanzhuang's words caused Lin Feng, who typically remained unperturbed in the face of adversity, to feel a flicker of unease. The Howren sword and Gutsuan peak changing hands? This is something I cannot accept under any circumstances. The Howren sword and Gutsuan peak belong to my master. No one shall take them. Please, Uncle Lung, clarify this matter, Lin Feng said, taking a deep breath and speaking respectfully. You are aware that Master Mubai was injured in his foundation during a mission in his early years, resulting in his stagnation in strength over the years. The other brothers and sisters have already surpassed him by a wide margin. As the master of the Howren sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao, Mu Bai's strength no longer befits that title. Many within the Shenzhao Sword Sect are eyeing the Howren Sword in Gutsuan Peak. The only reason no one has acted is due to the pressure exerted by our master. However, with Master Mu by now gravely injured and the Howren Sword lost, there will undoubtedly be those who seize this opportunity to make a move. You must be mentally prepared for this, Lung Hanzhuang cautioned. For Lin Feng, who adhered to a philosophy of low profile and survival, he had no desire to become entangled in the sect's intrigues. Yet, should anyone dare to touch his master's possessions, that was utterly unacceptable. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Lung. Lin Feng bowed deeply in gratitude. All right, return and focus on your cultivation. Even if I have lost the Howren Sword in Gutsuan Peak this time, I believe that with strength, I can reclaim them in the future. I have faith that you will not disappoint the expectations of Senior Brother Mu Bai. Lin Feng, having gathered detailed information about the Luosha sect from Lung Hanzhuang, learned that it is a faction composed of former wanted criminals and thus devised a plan of action. He promptly departed from Yinu Peak and returned to Gutsuan Peak. Today's events imparted a crucial lesson to Lin Feng. In the vast expanse of the 9 continents, one cannot afford to remain excessively low-key. Had he showcased even a fraction of his talent, perhaps Gutsuan Peak would not have fallen to such depths, and no one would dare to covet the Howren Sword or Gutsuan Peak. As night descended, a shadowy figure stealthily departed from the Shenzhao Sword Sect, hastening westward at an astonishing pace, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of thousands of miles to the west, the Luosha sect lay nestled in its domain. Within the confines of the Luosha sect, a clandestine meeting was underway, attended by several key decision-makers. One among them posed a question. Sect Master, is our course of action not too perilous? Both the Wujimo Zong and the Shenzhao Sword Sect are the pinnacle of superpowers within the Luzhou realm. Should we not be cautious in our involvement? Your concerns are indeed valid, the Sect Master replied. However, I must emphasize that in the past, I would never have engaged in the conflict between the Wujimo Zong and the Shenzhao Sword Sect. But the circumstances have shifted. What has changed? The Grand Elder of the Wujimo Zong, Wujideo, has recently achieved a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, a wave of shock rippled through the high-ranking members of the Luosha sect, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at their leader. Wujideo has broken through? Does this not imply that the Wujimo Zong will completely dominate the Shenzhao Sword Sect? Noticing the astonishment etched on their faces, the sect master smiled slightly and continued. The Wujimo Zong is currently collaborating with the Qisha sect to gradually dismantle the strength of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Once Wujideo stabilizes his newfound power, they will strike decisively, annihilating this long-standing rival, and then turn their attention to the Qinyan sect. When the Wujimo Zong reigns supreme over Lizhu, we, too, shall soar to great heights with their aid. This is our singular opportunity, and we must not let it slip away. With the sect master's elucidation, the high-ranking members of the Luosha sect finally comprehended the situation. No wonder the sect master dared to severely wound Su Mu Bai, one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao, and seize the Howren Sword. A contingency plan had already been set in motion. The following day at noon, under the radiant sun, a colossal, ethereal sword measuring 100 feet in length suddenly materialized above the Luosha sect, its tip plunging menacingly downward. Boom! The protective formation of the sect barely held for a moment before being utterly obliterated. The overwhelming force sent tremors throughout the Luosha sect, causing countless structures to sway precariously. How audacious! Who dares to wreak havoc within the Luosha sect? Seeking death, are we? A thunderous shout erupted as dozens of high-ranking members of the Luosha sect rushed forth. Yet, upon witnessing the gigantic sword suspended in the sky, they were rendered utterly speechless. Boom! The colossal sword descended with an unstoppable force, and the members of the Rasha sect were not only unable to thwart it, but they could scarcely approach. In the end, they could only watch as the illusory giant sword pierced the heart of the Rasha sect's main hall, obliterating it completely. The tremendous shockwave reduced everything in the vicinity to ruins. Even the dozens of senior members of the Rasha sect were forced to the ground, rendered immobile. The 100-foot-long sword embedded itself 1/3 into the earth, with the remaining two-thirds protruding above the ground. It was at this moment that the members of the Rasha sect noticed a figure standing atop the sword's hilt. Who are you? What grievance have we, the Rasha sect, cause you to warrant such ruthless action? You do not even grant us the chance to speak. The sect master of Rasha demanded loudly. He understood, well, that since the assailant had struck directly, pleading for mercy would be futile. The Rasha sect had committed numerous misdeeds in the shadows. Being a conglomerate of rogues, and determining the identity of their attacker was no simple task. The figure atop the sword did not respond, but slowly turned to reveal a face concealed by a ghostly mask. With a decisive stomp, the sword plunged further into the ground, embedding another third, leaving only the hilt exposed. The already devastated Rasha sect was completely leveled to the ground. The disciples suffered heavy casualties, and only a handful of slightly stronger senior members still clung to life. In a single strike, the Rasha sect was annihilated, a testament to the formidable strength of this individual. Scoundrel, do you not fear retribution? Roared the sect master, enraged. The Rasha sect was his life's work, and he had aspired to ascend through the auspices of the Wuji demon sect, only to be met with an unexpected assault that resulted in utter destruction. Were the people of the Wuji demon sect? Had they not promised to ensure the safety of the Rasha sect? Why had they yet to appear? The masked figure remained silent, casting a chilling gaze upon the sect master. He was none other than Lin Feng, who had stealthily emerged from the Shenzhao Sword Sect to exact vengeance for his master, Su Mubai. His initial display of prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Should the higher echelons of the Shenzhao Sword Sect learn that this so-called waste of a senior brother had single-handedly vanquished the Rasha sect with a single sword strike, their reactions would be unfathomable. While the Rasha sect was not particularly formidable, it was still considered a mid-tier sect, not easily extinguished at whim, especially by a single blow. Are you from the Shenzhao Sword Sect? The sect master inquired, only to quickly refute his own question. Impossible. You cannot be from the Shenzhao Sword Sect. The Wuji demon sect promised me they would monitor all actions of your Shenzhao Sword Sect's experts. You cannot be one of them. Who are you? As Lin Feng prepared to eliminate this group of nefarious individuals, he suddenly sensed something. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword soared from the ruins, coming to rest before him. Howren sword, he exclaimed, recognition stirring within him at the sight of the familiar blade. Just then, a furious roar echoed from afar. Bold thief, how dare you commit such slaughter? Today, I shall send you to the afterlife. Upon hearing this voice, the sect master of Rasha displayed an expression of exhilaration, shouting, Great Elder, save me. The individual who arrived was the Grand Elder of the Wujimagic sect, Qinshan Xiong. At this moment, he was consumed by an immense fury. To the Wujimagic sect, the rascal sect was merely a pawn, albeit one with utility. Their current mission was to ambush the disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, to dismantle its vital forces and ensure the safety of the rascal sect. Now that the rascal sect had been annihilated, was it not akin to a slap in the face to the Wujimagic sect? For such a formidable power, maintaining face was undeniably crucial. Otherwise, who would be inclined to assist the Wujimagic sect in the future? Lin Feng stood atop a colossal sword, observing the rapidly approaching shadows in the distance without a hint of trepidation. With a forceful push from his legs, his body shot forth. As he soared into the air, Lin Feng wielded the Howren sword bestowed by his master, Su Mubai, and unleashed a strike towards the Grand Elder, Qinshan Xiong, and his companions. What initially appeared to be a lackluster and unremarkable swing transformed into a tempestuous display of power, as a sword ray, stretching dozens of feet, surged forth with an overwhelming might, cleaving towards the Wujimagic sect. Feeling the astonishing potency of the sword ray, Qinshan Xiong's heart jolted. What is this? Sword intent. Who is this individual? He has actually comprehended such terrifying sword intent. Moreover, this sword intent instilled within him a sensation of being suppressed. The righteous aura of the Howren sword wielded against practitioners of dark arts held a formidable restraining power. Scatter! Qinshan Xiong bellowed. The dozens of shadows behind him swiftly dispersed in all directions, evading the impending strike. They too sensed the restrictive force within this sword intent. Lin Feng, undeterred, surged forward with unabated speed, erupting in a laughter. Ha ha! With a mere breath of righteousness and a swift wind of 1,000 miles. It seems the Grand Elder of the Wujimagic sect is nothing extraordinary. Truly, a name that does not live up to its reputation. Today, I shall spare you wretches. Should we meet again, your lives shall be forfeit. Once Lin Feng departed, the gathered shadows reconvened around Qianshan Xiong. Grand Elder, the sword intent this individual has grasped poses a significant threat to us. If left unchecked, it will be a grave peril to the Wujimagic sect. Qianshan Xiong fixed his gaze upon the direction Lin Feng had vanished, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling with rage. The suddenness of the encounter had prevented him from confronting that sword strike directly. Reflecting upon it now, with so many of them present, even if the opponent had comprehended sword intent, so what? Having dealt with sword practitioners for many years, Qianshan Xiong understood that while sword cultivators were indeed formidable, they could not engage in battles beyond their capacity with impunity. Furthermore, the dark arts of the Wujimagic sect were far from feeble. When had such an extraordinary sword cultivator emerged within the confines of the Lizhou realm? Qianshan Xiong did not believe Lin Feng to be a member of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, for within that sect, few possessed such strength, and they were all under the watchful scrutiny of the Wujimagic sect. If he were not of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, then who could he be? The tidings of the rascal sect's obliteration soon spread, igniting curiosity regarding the identity of the enigmatic figure known as the ghostly faced man. To obliterate the Rakshasa Gate with a single strike and to depart with composure from the siege of Qiandao Xiong, the Grand Elder of the Wujimagic sect, alongside dozens of formidable experts, is no feat achievable by an ordinary individual. The more enigmatic Lin Feng becomes, the stronger the allure of curiosity he ignites within others. The Wujimagic sect is likewise engaged in an investigation into Lin Feng's true identity. Within the confines of the Lizhou realm, the only sword cultivator force capable of posing a threat to the Wujimagic sect is the Xinyiajian sect. All others fall significantly short by comparison. Moreover, the powerful figures of the Xinyiajian sect remain under their vigilant observation. This very circumstance leaves the Wujimagic sect perplexed. What force could possibly nurture such a formidable sword cultivator? Initially, they intended to gradually encroach upon and weaken the strength of the Xinyiajian sect, waiting for their ancestor to stabilize his realm before decisively overpowering it with minimal cost. However, the sudden emergence of this mysterious powerhouse has entirely disrupted the Wujimagic sect's plans. The upper echelons of the Wujimagic sect could scarcely have imagined that the source of their troubles would be the so-called wasteful elder brother of the current generation of the Xinyiajian sect. Chapter 5. Understanding the sword after vanquishing the Rakshasa sect. Lin Feng refrained from engaging with the reinforcements from the Wuji demon sect. Having subdued his adversaries with his sword intent, he swiftly departed. It was not out of fear of their numerical superiority, but rather a desire to conceal his identity. From the information gleaned from Lung Hanzhuang, he was aware of the basic details concerning Qiantao Xiong, the Grand Elder of the Wuji demon sect. His position as Grand Elder was a testament to his formidable strength. A confrontation would inevitably reveal Lin Feng's affiliation with the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Such exposure could lead to suspicions about his true identity. After all, the skills he possessed, apart from sword intent, were all imparted to him by Su Mu Bai. The long-standing enmity between the Wuji demon sect and the Shenzhao Sword Sect meant that both factions were well acquainted with one another. Lacking the certainty to eliminate witnesses, Lin Feng opted for a temporary retreat. There would be ample opportunity to confront the Wuji demon sect in the future. There was no need to rush. Their willingness to employ the Rakshasa sect against Su Mu Bai had already placed them on Lin Feng's list of targets. As for the surviving members of the Rakshasa sect, their existence had been rendered utterly futile. Sparing their lives would only prolong their suffering. The Wuji demon sect, being a malevolent force, would not tolerate uselessness. As numerous top-tier factions in the Lizhou region turned their attention to Lin Feng, he stealthily returned to Gutsuan Peak. However, he would no longer adopt a passive stance as he had in the past. With a journey to the Jiuyu secret realm in search of the other shore flower for his master looming in a month, It was imperative to hasten the enhancement of his strength. Previously, Lin Feng believed that as long as he did not provoke others within the Shenzhao Sword Sect, he could enjoy a solitary existence on Gutsuan Peak, ensuring a long life. Yet, the grave injury sustained by Su Mubai had illuminated the fact that the Shenzhao Sword Sect was not invincible, and safety was not guaranteed here. To prolong his life, one must ascend to the apex of the food chain. In the Shenzhao Sword Sect, on Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng sat motionless beneath a great tree, eyes closed in deep meditation. Should any sword cultivator witness this scene, they would undoubtedly feel both envy and awe. For Lin Feng had entered a profound state known as understanding the sword, the ability of sword cultivators to engage in battles of superior rank with ease. Becoming figures of dread in the cultivation world fundamentally hinges upon this understanding. Understanding the sword is a vital component of a sword cultivator's combat prowess, surpassing mere elevation of realm. With each layer of comprehension, one's offensive capabilities surge dramatically. The levels ascend from sword force to sword intent, then to sword domain, culminating in the path of the sword. Each level is further divided into 4 stages: subtle, minor completion, major completion, and ultimate. Only those with exceptional talent in the path of the sword can attain these insights. At this moment, Lin Feng found himself in the second realm of understanding the sword, sword intent, specifically at the 3rd stage, major completion of sword intent. Upon reaching the ultimate sword intent, he would have the opportunity to perceive the sword domain. Understanding the sword is the foundation for sword cultivators to battle beyond their ranks. It is not a pursuit that can be undertaken at will. Inlitsu. The vast majority of novice sword cultivators spend their entire lives only attaining the subtle or minor completion of sword force. The number of individuals capable of comprehending the ultimate sword intent is exceedingly rare, while those who have grasped the second layer of sword meaning are akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. As for the 3rd layer of sword domain, there have been no reports of anyone in Lizhou achieving such a realm, let alone the final path of swordsmanship. Lin Feng, at just over 20 years of age, has already attained sword intent, demonstrating an alarming level of talent in swordsmanship. Should he choose to reveal his abilities, he would instantly become a key candidate for cultivation within the Shenzhao Sword Sect, garnering fame throughout Lizhou. Previously, Yi Feng believed that leaning against a sturdy tree would provide him ample shelter, leading to a lackadaisical approach to his training. However, circumstances have changed. With his master still in a deep coma, although he has avenged his grievances, he must venture into the 9 Nether Secret Realm to seek the ethereal flower. The 9 Nether Secret Realm opens once every 100 years, and each occasion brings forth a tempest of bloodshed. Countless factions yearn to enter and seize opportunities. Lin Feng dares not place all his hopes on the Shenzhao Sword Sect. He suspects that the Wujimo sect may very well lay traps within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, eagerly awaiting the Shenzhao Sword Sect to fall into their snares. The 2 factions have been adversaries for many years, fully aware of each other's tactics, while he remains an unpredictable variable for the Wujimo sect. Thus, Lin Feng intends to enhance his combat prowess as much as possible before entering the 9 Nether Secret Realm. For a swordsman, the swiftest method to elevate combat strength is not through cultivation, but through the comprehension of the sword. Cultivation cannot be hastened in a short period. It requires gradual accumulation, whereas enlightenment can be instant. If Lin Feng can advance further to reach the 3rd realm of sword comprehension, the sword domain, he would not only be well prepared for the impending journey into the 9 Nether Secret Realm, but would also possess the strength to navigate Lizhou with confidence. Half a month later, beneath the ancient tree at Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, his gaze revealing a hint of disappointment. This time spent in sword comprehension, a fortnight and a half, had brought his sword intent from great accomplishment to the ultimate. Yet he had failed to grasp the sword domain. This left him somewhat dissatisfied. After all, he had earnestly dedicated himself, only to fall short of his expectations. If other swordsmen were to learn of Lin Feng's sentiments, they might be driven to despair. To elevate sword intent from great accomplishment to ultimate in merely half a month is a testament to extraordinary talent, a rarity throughout Lizhou, Yet Lin Feng remains unsatisfied. Indeed, the comparison of men can be infuriating. Although he did not ultimately comprehend the sword domain, Lin Feng felt an inkling that he was not far from its threshold, awaiting merely the right opportunity. However, when that opportunity would arrive remained uncertain. If only I could go to the sword tomb to seek enlightenment, he lamented. The conditions here are inevitably lacking. Attaining the sword domain may prove challenging, but there should be a chance at the sword tomb. The sword tomb he spoke of is the burial ground of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, a repository of countless ancestral swords since the sect's inception, including several famed blades. The sword tomb is a sacred ground for swordsmen and the ideal place for sword comprehension. As the eldest disciple of this generation, Lin Feng is, in principle, the most qualified to access the sword tomb. Regrettably, he consistently conceals his true prowess and innate talent, rendering this senior disciple of the Shenzhao Sword Sect little more than a figurehead. He has yet to participate in even a single sect competition, the sole means by which one qualifies for entry into the sword tomb. Consequently, Lin Feng currently finds himself barred from such an opportunity. Unless he reveals his swordsmanship talent before the sect leader and the higher-ups, he is unlikely to garner their attention, let alone gain access to the sword tomb. He could even claim it as his second home. However, Lin Feng is not inclined to take that path just yet. With the wisdom gained from his past life, he firmly believes that discretion is the better part of valor, allowing one to endure longer and thrive. If entry into the sword tomb for enlightenment is unattainable, he must turn his focus to the 9 Nether Secret Realm. It is rumored to harbor an array of celestial treasures, opening once every century, attracting countless factions vying for its riches. Yet, entry into the 9 Nether Secret Realm is not without its restrictions. One must not exceed a bone age of 100 years. Should anyone surpass this threshold, they would be mercilessly annihilated by the realm's innate forces. Thus, each individual can only gain entry once in their lifetime, significantly curtailing the ambitions of various factions in their endeavors to raid the 9 Nether Secret Realm. After all, the stipulation of a bone age not exceeding 100 years dissuades many formidable practitioners. Moreover, these factions cannot recklessly unleash their carefully nurtured prodigies. The potential for catastrophic failure looms large. With each opening of the 9 Nether Secret Realm, fortunate souls emerge with astonishing opportunities that propel them to greatness, leaving the world in awe. This phenomenon incites a multitude of underachieving cultivators, aged below 100, to seek their fortune within its depths, hoping to unearth some rare, celestial treasure that could irrevocably alter their destinies. Lin Feng, however, harbors no interest in other treasures. His singular ambition is the ethereal flower. With diligent cultivation, he is confident that he could surpass the majority of prodigies within the Lizhou realm, even without the aid of any celestial resources. As time inexorably flows, Gutsuan Peak remains like a forgotten alcove, overlooked even during the grand ceremonies of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Lin Feng finds solace in this solitude. Were it not for the troubles befalling Sumu Bai, he would prefer to linger here indefinitely, free from worries of sustenance, able to bask in the scenery and indulge in leisurely barbecues. Why venture forth into the tumult of conflict? Lin Feng's choice to remain passive stems from 2 reasons. First, his experiences on Earth have imparted the wisdom that standing out often invites scrutiny. Thus, he prefers to maintain a low profile. Second, he harbors little sense of belonging in this world, perceiving it as a mere dream, one that might dissolve at any moment. Few earn his regard. Foremost among them are his master Sumu Bai and his junior sister Su Xiao, occupying the paramount positions in his heart, his Achilles heel, for to provoke them would invite dire consequences. Chapter 6. Yi Qingxian 2 days later, Lin Feng finally completed his review of all the information pertaining to the 9 Nether Secret Realm. He learned about the frequency of its appearances, the precautions necessary for entry, and how many individuals' fates had been irrevocably altered by venturing into its depths, including several prominent figures. Each opening had claimed numerous souls, who were left behind to become sustenance for the beasts and nourishment for the flora. Upon discovering that entry to the 9 Nether Secret Realm was restricted to humans with a bone age of under 100 years, Lin Feng felt a slight relief. Although he seldom ventured beyond the confines of Gutsuan Peak and was not well versed in the affairs of the outside world, he had gleaned some basic knowledge about the continent of Li from his master, Su Mu Bai. A bone age not exceeding 100 years meant that even the most gifted individuals possessed limited strength. The true powerhouses were those ancient beings who had existed for hundreds, if not thousands of years. This significantly augmented his chances of locating the elusive ethereal flower. Moreover, the ethereal flower was imbued with potent toxins. Even if he were to acquire it, immediate consumption would be impossible. It required complementary herbs to neutralize its effects before it could be refined into a remedy devoid of side effects. Even if someone else were to discover it first, he could reclaim it without hesitation. Regardless of who obtained it, it would be best to surrender it willingly, lest they suffer his ruthless wrath. To save his master, Lin Feng would show no mercy. Having absorbed all this information, he felt a surge of joy and ventured into the dense forests of Gutsuan Peak, where he caught a creature reminiscent of a rabbit from Earth. He then proceeded to a nearby pond to fish, and soon returned to his usual spot to roast his catch. In no time, the meat sizzled with oil, and after sprinkling on a secret blend of spices, he indulged in the feast. In this unfamiliar world, Lin Feng's greatest satisfaction lay in the abundance of food available everywhere, far superior to anything he had tasted on Earth. The meat was succulent, tender, and melted in his mouth. Even without any seasoning, it was extraordinarily delectable. He recalled his first experience with this delicacy, nearly swallowing the bones whole. From that moment on, he developed a fondness for roasting meat beneath the towering trees on a mountaintop, making it a daily ritual. A day without this culinary delight left him feeling unwell. Now, Gutsuan Peak was solely Lin Feng's domain. He was free to do as he pleased. After feasting, he would take a nap or climb a tree to enjoy the scenery, relishing his carefree existence. Over the years, he had sampled every creature that soared through the skies, scurried across the land, or swam in the waters. His grilling skills had reached an impressive level, where he on Earth, his barbecue establishment would undoubtedly be a resounding success. While Lin Feng reveled in his culinary delights, a figure appeared in the sky, gliding on a flying sword. She observed the gluttonous Lin Feng with an expressionless countenance, her strikingly beautiful face devoid of any emotion, her eyes betraying not a hint of disturbance. The newcomer was Yi Qingxian, the true disciple of Lung Hanzhuang. Ranking 6th among the true disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, she was Lin Feng's 6th junior sister. Both were well known within the sect, yet their reputations were starkly contrasting. One was celebrated as a prodigy, while the other was deemed a failure. Thus far, only 4 of the 7 swords of Shenzhao had taken on true disciples: the Haoran sword, Su Mu Bai; the Tai sword, Luo Yuntian; the Laming sword, Zhang Zuan; and the Bingpa sword, Lung Hanzhuang. The remaining 3 had yet to find suitable heirs. Lin Feng, my master wishes to see you. There's a matter to discuss, Yi Qingxian stated coldly. She did not refer to him as senior brother Yi Feng, but addressed him by his name directly. In Yi Qingxuan's eyes, Lin Feng was unworthy of being the senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, aside from having entered the sect slightly earlier. This sentiment was shared by other disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect as well. Yi Qingxian did not harbor any animosity towards Lin Feng, yet she certainly felt no fondness for him either. As time progressed, it was evident that they were destined to exist in different realms. With Lin Feng's talent, he would ultimately fade into obscurity, while she was destined to become a core member of the Shenzhao Sword Sect's upper echelon. Uncle Lung is looking for me? Very well. I shall join you shortly after I finish my meal. Would you care to come down and sample a bit? The meat I roasted is a rare delicacy. And today you are fortunate, Lin Feng said, gazing up at Yi Qingxian soaring gracefully in the sky on her sword, extending an invitation with a smile. In truth, he had already sensed her arrival, but chose to ignore it. He was accustomed to Yi Qingxuan's direct manner of addressing him. After all, she was a prodigious talent, and it was only natural for her to look down upon him, the unambitious senior brother. No need. Please accompany me at once. The master is waiting, Yi Qingxian replied with an impassive expression. Very well, Lin Feng responded, tossing aside the bone in his hand and nonchalantly wiping his hands on his clothes. A gesture he seemed to have performed many times before. This action caused Yi Qingxian, flying above on her sword, to furrow her brow slightly. Who could have imagined that the senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect was such a slovenly individual? After cleaning his hands, Lin Feng flew his sword to Yi Qingxuan's side. "Sister Qingxian, let us depart." Yi Qingxian guided Lin Feng to the foot of the Jade Maiden Peak, where they proceeded to ascend on foot. The Shenzhao Sword Sect comprised 16 peaks, aside from the solitary Kuan Peak, which could be accessed directly by flying. All other peaks required one to walk, as per the established rules, lest they be deemed disrespectful. As they traversed through the curious gazes of the many disciples of Jade Maiden Peak, they soon encountered the waiting Long Hanshuang. "Master, I have brought senior brother Lin Feng. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Yi Qingxian respectfully addressed Long Hanshuang. "Qingxian, please remain for the moment." "Yes, master." Lin Feng stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting and bowing deeply. "There is no need for such formalities, Lin disciple. The reason I summoned you today is to seek your counsel," Long Hanshuang stated. "Please, Uncle Lung, go ahead. In less than half a month, the 9 Nether Secret Realm will open. Within it lies not only the everlasting flower required by Brother Mu Bai, but also numerous treasures capable of altering one's fate. The sect will dispatch a group to enter. Do you wish to join them for an adventure? Of course, it is fraught with danger, and a moment's inattention could result in being trapped there forever. If you are unwilling, I shall not force you," Long Hanshuang concluded, awaiting Lin Feng's response in silence. This decision had not been made lightly. Even if Su Mubai survived this ordeal, he would be utterly incapacitated. It would not be long before others turned their sights on Kuan Peak, and even the master brother would be unable to protect him. With Lin Feng's current talents, it seemed nearly impossible to break the stalemate. The only viable option was to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a final opportunity. Upon hearing that Long Hanshuang wanted him to accompany the disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect into the 9 Nether Secret Realm, Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He was indeed determined to enter the realm, yet he was reluctant to join the others from the Shenzhao Sword Sect, as it would prove to be quite inconvenient. The age limit for entry into the 9 Nether Secret Realm was set at under 100 years, which meant that the powerful figures from various factions were largely barred from entry, thus providing him with a unique advantage within. "Master Lung, I believe I shall decline." Lin Feng pondered before ultimately refusing. How delightful it was to act independently. Why invite unnecessary troubles upon himself? The disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, all under 100 years old, appear to Lin Feng as mere burdens. In the event of an emergency, would he save them? If he did, it might expose his capabilities, and if he did not, could he bear to watch them perish? Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. After all, he was also a member of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Hence, it was better to simply avoid the situation altogether. Standing by, Yi Qingxian exhibited a look of disdain. This senior brother was not only slovenly, but also cowardly, bringing shame upon the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Long Hanshuang was taken aback by Lin Feng's refusal. She had assumed he would eagerly accept such an opportunity. It seemed she had overestimated her disciple. Initially believing his lack of talent was the only issue, she now realized his personality was equally timid. She wondered how Mu Bai, her senior brother, could have taken on such a disciple. "Lin Feng, you need not worry excessively. Qingxian will be entering as well. Just stick with her, and you should be safe under her protection. This is your only opportunity for a turnaround. Once missed, regaining your footing will be quite challenging. You remember what I mentioned last time, don't you?" Long Hanshuang patiently advised. Lin Feng was well aware of what Long Hanshuang had previously discussed. The attention on Gutsuan Peak within the Shenzhao Sword Sect was substantial. Previously, the sect leader had kept it under control, but now, with their master gravely injured and requiring extensive care, that control was likely to falter soon. At that point, if he wished to safeguard Gutsuan Peak, he would inevitably have to reveal some of his strength. In light of this, it would be prudent to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm alongside the sect members. Once inside, he could seek an opportunity to slip away discreetly, and later, he could afford to reveal a bit of his strength, using it as an excuse. Furthermore, given that Lung Hans Huang had only good intentions. To refuse again would seem rather ungrateful. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng acquiesced. "Thank you, Master Lung," he expressed with a clasped fist in gratitude. "No need for thanks. You are Mu Bai's disciple, and I have watched you grow since childhood. I only hope you can protect Gutsuan Peak and prevent it from falling into others' hands." Lin Feng was determined not to disappoint Master Lung. "That is reassuring. Qing Xian, we shall enter the Nine Nether Secret Realm in half a month. You will guide Lin Feng." "Yes, Master," Yi Qing Xian replied respectfully. Although she was reluctant to carry the burden of Lin Feng, she had no choice but to comply with her master's directive. Cold Frost is an esteemed presence at Jade Maiden Peak. I kindly request Sister Qing Xian to offer her guidance. Senior brother Lin Feng is being overly modest. In the presence of her master, Cold Frost, Yi Qing Xian would never dare to address Lin Feng by his name. Although we are all true disciples, the senior brother holds a unique status. Chapter 7. Blackwater Duck. 7 days later, atop the main peak of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, thousands gathered. A diverse assembly of men and women, young and old, each bearing a sword of 3 feet in length. They were clad in either green or blue robes. The young wore green, while those in blue were relatively older. Among them were Lin Feng and Yi Qing Xian, both adorned in green robes. In the Shenzhao Sword Sect, attire held significant meaning and was not to be taken lightly. All disciples were required to wear green robes, regardless of whether they were outer disciples, inner disciples, or true disciples. To distinguish among the three, aside from the characters outer, inner, and true emblazoned on their chests, their sashes also differed in color. Outer disciples wore green robes with green sashes, inner disciples donned green robes with yellow sashes, and true disciples sported green robes with white sashes. The blue robes signified the stewards. Outer disciples who failed to advance to inner disciples by the age of 40 automatically became third-level stewards, while inner disciples who did not ascend to true disciples by 50 became second-level stewards. Stewards were classified into 3 tiers: third level, second level, and first level, corresponding to their strength levels of condensing sea realm, breaking illusions realm, and communicating spirit realm, respectively. Third-level stewards, being the most numerous and least powerful, were often engaged in menial tasks within the sect, holding a status slightly above that of outer disciples. Second-level stewards enjoyed a better standing, primarily responsible for managing the third-level stewards. First-level stewards held a status superior to many inner disciples. Should a first-level steward break through from the communicating spirit realm to the void ascension realm, they would instantly elevate to the ranks of elders, a status far beyond that of a steward. The thousands gathered at the main peak consisted of disciples and stewards dispatched by the Shenzhao Sword Sect to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Among them were 4 true disciples, all in their 20s, with Lin Feng being the sole exception. The others were prodigies, key cultivation targets for the sect. There were 128 inner disciples, all under the age of 50, possessing considerable potential, with some even showcasing talents rivaling those of true disciples, albeit initially overlooked. Each year, during the Grand Sect competition, inner disciples would strive to impress the peak masters or the Elder Council, hoping to be accepted as true disciples and receive prioritized training. 812 outer disciples were present, primarily comprising those who barely met the sect's recruitment criteria. The fate of most outer disciples was to endure until their term concluded, ultimately becoming third-level stewards, with only a small fraction advancing to inner disciples and eventually becoming second-level stewards. The ascension of outer disciples to true disciples was a rarity, with only a handful achieving such status throughout the sect's history. The remaining stewards, numbering over 1,000, were predominantly middle-aged individuals, their talents mediocre, having barely qualified for acceptance into the Shenzhao Sword Sect. For them, achieving any notable accomplishments was a daunting task unless they encountered fortuitous opportunities. Stewards yearned for the chance to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm to seize their moment. Without such an opportunity, their lives might be marked by mediocrity. Even if it means merely ascending to the status of an ordinary elder, it is still a commendable goal. In terms of both rank and resources, it is vastly superior to the position of a steward. To earn respect and acquire greater cultivation resources, one must diligently strive for advancement. Attaining the roles of peak master or council elder would place one at the core of the Shenzhao Sword Sect hierarchy. Each time the Nine Nether Secret Realm is unveiled, various factions from Li Prefecture send forth numerous disciples to seize opportunities. In the pursuit of these fortunes, they also gain invaluable experience. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse will never flourish. To grow stronger, one must venture forth and even confront life and death challenges. At this moment, the sect leader, Luo Yuntian, is rallying the soon-to-depart members. Though termed encouragement, it is in essence a fervent motivation. He recounts the soaring successes of those who have ventured into the Nine Nether Secret Realm since its inception, transforming into formidable figures within Li Prefecture. The message is simple yet profoundly impactful. In this brutal era of survival of the fittest, who does not yearn for strength? Who does not aspire to become a powerful being that dictates the fates of others? Apart from Lin Feng, who remains an anomaly, all others are striving relentlessly for power. Observing the enthusiastic expressions of the crowd, Luo Yuntian senses the moment is ripe and gestures grandly. This expedition into the Nine Nether Secret Realm shall see our Shenzhao Sword Sect rise to prominence. Elders 12, I entrust this task to you. I expect you to bring back as much as you take today, 3 months hence. By the sect leader's decree, responds Gumingzhou, one of the 12 elders of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, as he steps forward with a respectful salute. He is indeed a powerful member of the Elder Council. Let's depart. Instantly, Gumingzhou soars into the sky, followed by the rest who ride their swords in unison, to ensure the safety of their disciples. The Shenzhao Sword Sect has dispatched a total of 24 elders, each at least at the sky-soaring realm, to accompany the group. The procession makes its way toward the entrance of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, a magnificent sight as a 2,000-strong contingent glides through the heavens on their swords. Among them, Lin Feng conceals himself within the crowd, striving to remain inconspicuous, intending to quietly slip away once inside the Nine Nether Secret Realm. He deliberately keeps his distance from Yi Qingxian, who is quite unlike him. Not only is she blessed with unparalleled beauty, but she is also the celebrated prodigy of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, renowned and admired throughout the sect. The throng of admirers surrounding her attests to her popularity. Lin Feng, however, wishes to avoid drawing attention. The unfamiliar faces around him prompt a realization. Despite having lived in the Shenzhao Sword Sect for 20 years, he knows so few people. Although the sect is one of the foremost powers in Li Prefecture, with a vast number of members and a fresh batch of disciples each year. As the senior disciple for over 2 decades, he has indeed been overly reclusive, seldom venturing out. In a company of over 2,000, he can count the acquaintances he recognizes on one hand. As the senior disciple of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, he acknowledges his shortcomings. Simultaneously, various factions across Li Prefecture are dispatching their own teams, as the initiation of the Nine Nether Secret Realm is regarded as a grand event for the region. Though it may not be sufficient to determine the forthcoming changes in the situation of Lizhou, it will undoubtedly exert a certain influence. Everyone aspires for their disciples to discover opportunities within the Nine Nether Secret Realm and soar to great heights. After 2 days of soaring through the skies on their swords, the entourage from the Shenzhao Sword Sect halted at the periphery of the 100,000 Great Mountains. This mountain range is one of the 3 forbidden zones of Lizhou, a place fraught with countless dangers. Even the mightiest must tread carefully upon entering. Fortunately, the entrance to the Nine Nether Secret Realm is not deep within the mountains, but rather on the outskirts. Otherwise, the team dispatched by the Shenzhao Sword Sect might very well be annihilated before reaching their destination. The 3 forbidden zones are not to be trifled with. Even at the edges, one must exercise utmost caution. Amidst the crowd, Lin Feng gazed at the 100,000 Great Mountains, renowned as one of the 3 forbidden zones of Lizhou, and felt that apart from the boundless, unending forests, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable. At that moment, the leading elder, Gumingzhou, called out loudly, "We are about to enter the 100,000 Great Mountains, one of the 3 forbidden zones of Lizhou. Stay close and do not fall behind. I cannot afford to wait for you." The sect master simply instructed me to bring you all back. Whether as corpses or as living beings, he did not specify. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. They were well aware that the sect master's words were merely a formality. Not to mention the perilous Nether secret realm. Even a routine expedition could not guarantee the same number of returnees as those who set out. Very well. Follow me. Gu Mingzhou took the lead into the 100,000 Great Mountains. Over 2,000 people continued to soar forward on their swords. Before long, an hour had passed without any unforeseen incidents. Lin Feng occasionally glanced down at the dense forest beneath him, curious about the dangers that the legendary 100,000 Great Mountains, one of the 3 forbidden zones, might harbor. Unfortunately, nothing transpired. However, at that moment, a vast expanse of rapidly moving black clouds appeared ahead. In the blink of an eye, it was not far off, accompanied by a cacophony of cries. Gugaguspa. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Feng felt indifferent. Yet those around him seemed dazed, their sword flights becoming unsteady. Awaken! A commanding shout resounded. At that instant, everyone regained their senses. Attention! These are the Blackwater Crows. Although their attack power is not formidable, their cries possess a potent hallucinogenic effect. You must maintain your resolve and not let your guard down in the slightest. Otherwise, should you fall into their illusions, the consequences are dire. Gu Mingzhou declared emphatically. Yes, Elder 12. They replied, continuing onward. As sword cultivators, they must possess an unwavering determination to advance, regardless of the obstacles ahead, for they would cleave through them with a single stroke. Gu Mingzhou led the charge, brandishing his sword. Unleashing a sword aura several zhang long toward the throng of Blackwater Crows. The other elders followed suit, sending forth dozens of sword auras into the flock. Countless Blackwater Crows were struck down, plummeting from the sky. The death of their kin incited the ferocity of the remaining Blackwater Crows, driving them into a frenzy of raucous cries. A number of disciples from the Shenzhao Sword Sect, whose abilities were rather lacking, could not withstand the pressure and fell into an illusion, unable to control their swords, plummeting downwards. As they descended into the dense forest of the 10,000 Great Mountains, piercing screams echoed, followed by an eerie silence. This sequence of events transpired with astonishing rapidity, instilling a palpable fear among the remaining disciples, spurring them into heightened alertness. Lin Feng's gaze flickered. It was evident that a grave peril lurked beneath the forest floor. The elders of the Shenzhao Sword Sect had initially possessed the opportunity to rescue the fallen disciples, yet they refrained from taking action. Their energies were required to assist a greater number of individuals, and besides, this incident served as a trial. If one could not withstand even the lowly spiritual assault of the Blackwater Crow, it was indicative of limited potential, rendering further expenditure of effort and resources unnecessary. The realm of cultivators is starkly realistic and merciless. Once one embarks on the path of a practitioner, one must be prepared for the possibility of demise at any moment. This was true not only for them. Even Su Mubai, a once prominent talent of the Shenzhou Sword Sect, was abandoned after sustaining injuries that compromised his foundation. Had it not been for Luo Yuntian assuming the position of the sect leader and harboring sentiments of the past, along with Su Mubai's sacrifice for the sect, the positions of the Solitary Peak and the Howren Sword would have long since changed hands. And Lin Feng would never have ascended to become the eldest disciple of this generation within the Shenzhou Sword Sect. Chapter 8. Qiangyun Sect. The disciples of the Shenzhou Sword Sect encountered the Blackwater Crows in the air. Despite the efforts of the elders to continuously eliminate the crows from outside, their sheer numbers allowed many to infiltrate the crowd. The disciples drew their swords from their qianquan bags, soaring into the sky while dispatching the crows. The combat prowess of the Blackwater Crows largely stemmed from their cries, which ensnared their prey in illusions before they struck and feasted. Once their vocal power waned, their strength significantly diminished. Lin Feng, wielding a seemingly ordinary sword, dealt with any crows that approached him, striving to appear as though he struggled against their onslaught. The battle raged on, with numerous crows falling into the dense forest below, while a few disciples from the Shenzhou Sword Sect also succumbed. After several minutes, a handful of Blackwater Crows approached Lin Feng, emitting a piercing shriek. Just as he prepared to strike them down, he noticed a figure swiftly advancing toward him, prompting him to feign a momentary lapse in focus. Once the crows surrounding him were dispatched, he gradually regained his composure. "Thank you, Junior Sister Yi, for your timely rescue." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. The figure he had seen was indeed Yi Qingxian, who had chosen to hold back her strength to avoid revealing her capabilities while she awaited the opportunity to assist him. Meanwhile, two pairs of envious eyes fell upon Lin Feng. As the esteemed daughter of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, Yi Qingxian had garnered secret admirers, including many prodigies. Her aloof demeanor, which often left others in silence, made her proactive assistance all the more provocative to certain individuals. Among the 4 true disciples heading to the Jiuyou secret realm, both Zhu Jie and Yang Fan harbored affections for Yi Qingxian. "Do not mention it. Since I have promised my master to ensure your safety, I shall exert my utmost efforts. For the time being, you should remain by my side to prevent any unforeseen incidents that I would find difficult to explain to Master and Elder Su," Yi Qingxian replied, her expression unyielding. "Then I shall trouble you, Junior Sister Yi." Although Lin Feng wished to distance himself from her, he recognized that she was acting out of concern for his safety. He resolved to seek an opportunity to part ways once they entered the Jiuyou secret realm. Following this, Lin Feng stayed close to Yi Qingxian, observing her as she deftly wielded her sword, vanquishing the relentless Blackwater crows. Yi Qingxian, a true disciple of the Cold Frost, exhibited formidable strength, undoubtedly among the elite of her generation. Her resolute heart rendered the crows' cries utterly ineffective against her. Before long, these bothersome creatures were entirely eradicated. However, the Shenzhao Sword Sect sustained the loss of approximately 20 to 30 members, forever consigned to the 10,000 Great Mountains. After the crows were dealt with, Elder Gu Mingzhou led the remaining disciples onward to their destination, showing no signs of regret or sympathy for the fallen. The Blackwater crows were considered one of the lowest-tier dangers within the 10,000 Great Mountains. The elders had managed to fend off the majority of the threats, and if such an encounter had proven too overwhelming, it was merely a reflection of one's insufficient strength, having already lost over 10 individuals before reaching their destination. The harsh reality of the cultivation world became painfully evident. 2 hours later, the disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect arrived at a secluded valley, which was their destination, the Nine Nether Valley. This place was not originally named Nine Nether Valley, but after the opening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, it was renamed, a title that has endured for over 10,000 years. When Gu Mingzhou led the disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect to the Nine Nether Valley, numerous small and medium-sized factions, as well as solitary cultivators, had already arrived ahead of them. They gazed enviously at the magnificent procession soaring through the sky on their swords. Other factions utilized large magical artifacts to transport their disciples, while only the Shenzhao Sword Sect flew on their swords. Four-sword cultivators. This ability is the aspiration of the majority of practitioners. Not only are they formidable in strength, often engaging in battles beyond their level with ease, but their sword flight is nothing short of spectacular. It is important to note that cultivators cannot fly for extended periods without reaching the Sky Sovereign realm. They must rely on flying magical artifacts, each of which is worth a fortune and not easily accessible to all. In contrast, sword cultivators need only attain the sea condensation realm to master the art of sword flight, a privilege that eludes most other practitioners. Were it not for the exceptionally high qualifications required for sword cultivators, the Shenzhao Sword Sect would likely have long been the preeminent force in the Lijiu region. Wow, the Shenzhao Sword Sect has arrived. Sword flight is so cool. If only I could find a disciple of the Shenzhao Sword Sect as a partner, then I could fly with them. How magnificent, a woman exclaimed. Immediately, a man retorted, "You're dreaming. Anyone who becomes a disciple of the Shenzhao Sword Sect is a genius. Would they even notice you? Can't I just dream a little? Come on. Let us be realistic. It's broad daylight. Stop daydreaming. You're the one daydreaming. Your whole family is daydreamers." This exchange merely encapsulates the atmosphere on site. Whether small and medium-sized factions or solitary cultivators, upon seeing the members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, expressions of envy were abundant, with many wishing to be part of that esteemed group. The procession of over 2,000 individuals swept past the gathering point below, continuing onward to a small hill situated close to the Nine Nether Valley, which serves as the base for the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Each time the Nine Nether Secret Realm opens, they establish their camp here to send their disciples into the realm, waiting 3 months for their return. There are 4 such hills, each corresponding to the 4 major forces of Liju: the Shenzhao Sword Sect, the Qinyan Sect, the Wujimu Sect, and the Qisha Sect. The Shenzhao Sword Sect maintains a cordial relationship with the Qinyan Sect, while the Wujimu Sect is closely allied with the Qisha Sect, creating a balance among the 4 top-tier forces. However, it seems the Wujimu Sect is attempting to disrupt this equilibrium. The Shenzhao Sword Sect was not the first to arrive. Preceding them were the Qinyan Sect and the Qisha Sect, with thousands of individuals having just established their camp when a voice called out, "Brother Gu, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be leading the team." The speaker was Wang Chuan, the law elder of the Qinyan Sect, accompanied by 2 young men and a woman. "I didn't expect the Qinyan Sect to send Brother Wang," Gu Mingzhou replied as he stepped forward to greet him. The 2 were old acquaintances. "Rui, why not take a moment to familiarize yourselves with a few esteemed disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect? Once we enter the Nine Nether Secret Realm, cooperation will be essential, as I have matters to discuss with Brother Gu." Wang Chuan addressed the 3 disciples behind him. "Indeed, Elder of Law," they replied in unison. Inside the tent hastily erected by the Shenzhao Sword Sect, Wang Chuan sipped his tea and casually inquired, "Brother Gu, I've heard that your sect has recently encountered some troubles?" "It's merely a minor issue. After battling the Wujimu Sect for so many years, we are still thriving." "Are we not? What can they possibly do to us?" Gu Mingzhou replied nonchalantly. "Indeed. However, Brother Gu, you must remain vigilant. Those rascals from the Wujimu Sect are ever scheming to dominate Li Prefecture. Should you require assistance, my Qinyan Sect will certainly lend our support. I appreciate your kindness." "Brother Wang, by the way, it is said that a mysterious sword cultivator vanquished the Luocha Sect and single-handedly repelled the formidable Qian Shaxing. I wonder which esteemed individual from your Shenzhao Sword Sect it could be. Allow me to keep that under wraps for now, Brother Wang," Gu Mingzhou replied, withholding an answer. The truth was, he was equally in the dark. The higher-ups of the Shenzhao Sword Sect had convened to discuss the matter, but to no avail. There were not even any suspects. A single sword strike that could deter Qian Shaxing was a feat that only a handful of sword cultivators in Li Prefecture could achieve, all of whom were within the Shenzhao Sword Sect. There had never been any reports of sword cultivators from other factions possessing such prowess. Of course, given the vastness of Li Prefecture, one could not dismiss the possibility of an ancient recluse honing their skills in secrecy. Yet what motive would they have to assist the Shenzhao Sword Sect? Since Brother Gu prefers to remain silent, I shall refrain from probing further. For our expedition into the Nine Nether Secret Realm, let us adhere to our customary alliance. I have a nagging suspicion that the Wujimu Sect may be plotting something. If they desire to stir trouble, we shall certainly oblige." Gu Mingzhou replied with a fierce countenance. Meanwhile, the 3 core disciples of Qinyan Sect, Li Luo, Yi, Su Wei, and Yang Guangji, convened with Yi Qingxian, Lin Feng, Yang Fan, and Zhu Jie for the Shenzhao Sword Sect. All being core disciples, they found common ground for conversation. In such instances, the inner disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect were deemed unworthy of participation. Li Luo, Yi, and Yi Qingxian, both remarkable young women, quickly found camaraderie. Su Wei, Yang Guangji, Zhu Jie, and Yang Fan also engaged in lively discussions. Only Lin Feng remained solitary in a corner, as his temperament shunned superficial pleasantries. Despite the joviality shared among the others, one could never be certain when self-interest might lead to discord. After a while, Li Luo Yi turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "May I ask who this junior brother is?" "Esteemed Sister Li, he is not merely a junior brother, but the esteemed eldest disciple of our Shenzhao Sword Sect, Lin Feng." Zhu Jie replied with a smile. "Ah, so, is senior brother Lin?" Li Luo Yi responded courteously. Su Wei and Yang Guangji cast curious glances in his direction. Though Lin Feng was not particularly renowned, the title of eldest disciple from the Shenzhao Sword Sect carried weight. Everyone knew that the eldest disciple was a recluse, a waste who did not even participate in the sect's grand competitions. They were taken aback to have the fortune of meeting him today. The trio scrutinized Lin Feng with inquisitive eyes. Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed. The more others looked down upon him, the more satisfied he felt. Chapter 9. The opening of the secret realm. The four paramount sects have nearly equal representation in the 9 nether secret realm. An excessive number risks unforeseen calamities that could jeopardize the sect's foundation. Millennia ago, the 9 nether secret realm witnessed a cataclysmic event where an entire contingent perished, with none emerging unscathed. Conversely, a diminished presence may allow rival factions to seize the treasures within, which are of considerable worth. If one fails to secure these riches, others may well ascend to power. Thus, a tacit understanding has gradually formed among the sects. Every century, when the 9 nether secret realm opens, only a tenth or so of each sect's most gifted disciples shall be dispatched, enabling them to respond adeptly to any eventualities. The disciples of the Qingyun sect soon departed, each awaiting the opening of the 9 nether secret realm. Just as Lin Feng contemplated a discreet exit from Yi Qingxian's company, he was called back. Lin Feng, once we enter the 9 nether secret realm, we may be scattered across different locations. I will leave behind a signal. Upon seeing it, make haste to join me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. This realm is fraught with peril. Exercise utmost caution. Understood. Thank you, junior sister Qingxian. Lin Feng replied with a facade of tranquility, though internally he was elated. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to separate himself after entering the realm, but now it appeared they would part ways immediately. As for seeking out Yi Qingxian later, that was out of the question. At that moment, a colossal airship approached from the heavens, emblazoned with the bold characters, Wuji. The Wuji demon sect, one of the 4 dominant forces of the continent, had arrived. Standing at the bow, defiant against the wind, was the grand elder of the Wuji demon sect, Qian Dao Xiong, a towering figure with a white beard and a countenance marked by a fierce aura. Upon sighting Qian Dao Xiong, those below instinctively recoiled, an innate fear surging forth. He was a man whose hands were once stained with the blood of countless innocents. Even a mere glance from him could instill terror in the hearts of ordinary folk. Gu Mingzhou and Wang Chuan were taken aback at the sight of Qian Dao Xiong. The notorious fiend had appeared. Decades prior, in pursuit of dark powers, Qian Dao Xiong had slaughtered over 100,000 souls in a single city, sending shockwaves throughout the continent. During that tumultuous period, the Wuji demon sect had become a pariah, condemned by both minor forces and solitary cultivators alike. Many Wuji demon sect members perished for no discernible reason while on missions. Despite its formidable strength, the Wuji demon sect could not afford to oppose the entirety of the continent. Ultimately, they had no choice but to keep Qian Dao Xiong in the shadows, declaring that he had faced the sect's most severe reprimand, ensuring that such atrocities would never recur. As time wore on, the fervor surrounding the incident waned, and it was only recently that Qian Dao Xiong re-emerged into the public eye. Not long ago, he had led numerous experts from the Wuji demon sect in an ambush against Zhao Ziwen of the Thunder Sword and Zhang Zhe of the Abyss Sword, compelling the two to unite in an yin-yang sword formation to escape. Gu Mingzhou and Wang Chuan could hardly fathom that the Wuji demon sect had dispatched Qian Dao Xiong. It seemed that this expedition into the 9 nether secret realm would not conclude without complications. The 4 paramount forces of the continent have gathered, while smaller factions and lone wanderers continue to surge, nearly sealing off the passage to the 9 nether valley. Despite the well-known perils of the 9 nether secret realm, which have led to complete annihilation in the past, the allure of its opportunities remains irresistible. In this era, no one wishes to remain stagnant. Even the risk of sacrificing their lives is a price many are willing to pay. 2 days hence, a tremendous roar reverberated within the 9 nether valley. Thunderous rumblings echoed. Shortly thereafter, a spiraling vortex of air manifested overhead, spinning incessantly. All present understood that the 9 nether secret realm was on the verge of opening. Who would seize the chance to soar to greatness, and who would find their grave in a foreign land, remained uncertain. As time trickled by, a crackling sound erupted. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the center of the swirling air above the Nine Nether Valley. Following this, the space trembled, revealing a colossal passageway before everyone's eyes. Dao, soaring into the sky, proclaimed loudly, "Ha ha ha! The Nine Nether Secret Realm has opened. Those from the Shenzhao Sect, heed my words, once inside." He paused momentarily, revealing a chilling smile. "Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Anyone who dares to contend with the Shenzhao Sect will be dealt with mercilessly." Though the Nine Nether Secret Realm is a confined space where killing and plundering are commonplace, uttering such threats before nearly all the powers of the continent requires immense courage. Even the usually amicable Shenzhao Sect frowned at this moment. "We shall obey the Elder's command." All members of the Shenzhao Sect replied in unison, their faces alight with bloodthirsty grins. Outside, they would dare not overstep, but within, the rules would be different. Go forth. Opportunities await you. Do not tarnish the name of the Shenzhao Sect. The members of the Shenzhao Sect surged forward, racing towards the spatial passage. The other three major forces, unwilling to lag behind, ordered their disciples to enter the Nine Nether Secret Realm as well. Lin Feng blended into the crowd, deliberately distancing himself from Yi Qingxian, hoping to act independently once inside. Being with his sect's members felt too constricting, especially since their aims were treasures and opportunities, while his sole focus was the elusive other shoreflower. After all four great forces had entered, the smaller sects followed, with the lone wanderers trailing last. Gu Mingzhou, the 12th elder of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, gazed at the entrance to the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Though his expression was impassive, a flicker of concern stirred within him. Thousands of disciples were entering, yet how many would emerge alive? The passageway to the Nine Nether Secret Realm sealed shut an hour later, remaining closed for 3 months, impervious to any attempts to open it during that time. The Shenzhao Sword Sect retained only over 20 elders, tasked with guarding this location for 3 months, awaiting the return of their disciples. Well then, with everyone inside, shall we adhere to tradition and place a wager? Spoke Liao Jun of the Shenzhao Sect, a figure equally stained with the blood of many. The approaches of the Shenzhao Sect and the Shenzhou Sect differed significantly. The Shenzhou Sect, with its audacious and tyrannical demeanor, constantly seeks to dominate Li Zhou through sheer force, compelling all to submit beneath their oppressive might. In contrast, the Seven Kills sect operates with discretion, adept at concealing its true strength. Yet, how far can a faction that relies solely on the art of killing truly progress? The wager put forth by Liao Jun is rather straightforward. Each time the Juyo Secret Realm is unveiled, the four paramount factions engage in a gamble, each presenting a treasured artifact. 3 months hence, they will ascertain which faction emerges with the most survivors, thus claiming the stakes. While the outcome of the treasures may seem trivial, the preservation of honor is of utmost significance. The victor gains the upper hand over the remaining 3 factions, bringing glory to their sect. It serves to infuse a modicum of amusement into the waiting period. As Liao Jun concluded his words, a colossal demonic claw lunged towards the residents of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. In response, a beam of sword light erupted, colliding with the monstrous appendage. The ensuing explosion reverberated, shaking the very earth around them. When tranquility returned, Gu Mingzhou stood, sword in hand, his gaze seething with fury directed at Qian Daoxiong. "What are you up to, Qian Daoxiong?" Gu Mingzhou demanded, his voice laced with indignation. "Nothing much. After an extended period of seclusion, I merely wish to stretch my limbs." Qian Daoxiong replied with a grin. "Why direct your physical activities towards my Shenzhao Sword Sect? It seems you are deliberately targeting us." Gu Mingzhou retorted. "And if I am?" Qian Daoxiong scoffed. "The Shenzhou Sect has incited the Rakshasa Sect to covertly strike at my Shenzhao Sword Sect. We have yet to settle that score. Are you seeking war? If war is what you desire, then so be it. Does the Shenzhou Sect fear my Shenzhao Sword Sect?" Gu Mingzhou exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "Very well. Since your Shenzhou Sect seeks conflict, I shall immediately inform the sect master," Gu Mingzhou declared, exasperated. "Suit yourself. However, before that, allow me to test whether your Shenzhao Sword Sect has progressed over these years. Qian Dao Xiong proclaimed, sweeping his hand, causing the very heavens to shift in hue. The once clear sky gradually succumbing to darkness. Simultaneously, a cacophony of terrifying sounds echoed throughout the realm. Gu Mingzhou's heart quaked at the sight. Was this not Qian Dao Xiong's infamous technique, the devouring heaven demonic art? It was through this very skill that he had once slaughtered countless lives in a single city. Qian Dao Xiong, do you intend to annihilate us here to enhance your devouring heaven demonic art? Gu Mingzhou shouted. At this moment, fear gripped the hearts of all present. The name of Qian Dao Xiong and his devouring heaven demonic art resonated more ominously than that of the Wujimo sect's own leader. Wang Chuan of the Qingyun sect regarded Qian Dao Xiong with a grave expression, poised to ally with Gu Mingzhou at any moment. Only the members of the Seven Kills sect observed the unfolding drama with amusement. I harbor no such intentions. Provided your Shenzhao Sword Sect can counter my demonic art, today's affair shall be concluded. Qian Dao Xiong responded calmly. Aside from the four major factions, numerous smaller sects filled the vicinity. Even as a senior elder of the Wujimo sect, Qian Dao Xiong felt hesitant to strike at such a multitude. Decades prior, he had become a public enemy in Lizhou, forced into seclusion to evade the wrath of the masses. He had no desire to repeat that chapter. Very well. You have made your declaration. Today, I shall experience the might of the devouring heaven demonic art. Form a formation. Gu Mingzhou bellowed. The elders of the Shenzhao Sword Sect sprang into action, each conjuring their own cherished swords. A total of 24 long swords converged to form a formidable sword formation. Soaring into the heavens, Gu Mingzhou also raised his sword, integrating it into the formation. The array transformed into a gigantic sword, hundreds of feet in length. Piercing toward the sky, with a deafening roar, the heavens were breached. A beam of sunlight cascaded down, followed by the sky shattering like fragile glass, disintegrating into countless fragments that vanished from sight. The once dim sky regained its clarity. Amidst applause, Qian Dao Xiong mockingly remarked, "Not bad, not bad. What a splendid sword formation. It managed to breach 50% of my devouring heaven demon art. Indeed, sword cultivators possess formidable destructive power. I, Qian Dao, am a man of my word. This shall conclude our encounter for today." His words rendered Gu Mingzhou and the elders of the Shenzhao Sword Sect visibly perturbed. Their combined strength, numbering over 20, had barely managed to counter half of the demon's power. What if he unleashed his full might? This fiend had spent decades in seclusion, growing ever more formidable. Chapter 10. The hunt begins. The overcast sky cast a somber pall over the landscape. The once tranquil forest erupted into a cacophony of sounds, as countless creatures filled the air with their cries. This was the fabled Nine Nether Secret Realm, a place that opened its gates once every century. At this moment, tens of thousands stepped into the realm, yet they did not converge in one location. Rather, they were scattered across its various corners. In one part of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, a middle-aged man licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Clad in a black robe that concealed his head and body, he murmured to himself, "The hunt begins." Simultaneously, hundreds of individuals throughout the realm mimicked his actions, donning identical black robes and uttering the same phrase. Their mission was not to seek treasures, but rather to take lives. In another corner, Lung Hanzhuang shed her disguise, revealing her true identity. Just within the age limits, she was the youngest among the 7 swords of Shenzhao. In terms of strength, she undoubtedly ranked among the most formidable of her age group, with few peers in the entirely continent capable of matching her prowess. Logically, a powerhouse like Lung Hanzhuang should be invincible entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm. However, doubt began to gnaw at her. While mingling among the scattered individuals, she detected many strong presences. Though inferior to her, their sheer numbers and the pervasive aura of bloodlust surrounding them raised her suspicions. In truth, the scattered individuals posed the least threat. They lacked talent and support, relying solely on their own efforts. Any extraordinary achievements among them were rare, often limited to 1 or 2 prodigies who emerged from obscurity. Yet, the sudden appearance of so many formidable figures was decidedly abnormal. Lung Hanzhuang realized that this expedition into the Nine Nether Secret Realm would likely be anything but simple. Nevertheless, she felt no fear. It was the confidence instilled by her identity as one of the seven swords of Shenzhao. After landing, Lin Feng found that his surroundings were indeed devoid of any other presence, just as Qing Xian had described. Elated, he retrieved a set of white garments from his Qingquan bag, replacing his green robe, and donned a mask, transforming his appearance so thoroughly that even his closest mentor, Su Mubai, and his junior sister, Su Miao, would scarcely recognize him. Finally, freedom. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Here, he had no fear of his identity being revealed. No one could possibly guess he was the wasteful eldest disciple of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. As for concerns over safety, with a bone age under 100 years, he truly regarded no one as a threat. First, he aimed to locate the other shore flower, and then he would consider his next steps. Swiftly, Lin Feng navigated through the forest, his speed so remarkable that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Even amidst the dense thicket, nothing could hinder his pace. The other shore flower thrived in cold conditions, necessitating a search near water sources, preferably a pool. Suddenly, a piercing scream drew Lin Feng's attention, prompting him to halt. Analyzing the cry, he surmised that its owner was likely in grave peril. Uncertain of what he had encountered, whether it was man or beast, Lin Feng felt the sound was not far from him and decided to investigate. He advanced toward the direction from which the anguished cries emanated. Before long, he arrived at his destination, where he found a corpse clad in a green robe lying on the ground. It was a disciple of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Lin Feng approached and knelt down to examine the body. The corpse had its tendons severed, indicating it had suffered greatly in life, and the fatal wound was at the neck, inflicted by a sharp weapon. It appeared the assailant was human rather than a wild beast. Though he did not recognize the deceased, witnessing a vibrant life slip away before him stirred a sense of discomfort within Lin Feng. After all, they belonged to the same sect. Furthermore, all disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect who entered the Nine Nether Secret Realm shared a singular mission: to seek the elusive other shore flower. Regardless of their success, Lin Feng owed a debt of gratitude to these individuals. What perplexed him was that they had only just entered the Nine Nether Secret Realm, with no time to search for treasures or opportunities. The rationale for murder and plunder seemed unfounded. Why, then, had this life been extinguished? If it had been at the jaws of a beast, it would be understandable, but to die at the hands of a fellow human, especially after enduring torment, raised questions of deep-seated enmity or grievance. Thank you, Lin Feng murmured softly, then inquired, why was he killed? The scene was engulfed in silence, with no response. He pressed on, we have only just arrived. Why would anyone wish to take his life? Still, there was no reply. Lin Feng rose to his feet, casting a cold gaze into the shadowy depths of a dense thicket. There, a figure slowly emerged, cloaked in darkness, gazing at Lin Feng with astonishment. How did you discover my presence? He asked. Lin Feng retorted, I demand to know why you killed him. The man in black laughed derisively. What a foolish question. He is but an ant. One may kill at will without justification. Is that so? Then you too are merely an ant in my eyes. May I not erase your existence at my whim? Lin Feng countered. Of course, only if you possess the capability, the black-robed man proclaimed, and in an instant, he lunged forward, a dagger aimed at Lin Feng's throat. Instinct warned Lin Feng that this masked individual was formidable. He could not afford to be passive. With resolve, he decided to strike first. As the dagger drew perilously close to Lin Feng's neck, the man in black suddenly felt an icy chill engulf him, his strength dissipating, and his hand slackened. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had deftly touched his forehead with a finger, moving with such swiftness that it was imperceptible to the eye. Who are you? The black-robed man gasped in astonishment, grappling with the realization that, apart from the chief leader, there existed a power within the Nine Nether Secret Realm capable of rendering him utterly defenseless. I am an emissary sent by the heavens to punish demons like you. Go to hell and repent. This world is unfit for your kind. With wide eyes, the black-robed man opened his mouth to utter another word, but before he could, he departed from this realm entirely, leaving him oblivious to the true nature of the being he had encountered. Lin Feng, capable of vanquishing the formidable Luocha sect with a single strike and intimidating the esteemed Grand Elder Qian Dao Xiong of the Wujimo sect, is not someone to be trifled with by mere minions. Should he unleash his full potential, even he remains oblivious to the limits of his own power. To this day, he has refrained from exerting himself completely, constantly concealing his true strength. Indeed, there are moments when Lin Feng yearns to engage in a full-scale battle. Yet he finds himself unable to locate a worthy opponent without revealing his capabilities and identity. This aspiration has remained unfulfilled. Having effortlessly dealt with his adversaries, Lin Feng vanished into the dense forest, continuing his pursuit of the elusive Bian flower. The conflicts within the Juyo secret realm extend far beyond this singular encounter. There are skirmishes between individuals, as well as confrontations with beasts. Typically, areas surrounding rare treasures are fiercely guarded by powerful creatures. To acquire such treasures, one must first contend with these formidable guardians. As time progresses, the death toll continues to rise, surpassing 1,000 within a mere day. At this rate, the tens of thousands who entered may not survive. However, this is merely a transient phase. Similar circumstances have arisen in the past. Upon their initial entry into the Juyo secret realm, the unfamiliarity of the environment leads to significant casualties. After all, each individual possesses but a single opportunity to enter the Juyo secret realm in their lifetime. Gradually, as they become acquainted with their surroundings, various factions will establish secret signals to gather their members. The greater the number of individuals, the more secure they become, consequently leading to a gradual decline in the death toll. Chapter 11. Li Luai, the Nine Nether Secret Realm, is vast. As tens of thousands enter, it is akin to a stone cast into a pond. The ripples dissipate swiftly, leaving tranquility in their wake. Lin Feng traversed the dense forest for an entire day, encountering but a handful of individuals, all of whom he deftly evaded. He did, however, come across numerous medium to large wild beasts. After an extensive search, he finally spotted a brook. Where there is a brook, there is bound to be a lake. Lin Feng followed the stream downstream. Before long, he came upon a pool of water. Yet, the outcome was profoundly disappointing. The banks of the pool were marked with various footprints of birds and beasts, indicating it was a watering spot for them. The ethereal flower, a precious natural treasure, is invariably guarded by extraordinary beasts. Thus, a place where it flourishes would not be frequented by common wildlife. This was knowledge Lin Feng had gleaned from ancient texts prior to entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Through careful deduction, he concluded that the pool before him harbored none of the ethereal flowers he sought. He pressed on, not harboring any expectations of finding the flowers immediately upon entry. The Nine Nether Secret Realm requires one to remain within for 3 months each time it opens, allowing ample time for exploration. Yet, abundance of time does not equate to complacency. Locating his objective sooner would grant him peace of mind. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng continued along the brook, discovering several pools along the way, but none bore the ethereal flowers he desired. After merging with a dozen tributaries, the once modest brook had transformed into a river. Its flow significantly increased. This suggested the presence of a grand lake downstream. Otherwise, such a volume of water could not be sustained. He resolved to follow the river, confident that he would eventually arrive at his destination. After progressing dozens of kilometers along the river, the sounds of a skirmish reached Lin Feng's ears. Initially, he intended to ignore it. However, a thought struck him. What if members of the God Sky Sword Sect were involved? As a member of the sect himself, it was beyond him to turn a blind eye to the plight of his fellow disciples. He stealthily approached the scene. Upon witnessing the combatants, he confirmed there were no disciples of the God Sky Sword Sect present. One side comprised individuals clad in black robes whom he had seen before, while the opposing side was from the Qingyan sect. Lin Feng felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed that the Wuji demon sect and the Qisha sect had not sent anyone in black robes, had they? The black-robed individuals were formidable, exuding a ruthless demeanor, intent on annihilating their foes. Which faction had dispatched them? As Lin Feng pondered these questions, the battle neared its conclusion. despite their numerical advantage. The Qingyun sect was no match for the black-robed assailants. Merely 5 of these ominous figures had driven nearly 20 Qingyun sect disciples to the brink of despair, leaving only 6 or 7 survivors. The rest lay lifeless on the ground. Who are you? Why do you seek to annihilate the Qingyun sect? Are you not afraid of our retribution? Li Luoyi demanda angrily. Her talent and strength were commendable, yet she found herself utterly outmatched by the battle-hardened and merciless black-robed individuals. In truth, had Li Luoyi been wholly intent on fleeing, there would have been hope for her escape. However, as a true disciple of the Qingyun sect, she could not abandon her comrades to seek safety alone. The Qingyun sect and the Shenzhao Sword Sect are both on her hunt list. You can only blame yourselves for choosing the wrong path. One of the figures clad in black replied, "Are you from the Wept sect? No need to inquire further. I shall not divulge anything unless..." Unless what? Unless you all perish. With that, the black-robed man surged forward towards the remaining members of the Qingyun sect, intent on decisively concluding the battle to avoid prolonged complications. The achievement of slaying a true disciple of the Qingyun sect would not be insignificant. Engage. Li Luoyi shouta unwittingly. Initially wishing to buy some time, she recognized that with the enemy providing no opportunity, she had no choice but to fight to the death. Even though she was well aware that her fate was sealed, she would not falter in the slightest, nor would she plead for mercy. As a true disciple of the Qingyun sect, she would not tarnish its reputation, even in death. As both sides prepared for confrontation, the existing strength of the Qingyun sect seemed inadequate to withstand the onslaught, likely leading to their swift annihilation by the black-robed figures. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air. Suddenly, for anguished cries followed, as Li Luoyi and her fellow disciples halted to witness the scene before them. Their souls were struck with profound shock. They beheld 5 black-robed figures, 4 of whom were impaled by branches, left gasping for breath against a great tree. The remaining individual was grasped by the throat by a man who had appeared suddenly, utterly powerless to resist. "Who sent you? What is your purpose in the 9 Nether Secret Realm? Speak, and I may grant you a chance at survival," Lin Feng inquired hoarsely, gazing at the black-robed man under his control. Although he had intended to remain uninvolved, he could not resist intervening at this critical moment. Lin Feng cared not for the fates of the Qingyun sect disciples, but upon hearing the black-robed man mention that the Shenzhao Sword Sect was also on their kill list, he felt compelled to act. If he refrained from intervening, more disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect could fall victim to these 5 black-robed figures. Thus, he resolved to eliminate them, nipping this potential threat in the bud. The 5 black-robed figures, still clinging to life, gazed at the masked man before them with expressions of fear and disbelief, unable to comprehend how they could have been simultaneously defeated without a chance to retaliate. If this had occurred outside, it could be understandable, given the abundance of formidable opponents. However, they were within the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Those who entered could not exceed a bone age of 100 years, lest they be crushed by the forces of nature. This meant that their assailant must have a bone age under 100. It was utterly insane. "Who are you?" The black-robed man, struggling against Lin Feng's grip, managed to force out a question after a prolonged silence. "You lack the right to inquire. Reveal your intentions and the mastermind behind you, or else you shall die. Dream on." Lin Feng, having discerned the answer, realized that these black-robed figures were likely professionally trained and would not divulge information easily. "Since you refuse to speak, let us conclude your wicked existence, and you shall accompany those whom you have slain to the afterlife." With a forceful grip, he swiftly snapped the opponent's neck. The remaining 4, witnessing this scene, opened their mouths, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The branch not only pierced their hearts, but also unleashed such a tremendous impact that it shattered their internal organs, leading to their demise. This spectacle left the members of the Qingyun sect utterly astounded. Even Li Luoyi, the prodigy of the Qingyun sect, was equally taken aback. Did they truly perish in an instant? And at the hands of someone whose age could not exceed a century? Li Luoyi, who prided herself on her unparalleled talent, now faced a profound blow to her self-esteem. The individual before her could hardly be described merely as a genius. Lin Feng cast aside the corpse of the black-cloaked man and was about to depart when he heard Li Luoyi's voice behind him. "Thank you, benefactor, for your rescue." He slowly turned, revealing his masked face as he gazed at the members of the Qingyun sect. "There is no need for gratitude. Even without you, I would not have spared these black-cloaked individuals. Regardless, it is a fact that you saved our lives. Please, do us the honor of revealing your name. Once we are outside, the Qingyun sect shall certainly pay you a visit," Li Luoyi said, clasping her fists in respect. "It was nothing, merely a trifling matter. Do not dwell on it. Farewell," he replied. "To you, it may be a trivial affair, but for us, it is a matter of life and death." Before Li Luoyi could finish her sentence, the other party had already vanished without a trace. Lin Feng had no desire to linger with the members of the Qingyun sect. He spoke briefly and departed. Gazing at the spot where Lin Feng had disappeared, Li Luoyi remained lost in thought for a considerable time. Just which force could cultivate such a remarkable disciple? The absence of a sword indicated he was not a swordsman of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. The members of the Wujia Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect would never come to their aid. Are there other forces within the Li continent capable of nurturing such a prodigious individual? Chapter 12. The identity of the man in the black robe. Lin Feng continued his quest for the elusive other shore flower, a pursuit that eclipsed all others in importance. As for rescuing Li Luoyi and others from the Qingyun sect, that was merely a matter of convenience, soon to be forgotten. The presence of the man in the black robe instilled a modicum of caution within Lin Feng, yet he did not dwell on it excessively. While he refrained from voicing his concerns outside, within this realm, he felt confident in his ability to vanquish any number of black-robed figures that might confront him. At that moment, in a secluded corner of the Nine-Nether secret realm, a fierce battle had just concluded. 3 black-robed men lay lifeless on the ground. Standing before their corpses, examining them, was a woman of extraordinary beauty, Cold Frost, the master of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of the divine sky. Before entering the Nine-Nether secret realm, while mingling among the wanderers, she had sensed the presence of numerous formidable individuals. Now, she confirmed that the black-robed men before her had changed their attire. Although she was unaware of their intentions, it was evident they were up to no good. After a thorough inspection, she found nothing of value. Cold Frost furrowed her brow. These black-robed men were evidently highly trained, each one ruthless and unafraid of death. Had her strength not overwhelmingly surpassed theirs, the outcome of this confrontation could have been drastically different. Not content with the lack of clues, Cold Frost resolutely removed the clothing of one black-robed man, exposing his upper body while leaving his lower half untouched. Even in death, she was reluctant to tarnish her vision. Upon closer examination of the exposed skin, the arms, chest, and neck, she uncovered no leads. She then flipped the corpse over, revealing a large crimson character for kill that dominated much of the man's back. This character was not merely inscribed. It was engraved, having fused with the flesh itself. Instantly, Cold Frost was assailed by a palpable aura of murderous intent. Clearly, the individual who had etched this character was no ordinary foe. Such a strong malevolence could not be conjured lightly. Cold Frost stood frozen, her mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed in realization. Could it be that they were? The implication struck her, and her concern deepened. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. It seemed prudent to momentarily set aside her search for the other shoreflower. She must eliminate these black-robed men to the best of her ability and locate her direct disciple, Yi Qingxian, along with other disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, to apprise them of the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, their expedition into the Nine-Nether secret realm would surely result in catastrophic losses. Days slipped by, and soon 10 had passed. Battles erupted incessantly within the Nine-Nether secret realm, claiming lives. Some fell prey to beasts, others were slain by the black-robed men, and still others perished in conflicts over treasures. However, compared to the first 2 days of their entrance, the death toll had significantly decreased. At last, the relentless slaughter perpetrated by the black-robed men drew the attention of the Divine Sky Sword Sect and the Qingyun sect. Those who had originally sought treasures and opportunities began to gather in droves, using the signals left by their sections. After all, no treasure could rival the value of life itself. The Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyan sect had gathered several teams, uniting for warmth in numbers. Some groups comprised only a handful of individuals, while others swelled to 50 or 60 members. As time progressed, the assemblage grew ever larger. Yi Qingxian found herself amid the largest contingent. Alongside her was another true disciple from the Shenzhao Sword Sect, Lin Feng. As a true disciple of the legendary Lung Hanzuang, one of the seven swords of Shenzhao, Yi Qingxian held an esteemed position within the sect, both in terms of innate talent and standing. Should fortune favor her, she was destined to become one of the next seven swords of Shenzhao. In this moment, devoid of the sect's core leadership, the true disciples wielded absolute authority. Thus, she naturally emerged as the backbone of the group, even commanding deference from Lin Feng, another true disciple. Currently, the team led by Yi Qingxian and Lin Feng was pausing to recuperate after a recent encounter with a squad of 6 cloaked figures. Following a grueling battle, they had ultimately vanquished their adversaries, albeit at a steep cost. 8 members of their sect had perished. This toll weighed heavily on Yi Qingxian's heart. Facing 6 foes with a force of 50 or 60, the loss of 8 lives and numerous injuries rendered their victory bittersweet. The combat style of the cloaked figures was exceedingly bizarre. They disregarded their own lives, leaving Yi Qingxian with the unsettling impression that she was battling a horde of emotionless, pain-immune corpses. Such a strategy of inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 losses was a source of profound distress for her. What are your thoughts on these suddenly appearing, cloaked figures? Yi Qingxian inquired, but her fellow disciples from the Shenzhao Sword Sect remained silent. The recent skirmish had left them profoundly shaken. In their realm, sword cultivators were renowned for their formidable offensive capabilities, yet their defensive prowess was somewhat lacking. Confronted with the reckless, death-defying tactics of the cloaked figures, they felt utterly at a loss. Sister Qingxian, these cloaked individuals are clearly not ordinary foes. They are ruthless and cunning. During combat, they exchange injuries without hesitation. Even in their final moments, they seek to drag down an opponent with them. Such beings could not have been nurtured by any common power. I sense their purpose for entering the 9 Nether secret realm is far from simple, Lin Feng remarked, his face betraying a lingering fear. Despite his superior strength compared to the cloaked figures, he found himself unable to slay them due to their reckless disregard for their own lives, a tactic that left him momentarily disoriented. In a typical confrontation, the weaker party would inevitably seek a way to escape, preserving their lives for future vengeance once they had grown stronger. Yet these cloaked figures were different. Their sole intent appeared to be inflicting maximum cost upon their opponents before meeting their demise. 4 sword cultivators, whose defenses were inherently weaker, such adversaries posed a grave threat. Even with the Shenzhao Sword Sect's numerical superiority today, the loss of several lives was a stark reminder of the peril they faced. Brother Lin Feng is indeed correct. These figures in black robes may not have come to the 9 Nether secret realm in search of treasures and opportunities. Before reuniting with our senior brothers and sisters, we encountered numerous corpses, some belonging to disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, while others were from various factions and solitary wanderers, all slain by human hands. Initially, we presumed it to be a conflict over treasures, but it now seems highly probable that the black-robed individuals are responsible. One inner disciple added, "We have observed many similar occurrences along our journey." "So have we," echoed the other inner disciples and deacons in agreement. These rogues are neither seeking treasures nor vying for opportunities. Their sole focus appears to be on murder. What could their true purpose be? Yi Qingxian pondered, her confusion evident. No one could provide an answer to this troubling question. The emergence of the black-robed figures cast a shadow over everyone's psyche. Originally intending to enter the 9 Nether secret realm in search of personal fortunes, we are now compelled to follow the larger group, regardless of their intentions. We must alter our plans. No one can act independently any longer. We must band together if we are to survive. As you have witnessed, the combat prowess of these black-robed individuals is formidable. If only a third of us remain here today, the outcome of who survives and who perishes is uncertain. Yi Qingxian decisively established the survival strategy for the disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect within the 9 Nether Secret Realm. She had initially intended to form groups to seek treasures and opportunities, including the elusive Other Shore Flower. But for the sake of safety, collective action has now become imperative. Chapter 13. Valley of the Apothecary. Yi Qingxuan's decision garnered unanimous consent. In the current predicament, the notion of splitting into groups to seek opportunities was met with reluctance. No one was eager to venture forth. After all, should they encounter the enigmatic figures cloaked in black, their lives would be forfeit, rendering any potential fortune meaningless. Once the group had rested, they continued their journey with great determination, while simultaneously leaving behind unique signals of the Shenzhao Sword Sect to summon others for a rendezvous. The black-clad figures continued their merciless slaughter within the depths of the 9 Nether Secret Realm. However, as time passed, they began to sustain losses. Despite their formidable strength, their numbers were ultimately limited. It must be noted that the myriad factions and solitary wanderers from Liao Prefecture had sent tens of thousands into the 9 Nether Secret Realm, while the black-robed individuals numbered merely in the thousands. To achieve their deadly ambitions, they had no choice but to disperse their forces. Initially, their strategy yielded considerable success, as the various factions had yet to unite. However, once the danger became apparent, the survivors began to congregate, making it increasingly difficult for the black-clad assailants to strike. Naturally, the black-robed figures devised countermeasures, opting to increase their team sizes. With more combatants involved, any ensuing battles would inevitably be brutal. Nevertheless, these developments bore no significance for Lin Feng, who remained solely focused on tracking the elusive Other Shore Flower. He evaded encounters with members of other factions and dealt ruthlessly with any black-robed adversaries he encountered. By this point, he had already claimed the lives of several black-clad foes. After 2 more days of travel, Lin Feng arrived at a breathtaking waterfall, characterized by a sheer drop of several dozen meters into a vast, deep pool below. At the edge of the pool, he observed 2 groups of individuals. One was unmistakably the familiar black-robed figures, while the other, upon closer inspection, bore the emblem of the Apothecary Valley. The Apothecary Valley represented one of the most unique factions in Liao Prefecture. Their strength was formidable, ranking just below the 4 esteemed sects, and they were recognized as one of the larger powers, yet they refrained from taking sides. Whether it be the Wujia Demon Sect, the 7 Kill Sect, the Shenzhao Sword Sect, or the Qingyun Sect, all maintained amicable relations with the Apothecary Valley. After all, everyone faces injuries at some point, and the Apothecary Valley specializes in healing. However, when one sought their aid, the Apothecary Valley would assess the individual's talent and background to determine whether assistance would be rendered, a practice akin to investment. Su Mubai had once approached the Apothecary Valley for medicinal aid, but alas, his injuries were too severe. His foundation had been irreparably damaged. Even if healed, his future achievements would be limited, and the medicines required to restore one's foundation were exceedingly rare. Thus, the Apothecary Valley ultimately declined to intervene, leaving behind a statement. Any request for medicine must be made in the name of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Although Su Mubai had sustained his injuries while on a mission for the sect, the core leadership of the Shenzhao Sword Sect had to consider the welfare of the entire organization and would not sacrifice significant resources for a fallen genius. Perhaps it was this very reason, coupled with Luo Yuntian's ascension to the position of sect master, that preserved Su Mubai's title as one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao and the master of Gutsuan Peak. Otherwise, the positions of Howren Sword and Gutsuan Peak would have long since changed hands. Refused the request for medicine, Su Mubai found himself at an impasse. He was acutely aware of the world's harsh realities and bore no resentment towards the sect. Thus, he embarked on a solitary quest for the spiritual herbs capable of healing his foundational ailments, which ultimately led him to encounter Lin Feng, swaddled in a cradle. Aside from the figure cloaked in black and the esteemed Medicine King Valley, an extraordinary sight emerged from the depths of the murky waters, capturing Lin Feng's undivided attention. It was a colossal serpent beast, its enormous head reared high, reaching 5 to 6 meters above the water surface, its eyes glimmering with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. This was merely a fraction of its immense physique, with the majority concealed beneath the water surface. Lin Feng estimated that this serpent measured no less than 30 meters in length. The presence of such a gigantic serpent in the deep pool signified one thing: treasures must lie within its depths. Yet, whether they were the fabled flowers of the other shore remained uncertain. Confronted by the serpent, neither faction retreated. The figure in black naturally sought to hunt the beast, aiming to seize its inner core and any treasures it guarded. The resolve exhibited by the Medicine King Valley stemmed from their long-standing operational ethos. Regardless of the black-cloaked man's faction, he must have, to some extent, benefited from the Medicine King's sect. Throughout the entirety of Lichou, only the practitioners of the Medicine King Valley experienced the lowest mortality rates during their excursions. Even among the 4 prominent factions, none dared to offend the Medicine King Valley, for one could never predict when they might require assistance. Hisses. The serpent continuously emitted warning sounds. Charge! Commanded the leading figure in black. His voice low yet commanding. 9 silhouettes surged forth in unison. At that moment, the serpent sensed imminent danger and unleashed a frigid breath. The chilling air rapidly expanded, crystallizing into countless ice shards. Upon contact with the icy aura, the black-cloaked figures found their movements sluggish and hindered. With a thunderous roar, the serpent leapt from the water, revealing its massive length of 30 to 40 meters. In a swift motion, it lashed its tail towards the black figures. The black-cloaked individuals, restricted by the cold, were no longer as agile as they had been at the outset. However, most managed to evade the serpent's assault, with only 2 unfortunate souls struck by its sweeping tail. Bang! Bang! The 2 black-cloaked individuals, unable to evade in time, were sent flying by the serpent's powerful tail, crashing into the ground beside the pool and creating 2 substantial craters. The sheer force shattered their internal organs and sent blood gushing from their mouths, rendering them incapable of further combat. Such devastation was truly terrifying. Rescue them, urgently instructed Zhuge Qingyun, the vice leader of the Medicine King Valley. They cared not whether the injured were righteous or wicked. As long as there was a chance for healing, they would intervene. The black-cloaked figures wielded formidable power, instilling fear across numerous factions within the 9 Nether Secret Realm. They were evidently of great value. The members of the Medicine King Valley swiftly converged on the 2 fallen black-cloaked figures, commencing their rescue efforts. The leading figure among them seethed with rage. In merely a fleeting encounter, he had already lost 2 combatants. If this continued, the situation would become untenable. Beasts, seeking death, form a formation. Let's resolve this swiftly. The remaining 6 figures in black robes, upon hearing this, ceased their advance towards the colossal serpent and retreated from the frigid aura. Positioning themselves around the edge of the deep pool, they formed a circle, encircling the serpent, and simultaneously drew their right hands to their lips, biting them to draw blood. With their fingers, they inscribed ominous crimson characters in the air, each one spelling out the word kill. Once all 7 characters materialized, a scarlet barrier enveloped the serpent. Perhaps sensing the impending peril, the serpent became frenzied within the confines of the barrier, relentlessly crashing against the red shield. A cacophony of thuds echoed as it struck. The barrier remained intact, yet it wavered precariously, likely on the verge of collapse. The serpent's might was not to be trifled with, as evidenced by its earlier strike that incapacitated 2 of the black-robed figures. The leader of the black-robed figures maintained the formation while preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the serpent. As the barrier threatened to be breached, the remaining figures no longer held back. They bit their tongues, expelling their vital essence onto the inscribed characters. The barrier, which had dimmed and was on the brink of shattering, regained its fortitude. Hissing incessantly, the serpent unleashed a torrent of icy breath, causing the temperature in the air to plummet, and soon, even the barrier succumbed to frost. With a resounding crash, the frozen barrier shattered under the serpent's assault. Yet at that moment, a flash of red light surged forth, followed by a chilling wail from the serpent. As the smoke dissipated, the serpent's lifeless body floated upon the water's surface, a gaping wound in its head, from which blood flowed freely, staining the water's crimson. The figures in black robes appeared utterly defeated, their vigor sapped. Chapter 14. The beastly ice python having vanquished the monstrous beast, the cloaked figures finally exhaled in relief. The immense pressure exerted by the gigantic python had been considerable. Without the strategic formation to restrain its movements, the battle would have proved exceedingly arduous. Just as they prepared to reap the rewards of their hard-fought victory, a voice interjected. "Bravo! Bravo! A truly splendid confrontation." Startled, the assembled crowd turned to see a masked man standing in the center of the pond, applauding atop the carcass of the giant serpent. "Who are you?" the leader of the cloaked figures inquired, his voice steady yet his mind turbulent. The very notion that this individual had appeared unnoticed was disconcerting. It suggested that his strength far surpassed their own. How could such a formidable presence have infiltrated the Nine Hells' secret realm? That is precisely what I wish to ask. Who are you? What is your purpose in instigating such slaughter within the Nine Hells' secret realm? Speak, and I may grant you the courtesy of a complete corpse. Lin Feng retorted in a gravelly voice. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figures were immediately on high alert, instinctively mobilizing to fortify their formation, disregarding their physical exhaustion. Lin Feng, however, remained composed, observing silently until the formation was complete. An impressive array. Alas, it is of no use against me, since you remain obstinately ignorant. I cannot be blamed for not extending an opportunity, Lin Feng proclaimed as he approached the leader of the cloaked figures. With each step he took, it felt as though he were treading upon the very heartbeat of his adversary. As the distance diminished, the rhythmic thumping grew increasingly frenetic. By the time Lin Feng stood directly before the cloaked leader, the latter was nearly overwhelmed. He clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony, gasping for breath. A barrier separated the two, yet the leader felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and dread emanating from the masked figure before him. The disparity in power was staggering. He knew he was no match. Even the instinct to flee eluded him, as his body had become utterly unresponsive. After halting, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slowly extended it. Before the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the barrier was effortlessly pierced as if it were mere parchment. As that formidable hand drew ever closer, the cloaked leader could no longer endure. Death held no terror, but the dread that accompanied the prospect of death was paralyzing, a sensation even the most rigorously trained individuals could scarcely withstand. "Flee!" the cloaked leader urged himself, biting down on his tongue to regain consciousness and wrest control of his body. He turned and fled without a backward glance, desperate to escape this realm of peril. Yet, just as he took a single step, a hand descended upon his shoulder with the weight of a mountain. Almost immediately, a surge of sword energy invaded his body, wreaking havoc upon his organs and muscles. The searing pain became unbearable, and he cried out in anguish. The remaining cloaked figures, witnessing his torment, scrambled to flee. However, before Lin Feng, they found themselves bereft of any chance of escape. In mere moments, all the cloaked figures lay lifeless, leaving only the stunned onlookers from Yaowang Valley in their wake. Such speed, such overwhelming power. Effortlessly dispatching the dark-robed figure, Lin Feng turned to the center of the pond, preparing to collect the corpse of the enormous python. Creatures like this python are treasures in themselves. Aside from the most precious inner core, its skin, blood, flesh, tendons, and bones are worth their weight in gold. In the presence of the esteemed Zhuge Qingyun from the medicinal King Valley, an interruption occurred. "Esteemed elder," a voice called out, disrupting Lin Feng's thoughts. He glanced at the speaker. "Is there something you require?" "Elder, this ice python holds immense value for my medicinal King Valley. I humbly request you to part with it." Zhuge Qingyun replied respectfully. Despite being the young master of the valley, he exhibited no trace of arrogance. He had witnessed the entirety of the recent battle, and Lin Feng's displayed prowess, combined with the rules of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, compelled Zhuge Qingyun to adopt a more humble demeanor. "You wish to acquire this serpent?" Lin Feng inquired. "Indeed." Zhuge Qingyun nodded affirmatively. "What do you intend to offer in exchange?" "That depends on what you, esteemed elder, require." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by this response. He was aware of the medicinal King Valley's reputation. It was commonly said within the realm of Lizhou that any ailment or injury could be addressed there. If even the medicinal King Valley could not remedy it, then no one in Lizhou could. Regardless of my needs, would you truly be willing to part with what is necessary? Lin Feng countered. Absolutely. Zhuge Qingyun replied with certainty. While the ice python was indeed beneficial to the medicinal King Valley, it was not something they absolutely required. His willingness to negotiate stemmed from his admiration for Lin Feng and a desire to foster a good relationship, a long-standing principle of the valley. Were this in the outside world, Zhuge Qingyun would not have accorded such importance to Lin Feng. However, this was the Nine Nether secret realm, where only those under a century of age could enter. The combination of their ages indicated that Lin Feng possessed exceptional talent, ranking among the best in all of Lizhou. The medicinal King Valley was keen on forming ties with and investing in such prodigious individuals, as it has always been their survival strategy. Then I desire the ghost flower. Does your medicinal King Valley possess it? Lin Feng hesitated, but ultimately articulated his need. He held little hope, yet the ghost flower was the only item he truly sought. Other treasures held no allure for him. The ghost flower? Zhuge Qingyun faltered. This is far more precious than the ice python. I cannot say whether it exists in the collections of the medicinal King Valley, but even if it does, it is not within my purview as the young master to access it. Such matters require the consent of the higher echelons of the valley. Esteemed elder, the ghost flower is an exceedingly rare treasure, even for my medicinal King Valley. However, the Nine Nether secret realm is the most conducive environment for its growth, and it has been known to appear here multiple times. Should I find it, I will certainly exchange it with you. Then let us await your discovery, Lin Feng replied, dismissing Zhuge Qingyun's presence. He then stored the enormous serpent's body into his dimensional bag and proceeded toward the base of the waterfall, where he believed there might be treasures guarded by other creatures. Upon entering the waterfall, he discovered a vast space within, soaring to a height of several meters and plunging to a depth of 40 to 50 meters. Deep within the cave, Lin Feng stumbled upon several unhatched snake eggs. Upon sensing them, he discerned that the vitality within was remarkably robust, indicating that it would not be long before they would hatch into young serpents. Furthermore, a plant the size of a palm, with leaves and stems of a deep green hue, thrived inverted above the cave, its roots embedded in the crevices of the rock. After careful examination, he could not ascertain its exact nature, yet being an object guarded by a mystical beast, it surely held value. To avoid harming this treasure, Lin Feng drew his sword and skillfully severed a sizable chunk of rock surrounding the plant, storing it within his Qinquan bag. Fortunately, his Qinquan bag, a gift from Su Mu Bai, possessed ample space. Otherwise, he would struggle to accommodate such a bounty. Having completed this task, Lin Feng meticulously inspected the cave once more, ensuring no detail was overlooked before he departed. The members of the Medicine King Valley remained by the water pool, awaiting his return. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge, Zhuge Qingyun spoke again. Elder, did you discover any treasures within? Indeed, treasures abound. However, should the Medicine King Valley desire them, the exchange must be the other shore flower. Lin Feng replied, and with a graceful leap, he vanished into the dense forest. He harbored little fondness for the Medicine King Valley, a faction that distinguished neither good from evil, and thus preferred to limit his discourse with them, unless they possessed the other shore flower, in which case further discussion could ensue. Uncle Chiu, can you discern this person's identity? Zhuge Qingyun inquired. A middle-aged man beside him shook his head, returning to the Valley Master. When this individual dispatched the man in the black robe, he demonstrated overwhelming strength, employing no sect techniques. Thus, it remains undetermined. Is it possible he is a genius cultivated in secrecy by the Divine Sky Sword Sect? Zhuge Qingyun further questioned. Su Mu Bai, one of the 7 swords of the Divine Sky, has been poisoned by the soul-devouring powder and requires the other shore flower as an antidote. This individual's specific request for the flower inevitably raises suspicions regarding their connection. It is indeed a possibility, yet we cannot dismiss other factions either. Chapter 15. Peril in the Abyss of 9 Hells. Cold Han Shuang wore a grim expression, a chilling aura emanating from her body, freezing the surrounding vegetation into ice. Beneath her feet lay the lifeless forms of over a dozen disciples from the Shenzhao Sword Sect, 3 of whom were inner disciples. 3 days prior, Cold Han Shuang had encountered the corpses of several Qingyun sect disciples, and upon inspection, she confirmed they had fallen victim to the cloaked figures. After much contemplation, she resolved to pursue the threat and quash it in its infancy. After 3 days of relentless chase, she found herself confronted by the numerous corpses of Shenzhao Sword Sect disciples, which ignited a fierce anger within her. How dare these fiends kill members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect right under her nose? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Although the mission to enter the abyss of 9 hells was to seek the mythical other shore flower, Cold Han Shuang, as one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao and the esteemed leader of Yinu Peak, could not idly stand by while her sect's disciples were slaughtered. The other shore flower was undeniably significant, yet the lives of thousands within her sect held greater weight. Moreover, her prized disciple, Yi Qingxian, was among them. It was no simple task for the 7 swords of Shenzhao to find a worthy successor. Thus far, they had only identified 4, leaving 3 still unaccounted for. Only by eradicating the majority of the cloaked figures could Cold Han Shuang pursue the other shore flower without trepidation. The deaths of the Shenzhao Sword Sect disciples further solidified her resolve to eliminate the cloaked figures, vowing to instill such fear that they would not dare to show their faces again. After a brief moment, Cold Han Shuang took several deep breaths to calm herself, preparing to follow the trail left by the cloaked figures and swiftly resolve the matter. However, as she turned, an object in the dense forest caught her eye, a bloodied white belt. The sudden tension that gripped her was palpable, for the white belt was a mark of a true disciple. Could it be that a true disciple had escaped and was now being pursued? Who could it be? Surely it wasn't Yi Qingxian, she thought anxiously. Yi Qingxian was unlike the other true disciples. She was not only Cold Han Shuang's carefully nurtured protege, but also the inheritor of the Ice Soul Sword. Should anything happen to her, it could take an eternity to find a suitable replacement, even if it was not Yi Qingxian. The loss of any true disciple would be a significant blow to the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Each true disciple represented the future backbone of the sect. With no time to waste, Cold Han Shuang hastily pursued, discovering numerous fresh bloodstains along the way, further affirming her suspicions and prompting her to quicken her pace. 2 hours later, Cold Han Shuang arrived at a valley and, without a moment's hesitation, ventured inside, unafraid of potential ambushes. Perhaps she believed her strength was sufficient to handle any unforeseen circumstances. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and deceptions were rendered futile. Were she in the outside world, she might not have been so reckless, for there were many ancient and hidden monsters lurking in the shadows. Yet within this abyss of 9 hells, she possessed both confidence and capability. The valley was expansive. After advancing for over 10 minutes, a figure lay motionless on the ground, its status uncertain, whether alive or dead. Clad in the azure robe of a disciple from the divine Mist Sword Sect, it was a man. A flicker of joy ignited in Lin Han Shuang's heart. It was a stroke of fortune that it was not Yi Qingxian. She stepped closer, crouching down to turn the man over. It was Zhu Jie, the true disciple of Pingyang Peak. She reached to check for a pulse at Zhu Jie's nose and detected a faint breath, just as Lin Han Shuang prepared to examine Zhu Jie's injuries. All surrounding sounds abruptly ceased. Simultaneously, several figures clad in black robes surged from all directions, their speed astonishing, reaching her side in the blink of an eye. However, just as they believed victory was in their grasp, an icy chill emanated from Lin Han Shuang's body. Every black-robed individual who came into contact with the cold was instantly frozen, unable to advance even a step further. In a mere instant, those near Lin Han Shuang transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. How audacious of you, a band of ruffians, to dare lay hands on someone from the divine Mist Sword Sect. You are truly seeking your own demise. Lin Han Shuang scoffed. Indeed, as the master of the Ice Soul Sword, her prowess was formidable. Yet, she lamented that today, they would not escape this valley. The 7 swords of divine mist would first lose the Howren sword, and now, another would fall, reducing them to the 5 swords of divine mist. A group of black-robed figures emerged from the dense forest, the one speaking leading the charge, clearly of the highest rank among them. Do you think you can leave, just by your efforts? Lung Han's Wang expressed her disdain. She truly did not believe anyone could confine her within the 9 Nether Secret Realm. This was not arrogance. It was confidence. Lung Han's Wang, we have gone to great lengths to prepare for this moment. Today, you shall surely leave only in body. Is that so? Then let us see, she retorted. Should you fail to detain me, when the 9 Nether Secret Realm opens once more, all of the continent will know of your 7 kill sect's revival of the forbidden technique, the Killing God Decision. At that time, the 7 kill sect will once again become the public enemy of the continent, and I would relish the spectacle of how you will justify your actions to all the powers of the continent. Lung Han's Wang spoke calmly. She had already surmised the identities of the black-robed figures. A millennium ago, the 7 kill sect had nurtured a dreadfully formidable force, engaging in perpetual warfare, growing stronger with each battle, even threatening to elevate the 7 kill sect to the status of sovereign over the continent. However, as this force grew in strength, it began to detach from the 7 kill sect's control, no longer heeding their commands, leaving a path of annihilation in their wake, sparing no soul. This was due to their mastery of a forbidden technique known as the Killing God Decision, which ultimately transformed them into emotionless machines driven solely by slaughter. As the situation escalated, the various factions of the continent united to combat this terrifying force. After obliterating them, they collectively marched to the 7 kill sect to demand accountability. Faced with the wrath of numerous factions and recognizing their own culpability, the 7 kill sect, in a desperate bid for survival, relinquished millennia of accumulated resources to quell the anger, pledging never to practice the Killing God Decision again, thus preserving their existence. Since then, the 7 kill sect has suffered severe injuries and has yet to recover. To my astonishment, a millennium later, they have commenced their covert cultivation of the god of killing technique once again. It seems that their secrets cannot remain hidden. However, Lung Han's Wang, you shall not have the opportunity to escape. I am quite curious. Are you not afraid of being consumed by slaughter, becoming mere emotionless machines? Living in such a state would be a fate worse than death. Lung Han's Wang inquired curiously. There is no need for your concern. After a millennium of research, our 7 kill sect has successfully refined the god of killing technique, eliminating any adverse effects. For now, you should contemplate how to survive within my net of heaven and earth. Should you perish here, our identities will remain concealed for the time being. As for the future, once the 7 kill sect unifies the Lee continent, who would dare to defy us? The figure in the black robe proclaimed arrogantly. Lung Han's Wang chose not to respond. Unbeknownst to her, a long sword, entirely silver white and exuding an aura of chill, had materialized in her hand, lowering the surrounding temperature significantly. The Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao, crafted from the heart of eternal ice. It requires the accompaniment of extreme cold, true energy to unleash its full potential, rendering it unusable by ordinary individuals. Contact would instantly freeze those lacking sufficient strength in ice sculptures. Lung Han's Wang's extreme cold true energy had reached an exceptionally high level, and when combined with the Ice Soul Sword, it became immensely powerful. The battle was imminent. Lung Han's Wang, allow me to witness the extraordinary qualities of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao. As you wish. Boom! The clash of white and red energies reverberated throughout the valley, igniting the fierce battle. The white represented Lung Han's extreme cold energy, while the red emanated from the black-robed figure's collective slaughter energy. Both forces stood in fierce opposition. Ha ha! Lung Han's Wang, the Ice Soul Sword is nothing remarkable. If this is all you are capable of, then you shall remain here today. Array, activate! The black-robed figure laughed heartily. Several red lights ascended from the valley. They dared not underestimate Lung Han's Wang, having meticulously prepared 3 formidable formations against her. Each layer of formation was intricately arranged, incurring significant costs. No one would dare belittle the sword cultivators of Shenzhao Sword Sect, especially one wielding one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao. With the enhancements of the formations, The slaughter energy gradually suppressed and devoured the extreme cold energy, leaving the valley awash in a blood-red mist of carnage. At that moment, a glimmer of white light appeared. Suddenly, Lung Hanchuang's voice resonated, a sword of frost, sealing 1,000 miles. The white sword energy cleaved through the air, tearing a rift in the slaughter energy. Lung Hanchuang surged through the gap, swiftly fleeing toward the valley's exit, leaving a path of ice in her wake. She was not foolish. Her enemies were prepared, and with the formations in play, she could not unleash her full strength. Continuing the fight might indeed lead to her demise here. Pursue. Dozens of shadowy figures chased after the direction in which Lung Hanchuang had fled. Chapter 16. The dark river time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has elapsed. Lin Feng has discovered numerous rare treasures within the Nine Nether Secret Realm, yet the elusive corpse flower remains unfound. The most promising lead was his encounter with the Medicine King Valley and the cloaked figure at the deep pool. Unfortunately, the ice python guarding it did not protect the coveted flower. Although a third of the time has passed, with 2 months remaining until the Secret Realm's closure, the inability to locate the corpse flower has rendered him increasingly restless. As evening descends, Lin Feng feels both fatigued and famished. He finds a relatively spacious spot by the river to kindle a fire. He slices a substantial piece of meat from the ice python's carcass, which he had consumed since entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm. The ice python is the most delectable exotic beast he has encountered, rich in nutritional value. Its succulent flesh sizzles and emits a tantalizing aroma when roasted, especially when seasoned with a secret blend of spices. Alas, no matter how exquisite the meal, it cannot alleviate Lin Feng's mounting frustration. Should he find the corpse flower with time to spare, he imagines indulging in every exotic beast he encounters within the realm. The flesh of these creatures surpasses that of ordinary beasts in flavor, though they are undoubtedly formidable opponents. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Feng reclines beneath a grand tree to rest. The symphony of countless insects and the distant roars of unknown beasts do little to disturb him. In recent weeks, Lin Feng has indeed grown weary. His relentless quest for the corpse flower has left him scant moments of respite, compounded by the psychological burden he bears. Even the strongest of bodies can succumb to fatigue. As he closes his eyes to rejuvenate, the surrounding thicket begins to stir subtly. However, the sounds are masked by the incessant chirping of insects. Before long, a spider the size of a basin, bearing a face reminiscent of a human's, emerges from the underbrush. Drawn by the aroma of roasted meat, fixating on Lin Feng, who leans against the tree. This is a human-faced demon spider, its body shrouded in darkness. A gregarious creature with potent venom, hunting in the shadows. After a moment of stillness, realizing Lin Feng remains unmoved, the human-faced demon spider launches an attack, propelling itself towards him with force. Yet, it scarcely approaches before being cleaved in half by a surge of sword energy. Green blood splattering forth. This action has stirred a veritable hornet's nest. Countless human-faced demon spiders leap from the thicket, each one the size of a basin. However, their fate mirrors that of the first, as they are all similarly bisected, their bodies accumulating into a small mound, and the green ichor pooling together, flowing into the nearby river, swiftly poisoning a vast number of fish and shrimp, illustrating the potency of their venom. Only when no more human-faced demon spiders emerge from the thicket does Lin Feng rise slowly, leaping gracefully onto a branch. Despite the chaos surrounding him, he remains unblemished. Perched upon the branch, Lin Feng's gaze sharpens, locking onto a particular spot within the dense foliage. With a deft motion of his finger, a blade of sword energy sweeps forth. A piercing scream pierces the air from the thicket. A colossal human-faced demon spider materializes, its size magnified several dozen times larger than its predecessors, comparable to a small automobile. At this moment, one of its legs has been severed, and copious amounts of green blood drip from the wound, rapidly dissolving the vegetation beneath. 2 bulls, the size of a human head, with scarlet eyes fixated intensely on Lin Feng, their fangs extending over 10 centimeters in length. A human and a colossal insect faced off in a tense standoff. It was Lin Feng's first encounter with such a massive arachnid beast, piquing his interest. Approximately half a minute later, the humanoid demon spider suddenly launched an attack, spitting out several strands of webbing towards Lin Feng before swiftly retreating. After effortlessly dodging the assault, Lin Feng leisurely followed in pursuit, noting that this particular humanoid demon spider exhibited a hint of intelligence, prompting his curiosity to investigate its lair. After more than 10 minutes, the humanoid demon spider arrived at the entrance of an underground cavern, leaping down without hesitation. Upon approaching, Lin Feng observed that the cave's mouth was vast, with a diameter of several hundred meters, likely serving as the spider's den. He stepped forward, finding himself suspended in mid-air without falling, and gradually made his way to the center of the cave, his body descending slowly. Throughout this process, Lin Feng relied solely on his own strength, indicating that he had at least reached the 5th realm of cultivation, the Void Crossing realm. Even in the distant continent, this realm classified him among the powerful. In the divine Shenzhao Sword Sect, an ordinary elder would be at this level. Thus, Lin Feng's current display of cultivation was already comparable to that of a standard elder in the sect. Descending over 100 meters, he finally reached the cavern's bottom, which was enveloped in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. However, for a practitioner of Lin Feng's caliber, night vision was a fundamental skill, allowing him to discern the surroundings clearly. Beneath him lay a thick layer of white bones, evidence of numerous creatures that had perished at the hands of the humanoid demon spider. Among them, Lin Feng even spotted several human skulls. Surveying the area, he noticed the walls of the cave were riddled with numerous small caverns, ranging from several dozen centimeters to a few meters in diameter, with one cavern reaching an impressive 30 to 40 meters. Suddenly, a series of sharp, screeching sounds echoed through the air. Pairs of scarlet eyes appeared at the entrances of the surrounding caves. While an ordinary person would likely faint in such an environment, Lin Feng remained utterly composed, devoid of any panic. It was not an act. He simply did not regard the humanoid demon spiders as a threat. With a mere thought, he could eliminate these grotesque creatures effortlessly. Then a sudden, louder screech pierced the air. Following the sound, Lin Feng observed an enormous humanoid demon spider emerging from the largest cavern, its size comparable to a 3-story building. Faced with a multitude of humanoid demon spiders and this colossal beast, Lin Feng maintained his unflappable demeanor. The demon spider let out a shrill cry, and the surrounding humanoid demon spiders seemed to receive a command, all leaping from their lairs to charge at Lin Feng. Standing amidst them, Lin Feng focused his intent. Countless sword energies materialized from thin air, and within mere seconds, he annihilated all the humanoid demon spiders, their corpses collapsing to the ground and obscuring the white bones beneath. This is precisely the terrifying aspect of advanced sword cultivators. Their lethality and destructive power surpass that of all other practitioners. Nevertheless, sword cultivators possess a notable weakness: low defensive capabilities. If one can withstand their onslaught, there lies an opportunity for counterattack. Perhaps sensing the formidable presence of the human before it, the monstrous spider swiftly retreated into its lair. Lin Feng followed suit. After traversing several hundred meters, he encountered numerous objects resembling silkworm cocoons suspended from the cave's ceiling, varying in size. Likely the prey ensnared by the spider using its silk. He delved deeper for another 100 meters and finally reached the expansive depths of the cavern. However, as Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, he found no trace of the spider. It had clearly entered moments before. How could it have vanished so completely? Such a large arachnid could not simply disappear without a trace. There had been no forks in the path along the way. Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration, convinced that something was amiss, a detail he had overlooked. Nevertheless, he resolved not to pursue the matter further. It would be a waste of time. He had more pressing matters at hand. If the creature had fled, so be it. To others, the spider's inner core and venom sacs would hold substantial value, potentially fetching a handsome price or yielding valuable cultivation resources. However, for Lin Feng, investing excessive time in pursuit was unwarranted. Just as he prepared to turn away, a massive, semicircular stone deep within the cavern caught his eye. It appeared to bear signs of movement. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the stone had indeed been shifted from the side. Lin Feng surmised that the spider had moved it to obstruct his escape route. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a stream of sword energy, cleaving the boulder into countless fragments. Before him emerged yet another cavern, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. Could this be a passageway leading to an underground river? Chapter 17. Crisis. Upon hearing the sound of flowing water below, Lin Feng leapt down without hesitation. During his month-long journey through the Nine Nether Secret Realm, he had followed the small stream discovered at the outset, traversing an indeterminate distance. The stream had now transformed into a river, and numerous deep pools had been encountered, yet the elusive blossoms of the other shore remained absent. This absence began to cast doubt on Lin Feng's judgment. Would continuing down this path truly lead to the other shore's flower? The flower thrived in cold conditions, and the temperature of the underground water was certainly lower than that above. Perhaps following the dark river would yield results. It was this line of reasoning that compelled Lin Feng to jump in. The further he descended, the louder the sound of water grew. After approximately 10 meters, he finally beheld the scene beneath him. Indeed, it was a dark river with a substantial flow. As his feet made contact with the water, Lin Feng immediately felt a bone-chilling coldness, far lower than the temperature above. This was the ideal environment for the other shore's flower, dark, damp, and frigid. Lin Feng felt as though his previous month of effort had been in vain. Had he known, he would have sought the dark river from the outset. However, it was not too late, as the opening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm was still far off. With no inclination to investigate the direction in which the spider beast had fled, Lin Feng stepped onto the water's surface and continued downstream. After walking several hundred meters, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. A crimson, thumb-sized venomous snake shot forth from a crevice in the rock, darting towards Lin Feng with astonishing speed. Nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, causing the very air to vibrate. With a swift motion, Lin Feng seized the snake, which emitted a reluctant hiss. After struggling momentarily, the snake prepared to bite the back of his hand, but a surge of sword energy severed its head. Discarding the half-corpse, Lin Feng shook his head and pressed on. After advancing several dozen kilometers, he encountered numerous attacks from small, subterranean creatures. The dark river was far more perilous than the surface, despite their diminutive size. These creatures harbored potent venom, and a moment's inattention could spell disaster. As he continued, Lin Feng spotted the massive spider beast hanging upside down above the dark river, its two red eyes warily observing him while emitting a series of warning clicks. Considering you led me to this dark river, I shall spare your life. Depart quickly, Lin Feng addressed the spider beast. Yet it remained fixated on him, evidently unable to comprehend human speech despite exhibiting some semblance of intelligence. Not understanding its intentions, Lin Feng realized the futility of communication. Being of different races, their cognitive abilities had not developed to the point of mutual understanding. As Lin Feng approached closer, the spider beast's warnings intensified. You refuse to leave? Why do you make such a racket here? If you do not depart soon, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. After Lin Feng spoke, he advanced a short distance, his heart filled with perplexity. Though the spider beast had clearly fled, what was it doing lingering here? Was it lying in ambush? With such a massive form, occupying nearly half of the dark river's space, how could it effectively conceal itself? Questions plagued his mind, yet he understood the necessity of moving forward. As the distance between them diminished to mere dozens of meters, the spider beast unexpectedly launched an attack. With a series of sounds, webs and venom spewed forth from its mouth in a seemingly endless torrent. For ordinary creatures, once ensnared by such webs, escape would be virtually impossible, especially with the additional threat of venom. Alas, his opponent was Lin Feng. In an instant, a blade of energy flashed, cleaving the spider beast in two from a distance, its green blood splattering everywhere. A dark green orb emerged from the carcass, landing in Lin Feng's hand. He merely glanced at it before stowing it away in his cosmos pouch. This orb was the spider beast's core, the most precious treasure within the bodies of all beasts. Worth a fortune. In truth, the spider beast possessed another valuable asset, its venom sac. However, Lin Feng had no interest in that. As he stepped over the enormous corpse, Lin Feng finally grasped the situation ahead, dawning realization lighting his mind. No wonder the spider beast had awaited him here. It was not to ambush him or seek its own demise, but rather because there was no path forward. The water of the dark river flowed entirely from the subterranean passage. To continue along the dark river, one could only dive. Clearly, the spider beast lacked such an ability. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng summoned countless blades of energy to form a protective shield around his body, and then plunged into the dark river. The shield keeping the water at bay, preventing it from touching him. At the riverbed, the passage narrowed significantly, and the currents grew fierce, sweeping Lin Feng underground as he drifted along with the flow. Meanwhile, on the surface of the Nether Secret Realm, a team of over 100 was engaged in the hunt for a colossal beast known as the Earth Hornbull. This creature was massive and boasted formidable defenses, yet possessed little offensive power. Countless flying swords and blades of energy rained down upon it, although the attacks could only break its skin and inflict minimal damage. The sheer volume was overwhelming. After all, even ants can kill an elephant if there are enough of them, especially with so many sword cultivators boasting extraordinary power. As time passed, the earth-horned bull's body became riddled with wounds. Both eyes were blinded, and a deep gash marred its neck, staining the ground with blood. Finally, with a resounding crash, its massive form collapsed to the earth. It was now time to reap the rewards of their hard-fought victory. This team was led by Yi Qingxian from the Shenzhao Sword Sect, with numbers swelling to nearly 200. Such a formidable group would surely prompt even the black-robed individuals to steer clear. After all, the disparity in numbers was too great. Unless dozens of black-robed figures could be gathered, they would not dare to engage. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to seeking death. The black-robed individuals were not foolish. Knowing they were outmatched, they naturally would not venture into a death trap. Their killing god technique has yet to be mastered, distinguishing them from the merciless machines forged by the Seven Killing sect a millennium ago. During this period, Yi Qingxian led her team through the dense forest, in search of exotic beasts. Upon discovery, they would rush in unison to slay the creature, procure its inner core, and seize the celestial treasures guarded by the beast. The advantage of having numerous members was evident: safety in numbers. Yet, there existed a downside. The treasures found were scant, insufficient to share among them. The inner disciples and the stewards could manage to savor a morsel, while the outer disciples were left with nothing. Alas, such was the fate of the outer disciples, the weakest and the lowest in status. As time passed, some of the elder outer disciples began to harbor thoughts of rebellion. They had initially entered with the intention of seizing great opportunities, yet amidst the large group, they found themselves deprived not only of grand fortunes, but even the most mundane treasures. Consequently, a dozen or so outer disciples secretly severed ties with the main force. Merely moments after their departure, they encountered a 6-member team clad in black robes. The outcome was all too evident. Not only did they lose their lives, but they also unwittingly revealed the location of the Divine Sky Sword Sect's main force. The black-robed individuals, upon observing the multitude gathered by the Divine Sky Sword Sect, dared not act recklessly. They dispatched 2 of their most stealthy members to trail the sect's team, leaving markers along the way, while the others sought reinforcements. Their primary objective within the Nether Secret Realm was none other than the Divine Sky Sword Sect, and this opportunity to ensnare the entire main force was one they could not afford to miss. Unbeknownst to Yi Qingxian and her companions, their team had already fallen under the watchful gaze of the black-robed figures. She remained oblivious, believing the sheer number of Divine Sky Sword Sect members would deter any threats. Little did she know, a far greater peril was drawing near. Chapter 18. Encounter with the Dragon of the Abyss. Deep within the secret realm of Juyo lies a sinkhole, approximately 7 to 8 meters in diameter. Though its opening is modest, beneath it lies a world of wonders, reminiscent of a miniature universe. Within the sinkhole, a plethora of rare plants and spiritual herbs flourish, and at its center, a natural spring continually bursts forth, creating a substantial deep water pool. Rising majestically from the depths of this pool is a stone pillar, over 10 meters in height. A gentle light filters down through the aperture above, imparting an air of mystery to this hidden world. Logically, such an idyllic environment would be a sanctuary for creatures of all kinds. Yet curiously, not a single animal can be found within the sinkhole. This peculiar absence suggests but one possibility. The sinkhole is the territory of an exceptionally powerful beast. No matter how inviting the surroundings, other creatures dare not intrude. At this moment, the surface of the pool begins to ripple gently. A head emerges slowly from the water, resembling that of an ice serpent, yet distinct in its silvery hue and adorned with two silver horns a few centimeters long. As the head rises above the surface, the body gradually follows, coiling around the stone pillar and ascending with a deliberate grace, soon enveloping the entire length of the pillar. Upon closer inspection, it reveals itself to be a fully transformed dragon, a jiaolong. The jiaolong wraps itself around the pillar, its head raised, seemingly absorbing the ethereal light cascading from the opening above. Time passes, though its passage is indiscernible. Lin Feng senses a faint glimmer of light ahead. Almost immediately, the current sweeps him out of the subterranean passage. Suddenly, Lin Feng emerges from the depths of the pool, finding himself in an unfamiliar environment. As he surveys his surroundings, his gaze lands upon the silver-scaled jiaolong entwined around the stone pillar, causing his mouth to fall agape in awe. What a magnificent creature! Its entire body shimmers in silver, the scales reflecting the light beautifully. This being is undoubtedly more splendid than the ice serpent he encountered previously, and its strength must surpass that as well. Surely, it has transcended the form of a mere snake to become a dragon. Is it channeling the essence of the sun and moon for its cultivation? Lin Feng speculates. He remains undisturbed by this divine being, recognizing that the transformation from snake to dragon is no simple evolution. It requires enduring the tribulation of heaven, a process fraught with peril and with a success rate of scarcely 1 in 10. The vast majority succumb to ash beneath the celestial trials. Thus, encountering a jiaolong is indeed a rare fortune. Due to Lin Feng's silent arrival, the jiaolong remains unaware of his presence, continuing to absorb the luminous essence that descends from above. Having lived here for countless ages, it has become complacent, confident in its formidable prowess. In this vicinity, and indeed throughout the entirety of the Geo-secret realm, few creatures rival the jiaolong in power. It is a true sovereign of its domain. After a few minutes, Lin Feng begins to feel a twinge of boredom. Stepping onto the solid ground of the deep water pool, he dispels the sword energy that had enveloped him. Once again, he raised his gaze towards the dragon, who in turn lowered its head to meet his eyes. The man and the beast locked their stares in a moment of silent acknowledgement. The dragon, having undergone the trials of celestial tribulation, possessed a level of intelligence far beyond that of lesser creatures such as spiders or ice serpents. While it may not rival humanity, the gap was negligible. It would have never anticipated the sudden appearance of a human within its domain. Throughout its lengthy existence, the dragon had encountered numerous humans. For the 9 Nether Secret Realm opened its gates once every century, allowing tens of thousands to enter. Inevitably, some ventured near the abyss, discovering its existence. Yet, without exception, those intruders became prey for the dragon, which could not deny that humans, as sentient beings, were quite delectable. Esteemed Dragon, my apologies. I inadvertently trespassed, unaware that this is your territory. If my presence is unwelcome, I shall take my leave immediately. Lin Feng addressed the creature. He believed that such a high-ranking beast should comprehend his intentions. The more formidable the creature, the higher its intellect. Upon reaching a certain threshold of power, its understanding could rival that of humans. Lin Feng was not fearful of the dragon. Rather, transforming into a dragon was no trivial matter. Success indicated favor from the heavens. With no grievances at hand, there was no need to instigate needless violence. After speaking, Lin Feng took a couple of steps forward, only to be halted abruptly. The surrounding environment, coupled with the formidable dragon guarding it, was precisely the sanctuary he had sought for the growth of the ethereal flower. Whether it existed or not, This was the most promising location he had encountered, and he could not simply walk away. He glanced up at the dragon once more, who had not diverted its gaze from him. Perhaps regaining its composure, the dragon felt its authority was being egregiously challenged. How dare a mere human invade its sanctuary? What were its intentions? To pilfer its treasures or to pose a threat? Whichever the case, such behavior warranted death. With a mighty roar that resembled neither dragon nor beast, the dragon unleashed its voice. It was not a true dragon's roar, yet it surpassed the cries of serpents by leaps and bounds. Following its transformation, the dragon's vocal cords had undergone significant changes, and with its call, its imposing presence surged forth. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him as whirlwinds formed, lifting the water from the deep pool and creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to a dragon siphoning water. Seeing the dragon's overwhelming display of dominance incensed Lin Feng. How dare it? He had offered his apologies, yet this long serpent showed no respect, as if it believed him to be without temper. Upon discovering that this locale was likely to harbor the elusive ethereal flower, Lin Feng had been seeking a pretext to strike. Now, it seemed the dragon had initiated the confrontation. He could not be blamed for responding. The dragon's howls continued, its momentum unabated, as if proclaiming its sovereignty to the surrounding beasts, asserting its might. Lin Feng drew the Howren sword from his cosmos pouch. As soon as the Howren sword was grasped, a profound transformation enveloped him. His concealed powers surged forth, and the ultimate sword intent was unleashed. For a long time, Lin Feng had strived to appear unremarkable, wishing to avoid drawing attention. Although he was alone on the solitary peak, it was still the territory of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Any excessive commotion could easily attract notice. Moreover, ancient beings were in secluded meditation within the forbidden area of the sect. However, in the depths of the Nine Nether secret realm, the circumstances were entirely different. There was no need for such caution here. No one knew of his identity, and even if discovered, none would associate him with the sect's perceived failure of a senior brother. He could unleash all his strength without reservation, testing the limits of his capabilities. Just then, an opportunity presented itself with the arrival of a dragon. In light of this, he resolved to engage in a fierce battle. Yet, as Lin Feng unleashed his hidden powers, the sky suddenly darkened, filled with ominous clouds, and thunder roared. It seemed as though the very heavens were astonished. Deep within the Nine Nether secret realm stood a resplendent palace, its grand entrance inscribed with three prominent characters, Nine Nether Palace. Within the palace, a phantom emerged. Gazing skyward, it murmured, "After so many years, at last, someone has stirred this realm. Finally, it seems the wait has not been in vain." Chapter 19. The arrival. Lin Feng was reveling in his newfound strength, immersed in an overwhelming sense of joy. At long last, he could unleash his full power in battle. It was akin to a person who had long suppressed their emotions suddenly experiencing an explosive release. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. At this moment, the dragon-like creature was rendered dumbstruck by Lin Feng's displayed prowess. Its roar, neither entirely that of a dragon nor a mere beast, had ceased. The celestial phenomena occurring overhead were even more terrifying than those witnessed during the tribulation. This human before it was far too formidable. The creature knew it stood no chance. Should a confrontation ensue, it would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. The culmination of millennia of cultivation threatened to be obliterated in an instant, and the dragon was loath to accept such a fate. The arrogance and disdain in its eyes transformed into sheer terror. Lin Feng, oblivious to the dragon's transformation, gripped the Howren sword in his right hand and slowly raised it, the blade's tip aimed at the dragon. "Coup me fort. If you seek a fight, I shall oblige." In that fleeting moment, as the sword was pointed at it, the dragon felt an overwhelming pressure, as if ensnared by an indomitable force. It dared not move, lest it face immediate annihilation. Just this slight movement from Lin Feng nearly shattered the dragon's resolve, a testament to the extraordinary strength he possessed. However, Lin Feng sensed an unsettling shift. The dragon's roar had vanished, and the previously dominating aura had dissipated. No longer did he see arrogance in its gaze, only fear and a pitiful vulnerability even as tears streamed down its cheeks. This spectacle left Lin Feng utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't a battle imminent? Why had the creature suddenly become so timid? Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, Lin Feng found himself at a loss. The dragon had evidently lost its fighting spirit. How could a battle be waged now? He reluctantly lowered the Howren sword that had been aimed at the dragon. At last, the dragon was able to move. It gradually lowered its head into the water, leaving only a small portion above the surface, and then cautiously approached Lin Feng, gazing at him with imploring eyes. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astounded. From a distance, one could see a magnificent silver dragon bowing its noble head to curry favor with a mere human. Lin Feng, equally perplexed by the sudden change, contemplated for a moment before stepping to the edge of the deep pool. He extended his hand to gently stroke the silver horn atop the dragon's head, reminiscent of petting a cat back on Earth. The dragon responded with a blissful squint of its eyes. Lin Feng realized that his overwhelming display of strength had indeed frightened the dragon into submission. This creature possessed a certain intelligence. Recognizing its inability to prevail, it promptly surrendered. He could not deny the high level of wit it exhibited. If a true confrontation had occurred, he could not guarantee he would not have slain it. "Since you have submitted to me, I shall henceforth be your master," Lin Feng declared, stroking the dragon's head. The dragon seemed to comprehend, nodding repeatedly in agreement. "Very well. I shall bestow upon you a name. Given your silvery form, let's call you Little Bai." The dragon nodded enthusiastically in response. Lin Feng smiled, a sense of camaraderie blossoming between them. Taming a silver-horned dragon as a pet brings immense joy. In a past life on Earth, everyone indulged in the companionship of cats and dogs. Now, I have the pleasure of nurturing a dragon. Although it may not be a true dragon, it certainly surpasses the joy of mere cats and dogs. One day, should the opportunity arise to encounter an actual dragon, my prestige would undoubtedly soar. After amusing myself with the little dragon for a while, I discovered that, despite its high intelligence, it could not fully comprehend my words. It required accompanying gestures for clarification. This, however, is a normal phenomenon. After all, the dragon resides in the secluded realm of the Nine Hells, which opens only once every century. Even when it does, few are fortunate enough to discover its whereabouts, resulting in minimal interaction with humans. As it follows me, I have faith that, given its intellect, we shall soon engage in seamless communication. Turning to the matter at hand, I inquired about the location of the treasure guarded by the little dragon. I was eager to ascertain whether it was the elusive other shore flower that I sought. As one of the most formidable beasts within the Nine Hells, the dragon possesses more than one treasure. Ever since its transformation, nearby beasts have either become its prey or vacated the area, leaving behind a plethora of spiritual herbs and plants that have been cultivated in this small paradise. Over the years, treasures in the vicinity have been thoroughly scavenged, their quantity now quite substantial. Every plant I glanced upon was a rare gem from the outside world, comparable to a meticulously tended medicinal garden of a powerful faction. The spiritual herb I had discovered in the lair of the ice python would barely merit mention in this place. The dragon, unaware of my specific needs, could only guide me as we searched the small paradise together. After an extensive search, we failed to locate the other shore flower, and my anxiety grew. Without the other shore flower, all other treasures appeared trivial, rendering me incapable of appreciating them. In a desperate attempt to convey my request, I resorted to a series of explanations and gestures directed at the little dragon, yet it remained utterly perplexed. Observing its woeful expression, I felt a pang of frustration. Currently, our communication was limited to the simplest exchanges. What was to be done? If only I were on Earth, I could simply show it a photograph for instant recognition. After pondering for a moment, I picked up a branch and sketched the general shape of the other shore flower in the dirt. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Not only did the little dragon fail to grasp the concept, but I, too, struggled to distinguish it from other flora. Alas, I sighed in resignation, uncertain of what to do next. With no other options available, I could only continue my search. My greatest fear was to scour the entire area only to discover that the flower was absent. That would be truly unbearable. Suddenly, a thought struck me. The rarity of the other shore flower far exceeds that of ordinary spiritual herbs. The more precious a treasure, the greater the nutrients it requires. Thus, such spiritual plants typically thrive in isolation, where no other vegetation can survive. This implies that the other shore flower must grow independently, devoid of nearby plants. With this revelation, I narrowed my search to corners devoid of any vegetation. There was none there, nor was there any here, as Xiao Bai, the dragon, gradually submerged itself into the tranquil waters. It stealthily departed while Lin Feng was engrossed in his quest for the mythical Higanbana flower. In truth, Lin Feng had long been aware of Xiao Bai's movements. He merely chose not to intervene, tacitly allowing its departure. If it wished to leave, so be it. Lin Feng's purpose for entering the Nine-Nether Secret Realm was to procure the Higanbana flower to concoct an antidote for his master, Su Mubai. Even though the dragon was a treasure trove in its own right, his initial decision not to slay it indicated his intention to spare its life. Ultimately, he would have to release it anyway. As for bringing it out of the Nine-Nether Secret Realm, that seemed impractical. The dragon's vast form could hardly be concealed, and its inherent treasures would likely attract the attention of formidable beings waiting outside, eager to slay the dragon and seize its riches. At that point, would he even be able to save it? Rather than placing himself in such a predicament, it was wiser to let it go now. Ignoring Xiao Bai's departure, Lin Feng continued his search for the Higanbana flower. Before long, ripples began to dance across the surface of the water. Xiao Bai reemerged, drawing close to Lin Feng and gently nudging him with its head. "Don't be silly. I'm busy with important matters," Lin Feng chided, displaying a calm demeanor toward the dragon's return. Xiao Bai persisted in its affectionate nudging. "What is it?" Lin Feng turned to regard Xiao Bai, inquiring. The enormous dragon opened its maw, revealing a plant that had graced Lin Feng's dreams countless times before. "What is this?" Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, as joy enveloped him in an instant. Chapter 20. Departure. The object of interest that the dragon, Xiao Bai, spoke of was none other than the elusive ethereal flower, which Lin Feng had sought within the depths of the Nine-Nether Secret Realm. At last, he had found it. His master was saved. In this moment, Lin Feng shed the burdens that weighed heavily upon him and exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Ever since Su Mubai had sustained his injuries, Lin Feng had been plagued by guilt, convinced that he was the cause of his master's dire predicament. Had he revealed his innate talents from the outset, he would have undoubtedly garnered the attention of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, perhaps even rousing the interest of the revered ancestors who secluded themselves in the forbidden grounds. His words would have held weight, and none would dare disregard them. It was conceivable that the sect would have reassessed Su Mubai's worth. With a prodigious disciple like Lin Feng, they would not forsake Su Mubai. After all, their bond, though not of blood, was akin to that of father and son. Consequently, with the backing of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, perhaps Su Mubai would not have needed to venture out alone, thus avoiding injury. Even if Lin Feng had chosen not to unveil his talents before the sect's upper echelons, merely accompanying his master on his outings would have sufficed to prevent the current unfortunate outcome. It was for these reasons that Lin Feng bore an immense psychological burden. Unlike Su Xiao, who lacked the ability to effect change and could only spur herself to work doubly hard, Lin Feng possessed the capability yet had refrained from acting. Should Su Mubai perish, the weight of guilt would haunt him for eternity. Fortunately, Su Mubai was merely gravely injured. If he could bring back the ethereal flower, he would awaken. There was still time. Lin Feng took a moment to compose his excited heart, gently stroked the dragon, and then delicately held the ethereal flower in his hands. He spoke to it. "Xiao Bai, thank you." The dragon, Xiao Bai, sensed its master's elation and nuzzled against him, elevating its status in Lin Feng's heart. Anyone who dared to harm the dragon would face dire consequences. With the ethereal flower secured, the purpose of his journey into the Nine-Nether Secret Realm had been fulfilled. He merely awaited the realm's reopening. However, Lin Feng did not intend to rejoin the Shenzhao Sword Sect's team, as that would confine him. He preferred the freedom of solitude. "Xiao Bai, I am about to leave. Will you remain, or will you accompany me?" he inquired, gesturing towards the entrance of the abyss. He presumed Xiao Bai would choose to stay. as its submission was likely born from fear of his strength, and it might secretly desire his swift departure, allowing it to maintain its reign here. Yet, to Lin Feng's surprise, the dragon continued to affectionately nuzzle against him, emitting soft sounds. "Do you wish to come with me?" Lin Feng asked uncertainly. Xiaobai nodded vigorously. "Are you certain? I am leaving this realm to venture into the outside world, which is fraught with danger. With your sizable form, you could easily fall prey to those seeking to slay dragons for treasure," Lin Feng cautioned, gesturing as he spoke, emphasizing the peril of its large body in the outside world. He hoped the dragon would grasp his meaning. He was not unwilling to take Xiaobai away. Rather, Xiaobai's physique was too large and conspicuous. Having endured the tribulations of heaven and successfully transformed into a rare dragon, its entire being was adorned with precious treasures. Should it venture outside, even the most formidable factions would be envious. Moreover, the Qingquan bag could not contain living beings. The Grand Elder of the Wujia Demon Sect, Shenzhao Xiong, was still outside. If he did not act, it was likely that even the Shenzhao Sword Sect would be unable to protect Xiaobai. Thus, it was better for Xiaobai to remain in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Xiaobai seemed to grasp Lin Feng's intentions. It soared into the air, circling several times, and astonishingly, its massive form began to diminish gradually. Ultimately, to Lin Feng's astonished gaze, it transformed into a slender little white snake, roughly the size of a pinky finger. After shrinking, the little white snake flew to Lin Feng's side, joyfully circling around him. Lin Feng extended his hand, and Xiaobai immediately settled in his palm. It was difficult to believe that this little serpent had just been a grand dragon with a colossal body. How miraculous! I never anticipated that you could shrink. In that case, you shall accompany me from now on. When the opportunity arises, I shall assist you in becoming a true dragon, soaring through the skies." Lin Feng exclaimed with laughter. Xiaobai rolled about happily in his hand. Once assured that Xiaobai would leave with him, Lin Feng prepared to gather all the precious spiritual herbs and medicines from this little paradise. Had Xiaobai chosen to remain, he would not have disturbed these items. But if they were to depart, leaving them behind would be a sheer waste. It took Lin Feng a full 5 days to complete this significant undertaking. He moved all the somewhat rare spiritual herbs and medicines into the Qingquan bag. Upon returning to the solitary peak, he could plant them in the medicinal garden. The rarer the item, the more delicate it was. He had to take the soil along to ensure they would not perish within the Qingquan bag. The sheer volume of items contributed to the lengthy endeavor. However, Lin Feng felt it was well worth it. After finding the other shore flower, his spirits lifted. The thrill of unearthing treasures was unmatched. Each time the Nine Nether Secret Realm opened, thousands braved the dangers to enter. What was their purpose? Was it not for these spiritual herbs and medicines? If any faction were to discover this little paradise, one could only imagine the excitement it would incite. Of course, after the initial excitement, they would become fodder for Xiaobai. With the strength Xiaobai had displayed, even if all the members of the 4 major factions united, they would only serve to fill Xiaobai's belly, rendering their efforts futile. "Xiaobai, we are leaving. I will take you outside to savor delicacies." No longer confined to this small place, Lin Feng declared, beckoning with his hand. The little white snake swiftly darted into his sleeve, coiling around his arm. From the outside, no one would discern its presence. Lin Feng then soared into the air, flying out from the pit's entrance and landing on the ground, swiftly choosing a direction to depart. The direction he chose happened to align with Yi Qingxian and the others. However, the distance between them was vast, and they would not encounter one another anytime soon. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 figures cloaked in black stealthily followed the large group of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, leaving markers along their path for individuals dispersed to seek assistance. One of the cloaked figures, following the clandestine signals left by the 7 Kill sect, located a team led by the esteemed disciple Miao Kun. This cloaked figure was a secret weapon cultivated in secrecy by the 7 Kill sect, unbeknownst to the ordinary disciples. Only the true disciples were privy to such knowledge. Miao Kun welcomed the cloaked figure and learned of the movements of the formidable contingent from the Divine Sky Sword Sect, nearly leaping with excitement. He promptly summoned all personnel to prepare for a surprise attack. The Seven Kill Sect had long since formed a covert alliance with the Infinite Demon Sect, intending to gradually eradicate the living forces of both the Divine Sky Sword Sect and the Azure Cloud Sect, while slowly encroaching upon the two prominent sections, severely wounding the noble swordmaster Su Mu Bai, luring the Ice Soul sword wielder Lung Han Shuang into the Nine Nether Secret Realm, capturing them, and subsequently annihilating all members of the two sects who entered the Nine Nether Secret Realm. These were merely the opening moves, with a series of grand maneuvers yet to unfold. It remained to be seen whether the Divine Sky Sword Sect and the Azure Cloud Sect could withstand such an onslaught. Chapter 21. The Principle of Reciprocity 7 days later. The main forces of the Shenzhao Sword Sect encountered an ambush laid by the Seven Kill Sect, ill-prepared and caught off guard by the Seven Kill Sect's prearranged formations. The Shenzhao Sword Sect suffered significant losses. However, under the leadership of Yi Qingxian, they ultimately managed to escape from the clutches of the Seven Kill Sect's traps. Now, the Shenzhao Sword Sect had found a spacious area for respite. This battle had illuminated the fact that threats did not solely emanate from the enigmatic figure in the black robes, but also from the Seven Kill Sect and the Wuji Demon Sect. Each individual bore an invisible shroud of dread, including Yi Qingxian herself. At this moment, she sat alone in the crook of a large tree, pondering various matters. Prior to entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm, Yi Qingxian had sought information from others. Historically, those who ventured into the Nine Nether Secret Realm did so in search of treasures and opportunities. Some formed teams, while others acted independently. Encounters between the factions typically resulted in a stalemate unless one side overwhelmingly outmatched the other, thus avoiding needless bloodshed. Although many perished in the secret realm with each opening. This occasion was markedly different. Not only were there mysterious figures in black robes, but the Seven Kill Sect had also begun to disregard established norms. Had the Shenzhao Sword Sect's numbers been even slightly diminished, or had they hesitated in their resolve, they could have faced complete annihilation at the hands of the Seven Kill Sect. What could be the underlying cause? The more she contemplated, the more she sensed something amiss. Could it be that the four supreme factions were on the brink of shattering years of peace and preparing for war? The grave injuries sustained by Master Uncle Su Mu Bai served as a harbinger. Although the perpetrator was the demonic ghost sect, the true mastermind loomed larger in the shadows, the Wuji Demon Sect, who was the ghost-faced sword cultivator that eradicated the demonic ghost sect. An abundance of questions plagued Yi Qingxian, intensifying her conviction that a monumental event was imminent. Despite her escalating concerns, she knew she must not betray a hint of distress. The Shenzhao Sword Sect still required her to maintain a semblance of order. If she herself were to falter, the chances of everyone surviving would dwindle further. Yi Qingxian took several deep breaths, striving to calm her tumultuous thoughts, and began to contemplate their next course of action. Her initial intention in gathering such a multitude was to confront the black-robed figures, yet she had not anticipated the involvement of the Seven Kill Sect. With greater numbers, the risk of being pursued by the Seven Kill Sect increased. In direct confrontation, the Shenzhao Sword Sect did not fear any faction. Had the Seven Kill Sect not laid an ambush, the outcome of their encounter might have been uncertain. Yi Qingxuan's greatest fear now was that the Seven Kill Sect would ally with the black-robed figures or the Wuji Demon Sect, leading to a dire predicament. Dispersing their forces would enhance their odds of survival, yet it would also leave them vulnerable to being picked off one by one. The optimal solution would be to locate the Qingyun Sect. A partnership between the two sects would enable them to contend with any two factions from the trio of the Seven Kill Sect, Wuji Demon Sect, and the black-robed figures. Yet with the vast expanse of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, where could she possibly seek out the Qingyun Sect? At that moment, Yang Fan, a fellow disciple of the true inheritance, had unknowingly approached Yi Qingxian from behind. Gazing at the woman he yearned for day and night, his heart ignited with fervor. Even a mere silhouette rendered him utterly entranced. He longed to rush forward, to embrace her and taste her sweetness. Yang Fan had not intended to enter the Nine Nether Secret Realm. As a disciple of true lineage, he lacked for cultivation resources and possessed commendable talent. There was no necessity for him to venture into such perilous territory. However, upon learning that Yi Qingxian would enter the Nine Nether Secret Realm, his resolve shifted. He mused that if he could locate Yi Qingxian upon entering, perhaps 3 months of close companionship would spark a connection. Even if no such spark ignited, he could leave a favorable impression. With many in the Divine Sky Sword Sect enamored with Yi Qingxian, a good impression could place him a significant step ahead of others. Another true disciple, Zhu Jie, shared similar sentiments, which led them to embark on this journey together. Yet, neither anticipated the grave dangers that awaited them in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Zhu Jie even lost his life, while Yang Fan found himself in peril on multiple occasions. Nonetheless, danger often harbors its own advantages. As the saying goes, adversity reveals true feelings. The greater the peril, the stronger the bonds formed. Fixating on Yi Qingxuan's figure, Yang Fan quelled the tumult within and softly urged, "Sister, we must depart. Otherwise, the 7 Kill sect will catch up." "Then let us go," Yi Qingxian replied, leaping down from the branch, never once glancing back at Yang Fan. Those who cultivated the extreme cold, true qi often bore a demeanor of aloofness. Both Lung Han's Huang and Yi Qingxian exhibited such traits. This very aura instinctively stirred a man's desire for conquest. Perhaps accustomed to Yi Qingxuan's manner, Yang Fan remained unfazed and followed suit. Shortly after the Divine Sky Sword Sect's party departed, the 7 Kill sect arrived, observing the recently extinguished campfire and scattered animal bones. They realized the Divine Sky Sword Sect had just taken a respite at this spot. Miao Kuan, seething with anger, cursed, "Damn it!" They fled swiftly. He understood that it was imperative to pursue the Divine Sky Sword Sect without delay. Having cleverly utilized an unexpected ambush and prearranged formations to gain a significant advantage. He knew that if he allowed the Divine Sky Sword Sect time to recover and regroup, a direct confrontation would yield little benefit for the 7 Kill sect. Sword cultivators were inherently the foremost aggressors in the cultivation world. It was essential to strike while the iron was hot. Otherwise, the outcome could be dire. "Pursue," Miao Kuan shouted, leading the charge in the direction the Divine Sky Sword Sect had taken. 2 hours later, as dusk fell, the 7 Kill sect had tracked the remnants of the Divine Sky Sword Sect to a hillside. The trees here grew denser. Suddenly, Miao Kuan halted. "What is it, senior brother?" A disciple from the 7 Kill sect inquired. "Something is amiss. There's trouble." "What kind of trouble?" Just as they exchanged words, a sharp command pierced the air. "Activate the formation. Avenge all fallen disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect." Hundreds of sword lights erupted from the surrounding thickets. "An ambush. Prepare for battle," Miao Kuan exclaimed in shock, utterly astonished. He never fathomed that the Shenzhao Sword Sect, having suffered a devastating defeat earlier that morning, would dare to ambush him that evening. They were nothing short of lunatics. The sword light descended upon the ranks of the 7 Kill sect. Caught entirely off guard, they incurred casualties in the dozens from the initial onslaught of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Witnessing this scenario, Miao Kuan gritted his teeth and cursed, "Scoundrels!" He then bellowed, "People of the 7 Kill sect, listen. Charge forward, or you shall become mere targets." No sooner had his words left his mouth than a long sword was thrust directly at him. Clang! Miao Kuan swiftly countered, deflecting the sword. The blade landed in the hands of Yi Qingxian, who struck again with renewed ferocity towards Miao Kuan. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. Meanwhile, the other members of the 7 Kill sect began to rush into the surrounding dense forest. Thus commenced the grand battle between the two sections. Throughout the day, the 7 Kill sect and the Shenzhao Sword Sect engaged in 2 fierce confrontations. In the morning, the Shenzhao Sword Sect had been ambushed by the 7 Kill sect, only to retaliate come evening. It must be said that the Shenzhao Sword Sect executed this maneuver with remarkable finesse, catching the 7 Kill sect utterly unawares. This demonstrates that the leaders of both factions, Miao Kuan and Yi Qingxian, are formidable individuals in their own right. Chapter 22. Seeking aid to battle concluded swiftly. As the saying goes, a step ahead leads to every step ahead. During this confrontation, the Divine Sword Sect maintained an undeniable advantage, overpowering the 7 Kill sect and avenging the morning's humiliation. Ultimately, Miao Kuan, sensing the tide turning against him, led the 7 Kill sect in retreat. Victory! Yi Qingxian chose not to pursue. The ambush against the Seven-Kill sect had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, yielding unexpectedly favorable results. As a cultivator of the sword, one must possess an unwavering determination to advance boldly. Recently, a portion of the team had exhibited a rather despondent demeanor. If this continued, the morale of the entire group would surely falter. Thus, Yi Qingxian resolved to set an ambush for the pursuing Seven-Kill sect. This battle not only avenged their grievances but also bolstered the team's spirit, achieving a dual purpose. Senior sister, we have one. Yang Fan approached Yi Qingxian, beaming with delight. He had performed admirably, slaying 3 opponents and severely injuring 6. Yet, victory should not lead to complacency. Everyone must remain vigilant, lest they fall into the same trap as earlier. This expedition into the Nine Nether Secret Realm had been fraught with unforeseen challenges, and no one could assist them. To survive and emerge unscathed, they could only rely on themselves. Yi Qingxian stated coldly. Rest assured, senior sister, we will not grant the Seven-Kill sect another opportunity. Will we? Yang Fen declared. Yang Fan is right. Our Divine Sword Sect has never feared anyone, whether it be the Seven-Kill sect, the Boundless Demon sect, or those cloaked figures. As long as they dare to approach, we shall ensure they return empty-handed. A disciple from the inner sect responded loudly. Return empty-handed. Return empty-handed. Return empty-handed. Echoed the voices of all disciples and stewards of the Divine Sword Sect. Having just achieved a significant victory, they needed an outlet for their exhilaration. Witnessing the surge of confidence among her comrades, Yi Qingxian finally allowed a trace of a smile to grace her lips. The combat effectiveness of a team is deeply intertwined with its morale. At present, this team had regained its footing, their fighting spirit undoubtedly stronger than before. The sight of Yi Qingxian's smile left the male disciples of the Divine Sword Sect momentarily speechless. This was the first time they had witnessed the ice goddess, Yi Qingxian, smile. Standing beside her, Yang Fan was utterly captivated by her beauty. How magnificent! Not just the others, but even he, as a true disciple, was experiencing Yi Qingxian's smile for the first time. Truly, this journey into the Nine Nether Secret Realm had not been in vain. Everything was unfolding as he had hoped. The ice goddess of the Divine Sword Sect had smiled at him. Upon returning to the sect, he would have ample material to boast about among the other true disciples. Yi Qingxian's smile was fleeting, quickly replaced by her usual icy demeanor. For her, even a slight smile was a rare occurrence. Everyone, gather your things. We shall proceed. As we depart, let us create some traces to confuse the enemy, Yi Qingxian instructed. Senior sister, what should we do next? Yang Fen inquired. Yi Qingxian pondered for a moment before replying. Remember to leave the special code agreed upon with the Qingyun sect along the way, and be vigilant for any signs of their presence. It is possible that the Qingyun sect is also searching for us. Should the two sects join forces, our ability to ensure our own safety would be greatly enhanced. Indeed, we shall seek out the Qingyun sect. As long as we unite, we will undoubtedly find a safe passage out of the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Meanwhile, while the Shenzhao Sword Sect was searching for the Qingyun sect, the Seven-Kill sect was also seeking allies, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to the Shenzhao Sword Sect. In the evening skirmish, they fell into an ambush set by the Shenzhao Sword Sect, resulting in heavy casualties for the Seven-Kill sect, which left Miao Kuan exceedingly enraged. He could not accept such a defeat and was determined to annihilate the Shenzhao Sword Sect to quell the resentment in his heart. Where is the Grand Leader? Can we establish contact with him? I need him to send some men to assist me in destroying the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Miao Kuan inquired of a figure clad in black robes. The Grand Leader has more pressing matters to attend to within the Nine Nether Secret Realm and cannot concern himself with these trivialities, the cloaked figure replied. He was a member of a secret unit cultivated by the Seven-Kill sect, only obeying the commands of the sect's head. Despite Miao Kuan's esteemed status as a true disciple, it bore no weight with a black-robed individual. Nevertheless, under normal circumstances, the black-robed figure was reluctant to offend a true disciple, for who could predict if that individual might one day become the sect's leader? Do you consider this a trivial matter? Miao Kuan already in a foul mood after his earlier defeat at Yi Qingshuan's hands, erupted in fury. With so many casualties in the Seven Kills sect, how can this possibly be deemed insignificant? In comparison to the Grand Leader's current endeavors, this is indeed a minor issue. The black-robed figure maintained his stance. In truth, he was not entirely incorrect. The Grand Leader was preoccupied with dealing with Lung Hanzhuang, one of the 7 swords of the Shenzhao sect. The weight of Lung Hanzhuang alone surpassed that of all the members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect who had entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm combined. Her status within the core hierarchy of the Shenzhao Sword Sect was also quite formidable. If she could be permanently detained within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the Shenzhao Sword Sect. I refuse to believe that there is anything more critical than obliterating both the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect, Miao Kuan retorted, suppressing his wrath. Miao Kuan, we of the Killing God unit operate under the direct orders of the sect leader. You have no authority to command us. However, as a true disciple and the future of the 7 Kills sect, we prefer not to antagonize you, as that would hinder the development of our sect. I can only inform you that the Grand Leader and his team have entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm on a mission that is considerably more important than your concerns. The black-robed figure explained earnestly. Were it not for Miao Kuan's status as a true disciple, he would have been disinclined to offer such lengthy explanations. True disciples hold a highly esteemed position within any sect, and barring unforeseen circumstances, a place among the core leadership is practically assured, with even a slight possibility of ascending to the role of sect leader. Is what you say truly the case? Miao Kuan asked, his skepticism evident. Absolutely true. Upon receiving the black-robed figure's unwavering confirmation, Miao Kuan's fury diminished significantly. The black-robed figure was unwilling to create enmity, and Miao Kuan felt the same. The Killing God unit served as a formidable weapon for the 7 Kills sect, even though this formidable sword can only be wielded by the sect leader. As a true disciple, who does not harbor the ambition of becoming the leader, both the 7 Kills sect and the Divine Sky Sword sect are seeking allies. With just over a month remaining until the opening of the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a great battle between the two factions is inevitable. However, it is evident that the Divine Sky Sword Sect is positioned on the weaker side. Time passes inexorably, and the ranks of the 7 Kills sect grow ever larger. Although they have yet to locate the larger forces of the Wujimu sect, they have encountered several scattered small teams, bolstering their numbers to nearly 400. In contrast, the Divine Sky Sword Sect has seen little reinforcements, as a dozen black-robed figures lurk in the shadows, waging guerrilla warfare in the vicinity. Those dispatched by Yi Qingxian have all fallen prey to these ambushes. These black-robed individuals avoid direct confrontation with the Divine Sky Sword Sect, solely preventing them from seeking assistance while simultaneously keeping track of their location. Unable to shake them off or catch up, Yi Qingshuan's spirits gradually plummet. She understands that if this continues, the Divine Sky Sword Sect will inevitably be annihilated. A strategy must be devised to eliminate the surrounding black-robed figures, even at a considerable cost. At that moment, someone in the team discovered a signal left by the Qingyun sect. Yi Qingshuan's heart leapt with joy. If they could locate the Qingyun sect, the crisis could be temporarily averted. She immediately moved forward to investigate. Typically, before embarking on a significant mission, each faction establishes a unique signal for communication. The intricacies of crafting such signals are exceedingly complex. Other factions encountering them would be unable to decipher them without special techniques, leaving only the option to destroy them. Prior to entering the 9 Nether Secret Realm, the Qingyun sect and the Divine Sky Sword Sect had agreed to cooperate if necessary, and they had unified their signals. This particular signal from the Qingyun sect is not exclusive to their sect, but is shared with the Divine Sky Sword Sect, indicating that the Qingyun sect is also searching for them. Yi Qingxian began to decode the signal and soon determined the direction of the Qingyun sect. She urged the members of the Divine Sky Sword Sect to swiftly follow the guidance provided. As for the black-robed figures roaming nearby, Yi Qingxian chose to disregard them. The foremost priority is to rendezvous with the Qingyun sect. Chapter 23. Breakthrough. Half a month later, within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a fierce battle raged between two mountains. The number of participants exceeded a staggering 1,000. Do not underestimate this figure. These were not ordinary individuals from the mundane world, but cultivators from the realm of Tao, each possessing strength of at least the third stage, the breaking illusion stage. Among them were even a few formidable fourth stage, the transcending shadow stage, beings. Such a large assembly of cultivators engaging in combat had not occurred in the Liu Dao realm for many years. The Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyun sect found themselves trapped between the two mountains, facing the Qisha sect in front and the Wujimo sect behind. Additionally, dozens of mysterious figures clad in black robes launched intermittent ambushes. The skies themselves were ensnared with a barrier to prevent the sword cultivators of the Shenzhao Sword Sect from soaring through the air. The four major powers of Liu had formed an uneasy alliance, maintaining a balance for years. The Qingyun sect and the Shenzhao Sword Sect were not intimidated by the Wujimo and Qisha sects. Even when at a disadvantage, they managed to hold their ground. However, the emergence of the black-robed figures drastically altered the dynamics of the battle. These assailants were ruthless and possessed extensive combat experience. Each ambush resulted in at least one life claimed or grievous injuries inflicted. The already beleaguered Shenzhao Sword Sect and Qingyun sect found themselves unable to retaliate, compelled to retreat their defenses. Fortunately, during their encampment, the Qingyun sect had established a defensive formation, which temporarily withstood the onslaught. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. Once the formation was breached, there would be no escape. Only death awaited them. Within the formation, Yi Qingxian and Yang Fan from the Shenzhao Sword Sect, alongside Li Luoyi and Su Wei from the Qingyun sect, gathered to deliberate their strategy. All four bore wounds, with Yang Fan's injuries being the most severe. He had narrowly escaped death from the assault of two black-robed figures, thanks to his quick reflexes. 7 true disciples had entered this realm, yet the whereabouts of the other 3 remained unknown, leaving only the 4 to seek solace in each other's company. Senior Sister Qingxian, the formation cannot hold for much longer. They will soon breach it. What shall we do? Li Luoyi inquired, her face etched with concern. Yang Fan and Su Wei shared a bitter understanding. Had they known the peril of this expedition into the 9 Nether Secret Realm, they would have never ventured forth. Yang Fan, driven by love, now faced the grim prospect of losing his life. Even if he were to win Yi Qingxuan's affection, what would it matter if he were to perish? The only viable option was to collectively charge through a breach the moment the formation faltered, leaving their survival to fate. Ye Yingguan Sikit. Confronted with despair, she felt powerless. If it were merely the Qisha and Wujimo sects, perhaps they could still struggle for a glimmer of hope. Yet with the addition of the black-robed figures, their chances of victory dwindled. They could only choose to strike at one point and hope for the best. Better to risk survival than to perish entirely in this place. Senior Sister, is there truly no other way? Yang Fan asked, his voice laced with reluctance. If they were to charge together, their true disciples would undoubtedly be targeted. Coupled with their considerable injuries, escape seemed utterly impossible. Yang Fan did not wish to perish here. He was still young, gifted, and his future achievements were limitless. No, Yi Qingxian shook her head, genuinely at a loss for how to escape. The 4 fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Yi Qingxian finally spoke again. Let us gather everyone and decide from where we shall break out. The formation has begun to show cracks. It can only hold for another 10 minutes at most before it is breached. 3 minutes later, Yi Qingxian surveyed the hundreds before her, uncertain of how many would survive to escape. Perhaps even 1/10 of them would not make it. She had long since prepared herself for death. As one of the 7 swords of the divine sky, the inheritor of the Ice Soul Sword, Yi Qingxian understood that the enemy would never spare her. At that moment, she could attract significant attention, creating opportunities for others. That was the only thing she could do. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I trust you are aware of our current predicament. We are in the 9 Nether Secret Realm, not in the outside world, and no one will come to rescue us. We must rely solely on ourselves. If you wish to live and escape, we must unite our strength. Once the enemy reveals a gap, we must swiftly disperse and flee. At that point, we true disciples will undoubtedly become the enemy's primary targets, which will greatly increase your chances of survival. Remember, after you escape, find a place to hide. Patiently await the 9 nether secret realms reopening, and allow yourselves to be transported out. Do not expose yourselves again, nor seek any opportunities. What good are opportunities when your life is at stake? If you are fortunate enough to leave the 9 nether secret realm, please report everything that has transpired here truthfully to the sect, and let the sect decide the course of action. After Yi Qingxian finished speaking, the atmosphere was thick with silence. Although as cultivators they had long anticipated such a day, its arrival was still difficult to accept. Who would wish for death? Is living not preferable? Sister, we will fight to carve a path for you. You are the true disciple of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, the inheritor of the Ice Soul Sword. We may die, but you must not, a disciple from the inner sect exclaimed. Countless disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect echoed in agreement. For our sister, we shall clear a path, exterminating the minions of the Boundless Demon Sect and the 7 Kill Sect. Yi Qingxian raised her hand, signaling for silence once more. The crowd fell into a hushed stillness. I appreciate your sentiments, but your actions will not save me. They will only bury your hopes of survival. The enemies target true disciples. They would rather let you escape than spare us. Therefore, you must heed my advice. Seize any opportunity to flee and preserve your own lives. Ye vinguan patiently coincidit. Speaking the undeniable truth, slaying a true disciple holds far greater merit than taking down 10 or even 100 inner sect disciples. As for the outer disciples, there is simply no comparison. Suddenly, a crisp sound reverberated, startling everyone awake. A colossal rift has manifested within the formation, threatening to shatter at any moment. For esteemed disciples stand resolutely at the forefront, having chosen the direction of the 7 Killing Sect as their escape route. After all, in terms of overall strength, the Wujia Demon Sect surpasses the 7 Killing Sect. Naturally, they opt for the weaker faction as their point of breakthrough. As Yi Qingxian observes the widening fissure, a thought crosses her mind. Are they doomed? Despite having mentally prepared herself, a tinge of anxiety grips her heart. She never envisioned her demise within the depths of the 9 nether secret realm. Once, she had even dared to dream of surpassing her master, Lung Han's Huang, inheriting the Ice Soul Sword, and becoming a renowned female sword immortal across Lizhou. Standing beside her, Yang Fan trembles involuntarily from fear. In contrast, Li Luoyi and Su Wei maintain a semblance of calm, though the despair in their eyes is unmistakable. A series of shattering sounds reverberates through the air. Attack! Yi Qingxian commands with urgency, brandishing her life-bound sword as she charges toward the 7 Killing Sect. Li Luoyi and Su Wei follow closely behind. In this moment, Yang Fan hesitates, truly reluctant to meet his end. Stealthily, he retreats into the crowd, shedding his white belt, the symbol of a true disciple, in hopes of evading the enemy's pursuit. The battle commences. The Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect unite to break through from the direction of the 7 Killing Sect, momentarily overwhelming them. Fortunately, the arrival of a cloaked figure alleviates some pressure on the 7 Killing Sect. The Wujia Demon Sect rapidly closes in from behind, launching a pincer attack, while the formation above seals their escape. Realizing their predicament, Yi Qingxian grits her teeth, casting her life-bound sword with fierce resolve. Attendre explosion érupte. Breaching the defenses of the 7 Killing Sect, blood spills from her lips as her vision blurs, nearly causing her to collapse, only to be steadied by the hastily arriving Li Luoyi. Senior Sister Qingxian, are you all right? Ye me fine. Pay me no mind. Quickly lead everyone to break through. Yi Qingxian responds weakly. Moments ago, she had detonated her life-bound sword, achieving her goal at the cost of her own safety. Such an act of self-detonation is a last resort for sword cultivators, serving not only as a means to vanquish foes, but also as a signal for aid. Witnessing Yi Qingxuan's desperate act, the attendants of the Shenzhao Sword Sect follow suit, igniting a series of explosive displays across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remains oblivious to the impending annihilation of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. After departing the small paradise of Little White, he embarks on a journey through picturesque landscapes. The scenery within the 9 nether secret realm is truly remarkable, having been unveiled only once every century, untouched by human interference and preserving its pristine environment. Standing atop a high vantage point, Lin Feng gazes out over the lush greenery. Suddenly, faint sounds echo from the distance. Straining to listen closely, he realizes, are those the distress signals from the Shenzhao Sword Sect? And they are urgent, indeed. Otherwise, one would not resort to self-detonating their life-bound sword. It is crucial to understand that a sword cultivator who chooses to self-destruct their innate weapon does so with a resolute acceptance of impending demise. The situation is dire. With little time for contemplation, Lin Feng shouted, "Xiao Bai." A petite white serpent emerged from his sleeve, rapidly expanding until it resembled a dragon. Bowing its head before Lin Feng, he ascended onto its back without hesitation. Whoosh! The dragon's form vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage as it soared towards the battlefield. Chapter 24. The emergence of the dragon Yi Qing Xian, accompanied by the sword cultivators of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, detonated their life-bound flying swords, catching both the Seven Kills sect and the Wujamagic sect completely off guard. Although this maneuver could not alter the overall dynamics of the battlefield, it did create a breach in the otherwise impregnable defenses, offering a glimmer of hope for survival. Amidst the chaos, Yang Fan's eyes sparkled with renewed determination as he recklessly charged towards the opening. Just as he was on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement, two figures clad in black robes intercepted him. Faced with the ruthless and experienced combatants, Yang Fan, still nursing his injuries, stood no chance and was swiftly rendered powerless within mere exchanges. Shortly thereafter, another true disciple from the Qingyun sect, Su Wei, suffered grave injuries. Bang! Li Luoyi was struck in the back, and blood erupted from her mouth as her body collapsed beside Yi Qingxian. At this juncture, all four true disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Seven Kills sect had fallen, with only death awaiting them. The battle raged on, and the Shenzhao Sword Sect suffered devastating losses. After the self-detonation of their life-bound flying swords, the sword cultivators had lost 80% of their combat strength, left with little else but to await their demise. Fortunately, a number had managed to escape the encirclement, though it remained uncertain how many would ultimately survive. Yang Fan's heart felt extinguished, his eyes were hollow, and he seemed to have lost his very soul. Li Luoyi and Su Wei bore expressions of utter despair. As prodigies of the Qingyun sect, they were loath to perish, but had no choice but to confront the grim reality. Yet Vingguan Maointainit an Eitidur calm. Yet his heart was heavy with sorrow. He had never anticipated meeting his end in such a manner. An amalgamation of reluctance and helplessness enveloped him. With four true disciples captured, and over half of the Shenzhao Sword Sect's cultivators having self-detonated their life-bound swords, they would not grant their foes respite even in their final moments. Those who had escaped continued to be hunted down, and the outcome of the battle was devoid of suspense. A resonant sound, akin to a dragon's roar, echoed in the ears of all present. Simultaneously, an irresistible pressure enveloped the battlefield, compelling everyone to cease their fighting and stand frozen in place. As the crowd slowly raised their gazes, a dragon, unbeknownst to them until now, materialized in the sky. The suppression array seemed entirely ineffectual against it. A dragon? A true dragon? Miao Kuan murmured in disbelief. Dragons are said to evolve from serpents, a transformation fraught with peril, requiring one to endure a cataclysmic tribulation. Should one succeed, they would ascend to the fifth realm of human cultivation, Skyward Realm. The pressure radiating from this dragon indicated a power far beyond that of the Skyward Realm, likely reaching the sixth realm, Godly Convergence Realm. Was the dragon's lair nearby? Had the sounds of battle summoned it? How could they possibly contend with such a force? Given the dragon's displayed prowess, even a collective assault would merely serve to provide it with sustenance, likely failing to breach its defenses. Roar the dragon emitted another cry, one that defied categorization. Instantly, the oppressive force doubled. Those lacking sufficient strength or nursing injuries fell to their knees under the weight of the pressure. Miao Kuan felt tears welling in his eyes. This was far too overwhelming. The vast expanse of a Nine Hells secret realm was not the ideal battleground, especially near the lair of the Jiao dragon. Was it not akin to courting death? He yearned to flee, yet fear held him captive. In this moment of stillness, any movement would undoubtedly draw the dragon's ire. The emergence of the Jiao dragon had temporarily extricated the disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyun sect from peril, yet their spirits remained unlifted. To encapsulate their predicament in a single phrase, they had merely escaped the wolf's den, only to stumble into the tiger's lair. Death loomed on either side. One glimmer of solace remained. Previously, the threat was singular, but now it loomed over them collectively. "Ha ha, you wretched lot! Come forth. Slay me. Why do you hesitate? Weren't you just so formidable? Now you appear foolish?" A disciple of the Qingyun sect laughed maniacally, having long suppressed his anguish. He had witnessed his closest friend perish before his eyes, powerless to intervene. In truth, death itself is not the most terrifying fate. It is the dread that precedes it, the knowledge that demise is imminent, yet being utterly powerless to alter one's fate, forced to await the inevitable. Such a sentiment could drive even the most steadfast mind to madness. His laughter echoed across the battlefield, yet none dared to respond, fearing to attract the dragon's attention. Within them resounded a singular thought: "Do not let it notice me. Do not let it notice me." Dozens of cloaked figures were equally paralyzed by fear. After all, no one wishes to invite their own demise. The once tumultuous battlefield had succumbed to an eerie silence. What transpired next transcended the comprehension of all present, etching itself into their memories for eternity. The Jiao dragon descended slowly, finally alighting upon the ground. Astonishingly, atop its formidable head stood a masked man. This scene rendered everyone present utterly befuddled, their minds momentarily incapacitated, stripped of all rational thought. The Jiao dragon, a creature of unparalleled pride and power, could not be bested, let alone have a mere human stand upon its crown, unless it had chosen to submit willingly. To compel such a haughty beast to yield to a human suggests an insurmountable disparity in strength. One must remember this was the Nine Hells' secret realm, far removed from the mortal world. Those who could enter were all under a century in age. To subdue a Jiao dragon at such a tender age, what could this individual's strength possibly be? Amidst the collective shock, one figure revealed a radiant smile. Li Luoyi, the true disciple of the Qingyun sect. She recognized the man standing atop the dragon's head as her savior from a previous encounter. Though she had inquired about his name at that time, he had remained silent, despite not knowing her benefactor's identity. She was certain of one thing: the masked man was adversarial to the cloaked figures, which meant she was saved. The terror of death dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming curiosity. She longed to unveil the visage hidden beneath the mask of the man who had rescued her twice. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxian, having initially been taken aback, felt an inexplicable familiarity emanating from the figure atop the Jiao dragon, yet could not recall where she had encountered him before. As she delved deeper into her memories, the light fell upon Li Luoyi beside her, and as she observed the despair and fear vanish from the latter's face, replaced instead by a smile of survival. This revelation interrupted her reverie. Yi Qingxian speculated that Li Luoyi might be acquainted with the masked man. Lin Feng gazed upon the battlefield strewn with corpses, many of whom belonged to the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Although he did not know them personally, they were all members of the same sect. In that moment, Lin Feng felt a genuine surge of anger. As the eldest disciple of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, he bore a part of the responsibility for their demise. Regardless of the circumstances, without the Divine Sky Sword Sect, there would be no Su Mu Bai, and without Su Mu Bai, there would be no Lin Feng. Moreover, the sect had sheltered him for over 2 decades, allowing him to grow in peace. Such kindness must be remembered. Anyone daring to harm the Divine Sky Sword Sect would become his enemy. The deceased could not be resurrected, so he could only seek vengeance on their behalf. Chapter 25. Feast. Everyone, listen closely. You have 1 minute to assemble by sect. Those who exceed the time limit will die. Lin Feng's voice rang out first. The crowd immediately sprang into action, fearing any delay might provoke his displeasure. Yi Qingxian and Li Luoyi supported each other as they rose. Though they bore significant injuries, they were still able to move. As they walked, Li Luoyi leaned in and whispered softly in Yi Qingxuan's ear, "Senior Sister Qingxian, we are saved." "Luoyi, do you know him?" Yi Qingxian inquired, astonished. I have seen him, but I do not know his true identity, Li Luoyi replied, shaking her head. Where did you see him? Shortly after we entered the Nine-Nether Secret Realm, I was pursued by several men in black robes when he appeared. Senior Sister Qingxian. He is incredibly powerful. With just one move, he eliminated all the black-robed men. Yi Qingxian was at a loss for words. Of course he is strong. Did you not see how he subdued the dragon? Would a mere mortal be allowed to stand over its head? Since he saved you, did you not inquire about his identity? I did, but he did not respond, Li Luoyi said, her tone carrying a hint of frustration. As the proud daughter of the Qingyun sect, it was her first time taking the initiative to ask a man's name, only to be disregarded. I see. Yi Qingxian thought to herself. No wonder Li Luoyi smiled upon seeing him. She always sensed a familiarity in that figure, yet could not recall where she had seen him before. In less than a minute, 5 factions stood before Lin Feng. The Shenzhao Sword Sect, Qingyun Sect, Wisdom Demon Sect, 7 Kill Sect, and the men in black robes. Lin Feng had instructed everyone to gather by sect to prevent Xiao Bai from mistakenly harming members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect. Who are you? Which faction do you belong to? Lin Feng asked, raising his hand to point at the black-robed men. The dozens of black-robed figures felt a tightening in their hearts. They could not answer that question. The existence of the god-killing group cultivated by the 7 Kill Sect had yet to be made public. Revealing such information would have dire consequences. Yet, remaining silent would not bode well with the man before them. Seeing no one speak up, Lin Feng casually inquired again. Still no response? Silence persisted. Lin Feng had anticipated this outcome. These black-robed individuals were likely trained assassins from some faction. Their mission in the Nine-Nether Secret Realm must have been to ambush members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect. Xiao Bai, roar. The dragon responded with an affectionate call. It's up to you, Lin Feng declared as he leaped from the dragon's back. The dragon flicked its tail and opened its massive, gaping maw. Flee! All the black-robed men instinctively prepared to scatter. However, an irresistible and overwhelming force emerged, ensnaring those who were about to escape. Despite their desperate struggles, the pull was too strong for them to break free. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies were drawn closer to the dragon's gaping maw. In the end, dozens of individuals cloaked in black robes were devoured by the dragon, becoming its sustenance. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in shock. The dragon's strength was indeed terrifying, capable of swallowing numerous black-robed figures in a single bite. Particularly, those from the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect understood all too well the prowess of the cloaked figures. Could it be that the troublesome black-robed individuals had simply vanished? The dragon's digestive capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Food consumed by it was instantaneously digested and transformed into the energy it required. For the dragon, devouring dozens of individuals was merely a trivial matter. Xiao Bai, are you full? Lin Feng inquired casually. Roar if I'm not full. I'll consume them all, replied Xiao Bai, raising his hand and pointing towards the direction of the 7 Kill Sect. This gesture sent a chill of terror through the members of the 7 Kill Sect. The recent scene of the black-robed figures being consumed was still vivid in their minds. They had no desire to meet the same fate. Miao Cohen, a distinguished disciple of the 7 Kill Sect, hastily stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. Elder, we belong to the 7 Kill Sect. I am Miao Cohen, the third true disciple under the sect master. I implore you to spare us for the sake of my master. We would be immensely grateful. Lin Feng remained unresponsive to his plea. Xiao Bai opened its massive maw once more, aiming towards the 7 Kill Sect's ranks. Miao Cohen, witnessing this, was struck with sheer terror and shouted desperately, Elder, you cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the sect master. If you take my life, my master will not let this go unpunished. A tremendous suction force re-emerged, this time directed at the 7 Kill Sect. If the black-robed figures could not escape the grasp of the dragon, it was even less likely for the members of the 7 Kill Sect, whose strength paled in comparison. One by one, they flew towards the dragon's gaping maw. A cacophony of anguished screams filled the air. You demon, may you meet a wretched end. The 7 Kill Sect will not spare you. We shall ensure your 9 clans are exterminated in vengeance. Ha ha! We shall await you below. Miao Kun screamed in madness. Before long, the seven-kill sect was no more, all consumed and transformed into energy within Xiaobai's belly. The remaining factions, Wuji Demon Sect, Shenzhao Sword Sect, and Qingyun Sect, began to tremble in fear. If the black-robed figures were devoured for their silence, what of the seven-kill sect? They had not even been questioned, yet still faced the same fate. Perhaps Miao Kun was right. The figure before them was indeed a heartless demon. Only Yi Qingxian, Li Luoyi, and a few individuals who had once accompanied Li Luoyi understood their safety. Yet the rest remained oblivious to the identity of the masked figure before them. After eliminating the seven-kill sect, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the Wuji Demon Sect. Just a glance sent many members of the Wuji Demon Sect crumbling in fear. The reason for targeting them last was to allow them to savor the slow approach of death. Lin Feng had not forgotten the grievance of his master, Su Mushu, who had been grievously wounded. The Wuji Demon Sect was the orchestrator behind all. Today, I shall merely collect interest, and later, I will settle accounts with him gradually. Just as Lin Feng was about to urge Xiaobai to continue feasting, an unknown voice cried out, "Everyone flee. This demon will not spare us. If we do not escape now, we shall have no chance left." Instantly, the disciples of the Wujimu sect scattered in all directions. The members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect also began to stir restlessly. They believed that after the dragon devoured the Wujimu sect, they would be next in line. Escaping sooner might still offer a chance. Everyone from the Shenzhao Sword Sect remained still, stand firm. Commandant Yi Yingguan. The Qingyun Sect also fell into formation, with the warning that anyone who dared to move would be expelled from the sect. The words of the two esteemed disciples proved quite effective, and the agitated crowd gradually calmed. Chapter 26. The harvest of treasures. The disciples of the Wujimagic sect sought to flee, yet Lin Feng was resolute in denying them any opportunity to escape. With a mere flicker of his formidable aura, he rendered them all incapacitated, pressed firmly to the ground. This exemplified the stark disparity in their strengths. The dragon, Xiaobai, soared into the air, opening its maw to draw in the members of the Wujimagic sect one by one. In mere minutes, the sect followed the fate of the seven-kill sect, falling victim to Xiaobai's appetite. Today it consumed hundreds, greatly aiding in its growth. However, the next step, transforming into a true dragon, would prove immensely challenging. The metamorphosis from a flood dragon to a true dragon was 100-fold more difficult than that from a snake to a flood dragon. If the odds of the latter were 1 in 10, then for the former, it was a disheartening 1 in 1,000. Xiaobai had been training in the 9-nether secret realm for nearly 10 millennia, and it was precisely due to the realization of its own limitations in achieving dragonhood that it chose to follow Lin Feng after sensing his overwhelming power. It harbored the hope that Lin Feng could assist in overcoming the Wujimagic sect, the seven-kill sect, and the dark robe forces. With the bulk of their enemies' forces annihilated, the remaining small teams posed little threat. Standing atop Xiaobai, Lin Feng prepared to depart, not wishing to reveal his identity before the crowd. "Benefactor, do you remember me? I am Li Luoyi from the Qingyun sect," she exclaimed, summoning her courage to call out to Lin Feng. Aware that silence would mean his departure, she hastened to speak. Lin Feng turned at the sound, spotting Li Luoyi standing there, visibly anxious. "I remember," she continued, her voice laced with emotion. "Thank you for recalling me. This is the second time you have saved my life. I am at a loss as to how to repay your kindness. I hope you will bestow upon me your name. I shall forever hold it dear. Miss Luoyi, I have mentioned before, saving you was merely a matter of convenience. It was the same last time as it is this time. Thus there is no need for you to take it to heart," Lin Feng replied in a calm tone. Hearing this, Li Luoyi's spirits sank. Once again, it seemed she was dismissed, just as before, as the pride of the Qingyun sect. Her feelings of grievance were palpable after being rejected twice. Just as Lin Feng prepared to leave once more, Yi Qingxian spoke up. "Yi Yingguan, the foremost disciple of the master of the Jade Maiden Peak of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, along with all disciples present, extend our heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving grace." "Thank you, esteemed senior," echoed every member of the Shenzhao Sword Sect in unison. "There is no need for such formalities. I share a certain bond with the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Encountering you, I could not stand idly by. Regardless, it is a fact that you have been saved by me, and it is only right to express your gratitude. Yi Qingxian insisted. I accept your thanks. These are items I discovered within the secret realm. Take them and use them for the injured. I hope they prove beneficial, Lin Feng declared, producing an abundance of spiritual herbs and medicines from his bag, distributing them between the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Seven Kill Sect, though the former received a noticeably larger share, a natural inclination for the sect's eldest brother. Thank you, esteemed senior, they chorused, their voices filled with genuine appreciation. Yi Qingxian and Li Luoyi expressed their gratitude simultaneously. Very well, I must take my leave now. Before I go, I must remind you that this time in Nine Nether Secret Realm is unlike any previous encounters. For your safety, it will be prudent for your two sects to remain together. Although the formidable forces of the Wujum Zone and the Kishizong have been vanquished, the threat posed by the black-robed figures is far greater, so it is wise to exercise caution, Lin Feng advised. The unknown is often the most terrifying. The ability to train the black-robed individuals to fear neither life nor death indicates that the forces behind them possess considerable means, not to be underestimated. We understand. Yi Qingxian and Li Luoyi replied in unison. That is good to hear. I hope you both can safely exit the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Farewell, Xiaobai. Let us depart. With that, a person and a dragon soared into the sky, soon vanishing from sight. Flying within the Nine Nether Secret Realm is a perilous endeavor. The territorial instincts of the exotic beasts are quite strong. Intruding upon their domain is perceived as provocation, leading to inevitable attacks. However, this is true for other creatures. The dragon is one of the dominators of the secret realm, and no beast dares to initiate an assault upon it. Watching Lin Feng gradually disappear, Li Luoyi bit her lip, feeling deeply aggrieved. Yi Qingxian was increasingly convinced that she had indeed encountered this individual before. Rescuing people was one thing, but bestowing such precious spiritual herbs was another. Furthermore, there was a detail that caught her attention. The amount of herbs obtained by the Shenzhao Sword Sect was greater than that of the Qingyan sect. To claim that this person had no connection with the Shenzhao Sword Sect would be hard to believe, since there exists a link with the Shenzhao Sword Sect. And considering his age is less than 100 years with such unfathomable power, he is certainly no insignificant figure. Who could he be? Yi Qingxian sank into deep contemplation, yearning to uncover Lin Feng's true identity. Xiaobai, are there any other exotic beasts of similar strength within this secret realm? Let's go treasure hunting, Lin Feng inquired. With approximately a month remaining before the Nine Nether Secret Realm opens, he preferred not to reveal his identity or rendezvous with the members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Boredom beckoned to search for treasures instead. The more powerful the exotic beast, the more treasures it guards, and the more precious those treasures tend to be. Xiaobai had just delivered such an abundance of spiritual herbs. It was necessary to find more to replenish their stock. Roar! The dragon beneath Lin Feng let out a mighty roar. Since there are treasures, let us set forth. Xiaobai accelerated its pace. A day later, they arrived at the entrance of a valley. Roar! Xiaobai issued a commanding call. A whoop! An immediate response echoed from within the valley. Soon, an exotic beast with wings sprouting from its back and a coat of purple fur ascended, glaring furiously at Xiaobai. It was a purple crystal-winged demon wolf, a creature whose strength rivaled that of the dragon. Xiaobai had previously battled this wolf, with neither side able to claim victory. This time, it was evidently intent on asserting dominance, relying on its master, Lin Feng, to intimidate the adversary. Upon spotting Lin Feng standing atop the dragon, the wolf's rage swiftly transformed into caution. Though its intelligence was limited, it understood that anyone capable of standing atop the dragon must possess strength far beyond that of the dragon itself. If it were evenly matched with the dragon, then this individual must surely surpass it. Lin Feng, desiring no further discourse, extended his right hand and gently clasped it. A tremendous force instantaneously ensnared the amethyst-winged demon wolf. Howl! The amethyst-winged demon wolf emitted a desperate cry, yearning to break free. Yet, no matter how fervently it struggled, all efforts proved futile. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, akin to an adult pressing down upon a newborn, rendering escape utterly impossible. Recognizing the arduous journey you have undertaken to reach this stage, I shall spare your life if you comply, Lin Feng stated calmly. In truth, the amethyst-winged demon wolf was an exceptionally precious entity. Its inner core, fur, flesh, and bones possessed immense value. However, Lin Feng adhered to his principles, unwilling to engage in senseless slaughter, particularly against a creature that had gained the recognition of heaven and earth and awakened its intelligence. Seemingly comprehending Lin Feng's words, the amethyst-winged demon wolf nodded repeatedly. Observing this, Lin Feng released it, proceeding with Xiao Bai into the valley to scour the area. The amethyst-winged demon wolf could only stand there in bewilderment, too intimidated to follow, for the human had proven overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 27. The power of the god-slaying bow. At the heart of the Nine Nether secret realm lies a vast lake, the culmination of all streams and rivers within the realm. Had Lin Feng failed to locate the other shore flower and continued to follow the flowing waters, he would inevitably arrive at this very spot. In this moment, hundreds of individuals have gathered, encircling the lake as they swiftly begin to set up formations. Soon, a barrier envelopes the water's surface. They're the very same cloaked figures pursuing Lung Hanzhuang. Lung Hanzhuang, I have warned you, there is no escape. Come forth and meet your demise. This burial ground you have chosen is quite suitable for you, declares the leader of the black-robed figures, gazing at the tranquil lake. Silence reigns. The lake remains undisturbed. Since you refuse to show yourself, I shall compel you to emerge. Attack! A crimson energy sphere coalesces against the barrier and is launched into the lake. Boom! An immense wave erupts, claiming the lives of countless aquatic creatures. Fish measuring several meters in length, crabs the size of automobiles, and an octopus with tentacles stretching 4 to 5 meters are all casualties of this assault. A piercing shriek resonates from the depths of the lake. A small hill gradually rises in the center of the water. As the onlookers behold its true form, astonishment washes over them. It is not a hill, but a colossal turtle. The leader of the black-robed figures furrows his brow, realizing that while he aimed to flush out Lung Hanzhuang from the depths, he instead roused a giant turtle. Given its enormous size, it is evident that this creature has undergone years of cultivation. Such formidable beasts possess a strong sense of territory. With Lung Hanzhuang's immense strength, it is inconceivable that she would allow such an intrusion. Disturbed from its slumber, the giant turtle appears enraged. Roar! Roar! The reverberations of its cries threaten to topple the newly arranged formations of the cloaked figures. Vile creature, do you seek death? The leader of the black-robed figures bellows in fury. In response, a thunderous roar erupts, even louder than before. Puff! Several black-robed individuals, still recovering from their prior battle with Lung Hanzhuang, are unable to withstand the assault and collapse, spitting blood and losing consciousness. The black-robed leader, consumed by rage, understands that without dealing with this giant turtle, he cannot draw out Lung Hanzhuang. Attack! He commands. The formation begins to gather energy once more, launching red spheres at the turtle's shell. Boom! 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 After a series of violent explosions, the giant turtle remains virtually unscathed. Its shell is the strongest part of its being. Ordinary attacks cannot even breach its defenses, let alone inflict harm. What a bunch of imbeciles. How did you come to possess such foolishness? Aim for its weakest points, the head and limbs. The leader scolds vehemently. The formation again concentrates its power, this time targeting the turtle's head and limbs. Boom! Roar! The first energy sphere successfully strikes the turtle's head, causing it to bellow in pain, retracting its head and limbs into its shell. With no target, the energy spheres either miss their mark or collide harmlessly against the shell. When the assault ceases, the giant turtle cautiously extends its head and limbs once more. Once the assault commenced, it retracted once more. However, this time several energy spheres surge from the head and limbs of the colossal tortoise, breaching its form and exploding within. The agonized tortoise let out a harrowing wail. To evade further injury, It spun its body, precluding the energy spheres from penetrating its interior. After several rounds of attack, the damage inflicted upon the tortoise was quite limited. It must be noted that the awakened beasts, endowed with intelligence, exhibit a stark contrast to their unawakened counterparts. Not only are they significantly more powerful, but they also devise the most advantageous strategies for combat. The tortoise recognized that its strength lay in its formidable defense and thus opted for a war of attrition. It resolved to wait until its adversary was fatigued before launching a counteroffensive. The leader of the black-robed individuals furrowed his brow. Continued attrition was not an option. A decisive blow to the tortoise was imperative. Otherwise, excessive depletion of resources could lead to unforeseen complications when confronting Long Han's Huang. No one dared underestimate the wielder of the 7 swords of Shenzhao, even if the opponent had already sustained considerable injuries. A swift resolution was essential. With this thought, the leader of the black-robed figures retrieved a bow from his spatial pouch. The bow, of vivid crimson, was inscribed with intricate runes, and its mere presence emanated a palpable aura of death. The bow of the god of death, a weapon that, when paired with the god of death's technique, could unleash devastating might. With the bow in his left hand and the string drawn back with his right, he aimed at the tortoise in the lake. The god of death's technique surged within him, and an arrow forged from concentrated malevolence materialized upon the bowstring. Kill! The leader of the black-robed figures silently commanded, releasing his grip. Whoosh! The arrow of the god of death soared toward the tortoise. As it neared the barrier, an unexpected opening appeared, allowing the arrow to pass through. Upon entering the barrier, the arrow halted mid-flight, suspended in the air, absorbing the energy amassed by the formation. When the arrow had transformed into a semi-transparent state, radiating an overwhelming aura of death, the tortoise sensed impending doom. It swiftly submerged into the depths of the lake, unwilling to rely on its shell for protection any longer. Whoosh! The energy-laden arrow was released once more. It penetrated the water, plunging to the lake's bottom and striking the tortoise's shell. Roar! The tortoise emitted a cry of anguish. Its once proud shell was breached by the arrow, perforating its interior and devastating its vital organs. The lake, too, was stirred into a tumultuous frenzy by the arrow's impact, waves soaring to heights of several meters. As the tempest subsided, a portion of the water was stained crimson with blood. The immense carcass of the tortoise floated upon the surface, surrounded by the lifeless forms of countless aquatic creatures. The ability to fell a tortoise renowned for its defensive prowess with a single arrow highlighted the formidable power of the bow of the god of death when combined with the god of death's technique. Although the tortoise had been vanquished, the black-robed individuals continued to sustain the operation of their formation. Their target was not the tortoise, but rather Long Han's Huang, the master of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao. It was deduced that Long Han's Huang lay at the lake's depths due to the erosion of her essence by the malevolent aura during the battle in the valley, rendering her incapable of recovering fully in a short span. Thus, the pursuit continued. Only the figure in the black robe could have traced this far. The colossal turtle has been dealt with. Now it is time to attend to the matter at hand. The task of the figure in the black robe is to eliminate Long Han's Huang and seize the Ice Soul Sword, thereby gaining entry into the abyssal secret realm. Beneath the murky depths of the lake lies an ice sculpture, encapsulating a woman. Who else could it be but Long Han's Huang? Her eyes are tightly shut, and a trace of anguish graces her visage, as if she is in the throes of healing. Following the fierce battle in the valley, she was gravely wounded by the well-prepared figure in the black robe and fled to this secluded spot. As she cultivates the frigid, true energy, the abundant water source here will undoubtedly expedite her recovery. Furthermore, the formidable giant turtle lurking beneath the lake may aid in staving off the approach of the figure in the black robe. Thus, she resolves to remain. Long Han's Huang encases herself in ice, evading the detection of the giant turtle, and conceals herself in the deepest part of the lake to heal. Chapter 28. Is there a stronger force? The cold and frost within the ice sculpture at the bottom of the lake gradually opened her eyes. The anguish on her face vanished, replaced by an expression of resignation. Healing required tranquility, yet the battles outside rendered her unable to continue. Regrettably, time was too brief. In just 7 days, she could purge the murderous aura from her body entirely. Without the influence of this malevolent energy, she could at least restore 80% of her strength, which would suffice to confront her adversaries, provided they had not set up any formations in advance. With a sigh, she reflected on how she had fallen to such a state. It was her own arrogance that led her to believe that her prowess would render her invulnerable within the depths of the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Little did she know that the 7 Kill Sect not only dared to cultivate the sinister killing god technique in secrecy, but had also dispatched the notorious killing god group to hunt her down. Had she been aware from the outset that the figure in the black robe belonged to the infamous killing god group, renowned a millennium ago in the continent, she would not have underestimated her foes and walked into the trap so carelessly. Of course, her impatience played a role as well. At that time, she remained oblivious to the identity of the true successor being pursued. Cold Han Shuang feared it might be her disciple, Yi Qingxian. Coupled with her belief that no one could threaten her, she had let her guard down and fell into the black-robed figure's snare. Her body was corroded by the murderous aura, allowing her to unleash only a mere 30% of her capabilities, rendering her no match for the killing god group. In this moment of despair, even Cold Han Shuang felt a twinge of discouragement. At present, not only was she unable to assist her senior brother Mu Bai in locating the other shoreflower, but her own safety in exiting the 9 Nether Secret Realm was also in jeopardy. With the relentless pursuit of the killing god group, she could scarcely conceive of a way to endure until the realm reopened. As Cold Han Shuang pondered her strategies for survival, a deafening roar erupted. The mud at the lake's bottom was violently displaced, revealing the ice sculpture, which was as large as a room. The leader of the black-robed figures, noticing Cold Han Shuang's prolonged concealment beneath the lake, led a dozen of his compatriots into the depths, following the sensation he had detected. With a single strike, he shattered the mud and uncovered the ice sculpture imprisoning Cold Han Shuang. Cold Han Shuang, do you think that encasing yourself in ice will allow you to evade my pursuit? Dream on. The murderous aura of the killing god technique is not so easily severed. As long as there remains a trace of it within you, no matter where you hide, I shall find you, the leader of the black-robed figure sneered. You 7 Kills Sect dare to cultivate the killing god technique in the shadows? Prepare to be branded as the world's enemy. Cold Han Shuang retated Angeli. Ha ha! Cold Han Shuang, it's amusing to see you, one of the 7 swords of the divine sky, display such naivety. Once I annihilate your divine sky sword sect and the Qingyun sect, who will dare to question the 7 Kills sect? Those who comply shall thrive, while those who oppose shall perish, and all dissenting voices will be buried in the earth. Do you truly believe that the divine sky sword sect can be extinguished at will? Let's see how this unfolds. No. You will have no opportunity. Today marks your demise. Is that so? You must first break my seal before you speak of my death. Cold Han Shuang countered defiantly. The ice sculpture that sealed her was no ordinary creation. It was forged from the essence of the ice soul sword, imbued with the frigid energy of millennia. This was Cold Han Shuang's final line of defense. Once the ice sculpture was breached, she would be forced to fight for her life. The leader of the black-robed men, upon hearing this, casually unleashed an attack that struck the ice sculpture. Boom! Not only did it fail to shatter, but it left no trace whatsoever. Such formidable defensive power. Bring the ice sculpture above the water, commanded the black-robed leader. As the dozen or so black-robed figures approached, the ice sculpture suddenly moved on its own, knocking them aside as it surged to the surface, making contact with the barrier before being repelled back. Although Lung Han Shuang could barely manipulate the ice sculpture, her strength was insufficient. Had she been at her peak, a single strike would have sufficed to breach the barrier. Lung Han Shuang, cease your futile struggles. Escape is impossible for you. Surrender, and I can grant you a dignified death. Otherwise, your body, which has long drawn the admiration of countless men in Liju, will suffer greatly, taunted the black-robed leader, returning to the lake's surface with his men. I've told you, if you wish to kill me, first break my seal. Lung Han Shuang replied, unfazed. Do you truly believe I am incapable of doing so? Attack! The formation began to gather energy. and a barrage of energy spheres rained down upon the ice sculpture. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed relentlessly. After a round of assaults, the ice sculpture remained unscathed, and within, Lung Hanzhuang was unharmed. Its defensive capability surpassed even that of the deceased giant turtle shell. The surrounding black-robed men began to sense the difficulty of their task. Is this all? This is akin to mere tickling, Lung Hanzhuang scoffed. Lung Hanzhuang, I shall see how long you can endure. Unleash your full might. The black-robed leader, infuriated, refrained from employing the god-slaying bow used to vanquish the giant turtle. It was not out of desire but necessity, as each use of the bow inflicted tremendous strain on the body. To wield it a second time, at least a month of recuperation was required. Repeated usage in a short span would result in severe backlash. Having just used it once, he could not resort to it again unless absolutely essential. Energy spheres continued to fall like raindrops, though Lung Hanzhuang within the ice sculpture remained unharmed. Anxiety began to creep into her heart. This stalemate was untenable. If the black-robed men persisted in their assault, they would surely unleash even more potent techniques, akin to the devastating strike that had just felled the giant turtle. Even the injured Lung Hanzhuang could sense the overwhelming power contained within that blow. Glancing at the corpses on the lake's surface, she could only imagine the horror of such an attack. She did not believe she could withstand it. Xiaobai, are there any more formidable beasts within the secret realm? Lin Feng inquired of the dragon beneath him. In recent days, Xiaobai had led him to many places, encountering numerous beasts and collecting considerable treasures. Yet those beasts were largely on par with Xiaobai, some even weaker. After such numerous encounters, fatigue was setting in. If there were stronger beasts, perhaps they could ignite Lin Feng's interest. Roar! Xiaobai the dragon responded immediately. Are there beasts even more powerful than me? Only the overlord within the secret realm remains, the ancient tortoise that dominates the most resource-rich area for millennia. Why hesitate? Fear not. Go forth with confidence. For my strength is formidable. Should it dare to resist, I shall slay it and present it to you as sustenance. With a joyful cry, the dragon let Xiaobai swiftly change direction and accelerated, vanishing in an instant. Its speed was such that to the naked eye, it appeared as merely a fleeting shadow. Lin Feng stood atop the dragon's head, braving the wind. The path they traversed led directly to the lake at the heart of the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Their objective was the colossal tortoise residing within the waters. Little did they know, the mighty tortoise had already succumbed to death. Chapter 29 Familiarity at the center of the Nine Nether Secret Realm. The lake lay still, while the ice sculpture continued to endure the relentless assaults from the cloaked figure. However, the pace of the attacks had significantly slowed. Each time an energy orb was gathered, it demanded considerable expenditure. After a barrage of strikes, a period of recovery was necessary before the next wave could commence. The prolonged struggle began to fray the nerves of the chief of the black-robed figures. It was evident that shattering the ice sculpture was the key to accomplishing the mission, yet success remained elusive. Indeed, those who could ascend to the ranks of the seven swords of the divine sky were not easily vanquished. Even the most intricate of schemes could ultimately lead to failure. In the current predicament, the chief of the black-robed figures found himself at a loss without resorting to the god-slaying bow. The ice sculpture sealing Lung Hanzhuang proved to be more formidable than the shell of a giant tortoise. If this stalemate persisted, unforeseen complications were bound to arise. The imperative to eliminate Lung Hanzhuang within the Nine Nether Secret Realm had transcended mere task fulfillment for the black-robed figures. Should she escape alive, the god-slaying group would be exposed, and the Seven Kills sect was ill-prepared to confront the impending assault from various factions in the Li continent. If matters spiraled beyond control, even the Boundless Demon sect might turn against them, plunging the Seven Kills sect into utter ruin. Lung Hanzhuang, you have forced my hand. The chief of the black-robed figures gritted his teeth. Within the confines of the ice sculpture, Lung Hanzhuang felt a jolt of alarm, recalling the cataclysmic strike. Was he truly about to employ it? Doubts swirled within her. Could she withstand it? The chief retrieved the god-slaying bow once more from his spatial bag. Utilizing the bow consecutively within a short span would inevitably lead to backlash on his own body. If it were possible, he would prefer not to resort to such measures. Yet, time was of the essence. Only a little over half a month remained until the Nine-Nether Secret Realm reopened. Each use of the bow necessitated a month of recuperation. Even if he managed to keep Lung Hanswang trapped here, time would prove insufficient. Moreover, the potential for new developments loomed uncertainly on the horizon. What if Lung Hanswang managed to purge all traces of killing intent and restored her strength? In that scenario, even the god-slaying bow might not suffice to defeat her. Thus, he resolved to act before Lung Hanswang regained her strength, willing to face the repercussions of backlash. With the god-slaying bow in hand, the chief of the black-robed figures steadied the bow with his left hand and drew the string with his right, channeling the god-slaying technique within. A formidable arrow of lethal intent began to coalesce slowly. However, this time, the process was far from effortless. His body trembled incessantly, as if racked by immense pain. Lung Hanswang discerned his struggle and quickly interjected, "So, that earth-shattering strike cannot simply be unleashed at will. By the looks of you, your body is on the verge of collapse. Cease this madness. I can assure you that once I escape, I will remain silent about your clandestine cultivation of the god-slaying technique within the Seven Kills sect." No one responded her plea. As the god-slaying arrow took form, Lung Hanswang, trapped within the ice sculpture, felt an overwhelming killing intent locking onto her. Was this truly the path to mutual destruction? Even if the seal were broken, his body would be irrevocably damaged. What was the point? Still, silence reigned unbroken. Lung Hanswang had come to realize the terrifying prowess of the god-slaying arrow. She began to manipulate the ice sculptures, causing them to dart around within the barrier, desperately attempting to evade the arrow's deadly lock. Yet, all her efforts were in vain. Once the god-slaying arrow had locked onto its target, escape was futile unless its energy was depleted or obstructed by a force of greater magnitude. Moreover, Lung Hanswang could not even exit the barrier. Whoosh! The god-slaying arrow was unleashed, instantly traversing the confines of the barrier, continuing to absorb energy. After releasing this arrow, the leader of the black-cloaked figures appeared to be drained, visibly weakened, and fell to one knee, gasping for breath while his gaze remained fixed ahead. Once the arrow had absorbed the necessary energy, the formation vanished along with it. The numerous black-cloaked figures that had sustained the formation were left collapsed upon the ground, utterly exhausted. The immense expenditure of energy rendered this arrow exceptionally formidable. Lung Hanswang sensed that this arrow was even more powerful than the last. What to do? There was no escaping, no way to block it. Would she truly perish here? Whoosh! The god-slaying arrow, having completed its energy absorption, reignited its course, aimed directly at the ice sculpture. Lung Hanswang summoned all her strength to ascend into the sky, desperately seeking to flee. However, she was already locked onto by the arrow, rendering her chances of escape to zero. The only option left was to watch helplessly as the god-slaying arrow approached. Clang! A piercing, shrill sound erupted, compelling those present to cover their ears. The god-slaying arrow struck the ice sculpture. Despite having withstood countless attacks from the black-cloaked figures, the ice sculpture now bore cracks. Crack! As the fissures widened, they spread like a spider's web. With a cacophony, the ice sculpture shattered into countless fragments, reminiscent of glass. The millennium-old ice within the Ice Soul Sword had been obliterated. But that was not the end. Following the destruction of the ice sculpture, the god-slaying arrow did not dissipate. It continued its trajectory towards Lung Hanswang's chest. Without the protection of the sculpture, she could muster only a fraction of her strength and was utterly unable to withstand the might of the arrow. As the arrow drew ever closer, despair enveloped her heart. Had she been at her peak, perhaps she could have fought back. Now, there was nothing left to do but await her demise. In the critical moment when Lung Hanswang had closed her eyes, resigned to death, a figure suddenly materialized before her, shielding her from the path of the god-slaying arrow. They stood almost face-to-face, bodies nearly touching. Had there been a delay of even a minuscule fraction of a second, Lung Hanswang would have been pierced through, meeting her end. The arrow struck the back of this unexpected figure, Contrary to what she had envisioned, the arrow did not penetrate through both of them. It seemed an unseen force had thwarted the arrow's deadly advance. Nevertheless, the tremendous energy carried by the arrow pushed them both a short distance forward. During this tumultuous moment, the figure that had abruptly appeared held Lung Hanshuang tightly, absorbing all the impact and ensuring she remained unharmed. Initially, she had resigned herself to death, but suddenly her body felt constricted, as if enveloped by something. She opened her eyes. It became apparent that someone was holding her tightly. Was she saved? It seemed improbable. Cold Hanshuang felt somewhat dazed. The external circumstances were one thing, but within the Nine Nether Secret Realm, who possessed the strength to thwart the formidable arrow of the cloaked figure. As the two embraced face to face, their heads resting on each other's shoulders, Cold Hanshuang's gaze naturally fell upon the neck of the person before her. What she beheld sent a jolt through her entire being, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Her thoughts were abruptly transported back over 20 years. On that day, her senior brother, Su Mubai, had sought her out. "Junior sister, I have matters to attend to outside. Could you kindly look after this little one for me?" Su Mubai said as he handed her a swaddled infant. "Senior brother, where did this baby come from?" Cold Hanshuang inquired, extending her arms to receive the child. "I found him on the road." "What's his name?" she asked again. "He doesn't have a name yet. Why don't you give him one?" "All right, I shall take it upon myself to name him." That night, while bathing the infant, Cold Hanshuang noticed a birthmark on his right neck that resembled the character for Lin. "Senior brother asked me to name you, and since you have a Lin on your neck, I shall call you Lin Feng. How's that sound?" Cold Hanshuang said with a smile. The infant let out a cry. "Wah wah. You agree, don't you? From now on, your name shall be Lin Feng." Cold Hanshuang was profoundly familiar with the birthmark before her. Chapter 30 unfolds as I, the illustrious Xiao Bai, swiftly transport Lin Feng towards the central lake of the Nine Nether Secret Realm. From a considerable distance, Lin Feng perceives an overwhelming aura of malice ahead, a sensation so potent it is his first encounter with such formidable hostility. Driven by curiosity, he detaches from Xiao Bai, resolved to investigate the situation himself. Upon approaching, he recognizes the figure in the sky. It is none other than his revered Uncle Lung. Although he is intrigued by the timing of Uncle Lung's entrance into the Nine Nether Secret Realm, this is not the moment for such contemplations. For before him, Lung Hanshuang is under siege by an arrow of tremendous power, radiating an insatiable killing intent. The consequences of being struck would be dire. As the arrow hurtles closer to Lung Hanshuang, Lin Feng feels a chill run down his spine. With no time to deliberate, he leaps forward, using his body as a shield. Within the Shenzhao Sword Sect, if Su Mubai and Su Xiao occupy the top two places in Lin Feng's heart, then the third is undoubtedly Lung Hanshuang. Over 20 years ago, when Lin Feng was but an infant, it was Lung Hanshuang who nurtured him. He vividly recalls that even his name was bestowed upon him by her. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, he concealed his talents. Countless times, Lin Feng had witnessed the glimmers of pity in Lung Hanshuang's eyes directed towards him. As he matured and became self-sufficient, his visits to Yunnu Peak dwindled, and their relationship gradually became more distant. However, regardless of the distance, some debts of gratitude are etched in the heart, impossible to forget. Should anyone dare to harm Lung Hanshuang, Lin Feng would be the first to object. The thought of someone seeking to end her life would unleash an unfathomable wrath within him. Having successfully intercepted the arrow and saved Lung Hanshuang, Lin Feng finally breathes a sigh of relief. He is grateful to have arrived just in time. Had he been even a moment later, witnessing Lung Hanshuang perish before him would have haunted him for a lifetime. He can surmise her purpose for entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm. It is undoubtedly to assist her master, Su Mubai, in the search for the elusive Other Shore Flower. Otherwise, given her stature, her presence here would be inconceivable. The arrow, having been thwarted by Lin Feng's back, dissipates after being pushed forward a short distance, expending its energy. The cadre of over 100 cloaked figures stands in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the extraordinary scene unfolding above. Could it be true that an arrow of such lethal force was deflected by mere flesh? It is utterly preposterous. They find it hard to believe their own eyes, especially the leader of the black-robed assembly, who comprehends the arrow's might better than anyone. He even begins to suspect that he has overexerted himself to the point of hallucination. "You all deserve to die," Lin Feng grits through clenched teeth. Boom! A surge of overwhelming energy erupts from him. He is consumed by rage, and the repercussions are dire. Had he arrived even a moment later, the lung who bathed him, named him, and nourished him would be lost. The black-robed figures feel a constriction in their breath, as if their chests have been struck by a colossal hammer, each one spitting blood. A few even expel fragments of their innards amidst the crimson. The body was pressed flat against the ground, immobilized, as if prostrating an apology for its own actions. Already drained of strength, they could scarcely endure such torment and succumb to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the heavens transformed. The once bright sky was abruptly shrouded by dark clouds. A tempest raged, accompanied by flashes of lightning, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. The dragon, Xiao Bai, stood nearby, sensing the monumental power of the world. It seemed as though the master had grown even stronger. After a moment of cathartic release, Lin Feng regained his composure, and the sky instantly returned to tranquility. The two embraced tightly. Lung Hanzhuang, clad in silk, was unmistakably aware of the two peaks upon Lin Feng's chest. Holding such a temptingly voluptuous figure, his mind remained devoid of any distractions. "Xiao Bai," he called. "Roar." The dragon immediately responded. "Clear the scene." Understanding the command, Xiao Bai opened its mouth and inhaled, devouring the unconscious figures in black robes, rendering them food that would never awaken again. From the moment Lin Feng rescued Lung Hanzhuang to the instant the black-robed figures were consumed by Xiao Bai, it all transpired within a fleeting moment. Lung Hanzhuang had yet to regain her senses when everything had already concluded. They descended to the ground, and Lin Feng gently released her. He intended to utter a few words, but, realizing the incongruity of his identity, turned to leave. As she gazed at the masked man before her, Lung Hanzhuang suddenly called out, "Lin Feng." Lin Feng, startled, paused for a brief moment before continuing forward. Although he was unaware of why Lung Shu had called his name, he had no desire to reveal his identity and resolved to remain silent. "Lin Feng, if you dare to leave, I will disclose everything that transpired here to Master Zhang, and your secret will be exposed." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng halted, turned back with a sense of helplessness, and said, "Lung Shu, how did you recognize me? Is it really you?" Lung Hanzhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. In truth, upon seeing the remarkably familiar birthmark on Lin Feng's neck, she had nearly confirmed his identity. Were the odds of such a coincidence? Not only was the shape of the birthmark identical, but its position was also precisely the same. However, that was merely her speculation. Now, it had been confirmed by his own admission. "It is I," Lin Feng declared, removing his mask to reveal his true visage, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. To this day, he remained unaware of the flaw that had led Lung Shu to recognize him. You. Lung Hanzhuang found herself at a loss for words. Was this truly the so-called useless senior brother whom the disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect had privately derided? Just moments ago, he had effortlessly blocked the god-killing arrow, a feat she had never achieved even at her peak. Lung Hanzhuang scrutinized Lin Feng, seemingly attempting to see through him. She could not fathom how he had grown from a boy she had watched over, the one whose name she had given. Although he had been remarkably intelligent as a child, he had never exhibited extraordinary talent. How had he evolved to this point? Could it be after entering the Nether secret realm? Impossible. Lung Hanzhuang outright dismissed this notion. No matter how extraordinary the opportunity, it is unfathomable for an individual to achieve such a significant leap in power. If it were indeed possible, the only outcome would be a catastrophic self-destruction. Furthermore, a rapid enhancement in a short span renders one incapable of fully mastering their own strength. Lin Feng's performance was evidently inconsistent with these expectations. This implies that he has been concealing his true capabilities all along. Lung Hanzhuang felt that everything unfolding before her was fundamentally overturning her understanding. As the saying goes, youth is often marked by bravado. Which young person does not yearn for acknowledgement? To showcase their talents? To earn respect? Yet, Lin Feng remained an enigma to Lung Hanzhuang. He possessed unparalleled talent, yet chose to remain hidden. Even in the face of scorn and slander from all members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, he accepted it with composure. Is this the level of maturity one expects from a man in his 20s? Surely, even those ancient beings who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years could scarcely match such composure. Gazing upon that familiar visage, Lung Hanzhuang could not help but ponder. Truly, he is a man shrouded in mystery. No, that is not quite right. He should be referred to as a boy. Chapter 31. Confidentiality. Lin Feng. You have concealed yourself quite well, Cold Hanzhuang remarked, her tone filled with admiration. Lin Feng, however, was compelled to maintain his decorum. I beseech your forgiveness, esteemed Shu, he replied respectfully. It was impossible for him to be anything but reverent towards the woman who had once bathed him and fed him. Compelled, you say? Pray, enlighten me on the nature of this compulsion, Cold Hanzhuang inquired, her interest piqued. Shu, you have yet to divulge how you recognize me, Lin Feng countered, eager to discern the answer to avoid future missteps. He needed to ensure that he would not be recognized again. Do you truly wish to know? She queried. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded vigorously. Then first, tell me, when did you resolve to conceal your talents? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng began, since I was quite young. I believe. The exact timing eludes me, but I recall my master often recounting his illustrious past, claiming he was the most gifted among the 7 swords of Shenzhao. Yet, he suffered an unexpected setback that stunted his progress. I sensed it was no mere accident, but rather a deliberate act by others. Thus, I resolved not to repeat my master's fate, opting to downplay my abilities and appear rather ordinary, so as not to attract attention or provoke adversaries who might view me as a worthless senior brother. Cold Hanzhuang found Lin Feng's rationale entirely reasonable upon hearing his explanation. In his youth, the senior brother had indeed been excessively ostentatious, earning him the reputation of an extraordinary talent not seen in the Shenzhao Sword Sect for centuries. This very notoriety had incited rival factions to conspire against him, intent on thwarting his growth. Lin Feng's decision was prudent. Had he openly showcased his unparalleled gifts from a young age, his current achievements might not have been realized. Firstly, overly adulated youth are prone to arrogance. Secondly, rival factions would undoubtedly seek to incapacitate him. Yet one must ponder, how young was Lin Feng at that time to possess such remarkable restraint? He had endured 2 decades of disdain and ridicule from his junior disciples, a burden only he truly understood. Even now, with extraordinary strength, he remained reluctant to reveal himself. Cold Hanzhuang's gaze shifted as she regarded Lin Feng. This young man was formidable. Fortunate for them, he was an ally. Had he belonged to an opposing faction, given time, he could very well bring ruin to the entire Shenzhao Sword Sect. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Lin Feng hastily continued, Shu, I assure you, I speak the truth. There is another reason. If I were to excel too conspicuously, the sect would surely expel me from the solitary peak. I fear my master would feel compelled to cast me out due to external pressures, and I have no desire to leave the solitary peak, nor my master. Thus, I have kept this hidden, even from him. His heartfelt confession brought Cold Hanzhuang a sense of relief, and she found herself in agreement with Lin Feng's reasoning. Once, she had felt a mix of disappointment and frustration towards him, believing that as his direct disciple, he should strive harder despite any perceived shortcomings in talent. Yet, Lin Feng had consistently exhibited a lack of effort alongside his modest aptitude. I believe you now, Cold Hanzhuang affirmed with a nod. Thank you, Shu, Lin Feng replied gratefully. Then, could you tell me how you recognized me, Master Uncle? Lin Feng inquired cautiously. Certainly. When the eldest senior brother first brought you back, he entrusted you to my care for a time. I bathed you daily and noticed the birthmark on your neck. Of course, you were quite young then and likely do not remember. Just now, when you embraced me, saved me, I recognized that familiar birthmark. Do you think there could be another person in the world with the same mark in the same place? Lin Feng suddenly understood. It was indeed the matter of the birthmark on his neck that he had not given much thought to. Now that he knew the source of the issue, he could be more cautious. Very few were aware of the birthmark's existence, making it easier to guard against. As for the fact that Lung Hanzhuang claimed to be too young to remember her childhood, Lin Feng chose not to comment. He not only recalled her bathing him, but also remembered the playful antics she enacted during those moments. At that time, Lin Feng could only respond with loud cries and protests. Just consider it. A mature soul trapped within an infant's body, subjected to the whims of a captivating beauty, whose allure was unparalleled in both visage and form. One experience that must have been. What made it even harder for Lin Feng to accept was the sight of Lung Hanzhuang in a delicate silk gown, clinging to her figure when wet, revealing delightful glimpses of her form. In his previous life on Earth, Lin Feng had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the pursuit of science, never having indulged in romantic relationships. How could he withstand such temptation? That period nearly drove him to madness, leading him to wail whenever Lung Hanzhuang approached with the intent to bathe him. Of course, all of this occurred during his infancy. Lung Hanzhuang was unaware that a mature soul resided within Lin Feng. Otherwise, she would never have behaved in such a manner. She was merely curious about something she had never encountered before. Ah, now I understand. No wonder Master Uncle could confirm my identity, Lin Feng nodded, though he dared not dwell further on the memories. Back then, he was but an infant. Now, however, he had grown into a vigorous young man. Coupled with the sensations from saving Lung Hanzhuang earlier, it was best to shift the topic. To be honest, even though I can ascertain your identity, the actual moment of your acknowledgement still leaves me in awe. At merely over 20 years of age, you possess such formidable prowess, far surpassing that of the eldest senior brother, Lung Hanzhuang remarked with admiration. You flatter me, Master Uncle. I am still young and have much to learn from you. Lin Feng humbly replied. With your abilities, there's truly no need for further restraint. No. Master Uncle, I have grown accustomed to this way of life. I do not wish to be the center of attention wherever I go, nor do I want to be perceived as a monster. I sincerely request that you keep my secret. Lin Feng expressed his profound gratitude. Upon finishing, he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and bowed to Lung Hanzhuang. He remained steadfast in his belief that a low profile would lead to a longer life. Very well. Since you have articulated your wishes so clearly, I, Master Uncle, shall grant your request and keep your secret, revealing it to no one. Lung Hanzhuang agreed. She sensed that a remarkably gifted disciple was concealed in the shadows, which could potentially benefit the Shenzhao Sword Sect. However, if the Wujimo Sect and the Seven Kills Sect were to discover Lin Feng's existence, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate him. This would be counterproductive. Lin Feng's strength was indeed formidable, yet within the two sects, there remained numerous ancient beings. Should they be provoked into action, the consequences could be dire. Thank you, Master Uncle. Should you have any commands in the future, do not hesitate to convey them. Lin Feng will exert every effort to fulfill them. This is what you promised. No turning back. Absolutely no regrets. Lin Feng declared solemnly. Even if the situation had not arisen, if Lung Hanzhuang sought him out, he would certainly not decline. Chapter 32. Concealed Achievements and Fame. Master Uncle, allow me to help you expel the malevolent energy from your body. Lin Feng could sense the dire condition of Lung Hanzhuang. A formidable aura of killing intent resided within her, akin to the arrow that continuously ravaged her flesh. If not eradicated promptly, it would inflict irreversible damage upon her body. Very well. I shall entrust this to you. Lung Hanzhuang did not refuse. There seemed to be no need for formality with this young man whom she had watched grow since infancy. The killing intent from the god of killing technique was notoriously tenacious. It would be a formidable challenge to eliminate it solely by her own efforts. Hence, seeking Lin Feng's assistance was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Master Uncle, please close your eyes and bear with it. The process may bring some discomfort. No need. Proceed, she replied resolutely, confident in her endurance. Lin Feng wasted no words. He aligned his right hand S-index and middle fingers and gently pressed them against Lung Hanzhuang's forehead. With utmost care, he directed his ultimate sword intent into her body, gradually consuming the malevolent energy. Despite Lin Feng's caution, the killing intent retaliated fiercely. A battle ensued within her body between the killing aura and the sword intent, resulting in considerable agony. At some point, Lung Hanzhuang had shut her eyes. her silver teeth clenched, her body trembling involuntarily. Fortunately, Lin Feng's ultimate power far surpassed that of the killing intent. Before long, he had devoured all resistance, finally expelling it from her body. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng thought, "At last, it is accomplished." In other circumstances, purging malevolent energy would have been a trivial task for him. However, within Lung Hanchuang's body, he needed to tread carefully to avoid exacerbating her pain. At that moment, Lung Hanchuang kept her eyes closed, for even though the killing intent had vanished, she required time to recuperate. With Lin Feng as her protector, she felt entirely at ease regarding her safety. An hour later, Lung Hanchuang opened her eyes. "Master Uncle, how do you feel?" Lin Feng inquired with genuine concern. "Thank you, Lin Feng. I am completely recovered. The killing intent from the God of Killing technique is indeed formidable. Had it not been for your assistance, I would have taken a considerably longer time to cleanse it entirely," she replied gratefully. "Please do not mention it, Master Uncle. As your junior, it is my duty to assist you. By the way, what precisely does the God of Killing technique entail?" The God of Killing technique is a forbidden art of the Seven Kills sect, exceedingly tyrannical. A millennium ago, the God of Killing sect nearly unified the Li region with its power, but subsequently, Lung Hanchuang recounted the history of the Seven Kills sect. She also shared her suspicions regarding the alliance between the Wuji Demon sect and the Seven Kills sect, intending to first eliminate the Shenzhao Sword Sect. From the Wuji Demon sect orchestrating the injury of Su Mubai through the Rakshasa sect and seizing the Howran sword, to the Seven Kills sect deploying the God of Killing group into the Juyo secret realm to confront her. It was evident that the primary target of both sects was the Seven Swords of Shenzhao. At this juncture, Lung Hanchuang suddenly posed a question. "Lin Feng, is the specter who single-handedly annihilated the Rakshasa sect and departed unscathed from the clutches of the Wuji Demon sect's Grand Elder, Qian Daoxiong, truly you?" "Indeed, it is I." Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. "Since everything has been laid bare before Master Lung, there is no longer any need for concealment. It is better to admit it candidly." Lung Hanchuang was not overly surprised this time. She had surmised that it must be Lin Feng, otherwise, who would dare take such a tremendous risk to obliterate the Luocha sect? "What level is your sword intent now?" she inquired further. "Ultimate. I am not far from the sword domain, yet I feel I have encountered a bottleneck. A certain opportunity is required for me to break through to the sword domain. Unfortunately, I cannot enter the sword tomb, where I could have comprehended the sword," Lin Feng replied. "Hiss!" Lung Hanchuang gazed at Lin Feng, astonished once more. "Ultimate sword intent." It is worth noting that the most formidable elder brother of the Shenzhao Seven Swords had only reached the great completion of sword intent, while she herself had merely achieved minor completion. A young man in his 20s has attained ultimate sword intent. Such innate talent is terrifying. In the past, her senior brother Su Mubai was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Lin Feng is at least a millennium, if not a millennium, rare find. To this day, the Shenzhao Sword Sect has yet to hear of anyone who could comprehend the sword domain. If Lin Feng's talent were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly stir the attention of those reclusive ancestors. With proper nurturing, he could very well alter the fate of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Lung Hanchuang took several deep breaths, gradually calming herself. She herself is a genius among geniuses. Otherwise, she would not have become one of the Shenzhao Seven Swords before the age of 100. Yet today, encountering Lin Feng has dealt her a significant blow. Back then, she had not perceived any remarkable qualities in Lin Feng. Reserved, intelligent, and sensible were those truly exceptional. How could he have suddenly grown to a point where she must now look up to him? Who told you not to participate in the sect's grand competition? Even if you wish to remain low-key, you shouldn't be indifferent to being regarded as a waste, should you? Is it not acceptable to exhibit a modicum of talent? Lung Hanchuang retorted. "Master, I genuinely dislike being the center of attention. It makes me quite uncomfortable. I hope you can understand," Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. "Enough. Once we exit, I shall take charge of the matter regarding the sword tomb. I sincerely hope you can indeed comprehend the sword domain within. It would not be in vain for my efforts," she stated. "Thank you, Master," Lin Feng exclaimed with joy. "Let us go." The 3-month period will soon elapse, and we must hasten to find the other shore flower. Our senior brother cannot endure until the next opening of the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Lung Hanzhuang said as she stood up. Master, I have already found the other shore flower. Lin Feng retrieved the flower, obtained from the lair of the little white creature, from his spatial pouch and handed it to Lung Hanzhuang. I cannot afford to reveal this, Master. Please take the other shore flower back to present it to the sect leader. Lung Hanzhuang accepted the other shore flower. As the instances of surprise accumulated, one eventually becomes desensitized to astonishment. Moreover, given Lin Feng's prowess, it is entirely reasonable for him to locate the other shore flower. It would have been more unusual had he failed to do so, since we have acquired the other shore flower. This mission to the 9 Nether Secret Realm can be deemed accomplished. Let us proceed to find Qing Xian. I wonder if she has encountered any peril. This time, the 7 Kills sect and the Wept sect have come prepared, even dispatching the Killing God team. I am somewhat concerned, Lung Hanzhuang said, furrowing her brow. The Shenzhao Sword Sect dispatched 4 true disciples, among whom Zhu Jie has been confirmed deceased. Lin Feng stands before them, and even if he were not present, none could inflict harm upon him. Only Yi Qing Xian and Yang Fan remain. One hopes they are unharmed. Master Uncle, do not worry about the safety of my senior sister. I have just come from there, Lin Feng replied. Oh, have you seen Qing Xian? How are they? Lung Hanzhuang pressed eagerly. Indeed, I have seen them. They are safe. Lin Feng recounted in detail the incident wherein the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyan sect were besieged by the joint forces of the Wept sect, the 7 Kills sect, and the cloaked figures. Are you implying that Qing Xian and her companions were besieged and had no choice but to self-destruct their life-saving flying swords? And you happened to be nearby, heard the commotion, and subsequently slaughtered all members of the 7 Kills sect and Wept sect? Precisely. Lin Feng nodded. So, if you had not entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm this time, our Shenzhao Sword Sect would have faced total annihilation? Master Uncle, one cannot say that. I too am a member of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, and could never stand by and watch others perish. Lin Feng replied earnestly. Lung Hanzhuang gazed at Lin Feng, rendered speechless for a time. Had it not been for this young man, the losses incurred by the Shenzhao Sword Sect during their expedition to the 9 Nether Secret Realm would have been catastrophic. For true disciples, along with herself, the wielder of the Ice Soul Sword would have perished. The number of survivors from the Shenzhao Sword Sect would likely not exceed 1/10. The crux of the matter was that the sect had not previously recognized the severity of the situation. Lung Hanzhuang had believed her quest for the other shore flower was almost certain to succeed. Who could have anticipated such unforeseen complications? Thankfully, Lin Feng was present. Otherwise, she and her disciples might have been forever trapped within the secret realm. Master Uncle, why do you look at me like that? Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine under Lung Hanzhuang's gaze. Lin Feng, as he said, you are also a member of the Shenzhao Sword Sect and cannot turn a blind eye to death. However, I must express my gratitude. Without you, not only would we have perished, but the Shenzhao Sword Sect would have remained oblivious to the schemes of the 7 Kills sect and Wept sect, perpetually on the defensive, potentially incurring even greater losses in the future, Lung Hanzhuang stated earnestly. Master Uncle, well, truly, there is no need for such formality. If gratitude is to be expressed, it is I who must thank you. My master saved my life, and you have nurtured me. Regardless of how high my future achievements may soar, I will always remember this kindness. One must not forget their roots. Lin Feng spoke from the heart. In his childhood, Lung Hanzhuang had indeed treated him exceptionally well. The leader of the Yinu Peak, one of the Shenzhao 7 swords, and the master of the Ice Soul Sword, personally bathed him, a privilege few could claim. He might be the sole recipient of such kindness. However, as he grew older, lacking talent and diligence, and adhering to a life of mediocrity, their relationship gradually became distant. Lin Feng's heartfelt words evoked memories for Lung Hanzhuang, transporting her back to scenes from over 20 years ago. The final sentiment of not forgetting one's roots filled her with both pride and a tinge of embarrassment. After realizing Lin Feng's lack of cultivation talent and his subsequent lack of effort, she had attempted to counsel him several times, even engaging in heartfelt discussions. all to no avail. Lin Feng remained resolute in his own ways, often indulging in childish pursuits. He delighted in fishing, setting traps for small animals, climbing trees to raid birds' nests, and ultimately roasting his catches over a fire. This behavior elicited a sense of frustration in Lung Hanzhuang, who felt a pang of disappointment, leading her to pay less attention to Lin Feng. You are quite remarkable. Not only have you matured mentally, but your thoughts are also comprehensive. Were it not for the fact that I have witnessed your growth firsthand, I might suspect you were an ancient being practicing the art of rejuvenation, she remarked with a hint of admiration. However, let us not dwell on the past. We should seek out your senior sisters. A look of satisfaction graced Lung Hanzhuang's face. All right, master, we shall depart at once. Xiao Bai, roared the little dragon. Xiao Bai immediately soared to Lin Feng's side, obediently lying flat on the ground. Master, this is my pet. The ethereal flower was a gift from it, Lin Feng introduced. A successfully transformed dragon. Quite commendable, who knows? It may one day ascend to true dragonhood. Master, let us proceed. My senior sisters shouldn't be far. Lin Feng leaped onto the head of the dragon, with Lung Hanzhuang following closely behind. The alliance of the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Seven Kill Sect had amassed a considerable number of followers who had not strayed far. After burying the bodies of their fallen comrades, they awaited the opening of the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Master, let us descend. I need to change back into my attire. Please keep this a secret. Indeed, rest assured, I shall honor my promise. The two descended to the ground. Lin Feng donned the robes of a true disciple once more, reclaiming the identity of the discarded eldest brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. The dragon shrank into a white serpent, nestling into his sleeve. Lung Hanzhuang led Lin Feng to reunite with the contingent of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Upon seeing her master arrive, Yi Qingxian was utterly astonished. She was unaware that her master had also entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a closely guarded secret of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. However, the sight of Lin Feng alongside her master was entirely unexpected. Surely, it was her master who sought him out. With the presence of the master of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao, everyone felt a sense of security. They no longer had to live in fear of a sudden ambush by the cloaked figure. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained in the shadows, concealing his talents and reputation, unnoticed as the forsaken eldest brother. Chapter 33. Unexpected developments after the arrival of Lung Hanzhuang. The disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect began to exhibit newfound audacity. They formed small teams, dispersing in search of opportunities and treasures. In their eyes, Lung Hanzhuang, one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao, was a figure of great significance. With her presence, they felt no fear of the mysterious black-robed individuals. Their safety was assured, and their yearning for fortune burgeoned. However, they were cautious not to venture too far. Having regained his identity, Lin Feng blended into the group, frequently preparing roasted wild game for everyone to enjoy. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, soon attracting those still recovering from their injuries, whom he welcomed with open arms, generously sharing the roasted delicacies. It must be said that Lin Feng's grilling skills were indeed commendable. Those who tasted his creations could not help but give him a thumbs up. As more individuals joined in, Lin Feng became a veritable master of barbecue, catering to the appetites of over 100 people daily. Of course, to partake in the feast, one had to catch the wild beasts themselves, as Lin Feng did not provide the ingredients. High atop a massive tree, Yi Qingxian was recuperating, with Lung Hanzhuang by his side to prevent any unforeseen incidents. During the battle against the 7 Kill Sect and the Wijimu Sect, Yi Qingxian had detonated his innate flying sword, resulting in significant harm to his body. Fortunately, the injuries were not irreparable. He merely needed to stabilize his condition and take time to recuperate before crafting a new innate flying sword. Lung Hanzhuang observed Lin Feng below, bustling with activity, a stark contrast to the formidable presence he once had. The disciples from both sects surrounding him remained oblivious to the true nature of the man preparing their meals. One day, when Lin Feng's strength was revealed, it would become a tale for them to boast about for a lifetime. Before long, Yi Qingxian regained consciousness and sat beside Lung Hanzhuang. Qingxian, How is your body faring? Asked Lung Hanzhuang. Much better, thank you, master. Without your assistance, my recovery would not have been so swift, Yi Qingxian replied. There's no need for such formality with me. Be more cautious in the future. Self-detonating your innate flying sword is unwise. Repeated use can inflict irreversible damage to your body. I understand. It was a last resort, he said. The two shared a moment of silence before Lung Hanzhuang suddenly exclaimed, Qingxian. Yes. What is it, master? Yi Qingxian turned to her. Make an effort to interact more with Lin Feng. Huh? Yi Qingxian was taken aback, unsure why his master would suddenly suggest he engage with Lin Feng, something that had never occurred before. Lin Feng was not only the disciple of his senior brother, but also someone he had known since childhood. With his senior brother gravely injured and unconscious, Lin Feng was left alone on the solitary peak, feeling quite isolated and pitiable. If you have the time, visit him at the solitary peak and have a chat to help guide him, Lung Hanzhuang explained. In her heart, she thought, my dear disciple, I can only assist you this far. Whether you seize this opportunity depends solely on you. All right, master, I will visit him when I can, Yi Qingxian responded. Lung Hanzhuang shook her head slightly, aware that Yi Qingxian was merely paying lip service. Yet, it was an inevitable situation. A renowned master who is notoriously inept. What merit is there in associating with him? Yet, there are matters I have promised Lin Feng that cannot be disclosed. I can only provide a subtle hint. Whether one can comprehend it, or rather, whether one is fortunate enough to grasp it, rests upon Yi Qingxuan's destiny. Given Lin Feng's extraordinary talent displayed thus far, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone in the entire history of Lizhou who could be compared to him, let alone within the Shenzhao Sword Sect. What is pivotal is not only his astonishing innate ability, but also his profound cunning. Such individuals possess limitless potential for achievement. Master, I had not heard of your intention to enter the secret realm before. What prompted this sudden decision? Yi Qingxian hastily shifted the subject, wishing to avoid any discussion regarding Lin Feng. I entered in search of specific spiritual herb, Lung Hanzhuang replied. Have you found it? Indeed. Hence, I came to unite with you, to await the opening of the secret realm together. Master, you must not be aware that this entry into the Nine Nether Secret Realm is far more perilous than in the past, had it not been for a narrow escape. You might not have seen me again. Oh, what transpired? Do share. Lung Hanzhuang feigned surprise, eager to hear more. Yi Qingxian recounted the dangers she faced upon entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Initially, she managed to cope. However, she soon found herself besieged by the forces of the Wujimezong, Shenzhao Sect, and the enigmatic figure in black, with no hope of escape. Just as she was resigned to her fate after self-detonating her life-bound flying sword, a masked man appeared, effortlessly dispatching the forces of Wujimezong, Shenzhao Sect, and the figure in black. As she mentioned the masked individual, a barely perceptible smile graced Yi Qingxuan's lips while her eyes sparkled with intense interest and curiosity. Lung Hanzhuang, observing this, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Oh, foolish girl, the person you speak of is right there roasting meat. I have done my utmost to hint at it, yet you remain oblivious. By the way, Master, he mentioned a connection with our Shenzhao Sword Sect. When it comes to distributing the spiritual herbs, we should receive a larger share. Do you know who he might be? Yi Qingxian inquired with a hint of anticipation. This person is both far and near, the very inept master you speak of. Does he not share ties with the Shenzhao Sword Sect? Lung Hanzhuang thought to herself, though she refrained from voicing it. Having promised Lin Feng to keep his secret, she would uphold that vow. Not even if the master or senior brother Luo Yuntian inquired. Would she divulge it? Keeping the secret serves as a means of protecting Lin Feng in a roundabout way. I have never seen him. How would I know who he is? Lung Hanzhuang shook her head. However, your words have piqued my interest in this individual. Clearly, his actions indicate a commendable relationship with the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Otherwise, he would not risk offending the Shenzhao Sect and Wujimezong to save you. Yi Qingxuan's expression fell into disappointment. I thought as much, but alas, he has departed. If only you could have met him, perhaps you would recognize him. I feel an inexplicable familiarity, yet I cannot recall from where. If it feels familiar, then do take a moment to reflect. Perhaps you will uncover something. I have pondered it thoroughly, Yet I still cannot recall, Yi Qingxin lamented. Alas! Cold Han Shuang sighed deeply, realizing she could no longer provide further hints. Time continued to pass inexorably. After the significant forces of the Shenzhao sect, the Seven Kill sect, and the black-robed individuals were vanquished, the remaining factions, scattered throughout the secret realm, posed little threat. Half a month later, the day of the reopening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm arrived. As all within the realm awaited their transport, the entire domain suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, a brilliant beam of golden light emerged from the distance, connecting with the heavens. The inhabitants of the secret realm were drawn to it, leaping onto the treetops to gaze at the distant radiance. What is happening? Cold Han Shuang furrowed her brow. Prior to entering, she had perused the records and consulted with those from the Shenzhao Sword Sect who had entered the realm a century ago, and such an occurrence had never been reported. Glancing at Lin Feng nearby, she noticed he too wore an expression of bewilderment. In the face of this unforeseen event, her first instinct was to think of Lin Feng. After all, it was he who had come to her rescue during her most desperate hour, fostering an unconscious reliance on him in her psyche. Little did she know, Lin Feng was merely a young man in his 20s, possessing strength but limited experience. Chapter 34. The emergence of a Nine Nether Palace as the inhabitants of the secret realm stood atop the treetops, gazing at the resplendent golden light. A voice of authority resonated, reaching each individual's ears. The Nine Nether Palace has manifested. All may proceed to the palace to undergo trials and seek their destined fortuity. Within the palace lie numerous legacies. Acquiring even one could irrevocably alter one's fate. The opening of the secret realm shall be delayed by 1 month. Thus, I urge everyone to seize this fleeting opportunity. Should you miss it, there shall be no second chance. Good luck to all. Farewell. The mention of the Nine Nether Palace and great fortuity ignited excitement among all in the secret realm. They had ventured into this domain in pursuit of a chance to soar to greatness. At long last, their aspirations were poised to materialize, and their destinies were on the verge of transformation. In that moment, nearly every individual felt like the protagonist of their own tale. After all, how many had entered the Nine Nether Realm before without encountering the palace? Was it not a sign of divine favor that they were the ones to witness it? Those near the golden light were so exhilarated that they nearly fainted. Amidst the fervor, however, one figure remained sullen, Lin Feng. He had no desire to seek any fortuity. His sole wish was to exit quickly and rescue his master. In comparison to Su Mubai's safety, all matters of opportunity seemed trivial. Though the opening of the Nine Nether Realm was postponed by a month, time was still of the essence. Who could guarantee that unforeseen events would not arise along the way? Master, what is the Nine Nether Palace? Yi Vingguan Inwidet. I do not know. It is not mentioned in ancient texts. It appears this is the first time the Nine Nether Palace has manifested, Lung Hanzhuang replied, shaking her head. Her intuition suggested that the palace's emergence was likely connected to Lin Feng. Shall we still go? If there is a great fortuity, why not seize it? As the authoritative voice faded, countless figures hastened toward the source of the golden light, pushing their speed to the limit, fearful of being outpaced by others. Such an opportunity was indeed momentous. The Qingyan sect took the lead, with the Shenzhao Sword Sect following closely. Lin Feng observed, speechless, as disciple after disciple from the Shenzhao Sword Sect sped past him. Was such urgency truly necessary? What is fated to be will inevitably come to pass. What is not fated cannot be forced. No matter how hard one strives, that which does not belong to you shall remain unattainable. As a prodigy blessed with extraordinary talent, Lin Feng had underestimated the resolve of the weak to grow stronger. In the realm of Lizhou, power is paramount. With strength, one can attain everything desired: status, wealth, beauty, respect, and more. One can even determine the life and death of others with a mere utterance. No one desires to remain weak. Lin Feng, what is your perspective on the sudden appearance of the Nine Nether Palace? Such an occurrence has never transpired before. Could it be a deception? Lung Hanzhuang approached Lin Feng and queried. Lin Feng quickly glanced around, ensuring the crowd had dispersed before he sighed in relief, and replied, Aunt, must you act this way? If anyone overhears, even a fool would discern something amiss. It should be I asking you instead. Can you not display a semblance of the demeanor befitting a strong individual? Aunt, this is not a matter of courage. I simply do not wish to reveal myself just yet. Did you not promise to keep my secret? All right, it is merely a question. I only approached after noticing that others were departing. Pray tell, what are your thoughts? The Nine Nether Secret Realm has existed for countless years, and various factions from across the continents have reaped numerous benefits within its bounds. Surely, there can be no deception involved. Lin Feng pondered before responding. Do you think your appearance is what has prompted the Nine Nether Palace to manifest? Cold Han Shuang inquired thoughtfully. Master Uncle, please do not elevate me to such heights. I lack such formidable capabilities. Ayu, everyone within the secret realm perceives themselves as the protagonist, believing their arrival has summoned the Nine Nether Palace. They swarm forward, each one fantasizing about soaring to great heights after seizing immense fortunes, while you remain disinterested. Cold Han Shuang found the emergence of the Nine Nether Palace to be exceedingly peculiar. Previously, while examining ancient texts regarding the Nine Nether Secret Realm, she had encountered such accounts. It was said that the realm was left behind by a certain superlative powerhouse, intended for the pursuit of legacy. Why else would entry be restricted to those under a century of Bone Age? However, the requirements set forth by this powerhouse were exceedingly stringent, which is why no one had ever obtained the legacy. Initially, Cold Han Shuang had not regarded this matter with much seriousness. Yet, upon the recent emergence of the Nine Nether Palace, she recalled it. Perhaps it is indeed true. Among those entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm, Lin Feng possesses the highest innate talent. His potential is so exceptional that it is unparalleled throughout the entire history of the Divine Sky Sword Sect. If there exists a legacy from a certain superlative powerhouse within the Nine Nether Secret Realm, Lin Feng is the singular choice. If even he is deemed unworthy, it is unlikely anyone else would qualify. Master Uncle, why do you think so many rush to seize opportunities, yet so few ultimately attain them? Why do they pursue it with such fervor, even at the cost of their lives? Lin Feng suddenly inquired. Because hope. No one in this world is content with mediocrity. Mediocrity is a sin. Even the slightest glimmer of hope compels individuals to persevere. Lin Feng replied honestly. Is that so? Lin Feng, you are still young, and having been brought back by the senior brother who has shielded you, you have only faced a few whispers of ridicule from fellow disciples. You have yet to witness the harsh realities of the outside world. In due time, you will comprehend their actions. Very well, I understand. Let us go and discover what extraordinary wonders the Nine Nether Palace holds. Master Uncle, I believe it would be better if we parted ways. Cold Han Shuang cast a glance at the somewhat embarrassed Lin Feng before departing ahead of him. After a moment, Lin Feng set off leisurely. His purpose for entering was not to seek fortune. Finding the other shore flower was a fulfillment in itself, and there was no need to vie with others. At the deepest recesses of the Nine Nether Secret Realm, a beam of golden light, stretching over 100 meters in diameter, connected with the heavens. Anyone who stepped into this golden radiance would be transported to the Nine Nether Palace, where they would undergo trials. Those who succeeded would receive the corresponding legacy. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, he did not venture into the radiant light, but instead sought a comfortable position to sit, observing the multitude of individuals hastening from various corners of the secret realm, unhesitatingly stepping into the brilliance. Among them were representatives from the four foremost sects, alongside other factions and solitary wanderers. Even a considerable number of cloaked figures had arrived. At this moment, the only sentiments occupying their minds were those of opportunity and inheritance, setting aside all grudges and enmities. After watching for a while, Lin Feng grew weary and rose to approach the edge of the light beam. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped inside. In the next instant, the world shifted. When he regained his senses, he found himself within a magnificent, unfamiliar hall. The sight before him was resplendent, with nearly everything adorned in a layer of gold, far surpassing the opulence of ancient palaces on Earth in his previous life. Flanking the hall were numerous golden statues, depicting both humans and bizarre, fantastical beasts. 8 towering columns bore intricate carvings of lifelike five-clawed golden dragons. For a fleeting moment, Lin Feng even felt as though the dragons upon the pillars had stirred. However, what perplexed him was the fact that he was utterly alone in the hall. Where had all the others gone? It was inconceivable that each person had their own grand hall. This nine-nether palace must be exceedingly vast. Chapter 35. Refusal. As Lin Feng glanced around, a voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Welcome to the Nine-Nether Palace. I am the sovereign of Nine-Nether. Lin Feng was startled and turned to see a spectral figure seated in the primary throne. I am Lin Feng. Honored to meet you, senior. Lin Feng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the apparition, an intensity he had never encountered before, indicating the figure's formidable strength. The figure in the throne remained silent, its gaze fixated on Lin Feng. After a moment, it spoke. Excellent. After all these years, someone worthy has finally arrived. Your name is Lin Feng, is it not? Indeed, senior. Lin Feng responded. Do you know that I have awaited your arrival for over 10,000 years? Time is running short. Awaited me? Over 10,000 years? Lin Feng was taken aback. He had only been in this world for a little over 20 years. How could anyone have waited for him for such a span? I humbly request clarification, senior. 10,000 years ago, I was gravely injured and fled to this distant continent. Aware that my time was limited, I established the Nine-Nether secret realm and left behind the treasured Nine-Nether palace, entering a state of meditation to await the emergence of a worthy disciple to inherit my legacy. However, the talents of those from this continent proved woefully inadequate, and thus I waited for over 10,000 years. Fortunately, just as I was about to dissipate, you arrived, ensuring that my wait was not in vain. The apparition elucidated. Are you implying that I am the disciple you have awaited to inherit your legacy? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed. Senior, may I refuse? Lin Feng asked cautiously. What did you say? Repeat that. The figure seemed to have misheard. I mean, can I decline the inheritance of your legacy? There are many others who have entered. You may choose from them. I fear I might disappoint you, senior, Lin Feng earnestly explained. Do you realize what you are saying? The figure pointed at Lin Feng, flustered and struggling to articulate its indignation. As the illustrious sovereign of Nine-Nether, it should have been a simple matter to take on a disciple. Just a word from it would cause countless prodigies to rush to its door. Yet now, it faced outright rejection and absurdity. Since becoming a sovereign, it had never been denied before. Senior, I am fully aware of what I am saying. I do not wish to be your heir. I implore you to let me leave, as if I had never entered, Lin Feng asserted solemnly. Young man, do you know who I am? Senior, did you not introduce yourself just now? You are the sovereign of Nine-Nether. Knowing I am the sovereign of Nine-Nether, you still dare to refuse me? You possess quite the audacity. Such a prominent figure as yourself should have a heart broad enough not to dwell on trifles with a junior like me. Lin Feng employed a tactic of provocation, wishing to avoid inciting anger. The figure inhaled deeply before continuing. Do you comprehend what you are foregoing? The legacy of a sovereign, let alone in this humble land, even in the central continent, it would incite countless prodigies to contend for it. With just a single word, I could select from the finest talents of the central continent. Lin Feng pondered silently. Since you possess such remarkable prowess, attracting numerous talented individuals eager to become your disciples, there is no need to trouble me. Of course, he would never dare to utter such words, even though the other party has been deceased for millennia. Lin Feng remained ignorant of the true nature of the Saint Lord, but it was evident that he surpassed any ancient being from Lizhou. Perhaps, before his demise, he had left behind certain formidable techniques. If provoked, he could easily extinguish Lin Feng's life with a mere swipe, a fate too unjust to bear. The reason for his refusal stemmed from Lin Feng's desire to alleviate undue pressure upon himself. The fact that the other had escaped here due to severe injuries indicated that the enemy was stronger than the Saint Lord. Was it not absurd to accept a legacy only to seek vengeance? Not only would he have to depart, but he would also need to confront an existence even more powerful than the Saint Lord. The mere thought was terrifying. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Having experienced death once, Lin Feng held life in even greater esteem. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his talents, choosing instead to be mocked as a useless senior brother. Some might opt to accept the legacy first, pondering revenge later. But not Lin Feng. If he were to agree, he would commit wholeheartedly to fulfilling that promise. Such was his principle. It was evident that his predecessor had once been a commanding figure across vast territories. Indeed, the Phantom nodded, mistakenly believing the young man had reconsidered. However, Lin Feng's subsequent declaration nearly sent him into a fit of rage. Thus, I suggest you seek another. I am unworthy to inherit your teachings or be your disciple. This boy is truly beyond redemption. Lin Feng fell silent, having clearly conveyed his stance. Further discourse would only serve to exacerbate the other's ire. The atmosphere within the hall became tense. The Phantom gazed intently at Lin Feng, bewildered that as a prestigious Saint Lord, he had finally found a worthy successor in the diminutive Li Zhou, only to be met with such a heartless rejection. He recalled arriving in Li Zhou 10,000 years ago, where the strongest among them barely reached the 8th realm. Could it be that the world outside had undergone a transformation? Unthinkable. If it had truly changed, it would not have taken millennia for someone to meet his criteria for a disciple. Young man, pray, enlighten me on your reluctance to accept my legacy. The Phantom sighed and inquired. Esteemed predecessor, it is not that I harbor discontent, but rather that I am a man content with the status quo, reluctant to impose excessive pressure on myself. Although you deem me the only prodigy in 10,000 years to meet your standards in the external world, I am merely a subject of ridicule, branded a useless individual. From a young age, I understood the wisdom in remaining concealed. A tree that stands out will inevitably be subjected to the winds. Thus, I have chosen to hide my potential, not revealing it until I possess absolute strength. Lin Feng elucidated. What does this have to do with your willingness to become my disciple or accept my legacy? The Phantom was perplexed. You have already stated that you escaped to Li Zhou in a severely weakened state. If I accept your legacy, must I not seek vengeance on your behalf? If I cannot even contend with the entity that bested you, my efforts in cultivation will likely yield the same result. Moreover, I have no intention of leaving Li Zhou. It appears I have never explicitly requested you to exact vengeance on my behalf. Have I? Furthermore, even if I had, would you not first consider accepting the task? Ultimately, the decision to proceed lies solely with you, does it not? After all, I am already beyond the realm of the living and cannot concern myself with such matters. No. Senior, if I were to accept your legacy, you would indeed become my master, and as a disciple, how could I possibly neglect the duty of avenging my mentor? I, Lin Feng, adhere to my own principles. Once I have made a promise, I shall endeavor to fulfill it wholeheartedly, without the slightest hint of insincerity. The ethereal figure regarded Lin Feng, suddenly finding this young man to possess a certain intriguing quality, markedly different from those who seek only to gain without any willingness to contribute. Since you have articulated your stance so clearly, I am even more inclined to have you as my disciple and to pass on my teachings to you. Huh? Lin Feng stood there utterly astonished. Chapter 36. The celestial sword technique. Lin Feng initially believed he had articulated his thoughts with sufficient clarity. However, the response he received nearly shattered his composure. Senior, did you perhaps misunderstand my intentions? You fear that becoming my disciple will expose you to unforeseen perils. Do you not? I discern that you are someone who wishes to command your own destiny. What I am about to disclose pertains to certain secrets of the 9 continents. I implore you to listen attentively before making your decision. Should you still decline after hearing me out, I shall not press you. After all, each person harbors their own aspirations, the ethereal figure stated earnestly. Very well, please proceed. I am listening, Lin Feng resolved internally, determined not to accept the inheritance. Regardless of the eloquent words the other might employ, it was evidently a clash of beings surpassing the 12th realm. What business did he have amidst such divine turmoil? His talents might be commendable in Li Zhou, yet this 9 nether sovereign was not from that realm. This entity had waited here for millennia without finding a worthy candidate. Lin Feng surmised he barely qualified. Clearly, he fell short compared to the prodigies of Central Continent. There was no need to wade into such murky waters. One misstep could leave him as destitute as in his past life on Earth, while others might be overwhelmed with excitement at such a monumental opportunity. Only Lin Feng maintained a calm analysis of the advantages and disadvantages. In his worldview, there were no free lunches, nor would fortune simply fall into one's lap. Even if such bounties existed, they were likely traps, and he was certain they would not be his to claim. Rather than accept the 9 Nether Sovereigns' inheritance and forge numerous formidable enemies, he would prefer to return to the Divine Sword Sect, seek a way into the Sword Tomb, and comprehend the 3rd level of Sword Domain or even the 4th level of Sword Path. A sword cultivator who had grasped the path of the sword would possess formidable combat prowess. Lin Feng, allow me to pose a question first. Senior, please ask, do you wish to be a mere pawn, or do you aspire to be the player in the game of strategy? Certainly the player, Lin Feng began, but abruptly halted, inquiring, Senior, is there a distinction? Indeed, there is a distinction. If you desire to be a pawn, I shall escort you out without further ado. However, if you wish to be the strategist, we may continue our discourse. I must make it clear that this is your sole opportunity to choose. Miss it, and you shall forever remain a pawn, with no chance of becoming the player. When you might be cast aside will depend solely on the whims of the player. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. Logically, there should be nothing to deliberate. Who would willingly become a pawn in another's game of fate? Naturally, one would aspire to be the player. Yet, the 9 Nether Sovereigns' implication was unmistakable. To be the strategist, one must accept his inheritance. It was impossible to reject the role of a pawn while simultaneously refusing to play the subordinate. After a moment's reflection, Lin Feng resolved to listen to the 9 Nether Sovereigns' words in their entirety before making a decision, responding, Senior, I naturally wish to be the player. The ethereal figure smiled faintly. I knew he was not content to be a mere pawn. Apart from Lin Feng, all those who entered the 9 Nether Palace gathered in a spacious hall. How spacious, you may ask? It was several dozen times larger than the grand hall where Lin Feng resided. Even with thousands of individuals present, it felt remarkably uncrowded. Surrounding the hall were 108 neatly arranged doors, each representing a unique inheritance. In this moment, the people within the hall sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, immersed in an illusion, undergoing the trials of a 9 Nether Palace. Upon successfully passing the trial, a voice would indicate which door to enter. Failure meant being teleported out of the 9 Nether Palace, losing the chance to seize opportunities entirely. Newcomers continued to enter the hall with hope, while others awakened, their faces displaying disappointment, before being promptly teleported away. The number of those who could pass the trial was exceedingly rare. As of now, only 3 individuals had succeeded. Yi Qingxian from the Shenzhao Sword Sect, Li Luoyi from the Qingyan Sect, and Zhuge Qingyan from the Medicine King Valley. Even the true disciples Yang Fan of the Shenzhao Sword Sect and Su Wei of the Qingyan Sect were unable to pass, highlighting the challenge posed by this trial. Among them, Yi Qingxian had entered through door 32, the highest accomplishment thus far. Each door bore its own number, with lower numbers indicating greater opportunities within. The other 2, Li Luoyi entered through door 98, while Zhuge Qingyan entered through door 74. As Lung Hanzhuang awakened from the illusion, a voice resounded in her mind. Having passed the trial, please proceed to door 3. Rising, she scanned the hall, but did not spot Lin Feng's figure. With determination, she strode towards the door marked with the number 3, eager to uncover its secrets. Although the Shenzhao Sword Sect focused on sword cultivation, it did not prohibit its disciples from seeking other opportunities. The more methods one possessed, the greater one's strength. Of course, there were those solely devoted to swordsmanship, their hearts consumed by the blade, leaving no room for anything else. Such individuals were rare. Yet each achieved significant accomplishments. Upon reaching door 3, Lung Hanzhuang pushed it open and traversed a long corridor, entering a secret chamber. Within the chamber stood a statue of a woman, clad in armor, wielding a long sword, exuding an air of heroism. She appeared as a battle-hardened female general. Beside the statue was an inscription. As Lung Hanzhuang approached, she read, Fan Yuejiao, one of the 100 generals under the 9 Nether Holy Master, ranked 3rd. Having fought alongside the 9 Nether Holy Master for many years, she earned countless accolades, excelling in swordsmanship with the extraordinary heavenly severing sword technique. It is said she once, at the pinnacle of the 11th realm, slayed a 12th realm powerhouse with a single sword strike, astounding the world, ultimately perishing in. Gasping in astonishment after reading the description, Lung Hans Huang felt a rush of cold air. The Nine Nether Holy Master? An existence beyond the 12th realm? The Nine Nether Secret Realm was left by a being who surpassed the 12th realm? Fan Yuejiao, the heavenly severing sword technique? Having once slain a 12th realm powerhouse at the peak of the 11th realm with a single strike, the lines of text overwhelmed her senses, leaving her dizzy and breathless. If this information were to circulate, it will undoubtedly stir up colossal waves far from the continent. Countless forces will spare no effort to enter the secret realm of the Nine Hells. Not for any other reason, but to seek the legacy of the 108 generals. To think that I have received the inheritance from a formidable being of at least the 11th or even 12th realm, the celestial blade technique. The mere mention of its name evokes an overwhelming sense of awe. Once I master it, will I not be able to slay those of higher ranks at will? Although sword cultivators can engage in battles beyond their level, their adversaries are typically mere ordinary practitioners. However, when faced with individuals from the four supreme powers, the challenge becomes significantly greater. After all, everyone possesses their own trump cards. Moreover, the demonic arts of the boundless demon sect are not to be underestimated. Initially entering with a casual mindset, Lung Hans Huang now finds herself filled with excitement. Who could have anticipated that the secret realm of the Nine Hells, which has opened 100 times over the span of 10,000 years, was left behind by an existence surpassing the 12th realm? Furthermore, it harbors the legacy of the 108 generals. Lung Hans Huang even dares to speculate that among the 108 generals, the weakest must possess at least the 10th realm. Just as she prepares to accept the inheritance, Lung Hans Huang suddenly wonders, whose legacy did Lin Feng receive? The one from within the first gate, or the Holy Master of the Nine Hells? Chapter 37. Acceptance of the legacy 1 month later. Deep within the Nine Nether Secret Realm, the resplendent golden light vanished without a trace. All present stood in a daze, fixated on the spot where the light had once shone. Had the Nine Nether Palace truly disappeared? Had the great fortune slipped from their grasp? Some, overwhelmed by despair, began to wail mournfully. After failing the trials of the Nine Nether Palace, one could re-enter without limitation. This meant that over the past month, everyone had ventured into the palace repeatedly, despite facing failure each time. As long as the Nine Nether Palace existed, there remained a glimmer of hope. They believed that with relentless effort, success would eventually come. Yet now, with the palace gone, so too was their hope. Many found it unbearable to accept this reality. It was the first appearance of the Nine Nether Palace, and they had all thought it was meant for them, that they were the chosen ones destined for greatness. Now, however, their dreams lay in ruins. Where was the Nine Nether Palace? Where was their great fortune? Come fort, I am the chosen one, destined to stand at the pinnacle of power, to sweep away all opposition and become the sovereign of the Li continent. Ha ha, I shall be the sovereign of Li. Those who follow me shall prosper, and those who oppose me shall perish. Any who dare obstruct my path shall be met with ruthless reprisal. A cultivator began to ramble incoherently. He was not alone. Many others wore vacant expressions, their eyes devoid of focus, as if they had lost their very anchor of spirit. Had the Nine Nether Palace not vanished, they would not have succumbed to such despair. After all, with the interference of the cloaked figure, merely surviving was already a blessing. Yet now, witnessing their great fortune slip away was too much for their fragile minds to bear. Lin Feng observed the myriad expressions of humanity around him, gaining a fleeting understanding of the cultivator's relentless pursuit of strength. Ultimately, he accepted the legacy of the Nine Nether Sovereign. There was no alternative. The sovereign's words were too profound to ignore. To reject this opportunity would condemn him to remain a mere pawn forever. Lin Feng's character would never allow him to acquiesce to such a fate. In his previous life on Earth, he was the youngest and most accomplished scientist, his discoveries surpassing terrestrial technology by 3 decades. Reborn in the Li continent, he was taken under the wing of Su Mubai at the Divine Sky Sword Sect, where his talents stood unparalleled. Despite the scorn and derision from the disciples of the sect, Lin Feng remained unfazed, as he viewed their mockery with equanimity. This was due to his innate strength, rendering him indifferent to their trivialities. Were he truly a failure, he would have exerted every effort to cultivate fervently. The distinction between having power and being powerless was stark. One could navigate troubles with ease, while the other would face inevitable defeat. For instance, in the wake of Su Mubai's grievous injuries, Lin Feng possessed the strength to annihilate the Rakshasa sect in vengeance for his master, or to venture into the Nine Nether Secret Realm in search of the ethereal flower. Had he been a failure, he would have been helplessly forced to watch his master perish. Ultimately, Lin Feng was a person of lofty ambition, yet the death he experienced in his past life had tempered his view of fame and fortune. Shortly after the golden light vanished, a majestic voice echoed once more across the sky. A month has passed, and the Nine Nether Palace has now closed. Congratulations to those fortunate enough to have gained opportunities within its confines. May you exalt and perpetuate the legacies you have acquired. The secret realm shall reopen in half a day's time, at which point you will be able to return to the outside world. Farewell, everyone. The authoritative voice faded away, leaving the atmosphere steeped in silence. Most hearts were heavy with despair. Everything was over. Hope had been replaced by overwhelming disappointment. Had they known it would end this way, they would have preferred that the Nine Nether Palace had never materialized. In Lin Feng's palm rested a small image of a palace, the very essence of the Nine Nether Palace. He had become a disciple of the Nine Nether Sovereign, inheriting the profound legacy of his master. Naturally, the treasures of a Nine Nether Palace would also be bestowed upon Lin Feng. The Nine Nether Secret Realm was a space that had been opened. Without the Nine Nether Palace to anchor it, it would never open again, unless an entity of more than 12 realms tore through the fabric of space to reopen it. In essence, this was the final opportunity for the Nine Nether Secret Realm to reveal itself. Of course, Lin Feng had no intention of divulging this information. A century later, when various powerful factions sent representatives, they would discover that the Nine Nether Secret Realm had vanished. As the saying goes, some rejoiced while others despaired. Amidst the collective sorrow, a few individuals found a glimmer of joy, such as Zhuge Qingyun, the young master of the Medicine King Valley. He had acquired the legacy of the 78th general among the 108 warriors of the Nine Nether Sovereign. While the ranking may not be particularly high, it is not insignificant, especially considering that this was a peak 10-realm superpower of formidable might. Zhuge Qingyun was not one to accept the status quo. As the young master of the Medicine King Valley, he harbored ambitions that diverged from the traditional methods of the valley, which had long been ensnared in the machinations of various factions. While they were careful not to offend anyone, their lack of overwhelming strength in the continent was a cause for unease. From a young age, Zhuge Qingyun had vowed to alter this precarious situation, yet opportunities had eluded him until now. With this inheritance, given a little more time, he was confident he could lead the Medicine King Valley to become the 5th most powerful faction in the continent, no longer beholden to the whims of others. Disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, follow me, called Lung Hanzhuang. A contingent of Divine Sky Sword Sect members followed her as they sought a place to rest, awaiting the opening of the secret realm. Subsequently, Li Luoyi also led the Qingyun sect away. She had acquired the legacy of the 98th general among the 108 warriors of the Nine Nether Sovereign. Although this journey into the Nine Nether Secret Realm had its setbacks, it concluded satisfactorily. The Medicine King Valley experienced a similar outcome. They suffered no casualties and obtained numerous treasures, with the young master securing a significant opportunity within the Nine Nether Palace. As time passed, various smaller factions and wandering cultivators departed one by one. Ultimately, only the members of the Infinite Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect remained, along with several cloaked figures exchanging glances. A month ago, when they had gathered here, a disconcerting realization had dawned upon them. The numbers were far too sparse. Only 1/5 of those who had entered remained, and the missing were all elite members. The mission of the two sects had been to encircle and eliminate the disciples of the Divine Sky Sword Sect and the Qingyun sect. Now, not only has the mission failed, but we have also suffered the loss of numerous elites. What should we do? How can we explain this outside? After a discussion, they decided to shift all the blame onto Lin Feng. She is, after all, the master of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of the divine sky. With her presence, the encirclement mission was inevitably doomed to fail. Being countered was a rather expected outcome. It was sheer luck that they did not venture there themselves. In truth, the most difficult aspect for the cloaked figures to accept was the sight of their target within the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Lin Feng, one of the 7 swords of the divine sky. While she remained alive, the Grand Leader and numerous members of the Killing God group had vanished. The outcome was all too evident. The mission was a failure, and the Grand Leader had been slain by Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, the instigator of it all, had merely brushed off the situation, concealing his achievements and name. Lin Feng's decision to no longer conceal her identity also indicated her intention to bear the weight of responsibility herself. Chapter 38. The ultimate victor in this expedition to the Secret Realm, the most fortunate faction without a doubt, is the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Not only did they uncover the elusive Other Shore Flower, but 3 individuals also inherited the legacy within the 9 Nether Palace. Yi Qingxian entered door 32, while Lin Feng passed through door 3. As for Lin Feng, he was directly transported into the Grand Hall, receiving the inheritance of the 9 Nether Sovereign, transcending the 12 realms, without undergoing any trials. Now, the 9 Nether Palace has fallen into his grasp, meaning he can bestow the remaining legacies of the 108 generals upon whomever he chooses. However, with great rewards come immense pressures. If given the choice, Lin Feng would prefer to relinquish it all and return to being the carefree, mediocre senior brother he once was. Yet, ignorance is bliss. Once one is aware, it is impossible to disregard the truth. Lin Feng, Yi Qingxian, and Lin Feng each sought a secluded spot to rest and reflect on their thoughts. Only Yang Fan appeared out of place amidst the crowd. He was acutely aware that Yi Qingxian had undoubtedly obtained a fortuitous opportunity within the 9 Nether Secret Realm, while he, as a fellow true disciple, had gained nothing. This realization filled Yang Fan with fury, leading him to believe that the master of the 9 Nether Palace was utterly blind. The trials of the 9 Nether Palace tested not only talent, but also character. Individuals like Yang Fan, who were cowardly and self-preserving, would never earn recognition. However, he himself was oblivious to this fact. Those who are self-centered always seek fault in others, failing to recognize their own shortcomings. In the midst of Yang Fan's overwhelming anger, an ill-timed voice broke through. Senior brother Yang Fan, with your talent, you must have acquired a great opportunity within the 9 Nether Palace. Upon your return, you will surely surpass the other true disciples swiftly, and I hope you will look after me in the future. It turned out to be an inner sect disciple attempting to flatter Yang Fan, but unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong target. Yang Fan snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. The disciple, left in an awkward silence, stood there, unsure of what to do. Could it be that senior brother Yang Fan did not gain a significant opportunity from the 9 Nether Palace? That seemed improbable. After all, he was a true disciple. No wonder he had failed the trial. If even senior brother Yang Fan could not succeed, how could he? Although he had offended Yang Fan, the inner sect disciple felt a strange sense of relief. Lin Feng sat upon a tree branch, leaning against the trunk with his eyes closed. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the words of the 9 Nether Sovereign. The continent of Zheozhou harbors a great secret. To transform from a mere pawn into a player of the game, the primary condition is to surpass the 12 realms, for only then does one earn the right. The 12 realms. How challenging it is to transcend. Sigh, the pressure is immense. Had he known, he would have refrained from entering the 9 Nether Palace and waited outside instead. Yet what if a crisis truly descended one day? What could he use to defend himself? Lin Feng, what occupies your thoughts? Lin Feng had approached Lin Feng silently. Master Uncle, must you always make such sudden appearances? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled wryly. With a hint of helplessness, she continued, Moreover, Master Uncle, I have now regained my identity as the discarded eldest disciple of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. You must refrain from visiting me without reason. Others may grow suspicious. Suspicious of what? I am your master uncle. What is improper about my visit? Besides, I did take care of you for some time during your childhood. Cold Han Huang remained unfazed. Ever since she had learned of Lin Feng's true prowess, it seemed she had indeed visited him 2 or 3 times. Enough. Please, just ask your questions directly. I will tell you everything I know. Lin Feng had already surmised that Cold Han Huang's purpose in coming to see him was undoubtedly related to the Juyo Palace. As expected, her next words confirmed his suspicion. You have entered the Juyo Palace. Haven to you? Yes, Lin Feng did not deny it. There was no need for him to deceive Cold Han Huang. Whose inheritance did you receive? Was it that of the one from the first gate, or the Juyo Saint Lord? Cold Han Huang inquired, voicing her curiosity. Given Lin Feng's extraordinary talent, passing the trials within the Juyo Palace would surely be a mere trifle. The question remained, whose inheritance had he obtained? Regardless, it could not possibly be inferior to her own. Master uncle, whose inheritance did you receive? Lin Feng countered. Fan Yuejiao, the third among the 108 generals of the Juyo Saint Lord. Cold Han Huang replied, without a moment's hesitation. Ever since Lin Feng had pulled her back from the brink of death, a sense of reliance had unconsciously blossomed within her heart, a profound trust. Fan Yuejiao? Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, Master uncle, have you learned the heaven-slaying sword technique? How did you know? The heaven-slaying sword technique is Fan Yuejiao's renowned skill. I'm naturally aware of it. Not only her, but I'm familiar with the skills of all 108 generals. Master uncle, Fan Yuejiao's heaven-slaying sword technique is formidable. It is said that she once slayed a 12th realm expert with a single strike at the peak of the 11th realm. Then it truly means you have obtained the Juyo Saint Lord's inheritance? Cold Han Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. Only the Juyo Saint Lord would possess knowledge of the techniques of the 108 generals. Although she had entertained such a thought before, the confirmation left her utterly shocked. The Juyo Saint Lord was a being that transcended the 12th realm. To earn his recognition indicated that Lin Feng might one day have the opportunity to surpass the 12th realm as well. However, reflecting upon Lin Feng's age and current strength, Cold Han Huang felt a sense of acceptance. One could not gauge a prodigy with ordinary standards. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng, this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, even the Shenzhao Sword Sect would be unable to protect you. It must stay buried in our hearts until the day your strength is sufficient to sweep across the entire continent. Master uncle, do you not know what kind of person I am? I would never invite trouble upon myself. Lin Feng detested complications, even if his power were sufficient. He would not be foolish enough to reveal it. That is true. Rest assured, I will not disclose it, Cold Han Huang assured him. I have no doubt about that. Otherwise, I would not have confided in you. Lin Feng's tone was calm, yet warmed Cold Han Huang's heart, filling her with a sense of joy. I am the first to be privy to Lin Feng's secret. Lin Feng, once we emerge from this place, you may continue to play the role of the ineffectual senior brother, while I will seek out the Qingyan sect, ensuring their discretion, and take full responsibility for the events that transpired in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. I trust that no one will cast suspicion upon you. My gratitude extends to you, Master Cold. No, it is I who should express my thanks. Were it not for your intervention, I would have fallen victim to the hands of the killing god group from the Seven Kills sect. After parting ways with Lin Feng, Cold Han Huang sought out Yi Qingxian. Upon learning from Yi Qingxian that she too had passed the trial and entered the esteemed 32nd gate, her heart swelled with joy. It seems that the Shenzhao Sword Sect is poised to emerge as the greatest victor in this expedition to the Nine Nether Secret Realm. One wonders how the Wujimo sect and the Seven Kills sect will react upon discovering this. Chapter 39. Doubt at the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In the Nine Nether Valley, the various factions awaited the opening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm. For months had elapsed since the anticipated event, far exceeding the expected 3-month timeline. A month prior, Gu Mingzhou had relayed the news back to his sect, receiving only one word in response. Wait. Apart from waiting, there appeared to be no other recourse. It is noteworthy that the Nine Nether Secret Realm had opened over 100 times before, yet such a delay had never occurred. The factions of Lizhou hastened their search for ancient texts regarding the Nine Nether Secret Realm, hoping to glean answers. Any prior similar occurrences would surely have been documented. Brother Gu, what do you believe is the reason for the prolonged delay in opening the Nine Nether Secret Realm? Inquired Gu Chuan of the Qingyun sect. To be honest, Brother Wang, my Shenzhao Sword Sect has thoroughly examined all ancient texts related to the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Yet we found no answers, Gu Mingzhou sighed. Indeed, in over 10,000 years, such a situation has never arisen, and yet here we are, caught in it. Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Fortunately, we received word from the sect that although the disciples entering the Nine Nether Secret Realm have suffered heavy casualties, it remains within acceptable limits. Our Qingyun sect is faring similarly. However, I have heard that the Wujimu sect and the Qisha sect are not as fortunate. Only about 1/10 of their entrants remain. Let them be. The deaths of the demons are well-deserved, Gu Mingzhou scoffed. Brother Gu, what concerns me is if the Thousand Island demon goes mad. Wang Chuan expressed his apprehension. Rest assured, the Wujimu sect dares not fully sever ties with us just yet. Otherwise, the Thousand Island demon would have acted already. Let's hope so. Since the Thousand Island hero attacked the Shenzhao Sword Sect 4 months ago, the remaining members of the Qingyun and Shenzhao sects have united. I dread that the Thousand Island hero may act recklessly again. This demon has not shown himself for decades, yet his power is indeed formidable. His mastery of the celestial demon technique has reached an extraordinary level. Only by joining forces can our two sects pose a genuine threat to the Wujimu sect. Meanwhile, within the camp of the Wujimu sect, Thousand Island hero and Liao Jun were engaged in discussion. The revelation that only 1/10 of the disciples from both sects had survived was a disgrace to them, particularly for the Qisha sect. Not only had their disciples suffered heavy losses, but even the elite Godslayer group they had dispatched faced tremendous setbacks. Their initial intent had been to eliminate Lung Han's Wang and seize the Ice Soul Sword, but they had instead fallen victim to a counterattack. What truly troubled the Qisha sect was the exposure of the Godslayer group. A millennium ago, due to the Godslayer group, they had faced a coalition of the major factions of Lizhou, resulting in the loss of countless years of accumulated strength to quell the crisis. Another such incident would be unbearable. They could only deny any involvement. This was the rationale behind the Qisha sect's decision to have the Godslayer group infiltrate the Nine Nether Secret Realm amidst the commoners. Elder, this mission has been a complete failure. We underestimated Lung Han's Wang, Liao Jun remarked grimly. It seems your Godslayer group is not as formidable as you claim, unable even to handle a mere Lung Han's Wang. Oof. Incompetent and prone to failure. Thousand Island hero retorted coldly. His identity and strength far exceed those of Liao Jun, which emboldens him to act so disdainfully. Elder, we cannot be blamed for this. After all, Lung Han's Wang is a prodigy of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, second only to Su Mubai in the past few centuries. Moreover, the Nine Nether Secret Realm has age restrictions, and no one can be entirely certain of resolving the matter concerning Lung Han's Wang. Despite his dissatisfaction, Liao Jun dares not confront this formidable demon, who has previously slaughtered millions. Although the two sects maintain a cooperative relationship, the Seven Kill sect is subtly subordinate, given the overwhelming power of the Wujimu sect. The realm of cultivation is one where strength dictates authority. Those with might command respect. Lung Han's Wang is but a minor player. Even Su Mubai fell at the hands of the Wujimu sect. So can we not handle Lung Han's Wang as well? Once she emerges, I shall take matters into my own hands. Qian Dao Xiong seethes with fury. The losses of the Wujimu sect are minor, yet the loss of face is significant. According to his information, at least 60 to 70% of those who entered the Nine Nether Secret Realm from the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyun sect are still alive. When the Secret Realm opens, the entirely continent will know that the Wujimu sect is inferior to the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Elder, with your extensive knowledge, what is the current situation of the Nine Nether Secret Realm? Why has it not yet opened after 4 months? Liao Jun shifts the conversation. It is highly likely that the inheritance within the Nine Nether Secret Realm has been triggered. Qian Dao Xiong contemplates before responding. Inheritance within the Nine Nether Secret Realm? Why has it never been revealed before? I am unclear about the specifics. But ancient texts have recorded that the Nine Nether Secret Realm was created by an existence that transcends the 12 realms, containing his legacy, although the requirements to trigger it are exceedingly high, which is why it has remained dormant. Are you suggesting that someone has obtained the inheritance left by an existence beyond the 12 realms within the Nine Nether Secret Realm? Liao Jun is astonished. It is merely a possibility. We shall know the truth when the secret realm opens. It is precisely this suspicion that has compelled Qian Dao Xiong to stay. Otherwise, he would have long departed, allowing another individual from the Shenzhao sect to take his place. Regardless of the veracity of the rumors, they must be personally verified. Then, who could it be? It cannot possibly be Lung Han's Huang, can it? Among those who entered the Nine Nether Secret Realm, there is no doubt that Lung Han's Huang possesses the highest talent and strength. If the rumors are true and she has obtained the inheritance, then the day the secret realm opens will mark the commencement of an outright conflict between the Shenzhao sect and the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Qian Dao Xiong states solemnly. What? What then, Elder? What must our 7-kill sect do? Liao Jun inquires, understanding the implications of Qian Dao Xiong's words. Once it is confirmed that the Nine Nether Secret Realm indeed holds inheritance acquired by Lung Han's Huang, they will undoubtedly act to seize it. Even if they cannot take it, they must ensure that the Shenzhao Sword Sect does not possess it. Otherwise, once Lung Han's Huang matures, who will stand against her? The threat must be extinguished in its infancy. There is nothing to be done. All parties are currently monitoring each other. Should you make any moves, both the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyun sect will promptly send reinforcements, complicating matters. The best course of action is for everyone to remain still, and in due time, I shall demonstrate the might of my swallowing heaven demon art. In Qian Dao Xiong's eyes, a bloodthirsty glimmer flickered. The great elder's foresight proved astute. 2 hours later, a tremendous roar echoed through the skies above the Jiuyu Valley, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder. Individuals from various formidable factions emerged en masse, acutely aware that the secret realm was on the verge of opening. Typically, the Jiuyu secret realm is activated every 3 months. However, this occasion has extended to 4 months. What unforeseen events transpired within remain a mystery that piques everyone's curiosity. Qian Dao Xiong fixated intently on the Jiuyu Valley, his demeanor tense, not out of concern for the losses of the Wu Ji demon sect. Even if every member of the Wu Ji demon sect perished within the secret realm, he would not so much as furrow his brow. What truly unsettled Qian Dao Xiong was the uncertainty of whether anyone had acquired the legacy within the secret realm. Should there be such an individual, regardless of their identity, surrendering it could ensure their survival. Perhaps today would witness yet another bloodbath. Chapter 40. No one is allowed to leave above the Nine Nether Valley. A swirling current of white energy ascended into the heavens. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning struck down, causing a tremor in the fabric of space, ultimately forming a vast spatial passage. After a lapse of 4 months, the secret realm of Nine Nether once again opened its gates. Immediately thereafter, all those within the realm were collectively transported out. The Nine Nether Valley was instantly transformed into a bustling throng. Lung Han's Huang, accompanied by over 1,000 surviving disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, met with Gu Mingzhou, a member of the Elder Council waiting outside the valley, along with more than 20 ordinary elders. Upon their encounter, Lung Han's Huang could hardly contain her urgency and exclaimed, "Elder Gu, I am aware that you have many questions at this moment, yet now is not the time for discourse. We must return to the sect immediately, and I shall elucidate everything later." "Very well," Gu Mingzhou replied tersely, understanding that Lung Han's haste was undoubtedly justified. The Shenzhao Sword Sect was preparing to depart, and the Qingyun sect dared not linger for even a moment. After all, in comparison to the losses sustained by the two sects, the Shenzhao sect and the Qishizong had suffered far graver casualties. Moreover, with the presence of the Thousand Island Demon, who could predict whether he might suddenly go berserk, Gu Mingzhou and Wang Chuan abandoned their stakes in the gambling game. Their priority was to leave. If the Thousand Island Demon truly lost his sanity, none present would stand a chance against him. Meanwhile, on the side of the Shenzhao sect, Qian Daoxiong posed a pressing question to the surviving disciples. Why was the opening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm delayed by a month? Elder, you must advocate for us. One disciple pleaded. Initially, we allied with the Qishazong to encircle the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect, intending to gradually wear them down. Who could have anticipated that Lung Han's Huang would emerge so suddenly? We were utterly unprepared. Please, Elder, avenge our fallen brothers. This was a premeditated plea, crafted to divert the Elder's ire solely towards Lung Han's Huang, despite their own culpability. Yet, given the Elder's capricious temperament, no one dared to bear the brunt of his wrath. A resounding slap echoed. The disciple who had spoken was reduced to a mere pulp. I asked why the Nine Nether Secret Realm was delayed by a month. What transpired during that time? Speak another word of nonsense, and you shall meet your end. Qian Daoxiong's gaze shifted menacingly to the others. The disciples of the Wujimu sect trembled in fear. The reason the sect was known as a demonic entity was precisely due to its lack of rules. The principle of the survival of the fittest was vividly illustrated in their ranks. The elder's act of slaying a disciple was akin to squashing an ant. No one would question it. However, in sects like the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect, the higher-ups could not arbitrarily execute their disciples. Even when a disciple erred, the customary approach was to inflict injury and hand them over to the enforcement department for adjudication. Only in cases of severe transgressions, such as treason against the sect, could immediate execution be warranted. Speak. What exactly transpired? Qian Daoxiong pointed accusatorily at another disciple. The disciple who had been called upon trembled as he stood forth, stuttering, "Respected elder, 1 month ago, while we awaited the opening of the secret realm, a sudden beam of golden light appeared, connecting to the heavens. Subsequently, a voice echoed, declaring the emergence of the Nine Nether Palace, inviting all to undergo trials and seek opportunities therein, while the opening of the Nine Nether Secret Realm would be postponed by a month." Qian Daoxiong's excitement grew with each word, the brilliance in his eyes intensifying. The rumors were indeed true. The Nine Nether Secret Realm harbored a legacy, and it appeared that someone had already obtained it. The Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect had just organized their disciples and were preparing to depart when the sky suddenly darkened. Then, Qian Daoxiong's voice resounded throughout the Nine Nether Valley. "No one shall leave today." A figure materialized in the sky, manifesting the devouring heaven demon art, Qian Daoxiong himself. Lung Han Shuang furrowed her brow, aware that her urgency to leave stemmed from the fear of Qian Daoxiong's intervention. The devastating losses suffered by the Wuji demon sect were one concern, but the legacy of the Nine Nether Saint Lord and his 108 generals was of paramount importance. If Qian Daoxiong realized that a legacy had emerged within the Nine Nether Secret Realm, he would undoubtedly not allow the Shenzhao Sword Sect to depart so easily. It seemed that the opposing side had already caught on. It was too late to attempt an escape. With so many disciples from the Shenzhao Sword Sect, evasion from Qian Daoxiong's pursuit was impossible. "What do you intend to do, Qian Daoxiong? Do you mean to keep us all here?" Lung Han Shuang admonished loudly. At this moment, the only way to deter Qian Daoxiong was to unite the smaller sects and wandering cultivators. Gu Mingzhou added, "Qian Daoxiong, you once slaughtered over 1 million souls in a city, and the Wuji demon sect has yet to provide an explanation for that atrocity. Today, do you seek to incite another massacre? That would depend on the agreement of the populace." Upon hearing this, terror spread across the faces of both the smaller factions and the wandering cultivators. Many of the younger generation, unaware of the past, felt a chill upon hearing of the massacre of 1 million souls. After all, that was a staggering figure. In the realm of cultivation, death was commonplace, with battles and fatalities occurring daily among various factions. However, a single incident claiming over 1 million lives was indeed a rarity in the annals of Lizhou's history. Wang Chuan of the Qingyun sect also displayed a wary expression. "Prepare to join forces with Lung Han Shuang and Gu Mingzhou of the Shenzhao Sword Sect to confront the demonic Qian Dao. Ha ha! You two youngsters need not speak in a manner that antagonizes me. I, Qian Daoxiong, fear no one. Let be known today, should anyone dare to leave, I shall not only take their lives, but also uproot their sects." Qian Daoxiong laughed arrogantly. The legacy within the nine nether secret realm was likely tied to an existence surpassing the 12th realm, and he would not allow a single person to escape. Although the chances were greatest for Lung Han Shuang, the potential for the smaller factions and wandering cultivators to inherit was exceedingly low. Yet, true to Qian Dao Xiong's nature, he would rather mistakenly slay 1,000 than let one slip away. Qian Dao Xiong, no matter how formidable you are but one person. United. We shall not fear you, declared Wang Chuan of the Qing Yun sect. Feel free to try. Let us see if my devouring heaven demon art can consume all of you at once. Qian Dao Xiong sneered menacingly. Senior Qianshan, our Medicine King Valley has always maintained a cordial relationship with the infinite demon sect. We have never harmed anyone within the secret realm. I implore you to grant our Medicine King Valley a favor and allow us to depart. The speaker is Zhuge Qingyun, the young master of the Medicine King Valley. He is eager to return and cultivate the treasures he has acquired within the Nine Nether Palace, left behind by a formidable peak expert of the 10th realm. Should he ascend to the 10th realm, who in the continent could possibly rival him? The Medicine King Valley would undoubtedly emerge as the preeminent force in the continent. Logically, Qianshan Xiong should permit their departure. However, he discerned Zhuge Qingyun's exceptional talent at a glance and recognized the opportunity for a legacy from the secret realm. Therefore, Qianshan Xiong would naturally refuse. In comparison to a legacy from an existence that surpasses the 12th realm, what significance does the Medicine King Valley hold? Even if the Valley Master were to appear, it would be of no consequence. Chapter 41. Alliance. I have declared that no one is permitted to leave. Qian Dao Xiong showed no mercy. Zhuge Qingyun was left speechless, glancing towards an elder nearby. The elder subtly shook his head, conveying a clear message. Do not provoke the formidable Qian Dao and comply with his demands. The Nine Nether Valley fell into a heavy silence. Even the esteemed Medicine King Valley dared not voice a rebuttal, let alone the smaller factions and wandering practitioners. Given their standing, they could only remain silent. Too intimidated to challenge Qian Dao Xiong. Lin Feng, amidst the crowd of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, wore a grim expression, his heart fervently praying, "Please, let there be no confrontation." Qian Dao Xiong's strength was formidable. His ability to instill fear with his devouring sky demon technique was evident. If a fight were to ensue, Lung Hanzhuang and Gu Mingzhou would likely be no match. Even with the addition of the Qingyun sect, their chances were slim. He found himself in a position where he could not intervene. What would he do then? He could not simply stand by and watch the Shenzhao Sword Sect be annihilated before his eyes. He needed to devise a plan to discreetly extricate himself from the group, just in case. Lin Feng glanced at Yi Qingxian and the surrounding disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, observing that everyone was fixated on Qian Dao Xiong in the sky. Seizing the opportunity, he began to retreat subtly. At that moment, all attention was drawn to Qian Dao Xiong, and no one noticed Lin Feng's slight movements. Just a mere waste, an inconsequential figure. Were it not for his senior brother standing, he would be nothing more than a passerby. What is your intention in keeping us here, Demon Lord Qian Dao? Lung Hanzhuang boldly inquired once again. What is my intention? Surely, it is to settle accounts. First, I shall hold your Shenzhao Sword Sect accountable. The many deaths of my Wuji demon sect are attributed to you, Lung Hanzhuang. Qian Dao Xiong's gaze fixated upon her. Lung Hanzhuang was the one most likely to obtain the secret realm's inheritance. Thus, capturing her was his primary goal, from which he could extract the knowledge he sought. And so what? Are you asserting that the Wuji demon sect has the right to kill others while we are forbidden from retaliating? Lung Hanzhuang retorted, unapologetically acknowledging her intent to seize everything within the secret realm for herself. You are absolutely correct. The Wuji demon sect may take lives. Yet you believe you can eliminate our members without consequence? Demon Lord Qian Dao, do you not fear becoming the enemy of all? Fear? How utterly laughable! I, Qian Dao Xiong, have been a public enemy before, and yet here I stand, thriving. Lung Hanzhuang found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Lung Hanzhuang, surrender without resistance. Qian Dao Xiong commanded coldly. You must be dreaming. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Qian Dao Xiong activated his devouring sky demon technique. A colossal demonic claw began to materialize in the sky. Form the formation. Prepare for battle. Gu Mingzhou bellowed. Over 20 elders of the Void Realm promptly summoned their life-bound flying swords. Thousands of disciples from the Shenzhao Sword Sect, though daunted, did not show weakness. However, many among them had detonated their life-bound swords within the 9 Nether Secret Realm and were left with only ordinary blades. In practice, ordinary swords pale in comparison to one's innate flying sword, both in power and effectiveness. The demonic claw, having coalesced, descended upon the faction of the Divine Sky Sword Sect. Met by a multitude of flying swords, the sound of collisions echoed, bang, bang, bang. The flying swords merely managed to delay the descent of the demonic claw, unable to dismantle it. At this juncture, Gu Mingzhou commanded his innate flying sword toward the claw. Ding! The claw halted its fall, momentarily establishing a balance between the two forces. However, Qiandao Xiong stood with arms crossed, a mocking expression upon his face. While Gu Mingzhou and his compatriots from the Divine Sky Sword Sect exerted all their strength to sustain their innate flying swords, it was evident that a moment's relaxation would allow the claw to resume its descent. Observers could easily discern that Qiandao Xiong held absolute superiority. A sword's frost chilled the air, freezing miles around. Lung Hanzhuang unleashed her signature technique. In the presence of such a formidable opponent as Qiandao Xiong, she could not afford to conceal her prowess. The Ice Soul Sword, imbued with millennia of coldness, made contact with the demonic claw. To everyone's astonishment, the claw began to freeze gradually, soon transforming into an icy sculpture. Gu Mingzhou and the others from the Divine Sky Sword Sect breathed a sigh of relief. With the claw frozen, the pressure dissipated. Lung Hanzhuang fixed her gaze upon Qiandao Xiong in the distance. Regrettably, her time with the inherited techniques had been brief, merely scratching the surface of the Heavenly Severance sword technique. Had she mastered it fully, she might have been able to severely wound Qiandao Xiong. Qiandao Demon, I see your true motive lies not in seeking revenge for the Wuji Demon sect, but rather in obtaining the inheritance within the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Everyone, do not merely stand by. Once Qiandao Demon frees his hands, he will compel you to surrender your inheritance. Should you refuse, death awaits. Lung Hanzhuang declared loudly, revealing Qiandao Xiong's intentions. Given the current strength of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, they were no match for Qiandao Xiong. It was imperative to rally all those who had obtained inheritances into their ranks. Upon hearing Lung Hanzhuang's words, Zhuge Qingyun, the young master of the Medicine King Valley, trembled with realization. He finally understood why Qiandao Xiong had not allowed him to leave. It was clear that Qiandao had set his sights on the inheritance Zhuge had acquired from the 9 Nether Secret Realm. He immediately conveyed his thoughts to old O beside him. Upon learning that Zhuge Qingyun had received the legacy of a peak-level expert from the 9 Nether Secret Realm, Old O's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a fortuitous opportunity for the young master and a chance for the Medicine King Valley to rise. It must not be squandered. He began to gather strength, preparing to ally with the Divine Sky Sword Sect against Qiandao Xiong. In the Qingyun sect's faction, Li Luoyi shared her situation with Wang Chuan. Not only these two, but among the smaller factions and wandering cultivators, there were also 2 hidden geniuses who had obtained inheritances from the last 2 of the 108 generals. They lacked a powerful backing, relying on the hope that the Divine Sky Sword Sect could withstand Qiandao Xiong's pressure. Otherwise, they would inevitably suffer the consequences. Ha ha ha. And what of it? The inheritance within the 9 Nether Secret Realm is not something you juniors can possess. Those who are wise will hand it over to me. If you do so, I may spare your lives today. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Qiandao Xiong replied with a hearty laugh, dropping all pretense and laying his cards on the table. What I desire is the inheritance of the secret realm. Hand it over, or face death. Qiandao Xiong possesses the audacity to confront everyone present. The Swallowing Heaven Demon art thrives in battles involving multiple opponents. The more adversaries, the greater its potency. While others deplete their strength over prolonged combat, the Swallowing Heaven Demon art operates differently. Those who perish in battle are absorbed by the art, rendering Qiandao Xiong increasingly formidable as the conflict escalates. Have you all heard? Only through unity can we contend with this fiend. Lung Hanzhuang continued to rally allies. Yet her expression gradually darkened. She initially believed Qi Dao Xiong would deny his intentions, but to her astonishment, he openly acknowledged them. Qi Dao Xiong, daring to oppose all present, must have devised a strategy. Lung Hanzhuang quickly glanced at the Shenzhao Sword Sect's faction, realizing Lin Feng was nowhere to be found, and a weight lifted from her heart. She understood that Lin Feng could not remain indifferent. Chapter 42. The onslaught of Qian Shaxing. Do not remain obstinately ignorant any longer, Qian Shaxing, Wang Chuan of the Qingyun sect implored. If circumstances allowed, he would genuinely prefer to avoid confrontation with this individual. Even in alliance with the Shenzhao Sword Sect, the odds would likely be dire. The formidable reputation of Qian Shaxing loomed large. Decades passed in the realm of cultivation within the Li province. Who would not tremble at the mere mention of his name? Within the Wuji demon sect, his notoriety eclipsed even that of the sect leader. He was a fiend whose hands were stained with the blood of countless victims. Qian Shaxing, allow us, the Yaowang Valley, to depart. We wish to remain uninvolved in this matter. Is that agreeable? Elder O, accompanying Zhuge Qingyun, inquired. The Yaowang Valley certainly wished to extricate themselves from the unfolding turmoil. Yet Qian Shaxing would not grant them that opportunity. Snorting disdainfully, your prattle is excessive. In the skies, the frozen demonic claws began to exhibit signs of struggle. Wang Chuan and Elder O of the Yaowang Valley exchanged resigned glances, sighing deeply. Since battle was unavoidable, they resolved to engage. Both soared into the air, followed closely by the powerful warriors of Qingyun Mountain and the Yaowang Valley. Attack with all your might, Gu Ming bellowed. The elders of the Shenzhao Sword Sect once again summoned their fated flying swords. The three factions unleashed a simultaneous assault upon the frozen demonic claws in the heavens. A cacophony of thunderous roars ensued as the claws disintegrated and vanished from sight. Since you all seek death, do not blame me, Qian Shaxing remarked with a chilling smile. He understood that instilling despair in these individuals was the only way to secure the surrender of the secret legacy. Words were futile. It was far more effective to subdue them through sheer force. Those who resisted would meet their demise. Invoke the demonic arts. Summon the demon god. Faces of green-skinned demons with jagged teeth materialized in the sky. Concurrently, the air reverberated with the anguished wails of the damned. Ah Wu. Merely hearing this sound instilled unease in those present, with the less capable trembling involuntarily. The demon faces loomed like incarnations of evil, their gaping maws eager to devour all life. Be cautious. This sound possesses a soul-binding effect. One must maintain their composure and steadfastly uphold their Tao heart. Yet her words bore little fruit. Those capable of preserving their Tao heart in such dire circumstances were not ordinary beings and required no reminders. Many appeared to lose their souls, their expressions becoming increasingly vacant. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cold Han Shuang urged once more, "Everyone, quickly cover your ears." A few who still retained a flicker of awareness hastily complied, but to no avail. The sound seemed to penetrate directly into their minds, ensnaring their very souls. The demon faces began to swirl through the air. One descended and devoured a man who had been rendered dazed. More demon faces surged into the crowd. It is your honor to contribute to my demonic prowess. Qian Shaxing's voice echoed ominously. Everyone, unite and shatter the devouring demon technique. Otherwise, as it consumes more, its power will only grow stronger. In the end, we shall all perish here. Old O from the Medicine King Valley exclaimed anxiously. Form the formation. Break the demon technique. The elders of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, led by Gu Mingzhou, each spat a mouthful of essence blood onto their respective life swords. Over 20 life swords, stained crimson with their blood, converged to form a sword array, surging upwards. As they soared, a colossal sword, 100 feet in length, materialized, piercing the heavens. Wherever it passed, any approaching specter was swiftly vanquished. Boom! Cold Han Shuang acted swiftly as well. Her ice soul sword, imbued with millennia of frost, joined the sword formation. A layer of white mist enveloped the massive sword, advancing towards the sky shrouded by the devouring demon technique, determined to pierce a hole through it. While the Shenzhao Sword Sect formed their sword array to dismantle the demon technique, both the Qingyun sect and the Medicine King sect did not remain idle, unleashing their utmost powers to assist the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Clang! The colossal sword was halted in its tracks, suspended in the sky, unable to advance an inch. Ha ha ha! You think you can break my demon technique? It's not that simple. Today, I shall let you witness the might of the devouring demon technique. Qian Dao Xiong laughed maniacally. Everyone stop hiding. If this continues, we will all perish here. The demon lord of Qian Dao shows no mercy. He once slaughtered millions without a second thought, and today he would not hesitate to leave us all behind. Cold Han Shuang's words held a ring of truth. Just as everyone prepared to fight with all their might, whoosh! A beam of sword light surged from afar, its speed so astonishing that it reached Qian Dao Xiong in the blink of an eye. In a flash, he was cleaved in two. The sudden turn of events cast a hushed silence over the battlefield. Qian Dao Xiong is dead? Impossible. The demon lord of Qian Dao had reigned over the Li continent for centuries. How could he perish so easily? Everyone felt as though they were trapped in an illusion. Then they sensed something amiss. The wielder of the devouring demon technique had been slain, yet the demon technique did not dissipate. This was clearly illogical. Indeed, as Qian Dao Xiong's bisected form fell, it was consumed by two specters. The two faces merged, transforming into the likeness of Qian Dao Xiong. The demon technique remained intact, rendering him difficult to kill. At that moment, Qian Dao Xiong, stripped of his earlier arrogance, glared ahead, gritting his teeth, and spoke. It's you. It is I. Lin Feng appeared in the air, clad in a new guise, wearing the mask he donned during the annihilation of the Rakshasa sect, standing in opposition to Qian Dao Xiong. The ghost masked man. The crowd gasped. Memories of the ghost masked man's previous victory over the Rakshasa sect and his singular sword strike that repelled Qian Dao Xiong resurfaced in their minds. The entire cultivation community of Li continent had speculated about the identity of the ghost masked man, yet no clues had emerged. There were no suspects even, for few could pose a threat to Qian Dao Xiong, and those who could were formidable figures. Who would don a mask? Qian Dao Xiong fixated on Lin Feng, his fury surging uncontrollably. Initially, due to the sudden turn of events, he chose to retreat, only to find himself the subject of covert discussions, with others alleging that he was simply afraid. This left him feeling quite embarrassed. Furthermore, this individual had disrupted the plans of the Wuji demon sect, and now returned to create chaos. The amalgamation of old grievances and new animosities compelled him to ensure this person remained, even at a cost, to assuage his own resentment. Lin Feng felt utterly helpless. After reclaiming his identity, he had no desire to become embroiled in such matters, preferring to focus on his role as the lackluster elder brother. Yet, witnessing Uncle Lung and Elder Gu struggle against Qian Dao Xiong left him with no choice but to intervene. He could not stand idly by while the two faced severe injury, or even death. After all, he was the esteemed elder brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, and that was an outcome he could never allow. Lately, troubles had been incessant, leaving Lin Feng with an ominous sense of impending turmoil. He was uncertain how much longer he could conceal the truth. The events he encountered within the Nine Nether Palace had yet to fully settle in his mind. Alas, it truly was a season rife with difficulties. Lin Feng lamented silently within. Chapter 43. Master Uncle, take note upon Lin Feng's arrival. Lung Hanzhuang felt her body gradually relax. Although she was uncertain who was stronger between Lin Feng and Qianshida Xiong, she believed the disparity would not be significant. Even if Lin Feng were to falter, there remained numerous formidable allies. United, they could surely instill a measure of caution in Qianshida Xiong. Among the crowd, Yiqing Xian and Li Luoi, upon seeing Lin Feng, involuntarily recalled the masked figure who had rescued them in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Despite their differing attire and masks, encountering two masked individuals in such a short span raised suspicions regarding their connection. Was it possible that a clandestine organization had emerged in Liju, targeting the Wujima Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect? Of course, Yiqing Xian and Li Luoi had never considered that the savior in the secret realm and the specter before them were one and the same. After all, the Nine Nether secret realm had an age restriction. Only those under 100 years of bone age could enter. Yet, this individual could contend with the Grand Elder of the Wujima demon sect, clearly suggesting he was far beyond that age. If he possessed strength comparable to Qianshida Xiong before reaching 100, he was no mere genius. Throughout the annals of Liju's history, no such figure had ever emerged. It was an unfathomable notion, simply impossible. Who are you? Why do you meddle in the affairs of my Wujima demon sect? Qianshida Xiong could not suppress the inquiry that plagued his mind. The Wujima demon sect has committed countless atrocities, valuing human life as nothing. I am sent by the heavens to deliver your due punishment, Lin Feng replied. Ha ha! What utter nonsense, a laughable fallacy. Atrocities? Disregarding human life? I fail to comprehend. All I know is that this is a world governed by the survival of the fittest. The weak must be eliminated, and only the strong are entitled to exist. Who then is the fool? Let everyone judge. You would have these ants pass judgment? Are they qualified? Qianshida Xiong sneered. The rules set by the strong are the only truth. The weak must either abide by these rules and struggle to survive or perish. Lin Feng shook his head. As a person who had traversed from Earth, he had been instilled with the belief in equality among all. Thus, psychologically, he did not concur with Qianshida Xiong's words. Yet, he could not deny that what Qianshida Xiong said bore a semblance of truth. The world was indeed, as he described, survival of the fittest. The strongest words became the law. The rules were dictated by the powerful. Hence, Lin Feng aspired to become one who established these rules. The strategist referred to by the Lord of the Nine Nether, rather than a mere pawn to be manipulated. Qianshida Xiong, though you speak the truth, I do not share your perspective. In the future, I shall create new rules, ones that embody equality, where no one can indiscriminately slay the innocent or treat life as insignificant. Ha ha! Equality for all? How naive, how absurd! Qianshida Xiong erupted into maniacal laughter. It was not just him. Everyone present found the notion utterly ludicrous. How could equality prevail? Their relentless toil and cultivation was for what purpose, if not to rise above others? If everyone were truly equal, why strive at all? To simply indulge in a life of lethargy would be futile. Even Lung Hanzhuang considers Lin Feng to be rather immature. Talent notwithstanding, he remains merely a young man in his 20s, lacking substantial experience. Who else would utter such words? Yet, Lin Feng perceives no flaw in his reasoning. He is not a native of this world, and thus, he feels no obligation to adhere to its conventions. Qianshida, you have your convictions, and I have my own aspirations. Today's battle shall reveal whether the esteemed Grand Elder of the Wujimo sect is truly deserving of his reputation. Lin Feng drew the Howren sword from his bag. His conquest over the Luocha sect and the acquisition of the Howren sword had already spread, rendering secrecy unnecessary. Possessing a formidable and well-suited sword would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Qianshida ceased his prattle, clasped his hands together, and bellowed, God and demon unite. Countless demonic visages in the sky rapidly converged, forming a gargantuan devil's face, towering over 1,000 feet, with a green countenance and menacing fangs. Once this colossal visage materialized, it lunged towards Lin Feng, its cavernous mouth agape, poised to devour him whole. In the face of this monstrous threat, Lin Feng, wielding the Howren sword, summoned a tempest amidst the dim sky. With a decisive swing, he unleashed a sword beam stretching hundreds of feet, colliding with the devil's face. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing all present to clutch their ears in agony. Those of weaker constitution found their eardrums ruptured, collapsing to the ground in despair. The sheer might of their initial exchange was terrifying. Impressive. Lung Hanzhuang was once again astonished. How could Lin Feng, at such a tender age, possess strength comparable to Qianshida, who had lived for centuries? He was indeed a prodigy of extraordinary caliber. The heavens must favor the Shenzhao Sword Sect. As the dust settled, the devil's face remained, albeit diminished in size, while the sword's aura faded entirely from view. Observing this, Lin Feng swiftly executed another strike. With a resounding crash, the devil's face vanished entirely. Qianshida, with a sinister grin, summoned the devil's visage once more, but this time, three faces coalesced. Lin Feng, undeterred, unleashed his ultimate sword intent. Every swordsman present felt their blades quiver uncontrollably, as if yearning to escape their sheaths. This strike was fundamentally different from the previous two, exhibiting an immense disparity in power. The four levels of sword comprehension significantly amplified the effectiveness of sword techniques, especially as Lin Feng had grasped the pinnacle of sword intent. With a resounding roar, the three colossal devil faces disintegrated. Yet, even more larger devil faces materialized in the sky. Ha ha ha! Aren't you formidable? Continue. Let us see how many more strikes you can unleash. Within my devouring demon technique, I am invincible. Unless you obliterate these deities and demons, you cannot harm me. Qianshida laughed heartily. First, shatter his demonic technique, Lung Hanzhuang exclaimed, eager to alert Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng paid her no heed and instead turned his gaze towards Qianshida Xiong, calmly stating, "Is that so? Then I shall see if I can inflict any harm upon you. I shall stand right here. Come and try." Just as Lung Hanzhuang was about to speak, Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Master Lung, do not blink. You must watch closely from here on, for this sword strike will greatly aid you." Upon hearing this, Lung Hanzhuang fixed her gaze upon Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's aura was continuously ascending, his spirit and energy reaching their zenith. All his strength coalesced into one, and with each breath, it was as though he were intertwined with the very fabric of this world. As Lung Hanzhuang observed, her eyes widened in astonishment, her mind buzzing. This is the Celestial Severing Sword Technique. Chapter 44, The Elegance of That Sword. Lung Hanzhuang gazed at Lin Feng in the sky. After receiving the inheritance within the Nine Nether Palace, her innate talent had only allowed her to scratch the surface of the Celestial Severance Sword Technique. Yet, Lin Feng was now attempting to wield it against Qian Dao Xiong. How could that be possible? Even if he had acquired the method of practicing the Celestial Severance Sword Technique from the Nine Nether Sovereigns' teachings, he had barely a month to master it. This was a renowned skill of a 12th realm powerhouse, one that had even enabled its wielder to slay a 12th realm expert at the pinnacle of the 11th realm. Could it truly be so easily mastered? Despite recognizing Lin Feng's extraordinary talent, Lung Hanzhuang found it difficult to believe. What kind of monster had her senior brother brought back? It was laughable that the sect members ridiculed him behind his back, looking down upon him. She couldn't help but wonder how they would react once Lin Feng's talent and strength were revealed. Lung Hanzhuang eagerly anticipated the moment when those old fossils of the sect would be proven wrong. It always seemed that the sect's interests took precedence over everything, devoid of any sense of humanity. Take her senior brother Su Mubai, for instance. He had been injured for the sake of the sect, yet it now appeared that the sect had abandoned him to his fate. Had it not been for the second senior brother Luo Yuntian ascending to the position of the sect leader and bearing the pressure, her senior brother likely wouldn't have been able to safeguard either the solitary peak or the Howren sword. Fortunately, he had brought back such a prodigy. Otherwise, his life would have been utterly ruined. Lung Hanzhuang had every reason to believe that as long as Lin Feng was present, her senior brother would eventually make a triumphant return. It was known that while his talent could not compare to Lin Feng's, he was nonetheless among the top 3 in the history of the Shenzhao Sword Sect for centuries. After the initial shock, Lung Hanzhuang focused all her attention on the figure in the sky. Lin Feng's choice to employ the Celestial Severance Sword Technique, rather than any other skill, was also intended to aid her. Witnessing the true essence of the Celestial Severance Sword Technique would help her grasp its intricacies more swiftly. The execution of this technique required the integration of spirit, energy, and essence, concentrating all one's power into a single point before unleashing it in a sudden explosion. While this sounded simple in theory, the actual practice revealed the considerable difficulties within. For those lacking in talent, it could take decades or even centuries to master. Seeing Lin Feng remain motionless in the air, Qian Daoxiong assumed he was stunned by the might of his demonic power and laughed heartily. The swallowing heaven demonic art was his most relied upon asset throughout his centuries of dominance in Lizhou. In group battles, he had virtually no rivals. Any stamina he expended could easily be replenished through devouring. Ah, ah. Since you remain unmoving, it is my turn, Qiandao Xiong declared, and once more employed the divine demonic fusion. In an instant, all the faces of demons in the world merged together, forming a colossal demonic visage that obscured the heavens and cast a shadow over the entire Nine Nether Valley. Devour, Qiandao Xiong bellowed, as the demonic face opened its massive maw. The darkness within resembled a black hole, exerting an immense pulling force that drew everything on the ground toward its gaping mouth. This suction was vastly more potent than that of Lin Feng's pet, the flood dragon Xiaobai. The two were not even in the same league. The scattered individuals on the ground were utterly powerless to resist, being drawn directly into the air. Medium to large factions could barely withstand the onslaught for a brief moment with the aid of their formations, but their endurance was fleeting. Everyone's gaze fell upon Lin Feng. He was the sole individual capable of confronting Qiandao Xiong. Should he be engulfed by the devouring heavenly demon technique, it was feared he would never escape its clutches. It was in this very manner that countless lives perished at the jaws of Qiandao Xiong's malevolence in the past. Lin Feng focused his energy on Qiandao Xiong, uttering a single syllable, slash. In that instant, a brilliant white light erupted. At that moment, everyone, including Qiandao Xiong, was rendered blind. Not only did their sight vanish, but even their senses seemed to dissipate. Then, as swiftly as it had come, everything returned to its original state. The world appeared unchanged. Confusion enveloped the crowd. What just transpired with that white light? Was it merely an illusion? It felt too vivid to be so. Wait, something was amiss. The overwhelming pull had vanished. Qiandao Xiong stared at Lin Feng, his eyes gradually betraying a look of astonishment. This sword strike was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. So powerful, had it not been for his extensive combat experience allowing him to avoid a fatal blow at the last moment, the consequences would have been dire. Under the incredulous gazes of those present, Qiandao Xiong's left hand, severed from his body, caught in his right hand. Simultaneously, a fissure emerged in the gargantuan devil's visage above, shattering it and splitting the sky that had been cloaked by the devouring heavenly demon technique in two, allowing sunlight to cascade down. With a single stroke, the devouring heavenly demon technique was shattered. Qiandao Xiong sustained grave injuries. Lung Han's Huang was exhilarated. Truly, this was the renowned technique of a 12th realm master. The slash of heaven was exceedingly formidable. Not only did it dismantle the devouring heavenly demon technique, but it also severed Qiandao Xiong's left arm. Qiandao Xiong was no ordinary adversary. He was the grand elder of the Wujia demon sect, having traversed the Li continent for centuries. Only the ancestors in seclusion within the forbidden grounds of the Shenzhao Sword Sect could rival such prowess. Once she mastered the slash of heaven, her combat capabilities would soar. Alas, she had only grasped the barest essence of it, with a long path ahead to full mastery. No, Lung Han's Huang resolved within herself. Upon returning to her sect, she would seek Lin Feng's guidance at the solitary peak, striving to master the slash of heaven as swiftly as possible. Then, when faced with a formidable opponent like Qiandao Xiong, she would not find herself so utterly defenseless. The identity of her senior uncle was already forgotten in this moment. As the saying goes, the worthy are revered. If she could indeed quickly master the slash of heaven under Lin Feng's tutelage, she would not hesitate to address him as her uncle. For a sword cultivator, the allure of such a powerful technique was irresistible. Yi Qingxian gazed at the figure in the sky. Why did both the masked figure encountered in the secret realm and the ghostly visage before her evoke a sense of familiarity? The Nine Nether Valley fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Those present dared not even breathe. The grandeur of that sword strike would forever be etched in their minds, never to be forgotten. So powerful. Who is Qiandao Xiong? He has been grievously injured by a single strike. What is the name of this sword technique? Qiandao Xiong broke the silence. The sword technique of heaven's severing. Lin Feng responded. What a remarkable sword technique of heaven's severing. You are the first to dismantle my devouring heaven demon art. I, Qiandao Xiong, acknowledge you. Indeed, There are individuals beyond individuals, realms beyond realms. Many can dismantle your devouring heaven demon art. You simply have yet to encounter them. Kaiench Dao Xiong. One should maintain a modicum of humility. Otherwise, one may inevitably suffer the consequences. Your acknowledgement is unnecessary. I, Kaiench Dao Xiong, do not require your guidance in my endeavors. Though you triumph today, I remain unconvinced. Just wait. Soon, you shall witness the fate that befalls those who oppose my Wujum demon sect. Kaiench Dao Xiong proclaimed fiercely. The individual before him is formidable, yet incapable of thwarting the ambition of the Wujum demon sect to unify the Li continent. I await. Lin Feng replied with a nonchalant smile. Await? Grant yourself a little more time. What is Kaiench Dao Xiong? Can he truly overturn the Wujum demon sect? Wujum demon sect. Retreat. After uttering these words, Kaiench Dao Xiong turned and departed, clutching his severed arm. He needed to swiftly find a means to reattach it. Chapter 45. The nurturing game Qin Dao Xiong, accompanied by the members of the Wuji demon sect, withdrew. The devouring heaven demonic art had been shattered, and with his left hand severed, continuing the battle would be disadvantageous for him. Lin Feng chose not to pursue. After all, it was no simple task to confront a figure of such stature as the Grand Elder of the Wuji demon sect, having lived for centuries, who could claim to possess no hidden cards. Since even the celestial severing sword technique had failed to vanquish Qin Dao Xiong, Lin Feng resolved to cease hostilities. What he required now was time to assimilate the gifts bestowed by the Lord of the Nine Nether. With that, even the entire Wuji demon sect would be obliterated with ease, let alone a single Qin Dao Xiong. With Qin Dao Xiong having departed, Lin Feng prepared to leave as well. He needed to find a place to regain the identity of the Grand Senior Brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, swiftly reintegrating into the main group to avoid arousing suspicion. As he turned to cast a glance at Longhan's Wang, their eyes met momentarily before he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Victory? Many of the wandering cultivators wept tears of joy. Just moments ago, they had nearly succumbed to the voracious grasp of Qin Dao Xiong's devouring heaven demonic art. Fortunately, the masked specter had intervened in time, dispelling the demonic technique and rescuing them all. It was only through the specter of death that one truly comprehends the joy of existence. Phew! Zhuge Qingyun also breathed a deep sigh of relief. The hard-won inheritance from the Nine Nether Secret Realm represented a pivotal opportunity for the rise of the Yaowang Valley. He had no desire to hand it over to Qin Dao Xiong. Yet, if faced with the choice between survival and the inheritance, Zhuge Qingyun would undoubtedly choose to live without hesitation. The inheritance could be regained, but a life lost meant everything was forfeit. This incident also illuminated the nature of the Wuji demon sect for Zhuge Qingyun. It was akin to a ravenous wolf, ungrateful and insatiable. The Yaowang sect had provided countless spiritual herbs to the Wuji demon sect annually, yet they had nearly met their demise at the hands of Qin Dao Xiong. In the aftermath of the battle, various factions hastened their retreat. They were keen to avoid any further mishaps, having come perilously close to death. The terror of the devouring heaven demonic art lingered heavily in their minds. After bidding farewell to the Qingyun sect and the Shenzhao Sword Sect, they too departed. Longhan's Wang and Guming Zhou led a group of disciples back to the sect. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng had already rejoined the ranks. With his prowess, it was effortless for him to appear and disappear without a trace. After 2 days of travel, the grand contingent of the Shenzhao Sword Sect finally returned to their sect gates. At this moment, they could truly consider themselves safe. No matter how formidable Qin Dao Xiong was, or how powerful the Wuji demon sect, they would never dare to wreak havoc upon the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Thank you all for your hard work. The sect will host a victory banquet for you tomorrow. Junior Sister Long and Elder Gu will proceed to the sect hall, while the rest of you may return to rest, proclaimed the sect master, Luo Yuntian. Yes, master. Yes, sect master. Upon entering the sect, Lin Feng separated from the main group. As he arrived at the foot of Gutsuan Peak, a graceful figure soared towards him on a sword, landing directly in his embrace. Wu Lin Feng held her close, gently patting her back in comfort, saying, "Do not cry. If you continue, you will no longer be beautiful. The person who arrived was none other than his junior sister, Su Xiao, the daughter of Su Mubai. Oh, brother, I thought you would never return. Father is still unconscious. What should I do if you're also gone? Su Xiao cried out. Once, her world encompassed only two individuals, her father and her elder brother. After becoming a disciple, she gained a third figure, her revered master, Lu Hongwan. How could that be? Brother promised to protect you. Come here. Let me see if you'll become more beautiful after these months apart. Lin Feng gently pushed Su Xiao aside, and they faced each other. Two rosy hues appeared on Su Xiao's cheeks, enhancing her charm. This was not artificial blush, but a natural glow. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the creator's ingenuity. Compared to any celebrity on Earth in his past life, Su Xiao was in a league of her own. Though still young and not fully developed, she had already blossomed into a pure and enchanting young lady. She bore a different aura than the fully matured Lung Hans Huang or the semi-mature Yi Qingxian. When Lin Feng first met Su Xiao, he was just over 5 years old and already capable of self-care. He subsequently brought her to live on the solitary peak of Guxiyuan. Master Su Mubai often ventured out, leaving Lin Feng to raise Su Xiao, forging a bond that made their relationship exceptionally close. Even after learning of Lin Feng's perceived inadequacies, Su Xiao never looked down upon him. Watching Su Xiao grow from an infant to a graceful young woman, she would often jest about marrying Lin Feng in the future. To outsiders, they were childhood sweethearts. However, to Lin Feng, it felt as though he was nurturing a character in a beautiful maiden's development game, given that his mental age far surpassed his physical one. Brother, why did you return a month late? I was so worried. I thought something dreadful had happened, and you would never come back, Su Xiao inquired. That's a long story. Come, let us return to Guxiyuan Peak, and I shall tell you everything in due course. All right. Lin Feng took Su Xiao's hand, and together they leisurely ascended the solitary peak. By the way, junior sister, I have splendid news to share. What good news? Uncle Lung discovered the other shore flower in the 9 Nether secret realm. Soon, Master will awaken. Is that truly the case? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? That is wonderful, brother. Father will finally awaken, and our family can reunite. In Su Xiao's heart, her father and brother constituted her family, and no one could sever that bond. Rest assured, with your brother here, no one shall dare to bully the two of you. I believe in you. Su Xiao did not take Lin Feng's words to heart. She expressed her faith merely to spare his pride. The young girl had long since resolved to diligently cultivate her skills to safeguard her father and brother. Upon ascending the solitary Kunzan Peak, Lin Feng resumed his familiar pursuits, capturing wildlife, fishing, and barbecuing. This was the very manner in which he had nurtured Su Xiao. The young girl was effusive in her praise for Lin Feng's culinary skills, having grown accustomed to his delights from childhood, never tiring of them. As time pressed on, Lin Feng urged Su Xiao to return. The 16 peaks of the Shenzhao Sword Sect adhered to their own customs, particularly Yunnu Peak and Chaoxiao Peak, where numerous female disciples were required to return in the evening unless they were on a mission. Senior brother, I wish to stay with you on Kunzan Peak tonight. The young girl's face reflected her reluctance. A month prior, when Lin Feng had not returned, she felt as though her world had crumbled. Even the severe injuries of Su Mubai did not evoke such despair in her. The two had nearly grown up together, inseparable until Su Xiao took on her apprenticeship, sharing countless days and nights over a span of more than a decade. When it came to their bond, her feelings for Lin Feng ran deeper than those she held for Su Mubai. Chapter 46. Why are you here again? Ultimately, Su Xiao was persuaded by Lin Feng to return to Chaoxiao Peak, under the pretense of preserving the traditions of the peak and adhering to its management. In reality, Lin Feng was reluctant to allow Su Xiao to stay. Before Su Xiao became a disciple of Lu Hongwan, the two had shared not only their meals and accommodations, but also their sleeping arrangements. Each morning, the young girl would cling tightly to Lin Feng, wrapping herself around him. Lin Feng had contemplated the idea of sleeping separately and had made considerable efforts towards that end. However, the little girl vehemently refused, crying incessantly whenever they attempted to part ways, claiming that she was afraid and unable to sleep alone. At that time, it was understandable, as she was merely a child. Yet, In the years that followed, Su Xiao had blossomed into a graceful young lady, and sharing a bed had become decidedly inappropriate. Moreover, it was Lin Feng who felt the discomfort. After all, he was a vigorous young man. Even with remarkable self-discipline, it was undeniably challenging for him. After seeing Su Xiao off, Lin Feng meticulously examined the perception array he had set up on Gutsuan Peak before beginning his serious cultivation. Having accepted the inheritance of the Lord of the Nine Nether, if he aspired to become a master strategist, he understood that diligence was imperative. Surpassing the 12 realms was no trivial matter. Su Mubai had once informed Lin Feng that the strongest individuals in Liu were at the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Should one of the 4 major factions produce a master of the 10th realm, Liu would likely face unification, as the combat prowess of a 10th realm expert far surpassed that of a 9th realm one. Given the difficulty of reaching the 10th realm, surpassing the 12 realms seemed even more unattainable. Despite Lin Feng's confidence in himself, effort was still required. It was unrealistic to expect breakthroughs without hard work. As Lin Feng embarked on his first earnest cultivation effort, the 2 pieces of news brought back by Lung Hanzhuang caused a stir among the upper echelons of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. The 7-kill sect had secretly resumed their training of the Killing God technique and dispatched the Killing God team into the 9 Nether Secret Realm to confront Lung Hanzhuang. They had even allied with the Wujimo sect, aiming for the annihilation of both the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyan sect. The opening of the 9 Nether Secret Realm, delayed by a month, was due to the emergence of an inheritance. Both pieces of news were of utmost significance. The leaders of the Shenzhao Sword Sect convened an emergency meeting that night to devise a subsequent plan. The Wujimo sect and the 7-kill sect evidently sought to shatter the existing balance and instigate conflict. Although the reasons behind their actions were unclear, caution was warranted. The situation even drew the attention of the ancestors in seclusion within the Forbidden Grounds. Subsequently, Lung Hanzhuang approached Luo Yuntian, noting that it was not just the Shenzhao Sword Sect that was in turmoil. The entire Liu was set abuzz. The delayed opening of the 9 Nether Secret Realm had already stirred the hearts of various factions across Liu. Now that it was about to open, a momentous revelation emerged. An inheritance had been discovered within the Secret Realm. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. It was known that the 9 Nether Secret Realm had existed for over 10,000 years, and this marked the first time an inheritance had appeared. Although there had been past speculations that the 9 Nether Secret Realm was a space created by an entity beyond the 12 realms, the lack of evidence had led to widespread skepticism. If it were indeed confirmed that an inheritance existed within, the once-in-a-century opening of the Secret Realm would become of paramount importance, ensuring that all eligible factions would mobilize in droves. The 4 paramount powers may still regulate the number of entrants. Positions will be allocated based on strength, and entry cannot be limitless. After all, this inheritance comes from an existence that surpasses the 12 realms. Who wouldn't desire it? The most vexed are undoubtedly the Wuji Demon Sect and the 7-Kill Sect. They initially planned for a joint effort to keep all members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qingyun Sect confined within, delivering a significant blow to their adversaries. Yet, unexpectedly, their enemies remained unscathed while their own suffered heavy losses. Consequently, when the inheritance emerged, both sects reaped nothing. The 2 major forces are furious, and the repercussions are dire. The tranquility of the Liuzhou region is merely the calm before the storm. However, none of this concerns Lin Feng. Such matters are for the higher echelons of the sect to ponder. He merely needs to focus on his cultivation. 3 days later, Gutsuan Peak welcomed its first visitor since Lin Feng's return from the 9 Nether Secret Realm, Lung Hanzhuang. "Uncle Master, why have you come again?" Lin Feng asked, a frown etched upon his face. "What do you mean again?" "This isn't my first visit," Lung Hanzhuang replied, puzzled. "Uncle Master, I mentioned during my time in the 9 Nether Secret Realm that you shouldn't come looking for me without reason. If you come too often, it might raise suspicions. I just wish to live a quiet life. Could you refrain from causing me trouble?" Lin Feng expounded. "Trouble? Are you implying that I am a nuisance?" "Young man, when your senior brother entrusted you to my care, you were but a mere child, and I managed all your needs without complaint. Now that you have grown and spread your wings, you're beginning to disdain me?" Lung Hanchuang's expression darkened. How could this young man harbor disdain for her? This was unacceptable. She demanded an explanation today. After all, how would she seek guidance on a Zhan Tianba Jian technique in the future? Uncle Master, you misunderstand. I could never look down on you. Your kindness toward me has always been etched in my heart, never to be forgotten. It's just that previously, you would come only once a year. If you visit frequently, it might attract unwanted attention, Lin Feng hastily clarified. Given Lung Hanchuang's esteemed position within the Shenzhao Sword Sect, her frequent visits to Gutsuan Peak would not only arouse suspicion, but also draw attention to this nearly forgotten place. Lin Feng wished to remain inconspicuous, ideally fading into obscurity. And what if they notice? I am your Uncle Master. Am I not allowed to come? Uncle Master, isn't this unfair to me? Lin Feng murmured. Unfair to you? Very well. Lin Feng, you have brought this upon yourself. I originally came to discuss matters regarding your senior brother. Since you prefer my absence, I shall take my leave immediately, and you need not inquire about me again. I shall know nothing. As she spoke, Lung Hanchuang turned to depart. Panic surged through Lin Feng upon hearing this. He grasped Lung Hanchuang's hand. Uncle Master, please. I was wrong. Is that not enough? You are welcome to visit any time in the future. This is what you said. You welcome me any time? Lung Hanchuang asked, her face devoid of expression. Yes, yes. I said that. You may come whenever you wish, but could you perhaps be a bit more discreet when you do? Consider this as me pleading on behalf of your nephew, Lin Feng said, exuding a sense of helplessness. Very well. Since you have said so, I shall be cautious during my visit to ensure that I remain undetected, remarked the venerable uncle. Lung Hanchuang nodded calmly, her heart brimming with joy. Just you wait. I shall not be bested. Alas, Lin Feng sighed deeply within. In this world, there are only 3 individuals he truly cherishes. The first is his master, Su Mubai, who rescued him during his most desperate hour and brought him back to the Shenzhao Sword Sect. The second is his junior sister, Su Xiao. Their years of companionship have solidified their significance in each other's hearts. Lastly, there is his esteemed uncle, Lung Hanchuang. As one who has traversed from Earth, Lin Feng distinctly felt the genuine affection that Lung Hanchuang harbored for him since childhood. Chapter 47. The first 10-stage expert Lin Feng learned from Lung Hanchuang that his master, the esteemed Luo Yuntian, had commenced the preparation of a spiritual elixir for their revered master, Su Mubai, utilizing the ethereal Bayan flower as the primary ingredient. This endeavor was expected to take approximately a week. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Su Mubai would awaken in a week's time, which brought great relief to Lin Feng. Only when his master had awakened and resolved his concerns could Lin Feng devote himself entirely to his cultivation. Lin Feng, I seek your guidance on matter, Lung Hanchuang said, fidgeting slightly. It was indeed a rare occasion for a master to seek counsel from a disciple regarding cultivation. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng immediately surmised the topic of her inquiry. Is it about the celestial slashing sword technique? He asked. Indeed, she affirmed with a nod. How did you master the celestial slashing sword technique in such a short span of time? I have only grasped the most rudimentary aspects. Yet, witnessing your application of the technique the other day sparked new insights within me. However, I still feel it is insufficient, hence my desire to consult you. Please, let us discuss this as equals, dear master. The essence of the celestial slashing sword technique lies primarily in the mastery of one's spirit, energy, and mind. Lin Feng elaborated, sharing his interpretations of the technique. He concluded by demonstrating how to harmonize these 3 elements to enhance one's aura. Naturally, he refrained from executing a full strike, for such an act would surely disturb the entire Shenzhao Sword Sect. Satisfied with her newfound understanding, Lung Hanchuang prepared to depart. Lin Feng thought he might finally enjoy some peace. However, the following day, she returned once more, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Yet, he had uttered the words that she could visit whenever she wished. A promise made could not be retracted. For an entire week, Lung Hanchuang visited the solitary Tsunkuan Peak daily, determined to expedite her mastery of the celestial slashing sword technique, the fastest path to enhancing her combat prowess. Lin Feng patiently explained and demonstrated, and after a week of diligent practice, she had made considerable progress, at least tenfold faster than if she had attempted to comprehend it alone. Let us conclude our session for today, Lung Hanzhuang announced. I must return to Yanu Peak to attend to some matters. Very well, dear master. Please exercise caution on your way back. Do not draw attention, Lin Feng advised. Rest assured, I shall tread carefully, she replied, and, as she turned to depart, an idea struck her. Oh, Lin Feng, I may not be able to come by for the next few days. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a calm exterior. Then, do return when you have the time. With your talent, it should not take long for you to master the celestial slashing sword technique. Thank you for your kind words. Farewell. Lung Hanzhuang transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. In the forbidden domain of the Wujia demon sect, a dense shroud of black mist enveloped the area. This mist was not ordinary fog, but rather a form of neurotoxin. For those below the 5th realm, contact would be fatal. Those in the 5th to 6th realms could manage a tenuous resistance, but even they would not endure for long. Shenzhao Xiong arrived at the outskirts of the forbidden area. His left arm had been successfully reattached, with no lingering effects. For someone of Shenzhao Xiong's strength and status, the reattachment of a severed limb was a mere triviality. However, if the limb were to be lost or destroyed, complications would arise. Father, I have come. Shenzhao Xiong called into the depths of the forbidden zone. Enter, responded an aged voice from within. Immediately, a passage emerged from the swirling black mist. Shenzhao Xiong stepped forward. Deep within the forbidden area lay a cavern. Upon reaching its entrance, he halted, refraining from entering. What is it? Speak, echoed the voice from inside the cave. Father, how much longer until you emerge? Shenzhao Xiong inquired. A bit more time is needed. Although I managed to forcibly break through to the 10th realm just before my life was to end, my body is now exhausted and cannot fully accept the rewards of that breakthrough. I must recover on my own, thus it is not yet time for me to leave. Came the reply. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar in Lizhou. Wasn't the strongest individual in Lizhou at the peak of the 9th realm? The emergence of a 10th realm powerhouse could indeed revolutionize the landscape of Lizhou. Father, have you heard of the sword technique of heaven's severance? Shenzhao Xiong queried once more. The sword technique of heaven's severance? I have not heard of it. That cannot be. You have lived for so long. How could you not have heard of such a miraculous skill? Shenzhao Xiong expressed his disbelief. His father, Wu Ji Dao Run, had existed for millennia and was among the oldest in Lizhou. How could he be unaware of the sword technique of heaven's severance? Unless, of course, it had never existed before. In recent days, Shenzhao Xiong had perused numerous texts, yet found no mention of this technique. It was precisely due to this lack of information that he had come to the forbidden area to disturb his father, Wu Ji Dao Run, to inquire about when he might emerge and assist him in avenging his severed arm. What has transpired? Elaborate, commanded the voice. Shenzhao Xiong recounted the incident involving the emergence of the Nine Hells secret realm, the destruction of his heavenly devouring demon technique by the sword technique of heaven's severance, and the loss of his arm. A brief silence enveloped the cave. To cleave through your heavenly devouring demon technique with a single strike and sever your arm as well indicates the formidable power of the sword technique of heaven's severance. However, I must confess that I have never encountered this name before. Father, when the sword technique of heaven's severance was unleashed, a blinding white light rendered everyone sightless and stripped away their senses. Had I not relied on my extensive combat experience to evade critical areas, the consequences would have been far graver. Shenzhao Xiong described his ordeal. He speculated that perhaps the name had been altered, or that the masked figure had spoken untruths. Blinded? Stripped of senses? Such a transcendent sword technique? Wu Ji Dao Ren's voice revealed a hint of astonishment. No one understood the dynamics of the various factions and powerhouses within Lizhou better than he did. Yet he had never heard of a sword technique capable of robbing one of their senses. In battle, losing one's senses would dramatically diminish the effectiveness of one's defensive capabilities, relying solely on instinct and experience. Absolutely true, Shenzhao Xiong affirmed. Only those who have experienced the art of heaven-slaying swordsmanship truly comprehend its formidable essence. You claim that the individual in question is not affiliated with the Divine Sky Sword Sect, and that their age remains a mystery beneath the mask. Indeed, Father, all formidable beings above the sixth realm of the Divine Sky Sword Sect are under our vigilant observation. Yet this enigmatic figure has remained masked, earning the moniker of the Phantom Masked One. Once you venture out, conduct a thorough investigation into this Phantom Masked One. A powerful entity cannot simply materialize without leaving traces behind. Upon uncovering the truth, refrain from raising alarms, as I intend to confront him and the forces that linger in his shadows upon my emergence. The infinite Taoist pondered before speaking. Yes, Father. When might you emerge? Qian Daoxiong inquired with eager anticipation. His ability to navigate the treacherous waters of the infinite demon sect is primarily due to the strength of his esteemed father. Otherwise, the massacre of countless lives met with universal condemnation would not have warranted such a calculated response from the infinite demon sect. Soon, it shall be soon. Chapter 48. Entering the sword tomb at the summit of Gutsuan Peak, within the sacred sword sect, beneath the ancient tree that has stood for a millennium, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, once again immersing himself in the profound state of sword comprehension. While others rely on fortune and chance to grasp the essence of the sword, he possesses the unique ability to enter this state at will. This singular talent places him far beyond the reach of countless sword cultivators. In recent days, Lin Feng has devoted all his energies to understanding the sword, aspiring to ascend to the third realm of sword mastery, the sword domain. Regrettably, his efforts have yielded no results. The ultimate sword intent remains immovable. The transition from sword intent to sword domain represents an insurmountable chasm, and to this day, no one has been known to traverse it. Prior to reaching the ultimate sword intent, Lin Feng faced minimal obstacles. However, here he finds himself ensnared, illustrating the formidable challenge of breaking through to the sword domain. As he opened his eyes, disappointment washed over Lin Feng once more. Achieving the sword domain truly proves to be an arduous task. At that moment, he suddenly sensed fluctuations in the array surrounding Gutsuan Peak. Looking up, he beheld the graceful figure of Lung Hanshuang descending from the void. "Greetings, Master Uncle." Lin Feng stood and bowed respectfully. The respect owed to Lung Hanshuang was paramount. "Enough. I've told you when it's just the two of us. There's no need for such formalities." Lung Hanshuang waved her hand dismissively. "Have you resolved your matters, Master Uncle?" Lin Feng inquired. 2 days prior, she had mentioned that she could not come for a while due to pressing concerns. Yet, here she was, returning after only 2 days. Not yet. As you know, following the events in the Nine Nether Secret Realm, both the Wuji Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect have been acting rather strangely. Even the ancestors within the Forbidden Grounds have been stirred. The long-standing balance in the Li continent is likely to be disrupted soon, she replied, her tone tinged with exasperation. War is something no one wishes to witness. Throughout the history of the Li continent, every major conflict has necessitated a lengthy recovery period, regardless of victory or defeat. Each faction suffers significant casualties. The Wuji Demon Sect and the Seven Kill Sect preparing to wage war against us? Conflict is inevitable. Otherwise, the formidable Qian Island hero would not dare to strike against all factions in the Nine Nether Valley. The timing remains uncertain, but we must be ready at all times, lest we be caught off guard, Lung Hanshuang elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Had they not just enjoyed a brief respite? War loomed on the horizon. Should the four supreme sects engage in battle, it would be nearly impossible for any faction to emerge unscathed. The entire Li continent would likely descend into chaos, with countless families torn apart and displaced. Lin Feng, though no saint, harbored no desire to witness such devastation. Yet, wishing for a different outcome held no sway. His current strength was insufficient to alter the course of events. Master Uncle, you must find time to diligently practice the heaven-slaying sword technique. It would enhance your combat prowess. Lin Feng urged. I am aware. I will hasten to conclude my trivial matters and seek your guidance. Lung Hanshuang nodded. She too wished to master the heaven-slaying sword technique swiftly. Unfortunately, as a senior member of the Sacred Sword Sect and the leader of Yunnu Peak, she was bound by the sect's obligations. "And what brings you here today, Master Uncle?" "This is for you," Lung Hanzhuang declared, tossing an item to Lin Feng. Lin Feng extended his hand to receive the object and discovered it was inscribed with the character for sword. Curiously, he inquired, "Master Uncle, what is this?" "You do wish to enter the sword tomb to comprehend the essence of the sword, do you not? This is the token that grants you access to the sword tomb." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was overjoyed. His comprehension of the sword had hit a bottleneck, stalling at the pinnacle of sword intent. If he could overcome this barrier within the sword tomb, his combat prowess would see a significant enhancement, providing him with an added measure of self-preservation in the impending battles. "Thank you, Master Uncle," Lin Feng exclaimed, clasping his fists in gratitude as he stowed away the token. "I shall take my leave now, but you must also seize the opportunity to elevate your strength. The Wuji demon sect dares to instigate war, undoubtedly relying on some form of support. Our Shenzhao Sword Sect, caught in a passive defense, may find ourselves at a disadvantage. I hope you will contribute to our sect's cause. Rest assured, Master Uncle, though I may not grasp the weight of noble ideals, I understand the principle that when a nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? The Shenzhao Sword Sect is my home, and I will certainly do my utmost to protect it," Lin Feng declared earnestly. Given the opportunity, he would naturally safeguard the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Yet, should circumstances prove insurmountable, he would be compelled to prioritize the protection of those dear to him. "Knowing you harbor such thoughts brings me solace. However, Lin Feng, if the Shenzhao Sword Sect truly faces dire straits, and you find you cannot alter the outcome, I personally hope you will depart. With your talent and the legacy of the Nine Nether Saint Lord, I believe it won't be long before you can avenge us." Lung Hanchuang's tone grew solemn. In recent days, the sect had convened several emergency meetings, revealing fragments of information regarding the Wuji demon sect. Though largely speculative, such conjectures were often rooted in truth. After all, who would dare to make baseless assumptions? Moreover, the audacity of Qian Dao Xiong to oppose the world hinted at deeper issues. "Master Uncle, we, the Shenzhao Sword Sect, are one of the 4 premier sects of Lizhou. Can you not adopt a less pessimistic outlook?" Lin Feng replied with a wry smile. "The battle has yet to commence, and preparations for death are already in place. There truly seems to be a lack of faith. I merely prepare for the worst. In any case, you should assess the situation and act accordingly when the time comes." "Understood, Master Uncle." After Lung Hanzhuang departed, Lin Feng remained deep in thought. Something felt amiss. The determination in Lung Hanzhuang's words conveyed a sense of impending doom for the sect, as if the Shenzhao Sword Sect was destined to fail. Were the 4 premier sects of Lizhou not similarly matched in strength? Had some unforeseen calamity arisen? No, he needed to tighten his grip on his fate. First, he would venture into the sword tomb to seek enlightenment, striving to break through to the sword domain in a short span of time before devising further plans. Having been granted a second chance at life, he must seize control of his destiny. Resolute in his decision, Lin Feng soared into the sky on his sword, departing from Gutsuan Peak. The sword tomb, the sacred ground of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, where countless ancestral swords of the sect lay to rest. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Feng was confronted by a grandeur. He produced the token given to him by Lung Hanzhuang, which emitted a radiant light that illuminated the door ahead. With a creak, the door slowly opened. Lin Feng stepped inside, as if entering another realm. Before him lay numerous small graves, each adorned with a sword. There were long swords, short swords, broadswords, and heavy swords. Countless strands of sword chi drifted through the air like specters. He reached out and summoned a wisp of sword chi, which settled in the palm of his hand. Too feeble, Lin Feng released the sword chi once more. After walking for a while, he sensed the sword chi intensifying. Finding a suitable spot, he sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the essence of the sword. 2 hours later, Lin Feng opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight illuminating his expression. Progress. His ultimate sword intent had seen a slight enhancement. Though modest, it was indeed a sign of movement. Truly, this was the finest place for sword cultivators to attain enlightenment. Lin Feng pressed onward, delving deeper into the sword tomb. Along the way, he encountered two figures, which he deftly avoided, and proceeded directly to the innermost sanctum of the sword tomb, the area where the sword chi was most potent. Such a place was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Chapter 49. The domain of swords in the land of Lizhou, the Medicine King Valley stands as the sole neutral force, a remarkably unique entity due to its amicable relations with various factions. Historically, during several great wars, the Medicine King Valley has managed to evade disaster. At this very moment, the valley's master, Zhuge Hongtao, is engrossed in a confidential report, having gone 3 days and nights without sleep. The report contains but a single phrase: the Supreme Demon Sect Supreme Being may have broken through to the 10th realm. This mere statement has rendered Zhuge Hongtao unable to savor food or find solace in sleep. The 10th realm. Has the first 10th realm powerhouse of Lizhou finally emerged? If this is true, their days of tranquility are surely numbered. The Medicine King Valley has maintained its position among the major factions by balancing their strengths, ensuring that no single power becomes overwhelmingly dominant. Should one faction rise to supremacy, the equilibrium would shatter, and the valley's advantages would vanish entirely. Despite being esteemed guests among the great powers, should the Supreme Demon Sect annihilate the remaining factions and unify Lizhou, the Medicine King Valley would either face annihilation or be reduced to a mere pawn of the Supreme Demon Sect. Neither outcome aligns with Zhuge Hongtao's aspirations. For a long time, he has yearned for the Medicine King Valley to ascend as the 5th great power of Lizhou, no longer needing to navigate the treacherous waters of factional politics. Alas, opportunities have been scarce. Now, as a chance finally presents itself, Zhuge Qingyun, the valley's first heir, has obtained the legacy of a peak 10th realm cultivator within the Nine Nether Palace. After a period of dormancy, the Medicine King Valley could finally extricate itself from the intricate dance among the various powers. Yet, this unexpected news has left Zhuge Hongtao in a state of uncertainty. Caught between laughter and tears, compounding his distress is the fact that during their time in the Nine Nether Palace, the Medicine King Valley had allied with the Divine Sky Sword Sect and other factions to confront the Supreme Demon Sect's elder, Qian Daoxiong. And who is Qian Daoxiong? He is none other than the son of the Supreme Being and a person known for his vindictiveness. With his father potentially breaking through to the 10th realm, would he not seek vengeance upon each of them? What to do? Zhuge Hongtao has pondered for 3 days and nights without formulating a viable strategy. If the Supreme Being truly ascends to the 10th realm, even the Divine Sky Sword Sect and Qingyun Sect, both of which possess peak 9th realm cultivators, would find themselves kneeling in supplication. The disparity between the 10th and 9th realms is monumental. Their only glimmer of hope lies in the 2 words from the report: may have. The implication of uncertainty suggests that there remains a chance. Yet, this opportunity is not within his grasp. At that moment, a series of knocks resound upon the study door. Enter. Zhuge Hongtao calls hoarsely. The door creaks open, revealing a graceful figure stepping inside. She appears to be in her 20s, with raven black hair, elegantly coiled, a delicate oval face, elongated brows, and skin as fair as jade. Dressed in a simple gown, she exudes an air of quiet elegance. She is Zhuge Qingyun's younger sister, Zhuge Liuli, a woman who truly embodies her name, as exquisite as glass. Father, you have not left the study for 3 days and nights. No matter how important the matter is, you must not neglect your health, said Zhuge Liuli, entering with a bowl of soup, her voice as refreshing as a spring breeze. Liuli, where's your brother? Inquired Zhuge Hongtao. Since returning from the Nine Nether Secret Realm, he has been in seclusion. With a sigh, he continued, this should have been the prime opportunity for our Medicine King Valley to rise. Yet unforeseen circumstances have arisen. Is it the heavens that seek to bring ruin upon us? Zhuge Hongtao lamented. Father, what has happened to provoke such despair? What could compel you to utter that the heavens wish to destroy our Medicine King Valley? Zhuge Liuli asked, her brows slightly furrowing, adding to her beauty. Come and see for yourself. Zhuge Hongtao leaned back in his chair. As Zhuge Liuli approached the desk and read a line from the confidential report, she trembled, causing the soup in her hands to spill onto the floor with a splat. Father, is this true? As the daughter of the Medicine King Valley's leader, Zhuge Liuli had perused countless texts since childhood, possessing a broader perspective than her brother, Zhuge Qinyan. If the words on that report were genuine, the situation for the Medicine King Valley was dire. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of their clan. Regardless of its truth, we must devise a means of self-preservation. Yet, no matter how I ponder, I cannot uncover a path suitable for the Medicine King Valley. Am I truly to witness its downfall under my stewardship? How shall I face our ancestors in the future? Zhuge Hongtao's face turned ashen. Father, do not be overly concerned. The report contains the word suspected, does it not? This implies that nothing is yet confirmed, and there remains a possibility for reversal. Zhuge Liuli reassured him, steadying her composure. Liuli, what do you believe the credibility of this information to be? At least 80%. Zhuge Liuli replied, after a moment's reflection. I deem your assessment overly cautious. In my view, it should be 90%, indicating a significant likelihood of Wuji Daoist breaking through to the 10th realm. Father, even if Wuji Daoist were to ascend to the 10th realm, he would still face the barriers posed by the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qinyan sect. For the time being, it is not our Medicine King Valley's turn. Perhaps the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qinyan sect can contend with Wuji Daoist? Alas, Liuli, you cannot fathom the vast chasm between the pinnacle of the 9th realm and the 10th. Only 10 9th realm peak cultivators joining forces might stand a chance against the 10th realm powerhouse, and even that is merely a possibility. Moreover, there are unlikely to be more than 5 9th realm peaks in our continent. For a moment, the father and daughter sat in silence. 3 days later, within the sword tomb of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, all sword energies suddenly surged with ferocity, racing towards the depths of the sect. It was not just the sword energies. Even the swords embedded in the graves began to tremble violently. Moments later, they collectively soared into the air, aiming for the heart of the sword tomb. Several true disciples, deep in contemplation within the tomb, were startled awake, bewildered by the scene before them, unsure of what was transpiring. What is happening? The sword tomb is a sacred ground of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Who dares to cause such chaos here? Not only have the sword energies vanished, but even the swords have taken flight. This is unacceptable. The disciples hurriedly scrambled toward the exit of the sword tomb, eager to alert the higher echelons of the sect. A grave crisis was unfolding within the sword tomb. A figure sat cross-legged, exuding a blend of sword energy and intent, arranged neatly before him, as if in reverent homage. Lin Feng opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of relief. At last, he had succeeded. This was the realm of the sword. No wonder it was so difficult to break through. The disparity between the two was immense. Even the mere manifestation of this breakthrough could not be compared to sword intent. Fortunately, this occurred within the confines of the secluded sword tomb. Had it taken place on the isolated Sunkuan Peak, it would likely have stirred the entire Shenzhao Sword Sect. After the initial excitement, Lin Feng regained his composure. He understood the urgency of his departure. The phenomenon within the sword tomb would undoubtedly attract the attention of the sect's higher-ups, and being discovered would lead to an untenable situation. He unleashed the sword realm he had just comprehended, enveloping the entire sword tomb. With a mere thought, Lin Feng found himself at the exit. As he stepped out of the sword tomb, he hastened away. Shortly after his departure, Luo Yuntian, the sect leader of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, arrived at the entrance of the sword tomb accompanied by several high-ranking members. Alas, by that time, the sword tomb had returned to its original state, showing no signs of the earlier occurrence. Chapter 50. The medicinal bath aid the news of Wuji Dao's breakthrough to the 10th realm did not spread widely. Rather, it circulated among certain mid-sized and large factions, with no one able to confirm it with absolute certainty. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to astound the entire cultivation community of Li Prefecture. It is worth noting that while numerous cultivators exist at the 9th realm, none have ascended to the 10th. Thus, Wuji Daoist stands as the first 10th realm cultivator in Li Prefecture. The implications of a 10th realm powerhouse are profound, enough to disrupt the equilibrium that has persisted for many years. The news left even the two paramount forces, the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the Qinyan sect, in a state of bewilderment. However, As time elapsed, the Wuji demon sect remained conspicuously silent, prompting a wave of skepticism. Logically, the breakthrough of Wuji Daoist to the 10th realm should have been a momentous occasion, warranting immediate proclamations of genius and grand celebrations from the Wuji demon sect. Yet, the absence of any such activity remains an enigma. With the Wuji demon sect dormant, various factions felt emboldened to act, initiating a gradual recall of their disciples in preparation for the impending turmoil. The unusual maneuvers of the mid-sized and large factions did not go unnoticed by the smaller sects, who, in ignorance of the underlying events, could only mimic their actions and fortify their positions. Consequently, the Li Prefecture cultivation realm entered a brief period of absolute peace, devoid of warfare and loss of life. However, the duration of this tranquility hinges upon the Wuji demon sect, as each of its actions significantly influences the shifting dynamics of Li Prefecture. The terror associated with the 10th realm powerhouse is indeed formidable. A mere whisper of a potential rumor has compelled all factions in Li Prefecture to abandon their pursuits and prepare for the worst. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the news of a breakthrough within the Wuji demon sect. Since his ascension to the sword domain, his focus had been entirely upon his own cultivation. Whether through the comprehension of the sword or the extraordinary technique of the sky-slaying sword art, all required a solid foundation of power. It is akin to a powerful sniper rifle falling into the hands of a well-trained special forces operative versus that of a child who has never encountered a firearm. The disparity is immense. Cultivators of the 6th, 7th, or even 8th realm, despite wielding the sky-slaying sword art, would struggle to inflict any harm upon a 10th realm cultivator. The situation, however, differs considerably at the 9th realm, where it becomes possible to injure a 10th realm powerhouse. A peak 9th realm cultivator capable of executing the sky-slaying sword art might even have the potential to slay a 10th realm opponent. Lin Feng had recently achieved a breakthrough to the 8th realm, while Qian Daoxiong stood at the pinnacle of the 8th realm. Given his brief time training in the sky-slaying sword art, he had yet to master it fully, while Qian Daoxiong's devouring demon technique was formidable as well. Thus, during the battle at the Nine Hells Valley, Lin Feng could only injure Qian Daoxiong without delivering a fatal blow. Through the inheritance of the Nine Hells Sovereign, Lin Feng acquired a plethora of powerful techniques, of which the sky-slaying sword art is but one. He chose to focus on the sky-slaying sword art first, drawn by its impressive name and his own identity as a swordsman. With his attainment of the sword domain and the enhancement from the sky-slaying sword art, Lin Feng had ostensibly reached the zenith of combat prowess among 8th realm cultivators. Moving forward, he must prioritize his cultivation, without advancing his foundational power. Further enhancements in combat effectiveness would prove exceedingly difficult. At the present moment, Lin Feng is merely in his early 20s. Not only has he attained the terrifying 8th realm, but his combat prowess also rivals that of a 9th realm expert. Such an extraordinary prodigy has never graced the annals of Li Continent's history. Naturally, after receiving the legacy of the Nine Nether Saint Lord, Lin Feng is far from being satisfied. He is determined to elevate his cultivation swiftly. The 10th realm and 12th realm are not his ultimate goals. His true aspiration lies in transcending the 12th realm. For only then will he be worthy of inheriting the identity of the chess player from the Nine Nether Saint Lord. The fate of a pawn lies in the hands of others, while that of a chess player is firmly in one's own grasp. Having been granted a second chance at life, Lin Feng refuses to relinquish his destiny to anyone else, such as not his character. One's fate must be wielded by oneself. At the Shenzhao Sword Sect, on the solitary Cun Peak, Lin Feng finds himself sitting naked in a wooden tub, surrounded by a roaring fire below. He is not indulging in a bath, but rather undergoing a medicinal soak. The tub is filled not only with water, but also with an array of spiritual herbs and medicines, all of which Lin Feng has procured from the Nine Nether Secret Realm. Since the decline of Cun Peak, apart from the library, there is little of worth remaining. To enhance his cultivation, he relies on these spiritual elixirs as an aid. Lin Feng does not possess the ability to concoct elixirs, leaving him with no choice but to resort to medicinal baths. While their effects may not rival those of elixirs, They are certainly superior to having no assistance at all. Previously, Lin Feng had scarcely utilized any medicinal aids, yet still managed to reach the 8th realm in his 20s. Now, with the countless spiritual herbs and medicines acquired from the 9 Nether Secret Realm, his cultivation speed is bound to accelerate dramatically. After one day, the water in the tub has become remarkably clear, having absorbed all the medicinal properties. With a deep breath, Lin Feng exhales a cloud of turbid air, opens his eyes, and a smile graces his face as joy fills his heart. His cultivation has progressed from the early 8th realm to the mid-8th realm. With the assistance of these spiritual medicines, the rate of his advancement is indeed significantly enhanced. Fortunately, during his idle time in the 9 Nether Secret Realm, he seized a plethora of spiritual herbs from the hands of otherworldly beasts. Otherwise, where would he procure such resources? Without revealing his extraordinary talent, Lin Feng knows it is futile to seek cultivation resources from his sect. Each faction has its own regulations regarding resource allocation. Those with greater talent receive more attention and, consequently, more resources, while those of lesser talent receive scant, if any, support. As a perceived weakling, Lin Feng is not entitled to partake in resource distribution, which is why he has never sought it. If they do not provide, he has no desire for it anyway. What of it? Even without any auxiliary resources, Lin Feng is confident that his cultivation speed would not be inferior to others. Rising from the tub, he reveals a physique that would elicit shrieks from infatuated women on earth. With a flick of his hand, his garments soar to him, and he gracefully leaps, landing perfectly attired. Lin Feng then proceeds to the medicinal garden of Cun Peak. Once overrun with weeds, the area is now flourishing with an array of rare spiritual herbs, attracting countless butterflies and bees, while various birds circle above. Suddenly, a massive bird with a wingspan of 2 to 3 meters swoops down from the sky, targeting a particular spiritual herb within the garden. Just as it seems poised for success, a diminutive figure darted forth. The great bird emitted a piercing, mournful cry, struggling briefly upon the ground before falling still. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a small white serpent had delivered the fatal bite. This serpent was none other than the pet of Lin Feng, a successful transformation of a dragon from the 9 Nether Secret Realm. The great bird, hardly more than a peculiar creature, stood no chance against the dragon. Well done, little bye. From now on, this medicinal garden shall be entrusted to your care. Should anyone dare to pilfer my spiritual herbs, do not hesitate. Ensure they leave empty-handed, Lin Feng praised as he stepped into the garden. These spiritual herbs were crucial for his rapid cultivation and must not be squandered by the surrounding fauna. The dragon, little bye, immediately flew to perch on Lin Feng's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek with its serpentine head. Chapter 51. Am I really foolish? Lin Feng played with the little dragon, Xiao Bai, for a while before plucking the feathers from the large bird it had killed. After cleaning it thoroughly, he placed it over the fire to roast. Fresh ingredients should never go to waste. Having grown up on the solitary peak, catching various wild beasts to eat, Lin Feng had come to an insightful conclusion. Generally speaking, birds that soar through the sky are more delectable than those that crawl on the ground, and ground-dwelling creatures are more delicious than those that swim in water. Before long, the large bird sizzled and released a mouth-watering aroma as it roasted. A sprinkle of a secret seasoning essential for barbecuing elevated the flavor to extraordinary heights. Even the little dragon, Xiao Bai, became enamored with Lin Feng's barbecue skills. The man and beast quickly devoured the bird, leaving nothing behind. Xiao Bai tilted its head, gazing longingly at Lin Feng, as if to say it had not yet had its fill. All right, little one, just savor the taste for now. If I let you eat your fill, I might just exhaust myself in the process, Lin Feng teased. He was well aware of Xiao Bai's appetite. If allowed to indulge, it could potentially eradicate the flying and crawling creatures of the solitary peak in no time. Roar! Xiao Bai immediately expressed its dissatisfaction. All right. I promise to roast more for you next time. But for now, I have matters to attend to, so keep watch over the herb garden. Lin Feng gently patted Xiao Bai. Roar! The little dragon nodded vigorously. With a swift motion, Lin Feng drew his sword and took to the skies, departing the herb garden. He soon arrived beneath the towering tree at the peak. Just moments ago, he had sensed someone triggering the formation of the solitary peak. As expected, it wasn't too long before a familiar figure came into view, Lung Hanshuang. Currently, there were only two individuals who might venture to the solitary peak. One was Lung Hanshuang, and the other was Su Xiao. However, Su Xiao was likely engrossed in her cultivation at Chaoxia Peak, leaving Lung Hanshuang as the more frequent visitor. The young girl was quite persistent, possessing a certain tenacity. Her greatest aspiration was to one day acquire sufficient strength to protect her father and senior brother. This dedication to cultivation was commendable, and Lin Feng had no intention of hindering her progress, especially since returning from the Nine Nether Secret Realm. He realized he could not safeguard Su Xiao for eternity. Should he depart one day, she would need the ability to fend for herself. Lin Feng had contemplated keeping her by his side, yet the path ahead was fraught with uncertainties, and bringing her along might pose even greater dangers. After all, the adversaries he might encounter could be individuals transcending the 12 realms. In such places as Li Zhou, a powerful being surpassing the 12 realms could obliterate anything with ease. Having seen his master uncle, Lin Feng proceeded to pay his respects as per custom. It is said that when it is just the two of us, such formalities are unnecessary. Lung Hanshuang remarked with a furrowed brow. Master uncle, I must uphold the courtesies due to my position. Otherwise, would it not reflect poorly on my master's teachings? Lin Feng replied. Enough. Do as you wish. Lung Hanshuang waved her hand dismissively. Lin Feng's adherence to tradition had become a familiar routine for her. Master uncle, may I inquire if you have come to continue your training in the heavenly slashing sword technique? Or is there another matter at hand? Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng, do you think I am foolish? Lung Hanshuang suddenly countered. WH. What? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. He suspected there might be an issue with his hearing. I asked, am I really that foolish? Cold Hanshuang earnestly repeated my words. This time, Lin Feng understood clearly. Master uncle, how could you think that way? He exclaimed. If I were not foolish, why would I have practiced the sword technique of heaven's severance for so long without mastering it? The cultivation of extraordinary skills and secret arts is divided into 3 levels: beginner, proficient, and perfected. Lin Feng's sword technique of heaven's severance was at the proficient level, with perfection being the next step. Master uncle, how long have you been training? The sword technique of heaven's severance is a renowned skill of a 12th realm powerhouse, capable of slaying opponents of higher levels. Some may never learn it in their lifetime, yet your progress is remarkably swift. It will not be long before you reach the beginner stage, Lin Feng reassured her. But how did you achieve proficiency in just a month? Cold Hanshuang fixed her gaze upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Could he admit that he hadn't even spent a full month practicing? In reality, he had only dedicated about half a month to mastering the technique. He certainly couldn't disclose this, as it would only further diminish Cold Hanshuang's confidence. Oh, how could I possibly compare myself to you? You are an extraordinary prodigy unlike any seen in the history of our continent. I should only compare myself to those of ordinary talent. The more I compare, the more I feel like a failure, Cold Hanshuang muttered to herself, seemingly trying to console her own spirit. Master uncle, why must we compare ourselves to anyone? You're already a genius among geniuses. At less than 100 years old, your current strength is remarkable, and your future accomplishments are boundless. And what would your accomplishments be? Cold Hanshuang inquired. Master uncle, could we perhaps change the subject? Lin Feng sighed. He himself was uncertain why his cultivation progressed so swiftly. Whether it was in his cultivation, comprehension of the sword, or the mastery of extraordinary skills, everything had flowed seamlessly, as if it were destined. Only when he broke through the sword domain did he encounter a slight bottleneck. Yet even that did not consume much time. He succeeded in breaking through after just 3 days in the sword tomb. Cold Hanshuang was also perplexed by her feelings today. Ever since learning that the infinite Taoist might break through to the 10th realm, the higher-ups of the sect had been convening frequently to discuss strategies. Yet they found themselves at a loss. If the infinite Taoist truly ascended to the 10th realm, the only recourse for the divine Shenzhao Sword Sect would be to send promising disciples into hiding to preserve some semblance of hope for the sect's resurgence in the future. In these past few days, Cold Han Shuang had felt a profound sense of despair. She loathed her own lack of ability. If only she possessed Lin Feng's talent. What would a mere 10th realm mean? Lin Feng, at just over 20 years of age, could rival the likes of Qian Daoxiong without yielding, even severing one of his arms. Who was Qian Daoxiong? The Grand Elder of the Infinite Demon Sect, a figure renowned for centuries. Standing at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, on the precipice of breaking into the 9th realm. Though Lin Feng could sever Qian Daoxiong's arm with his proficient sword technique of Heaven Severance, his own cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the 8th realm. A mere 20-something at the initial stage of the 8th realm, he had never received any assistance from a sect. Lung Han Huang was utterly perplexed by the means through which this young man cultivated his skills. If only she could match Lin Feng's pace in cultivation. Would she still find herself intimidated by the Wijideo? Even a little more time granted to Lin Feng would suffice. Once he ascends to the 9th realm, armed with his sword domain and the celestial blade technique, he would at least be capable of contending with the Wijideo. When anomalies manifested in the Sword Tomb and the senior members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect ventured to investigate, Lung Han Huang immediately discerned that Lin Feng was behind it. Just prior, she had handed him the passage token. What a remarkable coincidence. Upon inquiring further, she confirmed that Lin Feng had indeed transcended to the 3rd stage of sword comprehension, the sword domain. Not only was his cultivation rising at an astonishing rate, but his grasp of swordsmanship and mastery of extraordinary techniques were also progressing at an outrageous speed. The more she contemplated, the more she felt like a mere failure. This realization prompted her earlier question. She would have preferred to remain oblivious to Lin Feng's secrets. The more she learned, the greater her disillusionment became. Chapter 52. Unexpected events. Lin Feng noticed that Lung Han Huang was staring at him silently, leaving him at a loss for words. It was awkward, and he decided that silence might be the best approach. Some matters become more convoluted the more they are explained. It was better to allow her to come to her own understanding. After a considerable time had passed, Lung Han Huang finally regained her composure. She recognized that the immense pressure of recent days had taken a toll on her. "I'm sorry, Lin Feng. I've been feeling quite irritable lately. I hope you don't mind," she admitted. "Not all, I understand," Lin Feng replied, relieved. It was a relief that she had managed to come to terms with her feelings. The true concern lay in the possibility of her remaining confused, which would have posed greater complications. "Let's begin. I am eager to master the heaven-slaying sword technique," Lung Han Huang declared. Master Uncle, when will my master awaken?" Lin Feng inquired. "Master's elder brother has been rather busy lately, but rest assured, he will prioritize Mu Bai's situation as soon as he has the time. I will inform you then," she reassured him. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as there were no unforeseen circumstances, he could continue to assist Lung Han Huang. He understood that even if he mastered the heaven-slaying sword technique, it wouldn't significantly alter the overall situation. Nonetheless, Lung Han Huang was determined to enhance her combat capabilities as much as possible before the impending battle. Days passed, and on the 5th day atop Gutsuan Peak, Lung Han Huang stood motionless beneath a millennia-old tree, her eyes closed and the ice soul sword in hand, as if she had melded with her surroundings. Gradually, she entered a state of unity among her essence, energy, and spirit. Lin Feng watched from short distance. After a long while, Lung Han Huang opened her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. "I have finally grasped the basics." This signified her capability to wield the heaven-slaying sword technique in combat. Though her cultivation level remained unchanged, her combat prowess had seen a significant boost. Lin Feng stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. "Congratulations, Master Uncle." "Thank you, Lin Feng. Without your assistance, I would not have achieved this success so swiftly." Lung Han Huang expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thanks to Lin Feng, she had mastered the technique in such a short span of time. "There is no need for such formality, Master Uncle. Truth be told, I did not contribute much. Your success is solely due to your own efforts." Lin Feng scratched his head modestly. "By the way, I heard from Master S. elder brother that the elixir to detoxify Mu Bai will be ready by tomorrow." "Really?" Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. Indeed. Lung Hanzhuang nodded with certainty. Wonderful. Is Master finally going to awaken? Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. The following day, within the side hall of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, all 7 of the Shenzhao swords had gathered. Lin Feng and Su Xiao were also present, as they were the closest to Su Mubai and rightly belonged there. In front of the assembled crowd, the sect leader Luo Yuntian administered a fragrant pill to the unconscious Su Mubai, who lay within an ice coffin. Su Xiao tightly grasped Lin Feng's arm, both of them anxiously fixated on Su Mubai. As time ticked by, however, there were no signs of awakening from the comatose figure. Luo Yuntian's brows gradually furrowed in concern as he approached to perform a meticulous examination of Su Mubai within the ice coffin. Numerous doubts arose within my heart. The poison of the soul-eating powder within the eldest senior brother was completely eradicated after consuming the elixir imbued with the other shore flower. Yet, why is he not yet awakened? It defies reason. For a moment, Luo Yuntian found himself at a loss. Presently, the eldest senior brother's body appeared entirely normal, yet his spirit remained in slumber. Lin Feng could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Master Uncle, what has become of my master? Why is he yet to awaken?" The other shore flower poses no issue, nor does the elixir. The soul-eating powder within the eldest senior brother has been purged, yet I cannot discern the reason for his continued slumber. Luo Yuntian shook his head. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao grasped Lin Feng's arm with increased intensity. The other members of the 7 swords of the divine sky displayed expressions of confusion. Wasn't the eldest senior brother afflicted by the soul-eating powder? If it has been entirely eliminated, why is he still unable to awaken? Master Uncle, are you truly powerless in this matter? Lin Feng's face was etched with anxiety. For the time being, there is nothing that can be done. However, the ancestor has emerged from seclusion. With his vast knowledge, he should be able to uncover the cause. Then please, hasten to summon the ancestor, Lin Feng urged, filled with urgency. Lin Feng, my dear nephew, I understand your concern for the eldest senior brother and empathize with your feelings. However, it remains uncertain whether the ancestor has the time. I must first gauge the situation. Luo Yuntian explained. His hesitation stemmed not from fear of the ancestor's unavailability, but rather from the concern that the ancestor might not wish to come. Had Su Mubai still possessed his former genius, there would have been no issue. Yet, he had now been rendered incapacitated. Moreover, the ancestor was currently preoccupied with the troublesome breakthrough of the Wujidaoist. Such a trivial matter was unlikely to capture his attention. Though Luo Yuntian served as the head of the Divine Sword Sect, he dared not exhibit any arrogance before the ancestor, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Only upon breaking into the 9th realm could one possess a modicum of influence. Lin Feng discerned Luo Yuntian's hesitation and could only suppress his own worries. Master Uncle, I am deeply grateful to you. Please ensure that the ancestor is summoned. Ich shall do my utmost. After all, the eldest senior brother has undergone this for the sake of the sect, Luo Yuntian replied, though he could not guarantee success. Ultimately, he could not dictate the thoughts of the ancestor. Lin Feng assisted Su Xiao in leaving the side hall. Unable to identify the cause of the ailment, he could do nothing but hope that the ancestor would arrive promptly to investigate. The other members of the 7 swords of the divine sky busied themselves with their respective matters. Despite the surface tranquility of the Liuzhou region, profound undercurrents stirred beneath. Various factions were diligently preparing, bracing for the possibility that the Wujidaoist might indeed break through to the 10th realm, ensuring they would not be caught off guard. At Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng brought Su Xiao back. In her current state, she was entirely unfit for cultivation. Eldest senior brother, will father never awaken? Su Xiao asked tearfully. Do not speak such nonsense. The eldest senior brother assures you that the master will surely awaken. Lin Feng comforted her. But even Master Uncle has no way to help. Isn't there still the ancestor? He has lived for millennia and will undoubtedly know the reason. Senior brother, I am aware that father has been rendered powerless, and the sect does not regard him with any significance. Only a few uncles and aunts show any concern for him. It is unlikely that the ancestor will come. Su Xiao spoke directly to the crux of the matter. Though she was young, her intelligence was remarkable. Lin Feng contemplated her words and replied, Your assertion is not entirely accurate. The master sacrificed his own power for the sake of the sect. Given the esteem of the supervising uncle, the ancestor will surely come. Otherwise, would it not chill the hearts of everyone? Who would be willing to serve the sect in the future? What if even the ancestor cannot identify the issue? The young girl inquired further. Then I shall take the master away from the divine sky, sword sect, and venture into the world beyond. The universe is vast, and solutions must exist. If one continent does not yield results, I shall traverse to another. Regardless of the obstacles, I am determined to awaken the master. Lin Feng replied earnestly. He was not jesting. If even the ancestor could not provide assistance or chose not to come, he would take Su Mubai and depart. Even if it meant traversing the 9 continents, he would seek a means to restore the master to consciousness. Chapter 53. Ancestor Xiao Zhengxian Master Brother. I wish to go too, Su Xiao exclaimed, rising to her feet with palpable excitement. Then go if you wish. Why such a commotion? Lin Feng gazed at Su Xiao with a hint of surprise. I fear you might abandon me. The young girl pouted. On the verge of tears, Lin Feng embraced Su Xiao, his heart aching as he reassured her. How could that be? We are family. We shall always be together, no matter where we go. Indeed, we are family. We must remain together, no matter where we venture, Su Xiao echoed in Lin Feng's embrace. The depth of their bond was not solely attributable to their shared upbringing. There existed another profound reason. As Su Xiao matured and learned of Lin Feng's perceived inadequacies, she did not harbor any disdain. Instead, she vowed to diligently cultivate her skills to protect her master brother in the future. This unwavering loyalty was what touched Lin Feng the most. In the unforgiving realm of the 9 continents, strength was paramount. A person deemed a waste would be scorned not only by others, but even by their closest kin. Yet, the relationship between him and Su Xiao transcended that of mere siblings, flourishing into something far more profound. The young girl's steadfast wish to marry Lin Feng when she grew up had never wavered. Such a pure affection, devoid of any external influences, was the most precious and cherished of all. At the peak of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, atop the sword tower, Luo Yuntian clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and bowed deeply. Speaking with deference, Luo Yuntian pays his respects to the ancestor. Before him stood a diminutive, unkempt elder, who gazed thoughtfully into the distance, hands clasped behind his back. This elder was none other than Xiao Zhengxian, the longest-serving and most venerable ancestor of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Yuntian, do you have something to discuss? Xiao Zhengxian inquired, turning to face him. Esteemed ancestor, I have a humble request, Luo Yuntian replied. Speak plainly. There is no need for such formality. Esteemed ancestor, my master brother Su Mubai has fallen into a coma due to the soul-devouring powder. Although it has been thoroughly removed, he remains unresponsive. I humbly beseech the ancestor to examine his condition. I would be immensely grateful, Luo Yuntian concluded, bowing once more. Your master brother Su Mubai? I seem to recall something. Xiao Zhengxian pondered thoughtfully. My master brother, Su Mubai, is the master of the Haoran sword and a prodigy of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, appearing only once in several centuries. Unfortunately, during a mission, he was treacherously attacked, injuring his foundation. Since then, he has made no progress in his cultivation, and recently, he fell victim to the soul-devouring powder, losing even the Haoran sword. Luo Yuntian recounted, providing a succinct overview of Su Mubai's circumstances. So it is him, Xiao Zhengxian finally recalled. Su Mubai's talent had once captured his attention, but after his fall from grace, he had ceased to follow his path closely. What a pity, yet such is the harsh reality of the cultivation world. A fallen genius is often deemed inferior to a waste, for the latter consumes no resources. A genius, however, becomes a waste only after having consumed resources. Is it not a waste of those resources? Why then, should he continue to oversee the Haoran sword, leading to its loss? Xiao Zhengxian inquired. Luo Yuntian's body trembled as he cautiously replied, returning to the ancestor, due to the stringent conditions for the recognition of the Haoran sword's master. And considering that the senior brother possesses extensive knowledge of the Haoran sword, he has been entrusted with it to seek the next rightful owner. Have you found one? And no. Luo Yuntian's forehead began to glisten with sweat. Despite being at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, the pressure he faced from the venerable elder, who stood at the zenith of the 9th realm, was immense. You are utterly reckless. How could you allow a discarded individual to possess the Howren sword? Do you truly believe that our Shenzhao Sword Sect reigns supreme in the prefecture? Now, the Howren sword is lost, transforming the 7 swords of Shenzhao into merely 6. How do you justify your position as sect leader? Xiao Zhengxian interrogated. The ancestor speaks rightly. Yun Tian acknowledges his error. However, I never anticipated that someone would dare to strike against our Shenzhao Sword Sect. Luo Yuntian hurriedly confessed. According to your account, the Howren sword must have fallen into the hands of the Wujum demon sect, making its retrieval an insurmountable challenge. Ancestor, the Howren sword has not fallen into the hands of the Wujum demon sect. Oh, how so? Was it not the Wujum demon sect that acted? It was indeed instigated by the Wujum demon sect, yet the Howren sword was seized by another individual. Who? Xiao Zhengxian inquired with curiosity. It takes great audacity to pilfer from the Wujum demon sect. Luo Yuntian recounted in detail how the masked phantom had annihilated the Rakshasa gate, appropriated the Howren sword, and with a single strike repelled Qian Daoxiong, as well as how he had shattered the devouring heaven demon technique in Jiuyo Valley and severed Qian Daoxiong's arm. The more Xiao Zhengxian listened, the more intrigued he became. Aside from a Shenzhao Sword Sect, there exists another force capable of nurturing such formidable sword cultivators in the prefecture. It is indeed astonishing. Have you ascertained the identity of the masked phantom? Xiao Zhengxian was eager to uncover the identity of this enigmatic figure and the power that had cultivated him. Not yet. The entire Li prefecture is investigating. Yet this individual seems to have emerged from thin air, leaving no trace behind, to break through Qian Daoxiong's devouring heaven demon technique and even sever his arm. This individual's combat prowess must surely belong to the pinnacle of the 8th realm. How can he simply appear out of nowhere? Xiao Zhengxian pondered in confusion. We share your sentiments, yet we cannot uncover any leads, Luo Yuntian admitted, equally perplexed. Why do you suppose he wears a mask? Xiao Zhengxian suddenly queried. I do not know. Luo Yuntian shook his head. Is it not simply to avoid recognition? Have you not considered searching among those you know to see who fits this description? Xiao Zhengxian astutely deduced. Indeed, experience proved invaluable. The direction was correct. Yet, no matter how hard they strained their minds, they could never conceive that the masked phantom was none other than the discarded senior brother Lin Feng of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Ultimately, through Luo Yuntian's earnest pleas, Xiao Zhengxian consented to examine Su Mubai. The two then made their way to the side hall, where Su Mubai's ice coffin was kept. After a thorough examination, Xiao Zhengxian arrived at a conclusion. The soul-devouring powder within Su Mubai has indeed been completely eradicated. However, due to his insufficient strength and weakened spirit, compounded by the fact that a portion of his essence has been consumed, he has succumbed into a deep slumber. To awaken Su Mubai, it is essential to procure a soul-nurturing pill. However, this pill is an exceedingly precious treasure. Not only does the Shenzhao Sword Sect lack it, but even if it were available, it would be inconceivable for them to grant it to someone deemed worthless, as it contradicts the sect's interests. Luo Yuntian found himself in a predicament. He had initially believed that locating the other shore flower and eliminating the soul-devouring powder would suffice for his senior brother's revival. Little did he realize that a soul-nurturing pill was still required. The Pill King Valley does possess such a pill, and as the sect leader of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, he would undoubtedly succeed in obtaining it. Yet, this course of action would certainly provoke the opposition of many high-ranking members of the sect, and the ancestral elders would also likely disapprove. Chapter 54. The pinnacle of the 8 realms merely a day had elapsed, yet Lin Feng could no longer contain his anxiety. There had been no word from Luo Yuntian, prompting him to seek out the one most familiar to him, Lung Hanzhuang. With no other recourse, Lung Hanzhuang approached her senior martial brother, the sect leader. The outcome revealed a disheartening truth. Su Mubai's soul was exceedingly frail, having succumbed entirely to slumber. To rouse him from this state, a soul-nourishing pill was imperative. This pill was a rare treasure, one that the Divine Sky Sword Sect lacked. Among all the factions in Lizhou, only the Medicine King Valley might possess it. Upon learning that Su Mubai could not awaken, Lung Hanzhuang hastened to the solitary peak. "Master Uncle, how goes it? Has the ancestral master been summoned? Have you uncovered the cause of Master S' inability to awaken?" Lin Feng inquired, his face etched with concern. "The ancestral master has indeed been summoned, and the cause has been identified, though the prognosis is not optimistic," Lung Hanzhuang replied. Lin Feng's heart sank. "Master Uncle, please tell me. I am beside myself with worry." After examining the elder brother's condition, the ancestral master concluded, "His soul is greatly weakened and has completely succumbed to slumber. To awaken him, a soul-nourishing pill is required." "A soul-nourishing pill? Does the Divine Sky Sword Sect not possess one?" Lin Feng pressed. "Alas, we do not." Lung Hanzhuang shook her head, silently adding that even if they did, it was improbable they would allocate it for the elder brother's use. In truth, only a handful within the Divine Sky Sword Sect truly valued Su Mubai, while the Council of Elders, being obstinate, would never consent to expend significant resources for a once promising talent who had now fallen from grace, as it would jeopardize the sect's interests. "Well, might one find such a pill?" Lin Feng insisted. "The Medicine King Valley should have it. If they do not, then it is unlikely any other faction would," she responded. The name of the Medicine King Valley reminded Lin Feng of the young master Zhuge Qingyun he had encountered in the Nine Nether Secret Realm. At that time, Zhuge had sought the corpse of Bing Xiang, which Lin Feng had refused to provide. Little did he expect to now find himself in need of assistance from them. "Master Uncle, could you enlighten me on the particulars of the Medicine King Valley?" he asked. "Are you intent on visiting the Medicine King Valley to procure a pill for the elder brother?" she queried. "As a disciple, it is my duty to do so," Lin Feng declared resolutely. Lung Hanzhuang regarded him thoughtfully, initially wishing to dissuade him, but ultimately sighed, lamenting the cruel hand of fate. If only you had a few more decades to mature, all issues would resolve themselves effortlessly. Alas, the elder brother cannot afford such a wait. The longer the soul remains dormant, the more arduous it becomes to awaken. Lin Feng, we're in the past. Your identity and prowess would have compelled the Medicine King Valley to unhesitatingly provide you with the soul-nourishing pill and to invest wholly in your needs. However, the circumstances have shifted. I advise you to conceal your capabilities as much as possible. Otherwise, you may become a target for adversaries. Your strength is formidable. Yet against those ancient beings who have lived for millennia, you may find yourself outmatched, she cautioned. Do not be deceived by the current silence of the Wujima sect. Should they learn of a 20-something 8-realm powerhouse within the Divine Sky Sword Sect, the Wujima Daoist would undoubtedly take it upon himself to eliminate this threat. Even though Lin Feng is exceptionally powerful, he cannot possibly contend with a master of the 10th realm. The elder brother has already been rendered incapacitated, and Lung Hanzhuang does not wish for Lin Feng to follow in the footsteps of her master. Rest assured, Uncle Master, I value my life more than anyone else. Otherwise, I would not have concealed myself until now. Please, enlighten me about the situation regarding the Apothecary Valley. Upon reflection, Lung Hanzhuang realized this was a valid concern. She had never encountered someone so low-key and cautious. Perhaps her worries were unfounded. Lin Feng's knowledge of the Apothecary Valley is limited to superficial information, whereas Lung Hanzhuang, as a senior member of the Divine Sky Sword Sect, undoubtedly possesses deeper insights. For instance, while the Apothecary Valley ostensibly has only one practitioner at the early 9th realm, they secretly harbor another in the mid-9th realm. Furthermore, due to the prolonged reliance on various elixirs to enhance their cultivation, combined with their neutral stance, their combat experience is lacking, rendering their battle prowess the weakest among their peers of the same realm. The early 9th realm practitioners of both the Divine Sky Sword Sect and the Boundless Demon Sect could easily overpower the mid-9th realm practitioner of the Apothecary Valley. After Lung Hanzhuang departed, Lin Feng fell into contemplation. The two 9th realm practitioners of the Apothecary Valley would be formidable adversaries. Although he was seeking medicine, if negotiations faltered, he would find himself at a disadvantage. It seems crucial that he enhances his cultivation before making the journey. Utilizing elixirs to assist in cultivation should not be overly frequent, as it can lead to the body developing resistance. The more one consumes, the less effective it becomes in the long run. Generally, such aids are employed only when one encounters a bottleneck. Typically, advancement relies on one's own accumulation of strength. Otherwise, overindulgence in the early stages may render one ineffective when facing genuine obstacles later, resulting in a considerable loss. However, Lin Feng could not afford to dwell on such matters now. He must procure the soul-nourishing pill swiftly. Otherwise, the likelihood of his master awakening would diminish with the passage of time. He would not allow such a situation to unfold. Thus, having recently employed a medicinal bath, Lin Feng began to prepare again. He ventured to the medicinal garden, harvesting the spiritual herbs and elixirs he required, placing them into the wooden tub for his bath, this time with a dosage far more potent than before. Watching the bubbling concoction in the tub, Lin Feng shed his garments and gradually submerged himself. The powerful medicinal energy surged into his body. He aimed to convert this energy into the vitality he needed. Should the conversion slow, the accumulation of medicinal energy could lead to a critical backlash or even result in death, which is why cultivators are wary of excessive medicinal use. Yet, Lin Feng faced no such dilemma. He could transform the medicinal energy the moment it entered his body. This ability might be a unique talent not seen in the annals of history for thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. In just half a day, Lin Feng's cultivation advanced from the mid-8th realm to the late 8th realm. At this moment, the medicinal effects had not yet dissipated. He continued to absorb and convert. 2 days later, Lin Feng attained the pinnacle of the 8th realm. Such a rapid advancement left the so-called geniuses of the 4 premier factions in awe, rendering them incapable of even imagining such progress. Even with the aid of medicinal baths, this feat was astonishing. Not everyone dares to undertake such risks. The untimely conversion of medicinal energy can lead to minor setbacks or catastrophic failures. There exist exceedingly rare natural elixirs that, upon maturation, can enhance one's cultivation without the need for transformation. However, they are so incredibly scarce that only those favored by the heavens, the fortunate children of destiny, may come across them. Among the numerous spiritual herbs and medicines that Lin Feng acquired within the depths of the 9 Nether Secret Realm, a few possess the ability to directly elevate one's cultivation, yet their quantity is regrettably limited, rendering them of little significance to him at present. With a deep breath, Lin Feng felt an unfamiliar fatigue for the first time in over 20 years since his rebirth. This indicated that his body had reached its limits and could not endure any further. The peak of the 8th realm was still insufficient. Lin Feng furrowed his brows and murmured to himself. His intention had been to elevate his cultivation directly to the initial stage of the 9th realm, thereby, with the aid of the sword domain and the slashing heaven sword technique, to approach the combat prowess of the 9th realm's pinnacle, allowing him to venture into the Medicine King's Valley with confidence, ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 55. The challenged body had already issued a warning. Lin Feng dared not continue using drugs to elevate his cultivation and had to seek alternative methods. It seemed rather challenging to break through the sword domain. However, he could devote some effort to mastering the celestial sword technique. If he could attain the perfected level of the celestial sword technique combined with the sword domain, it should suffice. Fan Yuejiao was able to employ the perfected celestial sword technique to slay a 12th realm expert at the pinnacle of the 11th realm. With Lin Feng at the peak of the 8th realm, bolstered by the sword domain, it was highly probable that he could intimidate those in the early to mid stages of the 9th realm. Thus, Lin Feng concentrated his energies on the celestial sword technique. While instructing Lung Hans Huang, he did not remain idle. He was now merely a step away from achieving the perfected celestial sword technique. As Lin Feng immersed himself in his training, the Shenzhao Sword Sect was convening a high-level meeting. Just as Luo Yuntian was about to declare the meeting adjourned, a voice unexpectedly emerged. "Master, I have a proposal." It was Elder Hua Qishan, a member of the Elder Council and a cultivator at the late stage of the 7th realm. "Please, Elder Hua, share your proposal," Luo Yuntian urged. At this critical juncture concerning the sect's survival, the Seven Swords United should indeed serve as a trump card for our Shenzhao Sword Sect. However, due to Su Mubai's loss of the Howren Sword, this card has become unusable. Furthermore, with Su Mubai still in a coma, uncertain of ever awakening, I propose we dismiss him from the position of the Gutsuan Peak Master and allow a capable individual to inherit it. Upon hearing this, Lung Hans Huang thought to herself. As expected, she had previously informed Lin Feng that someone in the sect would surely use the loss of the Howren Sword as an excuse to challenge the Master and seize the position of Gutsuan Peak Master. Gutsuan Peak, one of the 16 peaks of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, had languished due to Su Mubai's incapacitation and his prolonged absence, leaving the peak unmanaged. Should a competent person take charge, Gutsuan Peak would undoubtedly experience a renaissance. The position of Peak Master was far more comfortable than that of an elder, as it involved managing a multitude of disciples, while the Elder Council only played a role in significant sect matters. Elder Hua, do you truly understand the implications of your words? Luo Yuntian inquired sternly. Of course I do, Hua Qishan retorted defiantly. Su Mubai fell to this fate for the sake of the sect. If we proceed, as you suggest, will it not dishearten those who have contributed? What will the outside world say about our Shenzhao Sword Sect? Have you considered that? You are correct in your assertions, Master. But do not forget that so many years have passed, and Su Mubai remains the Gutsuan Peak Master, with the Howren Sword still in his possession. The sect has been exceedingly lenient. Now that the Howren Sword is lost, and the Seven Swords United has become a mere illusion, the reputation of the Shenzhao Seven Swords has significantly diminished. Who will take responsibility for this? Hua Qishan countered. In truth, he was not entirely wrong. After Su Mubai's foundation was damaged, he was no longer suited to be the Gutsuan Peak Master, nor to retain possession of the Howren Sword. However, Luo Yuntian, as the sect's leader, had been making every effort to protect him. Now, with the Howren Sword lost, those with ulterior motives saw an opportunity to seize the position of Gutsuan Peak Master, while the matter of the Howren Sword could be addressed later, once it was found. Elder Hua, are you attempting to embroil my divine Xia Sword Sect in injustice? Sect Master, I am endeavoring to steer the divine Xia Sword Sect back onto the righteous path. Are you implying that under my leadership, the divine Xia Sword Sect has strayed from its course? I never claimed such a thing. However, if the sect master insists on thinking so, I shall not object. Luo Yuntian fixed his gaze upon Hua Qishan. How dare a mere seventh realm elder oppose him? There must surely be someone behind him pulling the strings. In the divine Xia Sword Sect, only two individuals possess such influence: the Grand Elder Bai Yunsheng and the Deputy Sect Master Wu Xiliang. Luo Yuntian's attention shifted from Hua Qishan to an elderly man and a middle-aged individual, both of whom wore expressions of indifference. Elder Hua, your words must be substantiated. Since you do not oppose, pray tell how I have misguided the divine Xia Sword Sect. If you fail to articulate your reasoning, do not blame me for being impolite and branding you with the charge of insubordination. Luo Yuntian's expression darkened. After all, he was the sect master of the divine Xia Sword Sect. Even if Hua Qishan had backing, to embarrass him in front of so many high-ranking sect members was exceedingly disrespectful. If he did not teach Hua Qishan a lesson, would others not feel emboldened to challenge him? Noticing Luo Yuntian's anger, Hua Qishan fell silent. The atmosphere grew quiet for a moment. Luo Yuntian spoke again. Why has Elder Hua ceased his discourse? Were you not quite articulate just moments ago? Please continue. As the tension in the room thickened, another voice arose. I believe Elder Hua is correct. Just because Su Mubai is your senior brother, Sect Master Luo, you have continuously shielded him. Not to mention his usurpation of Gutsuan Peak, which is forgivable since Su Mubai has contributed to the sect. But what merit does a worthless individual possess to hold the Howren Sword? Does he have the capability? Now that the Howren Sword is lost, you, Sect Master Luo, must bear the primary responsibility. Hissed the senior members of the divine Xia Sword Sect collectively inhaled sharply. The situation was spiraling out of control. Someone had the audacity to confront the sect master directly. Was this an attempt to usurp power? Where did Deputy Sect Master Wu find such courage? The speaker was none other than Wu Xiliang, the first deputy of the divine Shenzhao Sword Sect, a formidable powerhouse at the late stage of the Eighth Realm. Although Wu Xiliang had long harbored aspiration for the position of sect master, his strength was still insufficient to unsettle Luo Yuntian's status. Today, however, it seemed he had become rather audacious. Deputy Sect Master Wu, are you accusing me? Luo Yuntian inquired in a somber tone. I am merely speaking the truth. Wu Xiliang replied. Very well. Excellent. Truly splendid. It appears you have come prepared today. What? Do you intend to force me to relinquish the position of sect master? Wu Xiliang, I am aware you have long coveted my position. But let me make it clear, you are not yet qualified. Upon finishing, Luo Yuntian unleashed a powerful aura directed at Wu Xiliang. Ultimately, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. As long as he could subdue Wu Xiliang, the latter would not dare to retaliate. Whether one is qualified or not is not for you to decide. Wu Xiliang no longer concealed his intent, releasing an aura that was scarcely inferior to Luo Yuntian's. The two forces collided. Fortunately, those who are able to sit here are all formidable individuals of the seventh realm or above. Otherwise, they would not withstand the collision of the formidable auras emanating from two pinnacle eighth realm warriors. Nevertheless, many still find it difficult to breathe under the immense pressure. Wu Xiliang, you have done well to reach the pinnacle of the eighth realm, but do you truly believe this grants you the right to challenge me? Luo Yuntian, I have no intention of challenging you. I merely state the facts. Your protection of Su Mubai over the years has led to the loss of the Howren Sword, bringing disgrace upon the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Why do you have to continue as the sect leader? Wu Xiliang questioned Luo Yuntian loudly. Having already torn apart any semblance of civility, he felt no need for further restraint. Chapter 56. The Ancestor speaks. The recent advancement of Wu Xiliang to the pinnacle of the Eighth Realm did not elicit much astonishment from the higher echelons of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. After all, he was already in the late stages of the Eighth Realm, making his breakthrough to the pinnacle a natural progression. Otherwise, he would not dare to challenge Luo Yuntian. However, with formidable foes looming, the internal strife between two superlative powerhouses within the sect was certainly an ill omen. Moreover, even if both were at the pinnacle of the Eighth Realm, Wu Xiliang could never match Luo Yuntian's prowess, given that one had only just ascended and the other had long been entrenched at the pinnacle. Furthermore, Luo Yuntian was the master of the Tai sword, possessing combat capabilities that were unparalleled even among the elite of the Eighth Realm, with the exception of Lin Feng. Wu Xiliang's audacity to confront Luo indicated that he still harbored hidden cards. Enough. How long will you two continue this farce? The Grand Elder Bai Yunsheng interjected. He too was a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the Eighth Realm. Aside from the ancestors sequestered in the Forbidden Grounds, Bai Yunsheng was the most senior member of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, lending his words considerable weight. Both Luo Yuntian and Wu Xiliang simultaneously retracted their imposing auras and took their seats. Perhaps they both recognized that engaging in conflict at such a critical juncture was inappropriate, especially with so many eyes upon them. Grand Elder, how should we address the matter of Luo Yuntian allegedly shielding Su Mubai, which led to the loss of the Howren Sword? Wu Xiliang inquired, directing his gaze at Bai Yunsheng. I have never shielded anyone. My actions have always been for the sake of the sect. I wish to prevent outsiders from undermining the integrity of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, portraying us as a sect devoid of sentiment and solely driven by self-interest. I also do not wish to dishearten those who have contributed, for who would then be willing to dedicate themselves to the sect? Luo Yuntian asserted with righteous fervor. Both of you present valid arguments. Yet, the seven swords of Shenzhao constitute a unified whole. The loss of even one is a significant blow to our sect. Yuntian, I had previously refrained from inquiring about Su Mubai, believing you could manage the situation, but you have disappointed me gravely. Bai Yunsheng sighed. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuntian swiftly grasped the situation. It became clear why Wu Xiliang had the audacity to reproach him. He had evidently secured the support of the Grand Elder. The alliance of Wu Xiliang and Bai Yunsheng, one fresh and one seasoned, posed a considerable challenge even for Luo Yuntian. Bai Yunsheng continued, Yuntian, Should you voluntarily relinquish your position as sect master, I shall overlook your dereliction of duty. The Grand Elder possessed the authority to question the sect master. By Yinsheng, I respect your position as Grand Elder and have chosen to overlook many matters without holding you accountable. Yet here you are, launching an assault against me. Have you truly considered the ramifications of tearing the facade? Luo Yuntian retorted boldly. Yuntian, we all strive for the good of the sect. Why escalate matters? Does it truly matter who holds the title of sect master? If I choose to report the incident involving Su Mubai to the ancestors, do you believe you could evade the repercussions? Lung Hanzhuang observed Luo Yuntian's sour expression from the sidelines, her heart filled with urgency. She yearned for Lin Feng to present the Haoran sword. Both Grand Elder Bai Yunsheng and Deputy Sect Master Wu Xiliang were seizing upon the loss of the sword as their point of attack. If the Haoran sword could be recovered, all issues would be resolved, leaving the two with no grounds for further contention, and Master Shui would regain the upper hand. The news of the Haoran sword being seized by the Phantom Masked Man had long spread. Should such an act transpire, Lin Feng's secret would inevitably be unveiled, exposing him to the relentless pursuit of the Wujimu sect, with the possibility of even the Wujideo Run intervening personally. Lin Feng could not possibly stand against the Wujideo Run. Even with the protection of the Ancestral Elder, it would be futile, as the likelihood of the Wujideo Run having ascended to the 10th realm was exceedingly high. Luo Yuntian, with a somber expression, regarded by Yunsheng and Wu Xiliang, and then suddenly broke into a knowing smile. I must apologize. Your plans shall come to naught, for the Ancestral Elder is already aware. Although he chastised me severely, it is evident he harbors no intention of stripping me of my position as sect leader, indicating his recognition of my contributions over the years. Impossible. You must be lying. Do you think everyone is a fool? Wu Xiliang was the first to rise, expressing his disbelief. The Haoran sword had been lost due to the incompetence of Su Mubai. How could Luo Yuntian possibly inform the Ancestral Elder without making an effort to retrieve it first? Who would believe such a tale? Were it not for Luo Yuntian's protection, Su Mubai would never have retained possession of the Haoran sword. Ultimately, this incident was a reflection of Luo Yuntian's negligence. The significance of the Haoran sword to the Shenzhao Sword Sect was profound, and the Ancestral Elder would undoubtedly be enraged upon learning of its loss. How could it be as Luo Yuntian claimed, merely a reprimand and nothing more? Is it possible? You need only inquire at the Sword Tower to ascertain the truth. However, I must caution you that the Ancestral Elder has been in a foul mood lately. Do not provoke his wrath, Luo Yuntian replied with a smile. Fortunately, when summoned to the Ancestral Elder, he had disclosed everything. Otherwise, he would have indeed been cornered by these two individuals today. Since the Haoran sword's disappearance, Luo Yuntian had been tirelessly seeking a solution, but regrettably, he could not even ascertain the identity of the Phantom Masked Man. Where could he even begin? He too felt a sense of urgency, yet found himself powerless. Bai Yunsheng regarded Luo Yuntian. Initially skeptical, he began to waver upon seeing Luo Yuntian's confident demeanor. At that moment, a voice of authority resonated in their ears. In the face of grave danger, the sect must not be thrown into turmoil. Anyone inciting internal discord shall face severe punishment. The senior members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect were momentarily taken aback, then promptly rose to their feet, responding with utmost respect. We shall heed the Ancestral Elder's decree. All remained on high alert, not daring to move until the Elder remained silent for 10 minutes, at which point they finally relaxed. This was a testament to the formidable presence of the Ancestral Elder. Currently residing in the Sword Tower was the venerable Xiao Zhengxian. Unlike other elders, this one was the living embodiment of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, having lived the longest and possessing the greatest strength, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th realm. His words carried immense weight. Not only the senior members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, but even other elders dared not question him. You have all heard the elder's words. Disperse, Luo Yuntian commanded. No one responded. Bai Yunsheng and Wu Xiliang, lost in their thoughts, were the first to depart, followed closely by the others. In the end, only 6 of the 7 swords of Shenzhao remained, while Su Mubai lay undisturbed within the ice coffin, still in slumber. Master, it seems that Bai Yunsheng and Wu Xiliang have conspired against us not as a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a scheme long in the making, remarked Shen Yuanjian. I am aware, if the ancestor does not intervene, they will soon ally with other high-ranking officials to coerce me into relinquishing my position as sect leader. At least half of the upper echelons of the sect have already been swayed to their side. Alas, I have been so preoccupied with countering the threats posed by the Wujimu sect that I failed to foresee Wu Xiliang persuading Bai Yunsheng, Luo Yuntian's side. It was evident that he had not anticipated that the usually reclusive elder Bai Yunsheng would openly endorse Wu Xiliang. What shall we do then? Fear not. The ancestor has personally spoken. They dare not engage in any underhanded tactics for the time being. We shall address future matters when the time comes. Cold Hans Wang hesitated, longing to reveal to her master that she was acquainted with the ghost-faced man and could retrieve the Howren sword. Yet the words remained unspoken. Given Lin Feng's character, he would undoubtedly surrender the Howren sword without hesitation, knowing that his master was ensnared due to his desire to assist his senior brother. However, the risk of revealing her identity was far too great. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, turmoil was brewing among the high ranks of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. He was wholly focused on perfecting the Zhan Tian Ba Jin technique, and once he achieved mastery, it would be time for him to seek medicine in the Yaowang Valley. That day was not far off. Chapter 57. The Sect Grand Competition. The ancestral voice has been heard, and the Shenzhao Sword Sect has finally regained its former tranquility. Everyone is methodically preparing to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Although the Wujia Demon Sect has yet to make a move, the news of Wujia Daoist's breakthrough to the 10th realm is like a thorn lodged in the throats of various factions. Impossible to swallow, yet equally impossible to expel. According to tradition, in half a month, the Shenzhao Sword Sect will hold its annual sect competition, intended to evaluate the disciples' progress over the year. Yet, the current situation seems to preclude such grand actions. Luo Yuntian is momentarily indecisive. After all, since the establishment of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, the competition has never been cancelled. Thus, he seeks out the ancestral master, Xiao Zhengxian, at the Sword Tower to inquire about the handling of this year's competition. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Zhengxian informs Luo Yuntian that the competition will proceed as usual, and he should immediately extend invitations to all factions allied with the Shenzhao Sword Sect, encouraging them to attend. Luo Yuntian realizes that the ancestral master intends to use the competition as an opportunity to forge alliances against the Wujia Demon Sect. The news of the competition occurring as scheduled quickly spreads throughout the Shenzhao Sword Sect. The disciples, unaware of the sect's pressing matters, regard the competition as the paramount event. It not only pertains to the distribution of cultivation resources, but also to their own reputations. In their youthful exuberance, who does not yearn to achieve fame through battle, garnering the sect's attention and the admiration of their peers? While Luo Yuntian busies himself with preparations for the competition, the ancestral master summons him to the Sword Tower. Upon reaching the tower's pinnacle, he finds the Grand Elder Bai Yunsheng already present. Luo Yuntian bows respectfully. I have seen the elder. Yuntian, Bai Yunsheng begins in past competitions. We have secluded ourselves and performed for our own sake. This time, however, with outsiders present, we must showcase the true caliber of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. We cannot allow others to perceive our disciples as lacking in strength. Understood, ancestral master. Luo Yuntian replies. Just now, Elder Yunsheng suggested that since Gutsuan Peak has been abandoned for many years, it could be offered as a reward for this competition, to enhance the disciples' motivation. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Luo Yuntian grows anxious. Ancestral Master, Gutsuan Peak is one of the 16 peaks of our Shenzhao Sword Sect. To simply award it to a disciple seems rather hasty. The Grand Elder Bai Yunsheng interjects, Sect Master, your words are misguided. Since Su Mubai was incapacitated, Gutsuan Peak has been in decline, with only one disciple remaining over the past several decades, a mere wastrel. Rather than allowing it to languish, why not designate it as a reward for the competition's victor? This would not only incentivize the disciples, but also provide a promising future for Gutsuan Peak. What is there to lose? Even the victor of the competition would lack the strength to govern Gutsuan Peak. Such an action would hinder their cultivation. I find this unwise. Luo Yuntian counters, making one last effort. He knows the ancestral master has likely already agreed with by Yunqing's proposal, and the fate of Gutsuan Peak is probably sealed. I find merit in what Yunsheng has said. Rather than leaving Gutsuan Peak idle, it would be more prudent to reward it to the disciple who emerges victorious in the sect's grand competition. As for what to do with it thereafter, that is of no concern. Upon hearing these words from Xiao Zhengxian, the matter was effectively settled. Given that the ancestor has spoken, I shall descend and make the necessary preparations. Luo Yuntan remarked helplessly. There is no point in opposing it now. When the ancestor has made a decision, none can alter it. At Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng felt he was on the cusp of mastering the sky-slaying sword technique. At that moment, Lung Hanzhuang rushed to Gutsuan Peak in a flurry, calling out from a distance, Lin Feng, something big has happened. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, fearing for his master's safety, hastened to meet her. Master uncle, what is it? Is it about my master? No. Lung Hanzhuang shook her head. Then what is it? Lin Feng relaxed slightly, though a sense of confusion lingered. Aside from matters concerning his master, Su Mubai, everything else seemed trivial. The sect's grand competition is about to commence. What could be so significant? Isn't the competition held annually? It doesn't concern me. I have never participated even once, Lin Feng said, increasingly perplexed. This time, the sect's grand competition is unlike any before. In what way is it different? The reward for the first place is none other than Gutsuan Peak itself. The ancestor has declared that Gutsuan Peak has been idle for too long and needs a rightful owner. Master uncle, are you saying the sect intends to award Gutsuan Peak to the winner of this grand competition? Lin Feng asked uncertainly. Indeed, Lung Hanzhuang affirmed with a nod. Lin Feng fell silent for a moment before stating earnestly, Gutsuan Peak belongs to my master. No one shall take it away. Once the ancestor has made a decision, it cannot be changed. Alternatively, you could participate in the grand competition, win first place, and Gutsuan Peak would naturally be awarded to you. Then, I shall participate. Not going to remain low-key any longer? Lung Hanzhuang chuckled softly, having anticipated Lin Feng's unwillingness to relinquish Gutsuan Peak. Lin Feng grimaced. If I lose everything, what is there to remain low-key about? Besides, I want to reveal everything. Winning first place should be effortless. When the time comes, I have my excuses prepared. What excuse? Lung Hanzhuang inquired with curiosity. I happened upon a miraculous natural spirit herb in the Jiuyou secret realm, and after consuming it, my cultivation skyrocketed. That's a clever excuse. But I fear the envy and resentment you may inspire when you make such a claim before the entire sect. Others might secretly scorn you for your fortuitous luck. Lung Hanzhuang could easily envision the expressions of the other disciples when Lin Feng made his proclamation, after decades of diligent practice. We cannot compare to your 4 months in the Jiuyou secret realm. Where's the justice in that? Surely, when the Jiuyou secret realm next opens, countless individuals will rush to enter, not for anything else, but the minuscule chance of transforming from a waste into a genius. Little did Lung Hanzhuang know, the Nine Nether Palace has transformed into a mark etched upon Lin Feng's palm. Only by invoking the Nine Nether Palace can he unlock the secrets of the Nine Nether Realm. Otherwise, it shall remain forever inaccessible. Let them be. Have I not faced enough scorn? If I truly cared about the opinions of others, I would not have concealed myself for so many years. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. Cold Hanzhuang had to admit that Lin Feng's current prowess was not merely a result of his exceptional talent. His mindset surpassed that of many seasoned individuals who have lived full lives, let alone that of the younger generation. Lin Feng, you're suited to be a reclusive master. I think so too, but alas, fate plays its tricks. Lin Feng sighed helplessly towards the heavens. Having accepted the legacy of the Nine Nether Sovereign, he could only forge ahead, with no path of retreat. Chapter 58. Seeking Medicine, the Shenzhao Sword Sect extended invitations to numerous allied factions for the Grand Sect competition. The recipients of these invitations understood that the pretense of observing the competition was merely a guise. The true purpose was to discuss a united front against the Wujimo sect. Some factions expressed their inability to participate, preferring to prioritize their own safety. The sudden breakthrough of the Wujimo Taoist to the 10th realm remained an enigma. Should he truly succeed, any coalition would be rendered futile. Nevertheless, certain factions, including the Qingyun sect, affirmed their attendance. Their long-standing partnership with the Shenzhao Sword Sect compelled them to join forces, for even abstaining would not shield them from the merciless hand of the Wujimo sect. The factions attending the competition typically harbored profound animosity towards the Wujimo sect, and thus, they readily answered the call of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. However, one faction found itself in a quandary, the Yaowang Valley. The Yaowang Valley was reluctant to align with the Shenzhao Sword Sect, nor did they wish to succumb to the Wujimo sect, becoming their personal apothecary. For the Yaowang Valley, the current state of equilibrium among the various factions was ideal. The moment this balance was disrupted, regardless of which faction emerged dominant, the Yaowang Valley would inevitably become a coveted prize, with its abundant spiritual herbs, myriad alchemical formulas, and skilled alchemists. At this moment, the valley master, Zhuge Hongtao, was in his study, discussing with his daughter, Zhuge Liuli, how to respond to the Shenzhao Sword Sect's invitation, while the young master, Zhuge Qingyun, remained in seclusion. Liuli, what are your thoughts? Zhuge Hongtao inquired. Father, given the current situation, I find myself unable to make a judgment. Zhuge Liuli confessed, equally perplexed. Yet, we must arrive at a decision. To offend the Shenzhao Sword Sect or the Wujimo sect, which would you choose? Zhuge Liuli posed. Is it possible to avoid offending either? Zhuge Liuli shook her head. If it were feasible to avoid both, we would not be in such distress. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Hongtao concluded, considering the sect's modus operandi and strength, it would be somewhat preferable to offend the Shenzhao Sword Sect. After all, they represent the righteous path and do not operate with the same reckless abandon as the Wujimo sect. Opting for the former should yield a less dire outcome. Then we shall not attend. Doing so would firmly place us in opposition to the Wujimo sect. But I find myself unwilling to accept that. Zhuge Hongtao sighed deeply. What is it that troubles you, father? Zhuge Liuli inquired, puzzled. It is evident that the Wujimo sect currently possesses greater strength and employs more ruthless tactics. To offend them would pose a significantly larger crisis for the Yaowang Valley. I sought counsel with our elder and informed him of the challenges we face. Can you guess his response? What did he say? According to his experience, he suspects that the Wujimo Taoist has indeed broken through to the 10th realm, but not through conventional means. What does that imply? The essence of the matter is that the Supreme Taoist encountered an unforeseen incident during his breakthrough, which accounts for the prolonged silence. Had the breakthrough proceeded normally, the Supreme Demon Sect would have eagerly proclaimed their triumph to the world and commenced their grand endeavor of unifying the Liao continent. This suggests that the Supreme Taoist does not conform to the typical standards of a 10th level powerhouse, as implied by the ancestor. Hence my reluctance. Perhaps the Divine Sky Sword Sect has also discerned this, prompting them to extend an invitation to unite various factions against the Supreme Demon Sect. Otherwise, no matter how many allies they gather, facing a conventional 10th level powerhouse would be tantamount to courting death. Zhuge Hongtao articulated his thoughts, unwilling to resign himself to being a mere private herb garden for the Supreme Demon Sect. With the full support of the Herb King Valley, the Divine Sky Sword Sect's strength could significantly increase, possibly enabling them to challenge the Supreme Demon Sect. Of course, this is contingent upon the premise that the Supreme Taoist is weaker than a standard 10th level powerhouse. Otherwise, all discussions would be futile. Zhuge Liuli fell into contemplation. If what her father said is indeed true, then perhaps the situation is not as dire as they had imagined. A 10th level powerhouse is an invincible entity in the Liao continent. Yet if the Supreme Taoist breakthrough was flawed, he might be stronger than a peak 9th level, but weaker than a 10th level, allowing for some possibilities. Father, just as Zhuge Liuli was about to speak, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. Boom! Following this, a voice called out, demanding the leader of the Herb King Valley to come forth. Both father and daughter were momentarily taken aback. The initial sound clearly indicated that a formation had been breached. Who possesses the audacity to wreak havoc in the Herb King Valley? Zhuge Hongtao's expression grew increasingly grim. Father, let us go outside and see who dares to be so bold, Zhuge Liuli said with a darkened countenance. Lin Feng, wearing a mask, hovered above the Herb King Valley. Having just perfected the celestial slashing sword technique, he was eager to arrive at the Herb King Valley in search of medicine. His master's condition could not be delayed. It was imperative to obtain the soul-nourishing pill swiftly. He had no intention of resorting to violence. However, the process to meet the leader of the Herb King Valley was exceedingly cumbersome, involving multiple notifications, and even then, it was uncertain whether he would be granted an audience. Thus, he chose a more straightforward approach, resulting in the disruption of the Herb King Valley's formation. Bold, audacious, who dares to wreak havoc in the Herb King Valley, courting death? Surrender immediately and accept the judgment of the Herb King Valley. Hundreds of figures ascended from the ground, surrounding Lin Feng in midair. These individuals were all powerhouses of the 5th level or above within the Herb King Valley. Initially, a group of enraged individuals prepared to take action, but upon seeing Lin Feng's mask, they suddenly fell silent. The masked phantom. It was none other than the masked phantom, who had recently become the talk of the Liao continent. That was the formidable being capable of severing the arm of the supreme demon sect's elder, Shenzhao Xiong. Who dares to challenge us? Why have you disrupted the formation of the Herb King Valley? Do you not regard us with any respect? An elder stepped forward to inquire. Dear elder, please do not misunderstand. I have come to the Herb King Valley in search of medicine, Lin Feng replied courteously. He too was left with no alternative. If there were any other means to swiftly meet the esteemed leader of the Medicine King Valley, we would not resort to such drastic measures. We have come in search of medicine, not to engage in conflict. Our sole hope is that this journey to the Medicine King Valley proceeds without further mishaps. Otherwise, where shall I find the soul-nourishing pill? Seeking medicine? Is there truly such a manner of seeking? Alas, it is exceedingly difficult to gain an audience with your leader, which is why I have resorted to this desperate measure. I humbly ask for your understanding. Lin Feng once again offered a courteous gesture. Do not presume that a few flattering words will erase the gravity of your actions. Since the establishment of the Medicine King Valley, no one has dared to disrupt our formations. You're the first. The elder showed no regard for Lin Feng as politeness. Although the Medicine King Valley has always maintained amicable relations with various factions, it does not imply that we will remain silent in the face of provocation. Chapter 59. Intimidation. Then what do you propose we do? Lin Feng's tone grew cold. He had already humbled himself, yet the other party persisted relentlessly. Did they truly believe he lacked temper? After all, he was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the 8th realm. With the assistance of the sword domain and the perfected sky-slaying sword technique, he felt unchallenged unless faced with someone at the 9th realm's peak. Did they possess no sense of caution in daring to approach the Medicine King Valley? You are quite audacious. You have disrupted the formation of my Medicine King Valley and yet brazenly inquire what we intend to do. Do you take my Medicine King Valley for a mere plaything? A robust voice resonated. Subsequently, the experts of the Medicine King Valley parted to create a path, allowing the Valley Master, Zhuge Hongtao, and Zhuge Liuli to enter. Are you the master of the Medicine King Valley, Zhuge Hongtao? Lin Feng inquired. He had done his homework on the Medicine King Valley prior to his arrival. This individual matched the description provided by Lung Hans Wang, confirming his identity as Zhuge Hongtao. I am Zhuge Hongtao. And you are? Zhuge Hongtao countered. You may call me Ghost Face. Lin Feng temporarily adopted a moniker for himself. You are the one who severed the arm of the Grand Elder of the Wujimezong, Qiandao Xiong, in the Nine Nether Valley? Indeed, that was I, Lin Feng admitted boldly. Zhuge Hongtao gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. Recently, rumors about the ghost-faced person had proliferated, mysterious and powerful. Those are the labels associated with him. Little did he expect the man himself to stand before him now. Beside him, Zhuge Liuli displayed a glimmer of curiosity, evidently having heard considerable tales about Ghostface as well. Even if you're Ghostface, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation today. Otherwise, do not blame my Medicine King Valley for lacking courtesy, Zhuge Hongtao stated with a grave tone. The formation had been breached, which was certainly no ordinary visitation. However, Zhuge Hongtao did not wish to escalate matters with Ghostface. thus offering a way out. An apology and explanation would suffice to conclude the matter. Yet, Lin Feng had no intention of acquiescing. He had discerned that in this world where strength ruled, civil discourse was futile. It would be more prudent to resort to force. There is nothing to explain. I came to the Medicine King Valley seeking medicine, found your procedures excessively cumbersome, and did not wish to waste time. So, I acted directly, Lin Feng replied calmly. Is this your explanation? Upon entering my Medicine King Valley, one must adhere to our rules, Zhuge Hongtao retorted, exasperated. I believe I have explained sufficiently. Rules are established by the strong to restrain the weak. Do I appear to be one who is constrained? Lin Feng asserted defiantly. Ghostface, you are challenging the bottom line of my Medicine King Valley. Think as you will. However, if it comes to blows, you are no match for me. You may as well summon your reclusive elders. Otherwise, today I shall raze your Medicine King Valley to the ground. Lin Feng resolved to first intimidate the Medicine King Valley with his strength, then sit down to discuss the matter of the soul-nourishing pill. This way, he would secure the upper hand. Such arrogance from an old one, arriving in my Medicine King Valley with such hubris. It seems we have been a tad too lenient in recent years, allowing outsiders to perceive my Medicine King Valley as easy prey. The voice echoed from the back mountains of the Medicine King Valley. There lies the secluded retreat of two venerable ancestors at the ninth realm. Lin Feng immediately fixed his gaze upon the rear mountain, eager to witness the arrival of the main event. He was curious about the true distinction of a ninth realm powerhouse. Esteemed ancestor, please intervene and capture this individual. Let us restore the honor of our Apothecary Valley, shouted Zhuge Hongtao towards the rear mountain. He was acutely aware of the fact that the masked specter had severed the arm of Qian Daoxiong. He knew he was no match. Even if they managed to triumph together, the Apothecary Valley would undoubtedly suffer grievously. Thus, he could only beseech the ancestors to emerge from their seclusion. I seek only medicine today and wish to avoid conflict. You have two choices, provide the remedy, and the masked specter, shall owe you a favor. Refuse, and I shall take it by force, Lin Feng declared. Ha ha, how audacious! No one has ever dared to utter such brazen words in the Apothecary Valley. You truly possess remarkable courage. Do you think our valley is a place one can enter and exit at will? Today, you shall learn that while we may not rival the four supreme powers, we are not a haven for unruly intruders. A furious voice echoed from the rear mountain. Very well, you have brought this upon yourselves. Lin Feng exclaimed, his aura surging. A tremendous force repelled the numerous powerhouses of the Apothecary Valley back several hundred meters. The sword domain descended, enveloping the entire Apothecary Valley. Within this domain, Lin Feng was invincible. All present were within the reach of his assault, capable of achieving near-instantaneous movement. No one could evade Lin Feng's strikes within the sword domain. Simultaneously, the harmonious fusion of sword, spirit, and essence took form. The perfected celestial slashing sword technique was unleashed, locking onto the ninth realm powerhouses on the rear mountain. This technique, once wielded by the third-ranked Fan Yuejiao of the 108 generals under the Holy Monarch of the Nether, was renowned for its unparalleled might, especially when augmented by the sword domain. At the pinnacle of the eighth realm, Lin Feng could effortlessly slay those at the initial stage of the ninth realm, and he even had the potential to vanquish those at the mid-stage. In an instant, silence enveloped the Apothecary Valley. Not only did the sounds of animals and insects cease, but even the ants froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Within the sword domain, all life fell under Lin Feng's perception. Zhuge Hongtao and Zhuge Liuli were rendered speechless, as were the hundreds of powerhouses above the fifth realm in the Apothecary Valley. The two ninth realm powerhouses in seclusion on the rear mountain dared not utter a sound, for they sensed a palpable aura of death aimed squarely at them. Any slight movement would result in their immediate demise. Terror gripped the hearts of these two ninth realm powerhouses. Who is this individual? When did such a prodigious figure emerge in Lizhou? Despite not having reached the ninth realm, he possesses the capability to eliminate those who have. This was utterly unprecedented. While it is not uncommon to slay those of a higher tier, to vanquish individuals from an entirely different realm, such a feat has not only been unseen, but unheard of. Perhaps it has occurred in the distant past of Li Zhou's history, but certainly not in the last several millennia. A profound fear coursed through their bodies. Faced with a peak 8 realms cultivator, 2 9 realms powerhouses found themselves utterly devoid of any inclination to resist. This stark reality underscores the formidable combat prowess that Lin Feng now possesses. Even a typical initial stage 9 realms cultivator would find themselves lamenting their fate beneath the perfected swordsmanship of heaven's severance wielded by Lin Feng. As for the esteemed Apothecary Valley, the situation is even more dire. Due to prolonged reliance on medicinal substances, its practitioners are somewhat weaker than their counterparts of equivalent rank. The 2 venerable ancestors of the 9 realms dared not make a move, and the others from the Apothecary Valley were even less inclined to act. They had long since lost the capacity for rational thought, teetering on the brink of panic. Zhuge Hongtao fared slightly better. After all, the swordsmanship of heaven's severance had not fixed its gaze upon him, and being a late-stage 8 realms cultivator, he too could sense the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Feng. Chapter 60. We are not for the first time. Lin Feng unleashed his full combat prowess without reservation, instilling a sense of terror that left all the formidable warriors of the Medicine King Valley utterly stunned, including 2 ancient ancestors of the 9th realm who had long been in seclusion. It can be said that, apart from a few peak 9th realm experts, Lin Feng harbored no fear of anyone. At this moment, he was merely in his early 20s. One could only imagine the seismic impact on the entire Li continent when Lin Feng's identity was revealed. The Li continent had seen its share of prodigies, individuals who could reach the 8th or even 9th realm, all possessing extraordinary talent. Yet, they remained within the bounds of what one might deem a genius. Lin Feng, however, transcended these limits entirely. A peak 8th realm in his 20s, with the capability to slay those in the early to mid-stages of the 9th realm. The term genius scarcely sufficed to describe him. As time slipped by, the Medicine King Valley appeared as if time itself had been paused. All flora and fauna stood utterly still. Even the gentle breeze had ceased to stir. Recognizing that his intimidation of the Medicine King Valley had reached its pinnacle, Lin Feng broke the silence. I seek only medicine, not bloodshed. I hope you will not force my hand. Fellow cultivator, please calm your anger. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. The Medicine King Valley has always prided itself on benevolence, maintaining excellent relations with the major factions of the Li continent. Whatever medicine you seek, let us descend and discuss it slowly. Anything our valley possesses will undoubtedly be offered to you, came a hurried voice from the rear mountains of the Medicine King Valley. The warriors present from the Medicine King Valley understood the implication of these words. The strength of the masked ghost surpassed that of the 2 ancestors. Otherwise, they would not have uttered such sentiments. Moreover, the tone of the ancestor clearly reflected a state of fear. Each individual cast incredulous glances at Lin Feng. Zhuge Hongtao and his daughter, Zhuge Liuli, exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. They had never anticipated that the masked ghost possessed such formidable strength, rendering even the ancestors powerless. It appeared that the various factions of the Li continent had gravely misjudged the situation regarding the masked ghost. Had they known, the Medicine King Valley would never have dared to provoke him. They could only hope it was not too late. Otherwise, they would face the dual loss of both reputation and resources. Are you employing a stalling tactic? Lin Feng inquired after a moment of silence, contemplating that indeed, strength was the key to communication. Had he not perfected the celestial severing sword technique, he would not have been able to pose a threat to those in the mid-stage of the 9th realm, and thus would not have achieved such an effect. Fortunately, everything was proceeding according to his plan. My dear fellow, it is not as you think. The Medicine King Valley has always favored forging broad and benevolent connections. We stand by our words. If you do not believe me, you may inquire about our reputation. In truth, I have no desire to antagonize the Medicine King Valley, as I may require your assistance in the future. However, I admit today, as urgency has led to this misunderstanding, I sincerely hope that both of you, as well as all from the Medicine King Valley, will not take offense. The masked ghost wishes to extend his apologies to everyone present. Lin Feng's tone softened as he retracted his imposing aura and sword domain. He had come solely to seek medicine for his master. If one were to employ force, even upon obtaining the desired outcome, a mere alteration within the concoction could render the effort futile. This approach of striking a blow followed by offering a sweet has left the esteemed warriors of Yaowang Valley in a state of bewilderment, their expressions reflecting a mix of surprise and astonishment. It is evident that my companion possesses a temperament befitting a person of character. Hong Tao, please escort our esteemed friend, the ghost mask, to rest for a brief moment. I shall join you shortly. Yes, ancestor. Zhuge Hong Tao replied with utmost respect, then turned to Lin Feng. Ghost mask. Senior, please. As the ancestor has referred to him as a friend, he could only address him as senior. Esteemed leader, please. The two descended from the skies to the ground. Zhuge Liuli did not follow. Instead, she addressed the powerful figures of Yaowang Valley, stating, if anyone dares to divulge even a word of today's events, they should be treated as traitors. Understood, second miss. Everyone replied in unison. Despite being a woman, Zhuge Liuli's status within Yaowang Valley is far from insignificant. Not only is she the second miss, but she also serves as a strategist. Whenever Zhuge Hong Tao has significant matters to discuss, he consults with her. Everyone disperse. Attend to your respective duties. With that, Zhuge Liuli departed. Though her strength is below the fifth realm, theoretically, she should be incapable of flight. However, Yaowang Valley is the most affluent faction in Liao Prefecture, and acquiring flight techniques, which are deemed precious by other factions, is relatively simple for them. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a pair of translucent, butterfly-like wings behind Zhuge Liuli, her flight technique known as the floral butterfly wings. Even without reaching the fifth realm, she can effortlessly glide and hover in the air, a technique of extreme rarity. In the reception hall of Yaowang Valley, Lin Feng sat across from an elderly man, who happened to be one of the ancestors of Yaowang Valley, Zhuge Qi, a formidable figure in the early ninth realm. As for the other ancestor residing in the mid-ninth realm, it was likely he refrained from appearing out of fear of embarrassment. After all, it is rather peculiar for a mid-ninth realm practitioner to be intimidated into inaction by someone at the pinnacle of the eighth realm. Zhuge Hong Tao stood respectfully to the side, while Zhuge Liuli served tea to the two men. The three were eager to observe the ghost mask up close, yet he seemed to be shrouded in a thin veil of mist, obscuring a clear view of him. This was Lin Feng's concealment technique. Otherwise, merely wearing a mask would allow any powerful individual to see through it effortlessly. Ghost mask, please enjoy some tea. Zhuge Qi offered politely. Lin Feng lifted the teacup and took a sip. Zhuge Daoist, I am pressed for time and shall refrain from indulging in nostalgia. Perhaps next time. Very well. Let's gather properly next time. May I inquire what type of elixir you seek? Zhuge Qi asked. Soul, a nourishing pill. Lin Feng declared, watching Zhuge Qi intently. The soul, nourishing pill? Upon hearing this name, Zhuge Qi, Zhuge Hong Tao, and Zhuge Liuli simultaneously paused in astonishment, followed by a faint smile of resignation. Ghost mask. To be candid, we do not possess the soul-nourishing pill in Yaowang Valley, Zhuge Qi said, shaking his head with a pained expression. What? You do not possess it either? Lin Feng suddenly sprang to his feet, his face a portrait of disbelief. The soul-nourishing pill represents the sole hope for saving my revered master. If even the apothecary valley lacks this remedy, then where else could it possibly be found? Is it truly the case that my master may never awaken? From the moment we sought the other shore flower and ventured into the nine nether secret realm, to our current pursuit at the apothecary valley, I have exerted every effort, yet I remain unable to rescue my master. The thought alone overwhelms Lin Feng with unbearable anguish. His breath becomes increasingly unstable, shattering the table before him. Sensing the escalating tension, Zhuge Hong Tao swiftly shields Zhuge Liuli. Given Zhuge Liuli's prowess, even the slightest fluctuation in energy could inflict severe harm upon her. Dear friend with the ghostly visage, please remain calm. Allow me to elucidate the matter at hand. Suje Kiastidi interjects. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng strives to regain his composure. Even if the apothecary valley lacks the soul-nourishing pill, it must possess some information regarding it, or perhaps the necessary materials that I can procure. The situation has not yet reached an irretrievable state. Regardless of the challenges ahead, I must save my master at all costs. Chapter 61. Speculation. Seeing Lin Feng regaining his composure, Zhuge Qi explained, "My friend, you may not be aware that the soul is intricate and exceedingly challenging to nurture. Hence, any medicinal herbs related to the soul are exceptionally rare. Even in our Valley of Medicine Kings, we possess very few soul-related elixirs. The soul-nourishing pill requires a variety of ingredients and is notably complicated to concoct. Thus, we do not have it in our possession. Is that so? You're not deceiving me?" Lin Feng inquired. "Absolutely. I trust that before coming here, you must have gathered some knowledge about our Valley of Medicine Kings. We take great pleasure in befriending formidable individuals, especially someone like yourself. Should we possess what you seek, we would willingly bestow it upon you, merely to cultivate a favor that may assist us in times of need. Are there any other elixirs with effects similar to the soul-nourishing pill?" Lin Feng asked. "The effects of the soul-nourishing pill are difficult to replicate with typical elixirs. However, if you intend to use it for the nourishment of your own soul, I can offer you some soul-nurturing herbs, though their efficacy pales in comparison to that of the soul-nourishing pill." Lin Feng fell into silence. Would these inferior herbs be of any benefit to his master? Given that the ancestral figure had personally examined his master's condition and mentioned the soul-nourishing pill, it was clear that no substitute would suffice. "I require the soul-nourishing pill, not for myself, but for someone of great importance. His soul has weakened due to certain circumstances and has fallen into a slumber. Only the soul-nourishing pill can awaken him." "Ah, I see. A weakened soul in slumber indeed makes the soul-nourishing pill the optimal choice." Zhuge Qi nodded in understanding. "Do you have any other means to awaken a dormant soul?" "My friend, without having seen the slumbering individual, I cannot hastily propose a solution. However, let us do this. I will provide you with some soul-nurturing herbs to stabilize the situation momentarily, and then we can gradually devise a plan to gather the necessary ingredients for the soul-nourishing pill," Zhuge Qi suggested. "Is that feasible?" Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Stabilizing the situation would grant him time to procure the materials needed for the soul-nourishing pill. Indeed, if we do not intervene while the soul remains in slumber for too long, there is a risk it may never awaken. However, we can use medicinal herbs to maintain stability. "Very well. Let us proceed as you advise. Zhuge Qi, should your Valley of Medicine Kings succeed in rescuing my master, I, Gui Mian, vow to owe you a favor and shall ensure that you are not disappointed when the time comes to repay it," Lin Feng promised. Anyone who could aid him in saving his master would earn not just a single favor, but 10, if necessary. Had it not been for his master rescuing him from the jaws of a beast in the wilderness, he would have long since become prey himself. The debt of life saved, coupled with the bond of mentorship, rendered their relationship akin to that of father and son. Moments later, Lin Feng departed the Valley of Medicine Kings with the soul-nurturing herbs, intending to bring them back to his esteemed Uncle Lung for his master's use. After Lin Feng's departure, Zhuge Qi briefed Zhuge Hongtao on a few matters before returning to the back mountain, where he had pressing matters to discuss with another elder from the Valley of Medicine Kings. Only Zhuge Hongtao and his daughter Zhuge Liuli remained. "Liuli, what is your perspective on this matter?" Zhuge Hongtao inquired within the confines of his study. "Father, I may have discerned the general identity of the Phantom Mask." Zhuge Liuli pondered before responding. "What? You know the identity of the Phantom Mask?" Zhuge Hongtao stood up in astonishment. To this day, the identity of the Phantom Mask remains a mystery in Lizhou. Various factions have exhausted all means yet found no trace, as if he appeared from thin air. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this individual wields immense power. There are only a select few in Lizhou with such strength, and none can be matched against the Phantom Mask. While the exact identity remains unclear, it can be narrowed down to a small range. "Speak." Zhuge Hongtao swallowed hard, gazing at Zhuge Liuli with anticipation. If they could truly deduce the identity of the Phantom Mask, they would gain a significant advantage. Only the pinnacle of the ninth realm could pose a threat to the Phantom Mask. Establishing a connection with such a figure would hold profound significance for the Medicine King Valley. Zhuge Hongtao harbored no doubts regarding Zhuge Liuli's words. Although he was the Valley Master, many crucial matters were decided by Zhuge Liuli, with outcomes consistently favorable to the Medicine King Valley. After several instances, Zhuge Liuli became the military strategist of the Medicine King Valley. From a young age, she had shown a keen interest in the affairs of the world in various sections. Subsequently, Zhuge Hongtao entrusted the intelligence department of the Medicine King Valley to her. Father, do you recall Su Mubai, the master of the Howren Sword, one of the 7 swords of the Shenzhao Sword Sect? Zhuge Liuli queried. I believe there was such a person. Wasn't he rendered powerless many years ago? I remember him seeking medicine at the Medicine King Valley when you were not yet born. Unfortunately, after my examination, I deemed him to have no investment value and thus rejected him. Zhuge Hongtao reminisced. Indeed, Su Mubai was incapacitated, yet the Shenzhao Sword Sect has never stripped him of his identity as one of the 7 swords. The Howren Sword remained in his possession. Not long ago, Su Mubai was ambushed by the Rakshasa sect, resulting in grave injuries and the loss of the Howren Sword. Subsequently, the Phantom Mask annihilated the Rakshasa sect with a single strike and even encountered Qiantao Xiong, the Grand Elder of the Wijima sect. Are you suggesting that the Phantom Mask is from the Shenzhao Sword Sect? Wasn't it said that all formidable powers of the Shenzhao Sword Sect were under the watchful eye of the Wijima sect? Zhuge Hongtao expressed his confusion. Father, please allow me to finish. As far as I know, Su Mubai was afflicted by the soul-devouring powder. Consequently, the master of the Ice Soul Sword, one of the 7 swords of the Shenzhao sect, Lung Hanzhuang, entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm and obtained the Other Shore Flower, which cured Su Mubai of the soul-devouring powder. However, the powder continuously devours the soul, rendering it weak and plunging it into slumber. The soul-nourishing pill is precisely what is needed to revitalize the soul and awaken it. Just now, the Phantom Mask mentioned he possessed a soul-nourishing pill for a very important individual. I cannot help but suspect that this person is indeed Su Mubai. Zhuge Liuli spoke with uncertainty, yet her gaze exuded confidence and conviction. Zhuge Hongtao showed little interest in matters unrelated to the Medicine King Valley unless they involved significant figures among the major factions. Individuals like Su Mubai, who have long been deemed devoid of potential, are unlikely to concern themselves with such matters. However, after listening to Zhuge Liuli's analysis, he found it to be quite compelling. After all, the Shenzhao Sword Sect is the foremost swordsmanship sect in Lizhou, and the ghost-faced man wields a sword. Moreover, Su Mubai has a pressing need for soul-nurturing pills. Thus, it appears highly probable that the ghost-faced man is indeed affiliated with the Shenzhao Sword Sect and shares a close relationship with Su Mubai. Suddenly, Zhuge Hongtao pondered. Could it be Luo Yuntian, the headmaster of the Shenzhao Sword Sect and the master of the Tai Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao? Luo Yuntian perfectly fulfills all the criteria. A peak 8th realm swordsman, immensely powerful, and with a strong bond to Su Mubai. Chapte 62, Intrusion Liuli. Who do you think the masked one could be? Inquired Zhuge Hongtao. Father, I have mentioned that I can only delineate a certain scope. This person must belong to the Shenzhao Sword Sect and have a close relationship with Su Mubai, yet I cannot ascertain their precise identity, replied Zhuge Liuli. She refrained from making hasty conclusions regarding matters she was uncertain about. The identity of the masked one could only be inferred to this extent. Further details eluded her. Could it be Luo Yuntian? Zhuge Hongtao voiced his speculation. His reasoning was not without merit. Luo Yuntian indeed fulfilled all the criteria outlined by Zhuge Liuli. However, as the headmaster of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, every move he made was under scrutiny from various powers. It seemed implausible that he could adopt another identity unless he possessed a form of duplication technique. Impossible, although Luo Yuntian fits the profile. As the sect leader of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, he has no opportunity to transform into the masked one. Zhuge Liuli shook her head, outright dismissing her father's conjecture. Then who could it be? The identity is not of paramount importance, nor is it necessary to delve deeply into it. The fact that they wear a mask indicates a desire to remain anonymous. We only need to confirm that the masked one is affiliated with the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Father, we ought to attend the invitation extended by the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Weren't you earlier suggesting that it would be more advantageous not to attend for Yaowang Valley? That was prior to the emergence of a masked one. Their appearance leads me to believe that the Shenzhao Sword Sect is likely more complex than it appears. Furthermore, the Wijideo run possesses a strength inferior to that of a typical 10th level expert. We can afford to take a gamble, and I perceive the odds of success to be exceedingly high. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Prepare to depart for the Shenzhao Sword Sect, Zhuge Hongtao declared decisively. All major decisions concerning Yaowang Valley were made at Zhuge Lu Li's suggestion, and Zhuge Hongtao endorsed them. The sect competition, originally an internal affair, transformed in nature once invitations were dispatched to various powers across the Liu continent. The contest served merely as a pretext. The primary objective was to convene and strategize against the Wijimo sect, to ensure the disciples could unleash their full potential during the competition. The Shenzhao Sword Sect spared no expense, offering Gutsuan Peak, one of the 16 peaks, as a reward for the first-place winner. Upon receiving the news, the disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect were engulfed in frenzy. Securing first place would elevate one to the status of Peak Master. Although this position may be largely ceremonial, it still conferred significant prestige. With only 16 Peak Masters in the entire sect, achieving such a rank would afford considerable advantages, both in reputation and substance. No disciple could resist such temptation. The core disciples eagerly prepare to showcase their skills in the sect competition, vying for first place and the honor of Gutsuan Peak. As for the inner and outer disciples, while they held no hope of victory, they anticipated an exhilarating spectacle. Lin Feng returned from Yaowang Valley and made his way directly to Yunu Peak. Master Uncle, these are the spiritual herbs I procured from Yaowang Valley, which can temporarily stabilize Master S condition and prevent further deterioration. Please take them to Master for use. Having spoken, he swiftly retrieved the elixirs from his Chinquan bag and handed them to Lung Hanzhuang. Did you not acquire the soul-nourishing pill? Lung Hanzhuang inquired, perplexed. The Yaowang Valley does not possess the soul-nourishing pill. We can only stabilize the situation and devise another plan, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Disappointment etched on his face. Lin Feng, your anxiety is futile. The senior brother is destined to awaken. Surely, he will, Lung Hanzhuang reassured him. Indeed, I understand. By the way, the news regarding the reward of Gutsuan Peak for the champion of this sect's grand competition has already spread, causing quite a stir. The true disciples are diligently preparing. I shall not allow Gutsuan Peak to be seized by anyone, Lin Feng declared solemnly. I am well aware of your capabilities. However, you have never participated in the sect's grand competition before. Your sudden entry will undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Perhaps you should refrain from registering? Can abstaining from registration truly safeguard Gutsuan Peak? Lin Feng questioned, puzzled. It can. At the conclusion of the grand competition, there will be an opportunity for a challenge. At that time, as the senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, you can challenge the first-place winner. If victorious, you will naturally secure Gutsuan Peak, Lung Hanzhuang elucidated. Very well. Let it be as you say, Master Uncle. Lin Feng agreed without a moment's hesitation. If a confrontation could resolve the matter, why squander time? Climbing through the ranks from registration onward would be time-consuming and laborious, and it would undoubtedly invite ridicule. Even if he were indifferent, he did not wish to hear disparaging remarks. Upon arriving at the exterior of Gutsuan Peak, Lin Feng noticed that the formation had been tampered with. Has someone entered Gutsuan Peak? Could it be that junior sister has returned? That seems impossible. She wouldn't trigger the formation. It must be an outsider. Having just returned from Yunu Peak, it clearly isn't Master Uncle Lung. Who could it be? Lin Feng pondered as he entered Gutsuan Peak, filled with curiosity. Before he even reached the summit, he overheard two individuals conversing. The scenery here is exquisite. I intend to construct a pavilion. During my leisure, I shall sit in the pavilion, sipping tea and admiring the view. What a delight that would be. Gao Zhanlong, are you so certain you can seize the first place in the sect's grand competition? If memory serves, you placed fourth last year. There's a saying, after 3 days apart, One should regard another with new eyes. A year has passed, and I did not exert my full strength last year. This time will be different. With Gutsuin Peak as the reward, I shall showcase my true prowess. Soon enough, you will recognize that I, Gao Zhanlong, am the foremost of the younger generation in the Shenzhao Sword Sect. You may boast all you wish. I genuinely do not believe you can secure first place. Have you concealed your strength, while others have not? You have progressed, but do you think others have remained stagnant? Do you truly believe you are the protagonist, with the world revolving around you? Huang Hasheng, what do you mean by that? I mean nothing by it. I simply cannot abide your pretentiousness, so I speak the truth. I too possess the right to be pretentious. Do you, a defeated foe, have any grounds to claim otherwise? What? Are you still aggrieved from last year's defeat and seeking retribution this year? Let me tell you, Huang Hongsheng, you shall never achieve that. I, Gao Zhanlong, will forever stand above you. You have merely bested me by a single move. Why not engage in a contest right now? Let us compete. Who fears whom? Last year, I triumphed over you, and I am equally capable today. At that moment, another voice interjected. Enough of your bickering. Save your confrontation for the Grand Sect competition, where you can showcase your skills before the various factions of the Lizhou. Engaging now would yield no audience. Yet the setting of the Gutsuin Peak is indeed splendid. Should one emerge victorious, transforming, it would surely render it a comfortable abode. The three speakers were all esteemed disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Gao Zhanlong, who secured 4th place in last year's sect competition, Huang Hongsheng, who claimed 5th, and Huadong, who finished 7th. They had convened to inspect the prize, Gutsuin Peak, awarded to the champion of the sect competition, perhaps already envisioning it as their personal possession. Chapter 63. Kneel down. As Lin Feng listened to the conversation among the three, his expression grew increasingly somber. Gutsuin Peak was his home, and he would never allow anyone to encroach upon it. Neither the Liu nor the Shenzhao Sword Sect offered him any sense of belonging. Only Gutsuin Peak, where he had resided for over 20 years, evoked a semblance of home. Anyone daring to covet Gutsuin Peak must be prepared to face his wrath. Gutsuin Peak does not welcome you. I implore you to leave immediately, Lin Feng declared, striding forward with authority. The trio soon recognized him. After a brief contemplation, they discerned his identity. Ah, it is none other than our esteemed senior brother from the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Gao Zhanlong remarked with a mocking tone. Gao, you misspoke. He should be referred to as our wasteful senior brother instead. Huang Hongsheng interjected. Indeed, how could I overlook such a crucial detail? Gao Zhanlong exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Senior brother, you may be unaware, but Gutsuin Peak has been reclaimed by the sect and is set to be awarded to the champion of the upcoming sect competition. It no longer belongs to your master, and it is you who should depart, Huadong explained. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng endeavored to calm himself. Otherwise, in a fit of rage, he might reduce the three to mere pulp. Gutsuin Peak was his sanctuary, and these intruders had entered without his consent, akin to trespassing on private property, justifying a retaliatory strike before any formal complaint. Once composed, Lin Feng spoke coolly, until the victor of the sect competition is declared. Gutsuin Peak remains under my master's jurisdiction. Your unauthorized entry has already breached the rules of Gutsuin Peak. I urge you not to compel me to take action against you. Oh, our wasteful senior brother seems agitated. Today, I shall not take my leave. I am quite curious to see how you intend to expel us, Gao Zhanlong taunted, nonchalantly selecting a spot to sit, seemingly resolved to remain. Huang Hongsheng and Huadong exchanged glances that suggested they were eager to witness the unfolding drama. The trio were among the elite disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, while Lin Feng was merely a wastrel, having attained the title of senior brother solely through the influence of Su Mubai. In the entirety of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, apart from Su Mubai's daughter, Su Xiao, no one acknowledged Lin Feng as senior brother. At most, they would jestingly call him by the title. You dare to consider yourself a senior brother? With your meager abilities and lack of talent, without Su Mubai's backing, you would scarcely be admitted to the outer sect. And now you audaciously threaten to evict us? Truly laughable. Huang Hongsheng scoffed. Though he may be a waste, he is still a senior brother. Do not go too far. lest you find yourselves reproached by the sect leader for lacking respect towards your seniors, Huadong added, subtly admonishing his companions. It was evident to all that his words were veiled warnings for the other two not to overstep, even as he himself was the most egregious offender. This trio was regarded as the CR de la CR among the sect's true disciples, privately dubbed the Three Rascals by their peers. Alas, their talents are extraordinarily high. They consistently rank among the top 10 in the sect's grand competitions, undoubtedly elite among the elite. I wish to cease this pointless conversation and simply ask you, will you leave? Lin Feng inquired calmly, unperturbed by the insults from the trio. In truth, Lin Feng's character allows him to endure whatever others say about him, but he will not tolerate disrespect towards those close to him, such as Su Mubai and Su Shiyao. Had the three dared to insult either of them, they would have already found themselves on the ground. Not leaving. What will you do about it? Gao Zhanlong provocatively retorted. Really not leaving? This is your final chance. You said you won't leave. So why do you keep dragging this out like a woman? And you? Are you not leaving either? Lin Feng shifted his gaze to Huang Hongsheng and Huadong. First deal with Gao Zhanlong before you concern yourself with us. Huang Hongsheng jested. If he leaves, we'll leave. If he stays, we'll remain as well. Very well. Then you shall have no one to blame but yourselves. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and in an instant, the city was shrouded in ominous shadows. Crack, crack, lightning danced within the clouds, an oppressive sensation enveloping Gao Zhanlong and the others. The three exchanged glances, feeling both anxious and perplexed. Wasn't Lin Feng the sect's recognized waste of a master brother? What could account for this suffocating pressure? Perhaps sensing their thoughts. Lin Feng explained, this is the protective formation of Gutsuan Peak. Since you refuse to leave, I shall activate the formation to drive you away. Upon hearing this, the three suddenly understood. So it was a formation. They had assumed it was Lin Feng's doing. Lin Feng, how dare you? Huadong exclaimed, furious. You trespassed without my permission, violating the regulations of Gutsuan Peak. What have I to fear? Even if it reaches the ears of the sect's elders, I am unafraid. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck nearby, creating a deep crater in the ground. The trio gasped in shock. What a powerful formation. If it struck them, they would either die or be grievously injured. Crack! Another bolt of lightning descended, this time even closer, sending small debris cascading onto them, tightening their chests with anxiety. Stop! Stop! Lin Feng, you are ruthless. I will leave. Gao Zhanlong, unable to withstand the pressure, shouted hastily, despite knowing Lin Feng would not let the lightning strike them. What if an accident occurred? Even if Lin Feng faced punishment from the sect afterward, they would suffer tremendously. I shall leave too. The other two chimed in unison. Weren't you just refusing to leave? Now you wish to depart? Lin Feng chuckled. Lin Feng, do not take pride in this. Once the sect competition concludes, Gutsuan Peak will belong to us. When the sect's orders come down, we shall see if you dare to use this formation. Gao Zhanlong declared, rising to depart. Huang Hongsheng and Huadong shot Lin Feng a fierce glare as well. As the trio took a few steps away, crack! A bolt of lightning struck not far in front of them. The three individuals were startled, feeling an abrupt halt in their advance. What do you mean, Lin Feng? Gao Zhanlong exclaimed with anger. Just now, I gave you the chance to leave, yet you chose to stay. Now that you wish to depart, it is too late. Lin Feng revealed a slight, icy smirk. What exactly do you intend to do? If you wish to leave, you must kneel and bow 3 times. Only then will I spare you today. Otherwise, do not expect me to show any mercy due to our shared background. You must be joking. That is out of the question. Huadong and Huang Hongsheng responded in unison. The three could accept a verbal apology to Lin Feng, but kneeling was utterly inconceivable. If word of this were to spread, where would they hide their faces? Chapter 64. The art of thunder control, the lightning conjured by Lin Feng, was not a mere defensive formation, but rather one of the extraordinary techniques he inherited from the 9 Nether Holy Master. The art of thunder control, a formidable skill that allows one to manipulate lightning at will. At present, Lin Feng had only just begun to grasp this art. In its perfected form, the art of thunder control could summon the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, possessing the power to obliterate all in its path. Do you think I lack the courage to act? As Lin Feng spoke, the lightning above his head began to coalesce, poised to strike at any moment. Lin Feng, do not act recklessly. We three are elite disciples of the true lineage. Any misstep would bear consequences beyond your feeble capacity to endure. Should you provoke the sect, not only will you be held accountable, but even your master, Su Mu Bai, cannot escape the repercussions. Think carefully, even if you disregard your own fate. Do you not fear for the fate of your master? Gao Zhandong, though gripped by fear, could not resist the urge to assert his superiority. Threatening me with my master? Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. It is not a threat. It is a reminder to recognize reality. The reality that you should acknowledge is your own. With his words barely escaping his lips, a crackle resounded. The lightning descended, accompanied by a wretched scream. As the smoke cleared, Gao Zhandong lay on the ground. His hair frizzed, clothes tattered, and body convulsing uncontrollably. Huang Hongsheng and Huo Dong stood by, their eyes wide with disbelief, gazing at the barely conscious Gao Zhandong. Although Lin Feng had activated the formation, they had always assumed it was mere bluster. Yet now, he had genuinely attacked Gao Zhandong. It must be noted that the Shenzhao Sword Sect forbids disciples from engaging in internal strife, regardless of the circumstances. Disputes should be resolved through the enforcement elders, and private combat is strictly prohibited. Lin Feng, you are finished. You are utterly doomed. The sect does not permit disciples to fight amongst themselves. Not only are you doomed, but your master Su Mu Bai will also face consequences, Huang Hongxing declared, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Feng. You too would use my master as a threat? Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, nearly causing Huang Hongsheng to recoil in terror. Gao Zhandong was still sprawled on the ground. He had no desire to share his fate. No, no. Lin Feng, I swear I did not intend to threaten you. I merely wish to inform you of the sect's rules so you might contemplate an escape route. Huang Hongsheng insisted, shaking his head vigorously. What do you intend to choose? Will you kneel and apologize, or seek vengeance for your companion? Lin Feng inquired. Huo Dong and Huang Hongsheng exchanged glances, then looked up at the gathering storm of lightning above and at the twitching form of Gao Zhandong on the ground. They could not help but shudder at the thought of that lightning striking them. Ultimately, the two opted for prudence, unwilling to face the wrath of lightning. Thud! In unison, they knelt and spoke. Senior brother, we were wrong. We should not have trespassed upon Gutsuan Peak without your consent. We beseech you, senior brother, to overlook our transgressions and grant us a chance for redemption. Very well. This is more like it. Had it been this way from the start, we could have avoided this. Some individuals seem compelled to test my limits, and until they suffer a setback, they remain oblivious to their faults. Now that you acknowledge your error, rise and refrain from such actions in the future. Lin Feng nodded in acceptance of the apology. Thank you, senior brother, for your magnanimity. Huang Hongsheng and Huo Dong stood up, eager to depart. They wished to leave this place as swiftly as possible and inform the enforcing elder of the events that transpired at Gutsuan Peak. Wait, the two halted abruptly, slowly turning around. What further instructions do you have, senior brother? Take your companion away. Do not soil my grounds. Lin Feng gestured towards the unconscious Gao Zhanlong. With that, Huo Dong and Huang Hongsheng assisted the dazed Gao Zhanlong in leaving Gutsuan Peak. Though Gao Zhanlong appeared quite disheveled, his injuries were not severe. He had merely been rendered unconscious by an electric shock. Lin Feng had moderated the power of the thunder control technique. Had he not, it could have obliterated him to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Even the rudimentary thunder control technique was beyond Gao Zhanlong's endurance. As the clouds above Gutsuan Peak dissipated, Lin Feng hastened to Yinu Peak to seek out Lung Hanswang. He anticipated that it would not be long before someone came looking for him. And wishing to keep his abilities concealed, he had no choice but to appeal to Lung Hanswang for assistance. Master Uncle, please come with me. I have an urgent matter to discuss. Lin Feng implored anxiously. What is you in such a hurry? Lung Hanswang inquired curiously. Please, Master Uncle, refrain from questioning for now. I will explain everything once we reach Gutsuan Peak. Lung Hanswang ceased her inquiries, and soon they arrived at Gutsuan Peak, where Lin Feng recounted the events in their entirety. Upon hearing his account, Lung Hanswang furrowed her brow slightly. Gutsuan Peak was a reward for the champion of the sect's grand competition, and those who dared approach to view the prize certainly possessed formidable strength. Do you know who those three individuals are? I only overheard their conversation. One is named Gao Zhanlong, another Huang Hongsheng, while the identity of the third remains unclear. Lin Feng was not well acquainted with the disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, whether they were outer disciples, inner disciples, or those of direct transmission. His familiarity extended to only a select few. Gao Zhanlong, Huang Hongsheng, Lung Hanzhuang recalled. They placed 4th and 5th in last year's sect competition. I do remember the top 10 among the true disciples. If all goes as expected, these individuals will become the backbone of the sect as they mature. As for the other, it must be Hua Dong, grandson of Elder Jiao, Hua Qishan. Lung Hanzhuang had heard disciples from Yinu Peak mention these three, referring to them as the three scoundrels of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Despite their unremarkable reputation, their innate talent and strength were noteworthy, all ranking within the top 10 of true disciples, and their backing was not to be underestimated. The situation was somewhat precarious. However, since it was Lin Feng who sought her aid, Lung Hanzhuang felt compelled to assist him. After all, once this young man's strength was exposed, opportunities for him to request help might become scarce. Master Uncle, do you think this is quite troublesome? Lin Feng noticed that Lung Hanzhuang remained silent. So he inquired, indeed, this is quite troublesome. Lung Hanzhuang nodded in agreement. What shall we do now? Are you only realizing the gravity of the situation now? Where were you when this all began? Master Uncle, you do not understand. Not only did they intrude without permission, but they also treated Gutsuan Peak as if it were their own territory, constantly altering this and that. How could I not be infuriated? Furthermore, I did not resort to excessive measures. I merely rendered the most arrogant one unconscious. Lin Feng protested his innocence. Enough. While this matter is indeed somewhat complicated, I will handle it for you. Moving forward, you must exercise more caution. After all, you are positioned among the second tier of the Liju. Why do you still act like a child? But I am not that old either. Lin Feng mumbled in response. Chapter 65. The law enforcement elder Lung Hanzhuang sent a distress signal to the sect leader, Luo Yuntian, while waiting with Lin Feng on Gutsuan Peak. It would not be long before Gao Zhanlong's master would undoubtedly arrive with the law enforcement elder to seek retribution. In the divine Sky Sword Sect, internal strife among disciples is a grave taboo. Lin Feng had dared to injure Gao Zhanlong, and regardless of the methods employed, he would face severe punishment from the sect. Lin Feng, tell them you activated the formation of Gutsuan Peak. As far as I know, there is no formation here. Lung Hanzhuang inquired curiously. I used thunder control technique and deceived them into believing it was a formation, Lin Feng replied. Thunder control technique? Did you acquire it from the legacy of the Nine Nether Sovereign? Yes. The thunder control technique is an extraordinary skill that allows one to command heavenly thunder at will, possessing immense power, though I have only recently begun to grasp it. Immense power? How powerful exactly? Lin Feng pondered for a moment before explaining. The master of the thunder control technique is a Bujia, known as the Thunder God, who ranks first among the 108 generals of the Nine Nether Sovereign. Gasped Lung Hanzhuang looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. The unparalleled skill cultivated by the Thunder God of Bujia, who stands at the pinnacle among the Nine Nether Sovereign's 108 generals. Is it not more formidable than the sky-slicing sword technique? That is difficult to ascertain. Strictly speaking, the sky-slicing sword technique is a single-target attack, suitable for delivering a lethal blow, while the thunder control technique is more suited for large-scale assaults, each with its own strengths. Can you demonstrate it for me? Lung Hanzhuang asked expectantly. Certainly, Lin Feng responded. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened, and thunder roared. With a swift motion, he raised his right hand high and pointed skyward. Thunderbolts converged wildly, forming a colossal sphere of thunder above Lin Feng's fingertip. Even from a distance, Lung Hanzhuang could sense the explosive energy contained within the thunderball. In an instant, everything returned to tranquility. Master Uncle, how does it feel? Impressive. Lung Hanzhuang exclaimed in shock. The power is indeed considerable. Should you wish to learn, I can teach you, Lin Feng offered. Lung Hanzhuang was at a loss for words. Such a miraculous technique could be so casually imparted? Only Lin Feng would be unconcerned. If even a hint of this information were to leak, it would surely incite a bloodbath across Lizhou. All the formidable beings within the Nine Realms would likely emerge from seclusion to compete for it. Did Lung Hanzhuang wish to learn? The answer was unequivocally affirmative. Who would not yearn to master such an extraordinary skill? However, she had only just begun her journey with the sky-slicing sword technique, and to pursue another equally daunting skill would likely yield suboptimal results. One must not be insatiable. Mastery lies in precision, not quantity. The perfected sky-slicing sword technique undoubtedly possesses greater combat prowess compared to a novice's grasp of 10 equivalent skills. If she were to learn, it would have to wait until later. Never mind, I shall refrain from learning for now, lest I become distracted. I will focus on perfecting the sky-slicing sword technique before considering anything else. Lung Hanzhuang resolutely declined, her heart aching at the thought. She had just turned down a renowned technique from a 12th realm master. Very well. In the future, if my esteemed junior wishes to learn, they need only seek me out. I possess an abundance of unparalleled skills, each possessing formidable power. During their conversation, a group was approaching Lonely Peak, led by Jiang Jingyi, the enforcement elder of the divine Mist Sword Sect. The enforcement elder wielded considerable authority, aside from the senior leadership. All members of the sect who fell under his jurisdiction. Gao Zanlong, who had recently departed from Lonely Peak, was among them, having awakened and changed into a fresh set of garments. Yet he appeared utterly listless. The other two, Huang Hongsheng and Huidong, were absent. Perhaps they felt too humiliated to face Lin Feng after being compelled to kneel and apologize by this so-called useless senior brother. Lung Hanzhuang and Lin Feng awaited in silence. Before long, Elder Jiang Jingyi and his entourage arrived at the summit of Lonely Peak. Cold Peak Master, since you are here, you must already be aware of the situation, Jiang Jingyi began. Indeed, replied Lung Hanzhuang. Then I shall take Lin Feng with me. You have no objections, I trust? I do object. Lin Feng cannot accompany you. I have already informed the sect master, who will arrive shortly. Such a trivial matter does not necessitate troubling the sect master. Lin Feng has violated sect regulations, and I must take him today to uphold the sect's dignity. Upon finishing, Jiang Jingyi turned his gaze towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, regarding Gao Zanlong's accusation that you compelled him to kneel, threatening to injure him if he did not, what do you have to say for yourself? Elder Jiang, it was not Lin Feng who harmed me. He lacks the strength. It was the protective array of Lonely Peak that summoned lightning to strike me. Gao Zanlong hastily clarified, not wishing to be misunderstood as someone who could not even defeat a so-called useless individual. Is there truly a distinction? Jiang Jingyi cast a sidelong glance at Gao Zanlong. Of course, Gao Zanlong had just uttered the two words when the weight of the elder's gaze silenced him. Elder Jiang, it would be prudent to clarify things further, lest it tarnish Zanlong's reputation. Lin Feng is merely a waste. How could he possibly possess the strength to injure Zanlong? Spoke Su Wanli, the master of Hongyan Peak, one of the 16 peaks of the divine Mist Sword Sect. Gao Zanlong was his most cherished disciple, and at that moment, Su Wanli was seething with suppressed fury. Upon witnessing Gao Zanlong's unconscious state, he had nearly rushed to Lonely Peak to eliminate Lin Feng, but he ultimately regained his composure. The divine Mist Sword Sect was not akin to those demonic factions. Should Lin Feng be killed, Su Wanli's position as Peak Master would surely be jeopardized. After all, Lin Feng was not without connections. His master, Su Mubai, was not to be trifled with, and neither were the other senior disciples, one of whom, Luo Yuntian, was the sect's esteemed leader. It was best to leave the resolution of this matter to the enforcement elder. Ignoring Su Wanli's comments, Jiang Jingyi continued to focus on Lin Feng. Elder, Gao Zanlong trespassed on Lonely Peak without my consent and insisted on remaining, claiming that this place would soon belong to him, and that he had come to inspect what needed modification. I had no choice but to take action, Lin Feng explained. Regardless of the reason, infighting among disciples is prohibited. Acknowledge your actions and come with me. I shall determine the appropriate punishment once I have conducted a thorough investigation. Elder Jiang, Let us await the arrival of the master before proceeding, cold Hans Huang interjected. Is there any ambiguity in this matter? Even with the master's presence, one cannot shield Lin Feng. The Shenzhao Sword Sect abides by its own regulations, established by our forebears, which none may contravene, Jiang Jingyi stated with solemnity. It is precisely due to his unwavering sense of justice that he has garnered the respect of the ancestors and has persistently served as the law elder of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Confronted with such an unyielding individual, cold Hans Huang felt a sense of helplessness. If the master were to arrive, it would likely complicate matters further. Yet, complications must be addressed. If Lin Feng, in a moment of anger, decides to withdraw from the sect alongside Su Mubai and Su Xiao, where would they turn for solace? Chapter 66. Settling accounts after the autumn Elder Jiang. The sect competition is imminent, and individuals from external sect have begun to arrive. Could we postpone the discussion regarding Lin Feng's punishment until after the competition? A voice echoed from a distance. Soon, a figure appeared atop the solitary peak, Lo Yun Tian, the esteemed leader of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Greetings, Sect Master. Everyone clasped their fists in reverence and exclaimed, Do not stand on ceremony. Lo Yun Tian waved his hand, his gaze settling upon Jiang Jingyi. Sect Master, you are placing me in a difficult position. Jiang Jingyi's expression revealed his unease. What difficulty is there? Lo Yun Tian countered. Lin Feng is, after all, the nominal elder brother of our Shenzhao Sword Sect. Even if circumstances prevent him from participating in the sect competition, his status remains. With many outsiders present, it is inevitable that he will be a topic of discussion. If even our elder brother is imprisoned, what face do we have left as the Shenzhao Sword Sect? Let us defer this matter until after the competition. Upon hearing this, Su Wanli and Gao Zhandong exchanged glances, contemplating the implications. Would it truly bring honor to the sect if external forces learned that our elder brother is deemed useless? Of course, they would never dare voice such thoughts. The deputy sect master, Wu Xiliang, and the grand elder, Bai Yunsheng, could challenge Lo Yun Tian because they were of equal standing, both at the peak of the 8th realm. Su Wanli, whose cultivation lingered at the late stage of the 7th realm, refrained from openly contradicting Lo Yun Tian. Doing so would be tantamount to relinquishing his position as peak master. Since the sect master has spoken, I cannot disregard the reputation of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. For today, I shall let Lin Feng be, and we will address him post-competition. Gao Zhandong's countenance fell in disappointment. However, he lacked the audacity to voice his objections, recognizing his unworthiness to do so. Not only Gao Zhandong, but even Su Wanli understood the gravity of the situation. Should they insist on punishing Lin Feng, they would be entirely opposed to sect master Lo Yun Tian. Both Lo Yun Tian and Wu Xiliang, as well as Bai Yunsheng, were powerful figures engaged in a celestial clash. Su Wanli had no desire to be a mere pawn in their conflict. Furthermore, even if he were to speak out now, the outcome would not align with his aspirations. Why bother? Jiang Jingyi was a man of his word. Having acquiesced to Lo Yun Tian, he deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. After bidding farewell, he turned to depart, followed closely by Su Wanli and the others. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Feng, Lung Hans Huang, and Lo Yun Tian remained upon the solitary peak. Thank you, Master and Uncle Lung. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Lin Feng, the decision to award the solitary peak to the victor of this sect competition was made by our ancestor. I had no choice in the matter. I had done all I could. Now, it is up to fate, Lo Yun Tian sighed, feeling a sense of guilt for not being able to safeguard the solitary peak for the elder brother. Master, there is no need for remorse. You have aided us immensely over the years. Without your intervention, the solitary peak would have long been seized, Lin Feng replied. Master, you have done your utmost. The rest lies in the hands of destiny, Lung Hans Huang interjected. She understood that no one could take the solitary peak from Lin Feng, but it was a truth she could not articulate. Lin Feng, I shall compel Wen Dong to exert every effort to secure first place. If he succeeds, you may continue to reside here, though it will be a formidable task. The esteemed elder Bai Yunsheng proposed that the reward for the first place in the sect's grand competition be the solitary peak of Gu Siyuanfeng. From my understanding of him, he would never undertake an endeavor without confidence. Once his grandson Bai Pengfei claims the title of champion in the sect's contest, the subsequent step will be to abolish your position as senior brother. You must prepare yourself mentally for this eventuality. The Wendong mentioned by Luo Yintian is none other than Xiang Wendong, his most favored disciple, who secured first place in last year's sect competition. Bai Pengfei, the grandson of Bai Yunsheng, ranked second, while Yi Qingxian came in third. The strength of Xiang Wendong and Bai Pengfei is quite comparable. Last year, victory was achieved by a stroke of luck, and this year it seems they are intent on reclaiming their glory. The kindness bestowed upon me and my master by teacher Shushu shall forever remain etched in my heart, Lin Feng declared earnestly. After imparting a few final words, Luo Yintian departed from Gu Siyuanfeng. With the competition approaching, various influential factions from distant regions began to arrive in succession. As the sect leader, there remained many pressing matters to attend to. He may not yet realize the profound impact that Lin Feng's words could have on his life. In the following days, numerous representatives from significant forces continued to arrive at the Shenzhao Sword Sect, predominantly led by sect masters and leaders, elevating the stature of this grand competition to unprecedented heights. Although all were ostensibly gathered to discuss strategies against the Wujimo sect, the disciples of Shenzhao Sword Sect remained blissfully unaware. They simply assumed the sect was placing great emphasis on this competition, not only designating Gu Siyuanfeng as a reward but also inviting such a multitude of outsiders. They felt compelled to showcase their true prowess and not bring shame to their sect. At each arrival, the Shenzhao Sword Sect would assign members to guide the visiting disciples on a tour. The selection of guides was meticulous. Esteemed disciples were sent to accompany representatives from major factions, while inner disciples were designated from medium and smaller factions. The Shenzhao Sword Sect spans a vast area, with considerable distances between its 16 peaks. Beyond these peaks, there are numerous sites worthy of admiration, making it impossible to explore everything in a brief period. At this moment, a group arrived before Gu Siyuanfeng, instantly captivated by the enchanting scenery. "Senior brother, where is this place?" inquired a female disciple from an external faction. "This is Gu Siyuanfeng, one of the 16 peaks of our Shenzhao Sword Sect," replied an inner disciple. "Why do other peaks have disciples guarding them, requiring notification for entry, while Gu Siyuanfeng does not?" Because Gu Siyuanfeng has fewer inhabitants. Can we ascend to explore? Perhaps it's best not to. Gu Siyuanfeng is somewhat unique, and going up now might provoke her senior brother's displeasure. The inner disciple recalled the rumors from a few days prior. It was said that the 3 notorious disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect were compelled to kneel and apologize by the senior brother on Gu Siyuanfeng, and one ultimately succumbed to a formation that rendered him unconscious. This incident reportedly caught the attention of the elder enforcers and the sect leader. The rumors were vivid and credible, suggesting a high likelihood of truth. Within the sect, it is widely acknowledged that the eldest senior brother is perceived as ineffectual, yet none anticipated his audacity to offend 3 esteemed disciples in one fell swoop. Remarkably, all 3 ranked among the top 10 in last year's grand competition. Truly, the eldest senior brother lives up to his title. The trio, accustomed to their brazen demeanor within the sect, have finally encountered a formidable opponent. It is likely that they will adopt a more subdued attitude moving forward. "Is this the residence of your esteemed eldest senior brother?" inquired a curious female disciple from an external force. "Indeed," replied an inner sect disciple with a nod. Upon hearing this, a wave of confusion washed over the visiting disciples. Was it not rumored that the eldest senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect was a waste of potential? How could he possibly occupy one of the 16 peaks? Does such privilege befit one deemed ineffectual? While the crowd harbored their doubts, none dared voice their inquiries. To question the character of the eldest senior brother in his own domain would not merely be a matter of etiquette, but a flagrant provocation. Who would dare challenge the Shenzhao Sword Sect? Chapter 67. Abnormality. The journey to Solitary Peak was not undertaken by a single group. Yet, no one dared to ascend. Solitary Peak had seemingly become a forbidden realm among the disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Even the renowned true inheritance disciples, the three rascals, had faced misfortune there, leaving no one willing to take the risk. That was until Xiang Wendong arrived with disciples from the Qingyun sect. Among the Qingyun sect's ranks was a familiar face to Lin Feng, Li Luoyi. Xiang Wendong was one of the few true inheritance disciples known to Lin Feng. As the disciple of the sect's leader and the champion of last year's sect competition, he naturally extended a warm reception to the Qingyun sect, which was of equal standing. However, before entering Solitary Peak, Xiang Wendong courteously called out, "Xiang Wendong brings disciples of Qingyun sect to pay a visit to the senior brother. Please enter, junior brother Xiang," came Lin Feng's voice from Solitary Peak. "Everyone, let us ascend together." With that, the group made their way up the mountain. The Qingyun sect was among the most knowledgeable factions concerning the Shenzhao Sword Sect. The two sects had maintained a cooperative relationship, and the disciples of Qingyun sect had long heard tales of this so-called waste of a senior brother, yet had never encountered him. They were eager to ascertain whether the rumors held any truth. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Feng awaited their arrival. "Senior brother," Xiang Wendong greeted politely. Years ago, he had confronted Lin Feng, questioning how a waste could possibly hold the title of senior brother in the Shenzhao Sword Sect. When Luo Yuntian learned of this, he had punished Xiang Wendong by forcing him to reflect in solitude at the Thought Reflection Cliff for a month. From that moment on, Xiang Wendong refrained from showing Lin Feng any disrespect. As long as the sect did not strip Lin Feng of his title, he would indefinitely remain the senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, an immutable truth. Even if his abilities were deemed insufficient, that was a matter for the sect alone. It was not for Xiang Wendong to raise. To question Lin Feng's status as senior brother was tantamount to questioning the integrity of the Shenzhao Sword Sect itself. Thus, despite the discontent simmering within the hearts of the true inheritance disciples, none dared voice their dissent openly. They could only harbor their thoughts privately or discuss them in hushed tones. "Junior brother Xiang, you're most courteous. These must be the elites of the Qingyun sect. Welcome to the Divine Eagle of Shenzhao. Due to certain special circumstances, I am unable to host you myself, but I shall leave you in the capable company of junior brother Xiang for a thorough tour," Lin Feng said graciously. "Senior brother Lin Feng, do you still remember me?" Li Luoyi stepped forward to inquire. "Of course I remember. Junior sister Li, how have you fared since our last encounter in the Nine Nether Secret Realm?" "I am well. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Lin Feng." Their exchange was brief, as they were not intimately acquainted, and further conversation seemed futile. At this juncture, another group arrived at Solitary Peak. Yi Qingxian and disciples from the Medicine King Valley, led by the second miss of the valley, Zhuge Liuli. "Senior sister Yi, where's this place? It appears so lush and vibrant, far more beautiful than the other peaks," Zhuge Liuli inquired. "Sister Liuli, this is Gutsuan Peak, one of the 16 peaks of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, presided over by Master Sumu Bei, the master of the Haoran Sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao. However, it has fallen into decline. Now only senior brother Lin Feng resides here. With no one around, the vegetation has naturally flourished," Yi Qingxian elaborated. Upon hearing that Gutsuan Peak is under the stewardship of Sumu Bei, Zhuge Liuli's eyes brightened, her interest piqued. Before coming here, she had analyzed the situation with her father, Zhuge Hongtao. The ghost-faced man shares a deep connection with Sumu Bei. Any information related to Sumu Bei is of particular significance to Zhuge Liuli. "Senior sister Yi, may we ascend to take a look?" she inquired. "Let me ask first," Yi Qingxian replied thoughtfully. If it were just her, she would have entered directly, having visited Gutsuan Peak more than once or twice. However, considering the presence of so many outsiders, it was prudent to inquire first. The events involving the true disciples Gao Zhanlong, Huang Hongsheng, and Hui Dong at Gutsuan Peak had already spread throughout the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Yi Qingxian felt a sense of caution. Yi Qingxian brings disciples from Yaowang Valley to pay a visit to senior brother. Yi Qingshuan's voice resonated through the sensing array, reaching Lin Feng's ears as he accompanied Xiang Wendong and the disciples of Qingyun sect on a tour of Gutsuan Peak. "Xiang, please take the disciples of Qingyun sect on a casual exploration. Sister Yi and the people from Yaowang Valley have arrived. I will attend to them, Lin Feng instructed. Leave this to me, senior brother, please. Lin Feng returned to the peak's summit, waiting for Yi Qingxian and the others to arrive. Today, the number of visitors to Gutsuan Peak exceeded that of the past several years combined. Lin Feng, accustomed to solitude, felt a sense of helplessness. Under normal circumstances, he would not permit entry to anyone else. Yet for Xiang Wendong and Yi Qingxian, Lin Feng had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, one was a true disciple of his master, and the other was a true disciple of his cold uncle. Both uncles had treated him kindly. He could not deny them even this small favor. Before long, Yi Qingxian and the disciples from Yaowang Valley arrived. Senior brother, I apologize for the intrusion. With outsiders present, Yi Qingxian could only address Lin Feng as senior brother, adhering to the etiquette. When alone, she would typically call him by his name. No disturbance. No disturbance. Welcome, Sister Yi, and welcome to the esteemed members of Yaowang Valley, Lin Feng greeted warmly. Greetings, senior brother Lin Feng, Zhuge Liuli said politely. She observed Lin Feng before her. Was this the disciple of Su Mu Bei, the master of the Howren sword, one of the 7 swords of Shenzhao, the rumored inept senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect? Zhuge Liuli, who served as the strategist for Yaowang Valley, commanded the respect of both Zhuge Hongtao and Zhuge Qingyan, not merely for her extraordinary intellect, but also for her keen observation and intuition. She could discern remarkable qualities in both Yi Qingxian and other true disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Yet, before her stood this reputedly inept senior brother, and Zhuge Liuli found herself unable to perceive anything unusual. Could it truly be as the rumor suggested? Sister Liuli, you are exceedingly courteous. Lin Feng replied with a smile and a nod. In that instant, Zhuge Liuli sensed something amiss. Lin Feng cast a fleeting glance over Zhuge Liuli, yet astonishingly, his gaze did not linger for even a moment. This was utterly abnormal. Zhuge Liuli possessed an unwavering confidence in herself, setting aside her beauty for the moment. Her skin was naturally as smooth and delicate as glass, tender enough to be easily broken. With the passage of time, it had remained unchanged, a testament to her youthfulness. This was the origin of Zhuge Liuli's name. Over the years, anyone who was the first to encounter her would instinctively pause for a second or two, unable to resist the allure. It was not just men. Even Yi Qingxian, upon first laying eyes on Zhuge Liuli, had paused for an instant, his expression betraying a hint of envy. There was not a single woman who did not yearn for skin akin to that of Zhuge Liuli. As for men, upon their first sight, they would undoubtedly be tempted to reach out and touch, eager to experience the sensation of her glass-like skin. Zhuge Liuli had never before encountered someone like Lin Feng, whose gaze failed to rest upon her even for a fleeting moment. Chapter 68. Discussing strategies. Lin Feng's willingness to receive Xiang Wending and Yi Qingxian, allowing them to bring others to the solitary peak, was entirely at the behest of Luo Yuntian and Lung Hanzhuang. Both uncles had treated him with kindness, and one must always act with conscience. As for the guests from Qingyun sect and Yaowang Valley, a mere greeting sufficed. Deeper exchanges were unnecessary. Given that Lin Feng had resided alone on the solitary peak for an extended period, the local flora and fauna thrived abundantly, rendering the scenery far more enchanting than that of other peaks. After completing their tour of the summit, Lin Feng led the members of Yaowang Valley deeper into the solitary peak. However, after a short while, he suddenly perceived a woman's piercing scream ahead. Upon discerning the direction, a wave of alarm surged through him. This is dire. That direction leads to the medicinal garden. Could it be that Xiang Wending and the individuals from Qingyun sect have ventured there? Xiaobai is still guarding it. Should these intruders breach the garden, the consequences would be catastrophic. With this thought, Lin Feng abandoned Yi Qingxian and the rest of Yaowang Valley, hastily making his way towards the medicinal garden. Ye Shimi, please guide the guests from Yaowang Valley around for a bit. I must attend to an urgent matter, he called out, and before his voice faded, he had already vanished from sight. Yi Qingxian watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, perplexed, as their limited perception had failed to register the commotion. Ye Shiji, should we not follow him to see what is happening? Zhuge Liuli suggested, her curiosity piqued by Lin Feng's sudden change in demeanor. Renowned as he was for being the so-called wasteful senior brother. Very well, Yi Qingxian nodded in agreement. She then led the members of Yaowang Valley in the direction Lin Feng had departed. In the medicinal garden of the solitary peak, a standoff unfolded between a group of people and a small white snake. Upon arriving at the garden, Xiang Wending and the members of Qingyun sect were astonished by the abundance of spiritual herbs. Suddenly, a small white snake lunged forth, startling the female disciples of Qingyun sect. One of them screamed in alarm. The little white snake positioned itself protectively in front of the group, adopting an aggressive stance, as if daring anyone to enter the medicinal garden. "One adorable little white snake," exclaimed Li Luoi, though the dragon had transformed into a diminutive serpent. Its snow-white body and smooth scales were undeniably charming. Unless one held a fear of snakes, it was difficult not to find it endearing. Xiang Wending was taken aback to discover that the solitary peak harbored such an abundance of spiritual herbs, and he inadvertently overlooked the small white snake, which appeared devoid of any combat prowess. He took a step forward, his companions from Qingyun sect closely trailing behind. Just as Xiang Wending was about to step into the medicinal garden, a sudden flash occurred. Whoosh! The little white dragon transformed into a streak of white light, targeting Xiang Wending. At that moment, Xiang Wending felt an intense pressure, as if a formidable beast had set its sights upon him. Just as an encounter seemed inevitable, a voice interjected, halting the impending clash. "Shall I stop?" As the words echoed, Lin Feng appeared within the medicinal garden. The little white snake promptly halted, changing direction and landing on Lin Feng's shoulder, watchfully observing Xiang Wendong and the others. Seeing that everyone was unscathed, Lin Feng finally felt a weight lift from his heart, releasing a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. "Xiang, fellow disciples of Qingyun sect, I hope my little white friend did not frighten you," he inquired. "Not at all," everyone responded, shaking their heads. "Senior brother, did you cultivate all these spiritual herbs?" Xiang Wendong asked curiously. The sensation of being scrutinized had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, leading him to briefly suspect it was merely a figment of his imagination. "No, these were all grown by Uncle Lung. I merely oversee them. She occasionally comes to check on them, but I manage them most of the time." Lin Feng candidly attributed the work to Lung Hanzhuang. "So it is Uncle Lung," Xiang Wendong realized. "Senior brother Lin Feng, what is your pet's name?" "It's so adorable and beautiful," Li Luoyi exclaimed. "Its name is Xiao Bai. It is not merely my pet, but rather my friend," Lin Feng replied. "Senior brother Lin Feng, may I pet it?" "Perhaps it is best not to. Xiao Bai can be a bit shy, and I fear it might startle you." During their conversation, Yi Qingxian, accompanied by disciples from Yaowang Valley, also arrived. Yaowang Valley maintained amicable relations with various factions, including Qingyun sect. Li Luoyi, upon meeting Zhuge Liuli for the first time, was filled with envy, nearly reaching out to touch her glass-like skin. Meanwhile, within the guest hall of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, over 100 individuals congregated. These were the leaders of various influential factions. Luo Yintian, as the master of Shenzhao Sword Sect, naturally occupied the principal seat. The attendees were seated according to the strength of their respective factions, with the top-tier Qingyun sect positioned at the forefront, followed by major powers like Yaowang Valley, and finally the smaller factions. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Shenzhao Sword Sect," Luo Yuntian expressed his gratitude, rising to clasp his fists in salute to the gathered assembly. "Master Luo is too courteous," replied Jia Heron, the leader of Qingyun sect, who also stood to return the gesture, being a formidable 8th-level peak cultivator himself. The remaining attendees rose in reciprocation. "Please take your seats. I trust you have all surmised the purpose of our invitation," Luo Yuntian continued. "It concerns the Wujimo sect, does it not?" Jia Heron interjected. "Indeed, you are correct. There are rumors that the Wujimo Taoist has broken through to the 10th realm, becoming the first 10th realm powerhouse in Lizhou. However, our Shenzhao Sword Sect holds a different perspective on this matter." "Oh, does Master Luo believe the claims of Wujimo Taoist breakthrough to the 10th realm to be unfounded?" "That seems unlikely. Who would dare spread such rumors? Jia Heron questioned. Not unfounded, but as far as I know, the lifespan of Wijimo Daoist seems to be nearing its limit, considering the prolonged silence following the announcement of his breakthrough. Does anyone not find this peculiar? If he truly had achieved such a breakthrough, wouldn't the Wijimo sect be proclaiming it far and wide? How could they remain entirely inactive? Luo Yuntian's words plunged the leaders of the various factions into deep contemplation. Under normal circumstances, once the infinite Taoist breaks through to the 10th realm, the infinite demon sect will first proclaim its supremacy to the world, and then systematically eliminate its adversaries, positioning itself as the sovereign power of the Li continent. However, the current situation undeniably raises suspicions. At this moment, the leader of the Medicine King Valley, Zhuge Hongtao, spoke up. Lord Luo is correct. The infinite demon sect indeed appears abnormal. My ancestor from the Medicine King Valley once speculated that even if the infinite Taoist were to break through, it would not be without complications, suggesting that an unforeseen incident occurred during the process, rendering him unable to emerge. The words of Zhuge, the Valley Master, resonated with my own thoughts. The Taoist's breakthrough is flawed, and he undoubtedly lacks the combat prowess characteristic of the 10th realm. This presents us with an opportunity. Those gathered here either harbor irreconcilable conflicts with the infinite demon sect or disapprove of their methods. Should the infinite demon sect monopolize the Li continent, what space for survival would be left for us? Therefore, we must seize this moment if we are to attain ultimate victory. Lord Luo, what do you propose we do? We shall follow your lead. We cannot allow the infinite demon sect to dominate the Li continent. Otherwise, given their nature, our days of prosperity will be at an end, declared a leader of a prominent faction. Indeed, we shall heed Lord Luo's guidance, echoed many present. Given the gravity of the situation, we must deliberate carefully, stated Luo Yuntian with solemnity. Chapter 69. The competition of the True Inheritance Group. Luo Yuntian convened daily meetings with the leaders of various factions to devise a unified strategy against the Wuji demon sect. The grand competition of the Shenzhao Sword Sect commenced quietly, featuring a simple structure divided into 3 groups: the outer disciples, the inner disciples, and the true inheritance disciples. The first to compete were the outer disciples, a group lacking in intrigue, for their limited talents rendered their strength rather unremarkable, predominantly at the second realm of cultivation. Once the top 3 outer disciples were determined, the competition among the inner disciples began. The battles among the inner disciples proved to be significantly more captivating than those of the outer disciples, with the top contenders even rivaling some of the lower-ranked true inheritance disciples. However, even the contests of the inner disciples could only draw attention from the disciples of smaller factions, as prominent sects like the Qingyun sect and the Yaowang Valley regarded them with disdain, awaiting the true spectacle. The clashes between the true inheritance disciples. Each true inheritance disciple represents the backbone of their sect, embodying the potential for future growth. The higher their talent, the greater the promise of the sect's development. With the competitions of the outer and inner disciples concluded, today heralded the highlight of the Shenzhao Sword Sect's annual tournament, the duels of the true inheritance disciples. The martial arena, previously spacious, now overflowed with spectators, every seat occupied, and many disciples who arrived late were left standing, their enthusiasm undeterred. As one of the 4 premier factions of the Lizhou region, the strength of the true inheritance disciples guaranteed a thrilling spectacle. The rules for the true inheritance group's contests adhered to the rankings from last year's tournament. The top 10 participants were designated as seed competitors, exempt from initial battles. From the 10th position onward, opponents were drawn by lot. The 10 victors would then engage in cross battles with last year's top 10, a method designed to prevent strong contenders from clashing prematurely, a relatively reasonable arrangement. The senior members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect gathered in attendance, with Luo Yuntian and the leaders of various factions making a rare appearance at the martial arena, underscoring the sect's emphasis on the true inheritance competition. In the arena, an elder took on the role of host, elaborating on the illustrious history of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, recounting the great figures of various eras, and finally extolling the current achievements of the sect under the leadership of Sect Master Luo Yuntian Grand Elder by Yun Sheng, and the esteemed Peak Masters and Elder Council members. Now, let us welcome our esteemed sect master Luo Yuntian to deliver a speech. Applause erupted throughout the venue. Luo Yuntian rose and proclaimed, "The sect's grand competition is a momentous occasion for the Shenzhao Sword Sect, aimed at assessing your accomplishments over the past year. I hope everyone competes with strength, skill, and an indomitable spirit." The applause resounded once more. Next, we invite our Grand Elder by Yun Sheng to address the assembly. With a resounding clap, Bai Yun Sheng rose to his feet. This marks the first occasion that the Shenzhao Sword Sect has extended an invitation to external factions to observe the grand competition, presenting an unparalleled opportunity to showcase the might of our sect. It is imperative that everyone demonstrates their true capabilities, for we must not tarnish the reputation of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. With another series of claps, I hereby declare the commencement of the Shenzhao Sword Sect's grand competition for the true inheritors. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The true inheritors of the Shenzhao Sword Sect ascended the martial arena, offering their respects to the myriad factions gathered to witness the event. The inner and outer disciples, who had only recently participated in their own contests, looked on enviously, having performed before a meager audience. Now, the arena was teeming with spectators, highlighting the stark contrast. Well, might they also grace such a momentous occasion? At this juncture, Lin Feng remained atop the solitary peak, leisurely grilling fish. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. "Lin Feng, the battles for the true inheritors have commenced. Why are you still here?" inquired Lung Hanswang, having failed to locate Lin Feng at the martial arena. She had sought him out at the solitary peak. Beyond her concern that Lin Feng might lose his position atop the peak, she was eager to witness the reactions of the sect's elders upon seeing their long misunderstood, seemingly incompetent senior brother reveal even a modicum of strength. Could it be that an overlooked underachiever could vanquish the champion of the grand competition? The mere thought thrilled Lung Hanswang. "Master Uncle, did you not mention that the final challenges would come later? It's merely the beginning. There is still ample time," Lin Feng replied, while continuing to tend to his fish. "Are you not concerned for your junior sister? She is also set to participate." Su Xiao had been accepted as a true inheritor by Lu Hongwan, yet had not yet gained the approval of the Red Lotus Sword, thus not fully qualifying as its inheritor. She is participating too? How old is she? Is this not absurd? Does Master Uncle allow her to act so recklessly? Lin Feng set aside his fish, furrowing his brow. The young girl was remarkably headstrong. Even Lu Jie had advised her to concentrate on her cultivation, suggesting that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future to participate, yet she remained obstinate, insisting that only through combat could she continually enhance her abilities. Such recklessness was intolerable. "I must intervene," Lin Feng resolved as he transformed into a streak of light, departing the solitary peak with haste towards the martial arena of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Though the grand competition typically posed little danger, he could not shake his concerns for Su Xiao's safety. In previous years, she had abstained from participation. According to the customs of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, disciples were permitted to forego participation until they reached the age of 20. Those who could ascend to the rank of true inheritor possessed considerable talent. Yet their youth inevitably rendered them less formidable, making participation largely futile. Lin Feng had not anticipated that Su Xiao would choose to enter this year. He surmised that her master, Su Mu Bai, might have influenced her decision, prompting the young girl to seek strength at an accelerated pace. Indeed, she was a source of constant worry. Is it not sufficient to cultivate peacefully on the morning glow peak? Why resort to such perilous methods? Upon witnessing this, Lung Hanswang hastily followed suit. The martial arena was alive with fervor, as the contest had already commenced. The intensity of the skirmishes far surpassed that of the inner disciples. Not to mention the outer disciples, it was an entirely different echelon. The combatants on the field were both in the early stages of the fourth realm, engaging in a dynamic exchange of blows, with an array of intricate sword techniques swirling through the air. Ultimately, one emerged victorious by a slender margin. The elder officiating the event ascended the stage to proclaim the victor, subsequently producing 2 slips of paper to announce the next bout featuring 2 esteemed disciples. To her astonishment, Su Xiao's name was prominently listed. Chapter 70. Yin Yuanji the Elder announced the name in the martial arena. Yin Yuanji, a man in his late 20s, with an unremarkable appearance, leisurely approached the fighting stage. Despite his lack of striking looks, his lineage was notable. Within the sacred grounds of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, there resided a reclusive ancestor of the Ninth Realm, also bearing the surname Yin, and he was indeed an ancestor of Yin Yuanji. Though many generations had passed, the bloodline remained unchanged. With such a formidable background, individuals like him were rare within the Shenzhao Sword Sect, allowing him to navigate with considerable confidence. Perhaps due to his perceived nobility, Yin Yuanji displayed little dedication to his cultivation. Even though his innate talent was not lacking, he only ranked among the mid-tier of the true disciples. His lack of strength, however, did not diminish his standing among the true disciples, as everyone was compelled to show him respect. Once Yin Yuanji took the stage, the elder called out the next name, Su Xiao, a youthful and radiant maiden, with her hair tied in a ponytail, gracefully ascended the martial arena. The atmosphere shifted as the crowd buzzed with excitement at the sight of the beauty. A stunning girl was always a welcomed presence, especially one who was a true disciple of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. This elevated status made her even more appealing, causing the male disciple from the outer sect to gaze at her with admiration. As per the customary rules of the sect's grand competition, the elder reminded the participants, this contest shall be limited to fair combat. No hidden weapons, no forbidden techniques, and no lethal strikes. Once one side concedes, the match ends, and the other party must refrain from further attacks. Violators shall face severe punishment. Is that understood? Understood. Both Yin Yuanji and Su Xiao responded in unison. With the rules established, the elder declared, I hereby announce the commencement of the 7th match in the true disciple category of the sect's grand competition. After which, he stepped down from the arena. Go, Sister Xiao! Cheered the inner disciples from Chaoxiao Peak. The chant resonated as countless voices joined in. In the arena stood a youthful beauty and a rather plain-looking man. It was evident whom the crowd would rally behind. Even within the Shenzhao Sword Sect, the majority favored Su Xiao. Yin Yuanji, relying on his status, had committed numerous acts that incited public ire, often harassing female disciples as if it were commonplace. The sect, aware of his misdeeds, imposed only nominal punishments, unwilling to offend the Ninth Realm ancestor. Even the sect leader, Luo Yuntian, and the Grand Elder, Bai Yunsheng, chose to turn a blind eye. Although the law-enforcing elder, Jiang Jingyi, was principled, he was not foolish. Offending the Ninth Realm ancestor could jeopardize his position. In the Shenzhao Sword Sect, any matter related to the Ninth Realm ancestor was considered significant. As for justice, only absolute strength could uphold true justice. In any realm, the words of the powerful are deemed correct, while the voices of the weak are dismissed. Hearing the overwhelming support for Su Xiao around him, Yin Yuanji's expression darkened. A man who valued his pride, he felt infuriated by the chorus of cheers for Su Xiao, recognizing the severe implications of this public disdain. Su Xiao was merely the daughter of a worthless individual, and her master, Lu Hongwan, was only at the peak of the 7th realm. How could their status possibly compare to her own? Now, the former had become the protagonist, while she found herself relegated to the role of a mere supporting character. Yin Yuanji harbored a malicious thought within. Do you not all fancy supporting beautiful women? Soon, I shall have the beauty you adore kneeling before me, begging for mercy. I am most eager to witness your expressions at that moment. This was Su Xiao's first participation in the sect's grand competition, and she politely requested her senior brother to show some restraint. Rest assured, junior sister, Yin Yuanji teased, I will certainly go easy on you. You shall feel no pain, only pleasure, accompanied by a lewd laugh that immediately incited disgust among those present. Disciples from other factions began to murmur among themselves. Is this truly a direct disciple of the Shenzhao Sword Sect? They seem more like a rogue. Indeed, a true disciple, yet they behave like a scoundrel. One wonders how such a person could attain the status of a direct disciple. Perhaps their talent is so exceptional that it masks their flaws. Did you not hear the rules announced for the competition? Only those with true talent are considered seed candidates, and need not participate in the preliminary trials. What could that imply? Maybe they have connections. These discussions reached the ears of the sect leader, Luo Yuntian, causing him to furrow his brow in displeasure. He glanced at the elder by Yunshang beside him, who wore an expression of indifference, seemingly unconcerned. Luo Yuntian felt a twinge of contempt. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed the need to uphold the honor of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Yet now, as disgrace befell them, there was no reaction from him. It was a clear case of hypocrisy. In truth, Luo Yuntian felt quite helpless. Behind Yin Yuanji stood a venerable ancestor of the Ninth Realm. What could he do? He could hardly disregard the face of a Ninth Realm elder. Despite being the sect leader, the true fate of a Shenzhao Sword Sect was determined by those ancient figures in seclusion within the Forbidden Grounds, the weakest among them being at the initial stage of the Ninth Realm, while the highest, Elder Xiao Zhengxian, had even reached the pinnacle of the Ninth Realm. You! Shameless! Su Xiao's face flushed crimson with indignation, at a loss for how to retort. Though still young, she understood the implications of Yin Yuanji's words. Huh! Is this considered shameless? Just wait, there is far more to come. Look at your delicate skin. I can only imagine how it feels to the touch. Su Xiao gasped rapidly, her ample bosom rising and falling violently. Yin Yuanji's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his junior sister, though young, possessed such alluring assets. At that moment, not only the onlookers, but even Luo Yuntian could no longer tolerate the scene. He discreetly transmitted a message to the elder presiding over the competition, urging him to hasten the commencement of the trials and prevent Yin Yuanji from speaking further. This lad was utterly tarnishing the reputation of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, and he felt powerless to intervene. The elder, upon receiving the sect leader's message, could only brace himself to proceed. Let the duel commence. Do not squander any more time, the lecherous antagonist declared, brandishing his sword. Prepare yourself. Su Xiao was the first to launch an attack. With a slender sword in hand, she charged towards Yin Yuanji, aiming directly for his face. Yin Yuanji merely tilted his head slightly, evading the strike, while simultaneously flicking his right index finger against the slender blade. Clang! The sword emitted a crisp sound. Su Xiao felt her sword tremble violently in her grip, almost slipping from her hands. Junior sister, your sword play is far too sluggish, akin to the pace of a tortoise. It cannot inflict any harm, Yin Yuanji remarked with a chuckle. In that single exchange, the disparity in their abilities was glaringly evident. They were clearly not of the same caliber. At nearly 30 years of age, Yin Yuanji was a decade older than the 17 or 18-year-old Su Xiao. While a 10-year gap may not be significant later in life, at this stage, the difference was exceedingly pronounced. In less than a decade, with merely 5 more years of training, Su Xiao would surpass Yin Yuanji. Alas, she was not his equal just yet. Su Xiao had enrolled in the sect's grand competition precisely to identify her shortcomings through battle. Chapter 71. A turn of misfortune in the gutter, Yin Yuanji struck with his slender sword, advancing boldly to close the distance to Su Xiao. He yearned to engage in close combat, to ascertain whether her physique was indeed as alluring as it appeared. In the throes of battle, physical contact was inevitable, leaving no room for grievances. In truth, Yin Yuanji had already secured victory, yet he was unwilling to concede so easily. After all, it was a rare delight to encounter a beautiful adversary with lesser skills. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Su Xiao, recalling the distasteful remarks he had just uttered, felt a surge of panic and retreated hastily. Thus began a chase, a dance of pursuit and evasion, until they reached the periphery of the martial arena. Realizing that retreat was no longer an option, Su Xiao steadied her sword and swung it with determination. Yin Yuanji halted his advance, deftly evading her strike. However, the gap between them had widened considerably. The audience around them held their breath for Su Xiao, a mixture of anticipation and dread in the air. Although they had anticipated such a turn of events, they could not suppress their sighs. Why must such a loathsome individual emerge victorious? Could there not be a miracle? Su Xiao recognized her disadvantage against Yin Yuanji, yet she was unwilling to surrender so easily. If she could not withstand this minor setback, how could she ever hope to protect her elder brother and father in the future? Junior sister, your speed in drawing the sword was too slow just now. Allow me to teach you the proper technique, Yin Yuanji declared, unsheathing his long sword and launching a swift assault. Su Xiao raised her sword in defense. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of collisions erupted. Each strike forced Su Xiao to defend herself, leaving no room for counterattacks. Moments later, she was gasping for breath, exhausted. With each successive strike, Yin Yuanji pressed forward relentlessly, and as he saw Su Xiao falter, he deftly flicked his sword, sending her slender blade flying from her grasp. At that moment, with the tip of his sword pointed at Su Xiao, the battle could have concluded. Yet, he refrained, casting aside his long sword instead, resulting in both combatants being disarmed. This audacious act drew ire from the onlookers, who were on the verge of rebuking him. Everyone present understood Yin Yuanji's intentions. With weapons in hand, it was difficult to engage in close-quarters combat. Without them, how could he exploit Su Xiao's vulnerabilities? Indeed, his subsequent words incited further disdain among the spectators. Junior sister, without weapons, I shall now commence my assault, he chuckled sinisterly, lunging toward Su Xiao. She had no choice but to evade, realizing this was no contest, but rather an act of forceful aggression. On the stands, the sect leader Luo Yuntian and the elder Bai Yunsheng averted their gazes, unable to bear the spectacle. Yin Yuanji's behavior tarnished the reputation of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. After the sect competition concluded, they were resolved to report his misconduct to the elders. As for the other factions, they merely observed the unfolding farce with bemusement. Some astute individuals recognized the implications of Yin Yuanji's actions. He should have been reprimanded, perhaps even disqualified. Yet at that moment, none of the higher-ups of the Shenzhao Sword Sect spoke up. What did this silence signify? It indicated their reluctance to wade into this murky water, leaving others to bear the brunt of the scandal. The leader of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, Luo Yuntian, and the Grand Elder, Bai Yunsheng, remained silent, a testament to the formidable background of Yin Yuanji. It was likely that his influence extended to the Nine Realms' ancestors, allowing him to behave with such arrogance. The Nine Realms' ancestors command absolute authority within any faction, and even among the four supreme powers, there are few who possess such strength. Each one serves as a cornerstone of their respective sections. As Su Xiao evaded capture, she suppressed her feelings of grievance. Had her father not been incapacitated, had her senior brother possessed exceptional talent, they would undoubtedly have protected her. Now, she found herself in need of self-preservation. She had to be strong and diligent, not wanting to disappoint her father and senior brother. In close pursuit, physical contact was inevitable, and Su Xiao used her hands to shield herself. However, Yin Yuanji was merely toying with her, not exerting his full strength. Suddenly, in a moment of carelessness, Su Xiao's right hand was seized by Yin Yuanji, who wore a lecherous grin, preparing to pull her into an embrace for an intimate encounter. At that instant, Su Xiao lost her footing, her body involuntarily leaning back. Seeing this, Yin Yuanji lunged forward, believing it more pleasurable to pin her to the ground than to pull her close. He anticipated the delightful experience of encountering her alluring figure and skin. With her back against the ground, Su Xiao, realizing that Yin Yuanji was about to descend upon her, used her free left hand to grasp at anything nearby, fortuitously seizing the slender sword that had been knocked away and swiftly positioning it between them. Fortunately, Yin Yuanji noticed just in time. Confronted with the blade, he dared not advance further and quickly rolled aside. The two, who were on the verge of colliding, were thus separated. Su Xiao rose, sword in hand, a trace of blood staining its blade. Yin Yuanji lay on the ground, slow to rise. The surrounding onlookers were instinctively fixated on his fallen figure. After several moments, Yin Yuanji finally climbed to his feet. Upon seeing the blood on his face and the grotesque expression it bore, Su Xiao instinctively recoiled a few steps. In truth, during Yin Yuanji's roll, he had inadvertently been cut by the sword she wielded, leaving a deep gash on his visage. The spectators erupted in excitement, some unable to contain their laughter. How delightful it was! His plans had backfired. He sought to take advantage, yet ended up disfigured instead. It was poetic justice. Already unattractive, he was now rendered even more so. Yin Yunji seethed with rage, his gaze toward Su Xiao now laced with a hint of murderous intent. Initially, he had regarded her with disdain, simply a young girl in her teens. He had intended to tease her and gain some advantage, but had not anticipated such a turn of events witnessed by so many. For someone so concerned with appearances, this humiliation was unbearable. He longed to find a hole to hide in. However, before he could retreat, he was determined to exact vengeance for his disfigurement. Su Xiao, too, had not foreseen the situation escalating in such a manner. She had never wished to harm Yin Yuanji. At that moment, it was merely an instinctive reaction. "Senior, I apologize." Su Xiao stammered as she offered her apology to Yin Yuanji. "Apologize? Is a mere apology sufficient?" Yin Yuanji questioned through gritted teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Su Xiao recognized the depth of Yin Yuanji's fury. She could no longer continue the battle. She turned her body towards the elder presiding over the competition. "Elder, I." However, upon seeing Su Xiao's intention to concede, Yin Yuanji was resolute. Conceding meant she could no longer strike. Just as Su Xiao was about to utter a single word, her cultivation surged violently, and in an instant, the mere few meters separating them vanished. Yin Yuanji advanced swiftly, delivering a powerful strike to the center of her back. Chapter 72. Everything belongs to me suddenly. A tremendous force surged from her back, causing Su Xiao to expel a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of her internal organs. The sheer impact propelled her forward. In that instant, a figure approached on a flying sword, catching Su Xiao in his embrace. It was Lin Feng, who had hurried from Gutsuan Peak upon learning from Lung Hanzhuang that Su Xiao would participate in the sect competition, but unfortunately, he had arrived too late. As they descended to the ground, Lin Feng's heart raced with concern, gazing at his pale and unconscious junior sister in his arms. Fortunately, Zhuge Liuli from the Medicine King Valley arrived promptly, producing a spiritual pill for Su Xiao. Recognizing her as a member of the Medicine King Valley, Lin Feng did not refuse her assistance. After a while, Su Xiao finally regained consciousness after taking the pill. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Lin Feng, a smile graced her lips. "Senior brother, do not speak. Focus on your recovery. I will take care of everything." Lin Feng interjected. Su Xiao ceased her words, yet her face radiated warmth and joy. It had been so long since she had rested in her senior brother's embrace. She recalled how, as a child, she could only fall asleep nestled in his arms each night. "Thank you," Lin Feng expressed to Zhuge Liuli. "Do not mention it. It was but a mere effort." Zhuge Liuli waved her hand dismissively. Lin Feng then raised his gaze to observe Yin Yuanji in the martial arena. He could sense an impending eruption of energy within himself. Su Xiao was one of his precious vulnerabilities. Anyone daring to lay a finger on her would face dire consequences. Just as Lin Feng felt the urge to unleash his fury, Lung Hanzhuang knelt beside him, placing her hand gently on his wrist. Lin Feng looked down to find her shaking her head slightly. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Feng endeavored to maintain his composure and communicated telepathically. "Master Uncle, may I challenge him now?" "No. You must wait until the competition concludes before issuing a challenge," Lung Hanzhuang replied telepathically. "What if he refuses to fight?" Lin Feng inquired. "He will fight. After all, you are still the so-called wasteful senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. He has no reason to decline." At that moment, Lu Hongwan, the peak master of Chaoxiao Peak, also arrived. She too had not anticipated Yin Yuanji's sudden aggression. As Su Xiao's master, witnessing her disciple sustain such grave injuries weighed heavily on her heart. The abruptness of the incident left everyone momentarily stunned. It was evident that Su Xiao had been ready to concede, yet Yin Yuanji, in a bid for revenge over his disfigurement, had resorted to a treacherous ambush. This scene was intolerable not only for the spectators around the martial arena, but also for the leaders of various sects, who deemed Yin Yuanji's actions utterly excessive. Luo Yuntian abruptly stood, only to sit back down again. Although Yin Yuanji's conduct was disgraceful, it had not contravened the competition's rules. Su Xiao had yet to utter the words of surrender. Thus, the battle was not over. Moreover, Su Xiao was not dead, merely gravely injured, which was permissible under the regulations. Killing was forbidden, yet inflicting harm was allowed. If even inflicting harm is prohibited, what significance does the grand competition hold? One might as well wield a sword for mere amusement. The Grand Elder by Yunsheng stood by, as steady as a rock, eagerly anticipating the moment when Yin Yuanji would strike Su Xiao down. That would surely be a spectacle to behold. Su Xiao is the daughter of Su Mubai, and Luo Yuntian would undoubtedly not let such an affront go unpunished. Behind Yin Yuanji stood an esteemed ancestor of the Ninth Realm, and Bai Yunsheng was keen to observe how Luo Yuntian would respond. Unfortunately, the anticipated violence did not transpire. Judging by Luo Yuntian's demeanor, it was unlikely he would take any action. Suddenly, a tide of voices erupted in the arena, a chorus of insults. Despicable, vile, shameless. Not a man. Every derogatory term imaginable was hurled forth. The elder presiding over the competition ascended the martial arena and proclaimed, "In the 7th match of the true disciples group, Yin Yuanji emerges victorious." Applause was expected at this juncture, yet silence enveloped the crowd. Yin Yuanji, a man sensitive to disgrace, could not endure such scorn and hastily exited the arena, unrepentant for his actions. To strike at his own reputation, even inadvertently, would demand consequences. Not having slain Su Xiao was already an act of mercy on his part. Even had he killed her, what could the sect have done to him? With a Ninth Realm ancestor as his backing, Yin Yuanji felt utterly unassailable. The next event was the 8th match of the True Disciples group in the sect's grand competition. Lin Feng carried Su Xiao away from the martial arena, followed closely by Lung Hanzhuang and Lu Hongwan. Along the way, Lin Feng turned to Lu Hongwan and said, "Aunt Lu, could you do me a favor?" "What is it, Junior Lin? Could you keep an eye on the sect's grand competition for me? Please inform me when it's nearing its conclusion. Are you planning to challenge Yin Yuanji to avenge Xiao?" Lu Hongwan inquired, astonished at his intentions. Realizing Lin Feng's thoughts, she felt a mix of concern and admiration. "Senior brother, do not go." Su Xiao struggled in Lin Feng's embrace. "Junior sister, I have told you, focus on your recovery. Everything will be taken care of," Lin Feng reassured her. "But, please, junior sister, do not speak. Your injuries are severe. You require rest. Rest assured, wherever I go, you shall accompany me in spirit." Su Xiao nodded, closing her eyes once more to rest. Her injuries were indeed grave, with her internal organs severely affected. She would require an array of spiritual herbs and a period of recuperation to recover fully. "Aunt Lu, I understand that you may feel it is inappropriate for you to intervene, so I shall take it upon myself. Junior sister's vengeance cannot go unavenged." Lu Hongwan hesitated, wanting to voice her doubts about Lin Feng's capability for revenge. After all, Yin Yuanji possessed considerable strength among the true disciples, making him a formidable opponent. Yet, she refrained from expressing her concerns. Regardless, Lin Feng's audacity to challenge Yin Yuanji was commendable. It attested to his courage, proving he was no coward. "I can help you observe the sect's grand competition, but Lin Feng, I must caution you against acting too impulsively, lest you suffer the consequences." "I understand. Thank you for the warning, Aunt Lu." Lu Hongwan cast a glance at Lung Hanzhuang. "Junior sister Lung, you should also persuade Lin Feng to refrain from acting impulsively." "Rest assured, senior sister. I will." Lung Hanzhuang nodded in agreement, contemplating to herself, "Oh, senior sister, you remain unaware of this young man's true prowess. When he eventually reveals his might, the entire Lizhou will likely tremble thrice. Just moments ago, had I not intervened, Yin Yuanji would probably have met his demise. As for the ancient ancestor of the 9 realms backing Yin Yuanji, Lin Feng is unlikely to be intimidated." With that, Lu Hongwan departed, returning to the martial arena to continue observing the sect competition. Having promised Lin Feng, she was determined to fulfill her commitment. Meanwhile, Lin Feng held Su Xiao in his arms as he and Lung Hanzhuang entered the medicinal garden on Gutsuan Peak. They sought to gather the finest spiritual herbs to treat Su Xiao's injuries. Through their combined efforts, they managed to stabilize her condition. However, further treatment was necessary for her recovery. The spiritual pill from Zhuge Liuli also played a significant role in the healing process. Chapter 73. The semifinals at the Shenzhao Sword Sect's martial arena. The sect's grand competition has reached its final stage, culminating in the highly anticipated semifinals. The four contenders are Xiang Wendong, Bai Pengfei, Yi Qingxian, and Huadong. The first three are unchanged from last year's top three, while Huadong, who was seventh last year, unexpectedly surged into the semifinals today. Conversely, the previous year's fourth-place contestant, Gao Zhanlong, has fallen to fifth, a surprising turn of events. He had audaciously claimed he would seize the first place to earn the coveted solitary peak, intending to transform it to his liking. Alas, his strength did not suffice to support such lofty proclamations. Failing to secure a place among the top four, let alone first, was a bitter reality. The ensuing matchups are determined by drawing lots. Yi Qingxian versus Huadong, and Xiang Wendong versus Bai Pengfei. This means that one among Xiang Wendong and Bai Pengfei will inevitably drop to third place. While this seems somewhat unfair, the rules are set, and luck is indeed a component of strength. At this juncture, the disparity in skill among the contenders is minimal, leaving room for unexpected outcomes. Thus, the semifinals of the True Disciples group of the Shenzhao Sword Sect's grand competition officially commence as announced by the presiding elder. Yi Qingxian and Huadong step onto the martial arena. Aware of the formidable reputation of last year's third-place finisher, Huadong approaches with caution. With a thunderous roar, the immense sword intent erupts, resonating with the very essence of the world. In an instant, the arena is awash with swirling sword energy and dazzling lights, causing the audience to erupt in astonishment. The spectacle of such combat is truly engaging, starkly contrasting with previous matches, both in the potency of techniques and the splendor of execution. Apologies, Senior Sister Yi, Huadong declares with an imposing presence, towering over her. Please, Junior Brother Hua. Yi Qingxian responds with poise. The battle is on the verge of ignition. Meanwhile, at the solitary peak, Su Xiao is meditating to recuperate. The process is fraught with potential mishaps, and Lin Feng and Lung Hanzhuang stand by, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of trouble. Suddenly, a beam of light in the form of a sword pierces through, a unique communication method of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Lin Feng deftly catches the light sword, shattering it. Lu Hongwan's voice resonates. Lin Feng, the competition is nearing its conclusion. Su Xiao immediately opens her eyes, fixing her gaze on Lin Feng. Senior brother, I wish to join. You shall accompany me. Regardless, you are not to stray from my side until your injuries are healed, Lin Feng asserts firmly, unwilling to leave Su Xiao unaccompanied in her weakened state. All right, Su Xiao beams, her face alight with joy. The young girl truly desires to remain by her senior brother's side. However, reality dictates that she must strive diligently to safeguard her father and senior brother. Uncle Master, let us proceed to observe. Indeed, Lung Hanzhuang nods in agreement. The trio makes their way toward the martial arena. Although Su Xiao's condition has stabilized, Lin Feng's inner fury remains unabated. Once the grand sect competition concludes, he will challenge Yin Yuanji as the esteemed senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, avenging Su Xiao. Subsequently, he will confront the current champion to reclaim the solitary peak. Both tasks hold immense significance, necessitating the concealment of some of his prowess. He shall assert that he has encountered a tremendous fortuity within the Nine Nether Secret Realm, and it is unlikely that anyone would harbor doubts. In the martial arena, the atmosphere is charged with intensity, as various sword energies and luminous beams dance through the air. Huadong's strength has significantly improved compared to the previous year. Naturally, Yi Qingxian has not been idle during this time, particularly since she has obtained a legacy within the Nine Nether Secret Realm. The Saint of Nine Nether is an entity that transcends the 12th realm, and his 108 generals are all valiant and formidable warriors. Even the last few among them possess a cultivation level of the 10th realm, capable of sweeping through the entire continent effortlessly. The likes of the Wujia Daoist are mere chickens and dogs, easily vanquished. However, due to the brief duration of her inheritance, Yi Qingxian has yet to master the fundamentals. If it were not for Lin Feng's assistance, Lung Hanzhuang would also struggle to grasp the sword of heaven severance in such a short time. The more powerful the secret techniques, the more arduous the training becomes. This statement applies to all but Lin Feng, whose comprehension transcends that of ordinary individuals. For him, the various secret techniques present no difficulty, nor do they pose any bottleneck. Within the martial arena, Hua Dong channels the perfected sword intent, employing exquisite sword techniques, all of which are deftly countered by Yi Qingxian. She too possesses the perfected sword intent. As time passes, Hua Dong begins to grow increasingly impatient. Senior Sister Yi, I had initially intended to reserve this technique for the finals, but it appears I cannot afford to wait any longer. You may still concede while you have the chance. He declares solemnly, preparing to unveil his trump card, originally meant for confronting Xiang Wendong or by Peng Fei. Yet now, he finds it necessary to use it, lest he falter even against Yi Qingxian, jeopardizing any chance of contending for the top position. Feel free to unleash any technique you wish. I shall withstand it all. Ye Vingguan response, unfazit. Since you are so obstinate, I shall not hold back, Hua Dong retorts, sheathing his sword into the Chinquan pouch. It is evident that the forthcoming strategy bears no relation to the sword. A sword cultivator is not confined to wielding a sword. One may learn other secret techniques without restriction from a sect. The world of a nine-continent is one where the weak are devoured by the strong. Power embodies all. Whether one is a sword cultivator or a demon cultivator, the strong hold dominion. Qian Dao Xiong has committed many acts that incited public wrath, even resorting to the slaughter of millions to cultivate his devouring demonic arts. Yet, he continues to thrive without consequence. Who dares to utter a word against him? Such is the status that strength confers. With his eyes gently closed and hands clasped, Hua Dong summons a mysterious force that envelopes him. His aura steadily ascends. Boom! At that moment, the pinnacle of the fourth realm, Hua Dong, unexpectedly breaks through, reaching the early stage of the fifth realm, leaving those around him in a state of astonishment. However, there were indeed astute individuals who discerned the underlying truth. Hua Dong, under the influence of a mysterious power, briefly ascended to the fifth realm. Yet, once that enigmatic force dissipated, he would inevitably revert to the pinnacle of the fourth realm. Nevertheless, this revelation was astonishing. Techniques that could enhance one's cultivation during combat were exceedingly rare and precious, often determining the outcome of a battle. Observing Hua Dong, who had reached the initial stage of the fifth realm, Yi Qingxian finally felt a flicker of interest, as she had not previously engaged in earnest combat. Suddenly, Hua Dong opened his eyes wide, his pupils transformed into a crimson hue, resembling a beast. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The clash of battle ensued amidst a cloud of dust in the martial arena. After a considerable time, Yi Qingxian stood at the center of the arena, enveloped in a protective aura of sword light, while Hua Dong, disheveled, stood at a distance. The mysterious power having faded, his cultivation reverted to the fourth realm's pinnacle. I have lost, he admitted, a sense of resignation evident in his voice. I did not anticipate that Senior Sister Yi had already broken into the fifth realm and comprehended the ultimate sword intent. Hua Dong conceded defeat with genuine respect. There is no need for you to belittle yourself, Junior Brother Hua. Your abilities are commendable, though your cultivation may be slightly lacking, Yi Qingxian reassured him. With a wry smile, Hua Dong departed from the martial arena, having once believed that, with the serendipitous acquisition of a secret technique, he could at least secure a top 2 position, if not aspire to victory. He realized he had overestimated himself. The elder presiding over the competition announced, in the semi-finals of the True Inheritor Disciples group, Yi Qingxian emerges victorious. The next semi-final match will feature Xiang Wendong against Bai Peng Fei. Chapter 74. Mastery. Meteoric Sword Rain. The first semi-final has concluded, with Yi Qingxian emerging victorious and advancing robustly to the finals. The second semi-final commences, featuring the previous year's champion, Xiang Wendong, pitted against the runner-up, Bai Peng Fei. Both combatants possess an intimate understanding of one another, and, as the match begins, they unleash their early-stage fifth realm prowess, manifesting an ultimate sword intent that leaves the audience in rapturous excitement. The grand competition of the Shenzhao Sword Sect reaches a fevered climax. The clashing of countless sword energies reverberates, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. By the time Lin Feng and his companions arrive at the martial arena, the battle has already concluded. The outcome is unexpected. Bai Pengfei has triumphed over Xiang Wendong and will face Yi Qingxian in the finals. The significance of claiming the top spot in this sect competition is profound. Not only does it attract numerous influential spectators, but it also rewards the victor with the coveted Gutsuan Peak, a dual boon of fame and fortune. As the elder presiding over the competition announces the contenders for the final match, Bai Pengfei and Yi Qingxian take their positions in the arena, standing face to face. Are you both prepared? We are ready. They respond in unison. I hereby declare the finals of the Shenzhao Sword Sect competition officially commenced. With a thunderous roar, the aura of the fifth realm erupts, and the two engage in combat instantaneously. The arena is awash with flashing sword lights as both sides unleash their full arsenal, neither able to gain the upper hand for a moment. After a brief interval, Bai Pengfei, unable to contain himself, reveals a significant trump card, his aura surging to the mid-stage of the fifth realm, forcing Yi Qingxian to retreat repeatedly. Both combatants, being sword cultivators, embrace the philosophy that offense is the best defense. If one can keep the opponent from retaliating, why bother with defense? Yi Qingxian realizes that continuing in this manner would undoubtedly lead to her defeat. Gritting her teeth, a resolute determination glimmers in her eyes. Combat is the most effective means of advancement. Without pushing oneself to the brink, one cannot fathom how long it will take to achieve enlightenment. Resolute, she decides to gamble everything. Retreating to the edge of the arena, Yi Qingxian propels herself into the air. Just as Bai Pengfei prepares to pursue her, he suddenly senses an immense pressure emanating from the sky above. He hastily looks up to see Yi Qingxian suspended in mid-air, radiating a fierce aura that causes a slight stinging sensation in the eyes of all who behold her. Bai Pengfei is taken aback. This is no technique of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Could it be a gift from the Nine Nether Secret Realm? It is highly probable. The spectators surrounding the martial arena are transfixed by Yi Qingxian, undeterred by the pain in their eyes. It is evident to all that the move she is executing possesses tremendous power. Even the senior members of the Shenzhao Sword Sect cannot tear their gazes away. Though not a technique of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, it is undeniably a sword cultivator's maneuver, and given its might, it is surely a unique and previously unseen mastery. The elder Bai Yunxing's eyes glimmer with a hint of avarice. If a mere early-stage fifth realm cultivator can wield such power, how extraordinary would it be for him to possess it? Regrettably, behind Yi Qingxian stood the formidable seven swords of Shenzhao. Otherwise, she could have easily resorted to intimidation or persuasion to compel her to surrender. While the other members of the Seven Swords were manageable, Luo Yuntian posed a significant challenge. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he was also the esteemed leader of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, commanding the allegiance of the entire sect. At this moment, Yi Qingxian found herself in considerable distress, her body racked with pain akin to being pricked by countless needles. She was forcibly attempting to unleash a transcendent technique acquired from the Nine Nether Palace, the Sword Rain Meteor. However, she had not yet mastered even the basics of this technique, and its reckless application could prove perilous. Yet, there remained a possibility that she might grasp the crucial elements of the technique amidst the chaos of battle, potentially achieving a preliminary mastery. In a corner of the martial arena, Lin Feng and his companions were observing the unfolding drama. Lung Hanzhuang conveyed telepathically, Lin Feng. Qingxian previously did not possess such skills. She must have acquired them from the Nine Nether Palace. Did you not claim to know all the renowned techniques of the Nine Nether Sovereigns, 108 generals? Can you discern what it is? Indeed, the technique Qingxian is employing is known as Sword Rain Meteor, a powerful area of effect attack. Lin Feng replied in kind. Do you believe Qingxian can vanquish Bai Pengfei with Sword Rain Meteor? Bai Pengfei is a cunning adversary, and defeating him seems unlikely unless Qingxian can attain proficiency in the technique. Is preliminary mastery insufficient? Achieving the basics is quite challenging, and it appears that Qingxian has yet to reach that level. She seems intent on forcing herself into a corner, perhaps hoping to seize a chance for survival from desperation. What? She hasn't even reached the basics? That reckless girl is truly out of her mind. Lung Hanshuang observed Yi Qingxian hovering above the arena, clearly enduring immense suffering. She could not allow her to continue this reckless endeavor. While there was a slim chance of a miraculous turnaround by forcibly using an unmastered technique, the greater likelihood was a backlash. Just as Lung Hanshuang prepared to intervene, Lin Feng restrained her. "Aunt, do not be alarmed. I am keeping a watchful eye. Should anything seem amiss, I will promptly inform you to act. For now, we can afford to wait. This may be Qingshuan's moment of opportunity." With Lin Feng's reassurances, Lung Hanshuang relaxed. She had complete faith in her nephew's judgment, following his lead as though he were the elder and she the junior. Time passed slowly, and Yi Qingshuan's expression grew increasingly anguished. Yet, her comprehension of Sword Rain Meteor deepened, bringing her to the precipice of preliminary mastery. "Aunt, Qingxian is at a critical juncture now. We must keep a close watch on by Peng Fei to ensure he does not disrupt her, or all will be for naught. And she may suffer a formidable backlash," Lin Feng cautioned. "Understood." Lung Hanshuang fixed her gaze on Bai Peng Fei, ready to act at the slightest movement. Yet Bai Peng Fei, suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere, realized he could no longer endure this situation. "No, I must stop Yi Qingxian." And just as he began to make his move, a figure materialized beside him, and a hand rested upon his shoulder. "You have triumphed in this contest. Do not disturb Qingxian." The newcomer was none other than Lung Hanshuang. Ever since Lin Feng had alerted her, her attention was fixated on by Peng Fei. Indeed, this rascal was poised to resort to underhanded tactics. Fortunately, Lin Feng's warning had come in time. Otherwise, Qingxian would have been in peril. With Lung Hanshuang's intervention, Bai Peng Fei lost his sole opportunity. The aura emanating from Yi Qingxian grew increasingly formidable, compelling some of the less powerful spectators to shut their eyes, fearing that continued observation would lead to blindness. The formidable figures from various factions displayed expressions of astonishment. As it stands, the extraordinary skills exhibited by Yi Qingxian surpassed their wildest expectations. The Shenzhao Sword Sect, rightfully recognized as one of the four premier powers of the Li continent, indeed possesses profound depth. Chapter 75. The conclusion of the competition under the watchful gaze of all present at the martial arts arena, Yi Qingxian finally comprehended the Sword Rain Meteor technique, achieving a preliminary mastery. Although the journey was fraught with peril, the outcome was undeniably gratifying. Upon witnessing this, Lung Hanshuang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She glanced at Lin Feng, reflecting on his earlier words. Were it not for his keen observation and timely reminder, Qingxian would have struggled to succeed. She would have certainly intervened. After all, attempting to execute an unmastered Sword Rain Meteor at such a crucial moment would be akin to wagering one's entire future. Lung Hanshuang would never permit her true disciple to take such a risk. Moreover, even if she had not intervened, Qingxian would have been interrupted by Peng Fei, suffering a backlash. In that tense situation, who would have noticed Peng Fei? Could this young man have truly learned the Sword Rain Meteor as well? The mere thought filled Lung Hanshuang with a sense of astonishment. How much time had passed since the opening of the Nine Nether Palace? The techniques of the Celestial Blade and Thunder Control, and now the Sword Rain Meteor. How many extraordinary skills had Lin Feng mastered? For others, acquiring a single technique is a Herculean task. Yet for him, mastering such formidable arts seems as effortless as eating or drinking. It is truly. Lung Hanshuang found herself at a loss for words to describe Lin Feng. How despairing it would be to face him as an adversary. Fortunately, Lin Feng is her nephew, who holds her in high regard. Given a bit more time, even the infinite Taoist would pose no threat. Alas, may Lin Feng emerge unscathed from the impending battle. It would not be too late to seek revenge once his strength is sufficient. At present, he is still too young. The infinite Taoist has lived for thousands of years, nearing the limits of his lifespan. Who could have foreseen that he would successfully break into the 10th realm at this juncture? Above the martial arts arena, as Yi Qingxian advanced the Sword Rain Meteor to a preliminary level, a cloud of sword qi formed above her head, enveloping the entire arena. The formidable sword rain meteor was now prepared. With a mere command from Yi Qingxian, countless razor-sharp sword rain would descend from the cloud. The higher the cultivation, the wider the range of the sword chi cloud, the greater the power and the longer the duration. Just as Yi Qingxian was about to test the might of the sword rain meteor, she opened her eyes to see her master, Lung Hanzhuang, standing in the arena. "Master, what brings you here?" She wondered, perplexed as to why her master had entered the arena. According to the rules, outside interference was prohibited during the competition. "Enough, retract it. You have already lost," Lung Hanzhuang declared. Yi Qingxian was about to inquire further when she noticed her master's hand resting on by Peng Fei's shoulder. And in an instant, it all became clear. Her master had come to prevent Bai Peng Fei from interrupting her. It made sense, after all. She had prepared for so long in battle. Only a fool would wait idly. Though she did not secure first place in the competition, Yi Qingxian felt no sense of disappointment. Having mastered the sword rain meteor to a satisfactory introductory level, she felt a sense of fulfillment. It provided her with an additional trump card. Dispelling the cloud of sword energy, Yi Qingxian descended onto the martial arena. "You are exceedingly audacious, simply outrageous." Cold Hanchuang's expression turned severe. "I apologize. Master, I was wrong. Ye Dingguan Boet respectfully inconspicuous." Fortunately, this time Lin, you are fortunate. Do not dare to behave this way again. If I catch you doing it once more, you shall immediately leave the Jade Maiden Peak. I cannot teach a disobedient disciple such as you." Yi Qingxian shivered in fright and hastily began to apologize again. "Master, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please forgive me this time. It shall not happen again." "Thank you, Master." Due to Cold Hanchuang's interference, the climactic battle concluded prematurely. Everyone expressed their regret at not witnessing the full extent of Yi Qingxian's ultimate trump card. Nevertheless, the oppressive atmosphere suggested its formidable nature. It remained to be seen whether Bai Peng Fei could withstand it. The elder presiding over the competition took the stage. "I hereby announce that the victor of the Shenzhao Sword Sect competition, True Disciple Group Finals, is Bai Peng Fei." With that, this year's sect competition came to a close, with Bai Peng Fei securing first place, Yi Qingxian in second, Xiang Wendong in third, and so forth, continuing until the 10th place. No further rankings were provided beyond the top 10. The top 10 true disciples were invited to ascend the martial arena to receive their competition rewards. Bai Peng Fei was the first to take the stage, followed by Yi Qingxian in succession. Just as the elder was about to commence the award ceremony, with all 10 participants present, a voice suddenly interrupted the proceedings. "Wait!" Everyone turned to see a young man in his 20s stepping onto the martial arena. Lin Feng. "This disciple, may I inquire what your business is?" The elder asked politely. From his attire, it was evident that he was a true disciple. Luo Yintian looked at Lin Feng in confusion, uncertain of what his nephew intended, but it clearly pertained to the solitary peak. Now that Bai Peng Fei had claimed first place, it would be challenging to reclaim the solitary peak once it fell into the hands of the Grand Elder. What could Lin Feng possibly do? The higher-ups of the Shenzhao Sword Sect were all puzzled. Who would dare to interrupt the competition's progress in front of the sect's leadership and various powerful factions? "Elder, have you forgotten something?" Lin Feng inquired. "What? After the sect competition concludes, is there not a challenge segment remaining? The top 10 true disciples are to accept challenges from other disciples." The elder presiding over the competition pondered for a moment and indeed recognized the existence of such a segment. However, it had been long forgotten as no one had challenged in previous years. Now it was being brought to light. It seems I have neglected this aspect, but it has been many years since anyone has issued a challenge. One must understand that those who become top 10 true disciples are the elite among the elite. Even if challenged, it would only result in embarrassment. The audience, initially prepared to leave, suddenly found their interest piqued upon witnessing someone's intention to challenge the top 10 contenders. They settled back into their seats, eager to witness a reversal of fortunes. With the same individuals occupying the top ranks, the spectacle would lack allure. It was essential for someone to surge from behind and make a remarkable entrance. Luo Yuntian furrowed his brow, having contemplated numerous possibilities. Yet he had never envisioned Lin Feng adopting a challenging approach to reclaim Gutsuan Peak. Did he not realize that Bai Pengfei was a formidable opponent in the mid-stage of the Fifth Realm? As the elder had remarked, it was futile to challenge. What significance lay in such an endeavor? Would it not merely result in humiliation? Why bother? The 10 esteemed disciples in the martial arena displayed expressions of curiosity. They were acquainted with this so-called waste material senior brother, albeit not intimately. A waste material challenging the elite? How utterly fascinating. Chapter 76. The challenge has yet to commence, and it remains uncertain who will ultimately be humiliated. Moreover, as the esteemed senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, it is rather unacceptable that I have never participated in a sect competition. Upon Lin Feng's declaration, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Numerous voices filled the air with their murmurs. So this is the senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. He appears quite handsome, yet I have heard whispers of him being a waste of talent. I wonder if there is any truth to that. I have also heard disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect speak of him, so it must hold some validity. How audacious for a so-called waste to challenge the top 10. Is this merely a jest? Is he seeking attention? It is indeed peculiar that the senior brother of the illustrious Shenzhao Sword Sect is regarded as a failure. Truly strange. Which sect senior brother is not endowed with both talent and strength? Only the Shenzhao Sword Sect boasts such a peculiar case of waste. Perhaps he has been biding his time, preparing to astonish everyone in this grand event. That would certainly be a spectacle to behold. It is not without possibility. After all, I have heard that this senior brother, aside from his alleged incompetence, is shrouded in mystery, with many disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect never having laid eyes on him. While other sects engaged in discussion, the disciples of the Shenzhao Sword Sect also partook in the chatter. Due to Lin Feng's rare appearances from the isolated peak over the years, most disciples had only heard rumors about their senior brother, never having witnessed him in person. The label of waste had almost become synonymous with Lin Feng, the senior brother. Initially, when the rumors began, people were skeptical. Gradually, as no one emerged to clarify, and the grand competition did not showcase the enigmatic senior brother, the whispers naturally morphed into accepted truth. Master, what is Lin Feng attempting to achieve? Is he intent on making the Shenzhao Sword Sect a laughingstock among other sects? I propose that after the competition, we strip Lin Feng of his title as senior brother and appoint someone more capable to take his place. Elder Bai Yunxing declared. The individual he deemed more capable, of course, was his own grandson Bai Pengfei. The primary reason Bai Yunxing had not previously demanded the revocation of Lin Feng's title was due to Xiang Wendong's dominance over Bai Pengfei. Even if Lin Feng were to be ousted, it would ultimately be Xiang Wendong who would inherit the position. Now, with Bai Pengfei poised to claim the first place in the sect competition, it was the perfect moment to propose this change. No one could usurp Bai Pengfei's position as senior brother. Even if Lin Feng did not compete, Bai Yunxing would soon bring it up. Luo Yuntian remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. The senior brother should indeed represent the sect, yet Lin Feng does not fit that role. It was only due to Su Muba's influence that Lin Feng's title had been preserved. In truth, Luo Yuntian understood Bai Yunxing's intentions well. Had his disciple Xiang Wendong secured the first place in the competition, Bai Yunxing would undoubtedly remain silent on the matter of revoking Lin Feng's title. It was only when Bai Pengfei achieved first place that he would raise the issue. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Lin Feng proclaimed loudly, "Today, I, Lin Feng, as the senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, challenge the true disciples. If anyone can defeat me, I shall willingly relinquish my title as senior brother." Among the 10 true disciples, more than half exhibited a glimmer of excitement. Clearly, the position of the eldest senior brother holds considerable allure. The elder presiding over the grand competition cast a glance towards the sect master, Luo Yuntian, uncertain of how to handle the situation. Soon, he received a transmission from Luo Yuntian. Proceed according to the rules. The elder immediately addressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, since you have expressed a desire to challenge, as per the regulations, you may select an opponent from the top 10. Should you lose, you will withdraw. If you win, you may continue to ascend. Elder, this is my first time participating in the challenge. May I first select an opponent from those ranked below 10 to practice? Lin Feng inquired. You may challenge those in the top 10, as they cannot refuse, but there is no such stipulation for those ranked below. That is of no concern. I trust that no one will decline my request, for the victor shall become the eldest senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Even those in the top 10 must address me as such. State whom you wish to challenge. Unwittingly. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the viewing area of the true disciples, with a severely injured Su Xiao lay. There he spotted unwittingly amidst the crowd. The audience erupted in excitement. It was a tale of enmity. A splendid spectacle was about to unfold. The image of Su Xiao, gravely wounded and cradled in Lin Feng's arms, was still vivid in everyone's minds. Elder, do you accept Lin Feng's challenge? The elder inquired, directing his attention to unwittingly. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. Known for his pride, he could not possibly retreat at such a juncture. Despite being aware that Lin Feng sought vengeance, he remained unafraid. After all, he considered Lin Feng a mere waste of talent. Even if he were not, he doubted Lin Feng would dare to act. A certain elder of the ninth realm exuded this very confidence, and even the sect master and the grand elder afforded him a measure of respect. What was an eldest senior brother, after all? I accept, unwittingly declared. Upon hearing this response, Lin Feng's taut nerves instantly relaxed. He had feared a refusal, which would have complicated matters. Very well, since you accept, let us commence. Everyone, clear the arena. The elder and the true disciples from the top 10 gradually vacated the martial arena. Unwittingly stepped forward and inquired, Lin Feng, do you seek to avenge Su Xiao? Address me as eldest senior brother. Lin Feng retorted with a stern expression. Eldest senior brother? In my eyes, unwittingly recognizes no such title, only waste. Waste, is it? Let us see who the true waste is. Lin Feng replied with a grin. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before unwittingly. Remembering the injuries inflicted upon his junior sister, he could not afford to delay. Both his master and his junior sister were Lin Feng's forbidden points. Any who dared to touch them would pay a dire price. What incredible speed, unwittingly thought, startled, as he barely had time to react. Bang! A resounding crash was accompanied by a scream. Unwittingly's body soared through the air, racked with excruciating pain. He had intended to kill Lin Feng upon landing. Yet this was merely the beginning. Bang! 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 Once unwittingly's body lifted off the ground, it never descended again. He resembled a target, incessantly propelled through the air by Lin Feng's strikes. Shadows of Lin Feng surrounded him from all directions. Wherever he fell, he would inevitably be struck. Initially, unwittingly emitted pitiful cries, but gradually his voice grew faint, ultimately fading into silence as he succumbed to unconsciousness. In this manner, Lin Feng harbored no intention of sparing his opponent, relentlessly unleashing the fury within him. This method of combat left the onlookers in sheer astonishment, and it became evident to them why Lin Feng had the audacity to challenge unwittingly. He was, after all, a formidable body cultivator. Chapter 77. Body cultivation. Body cultivation is a distinct system of practice within the realm of cultivation in Lizhou, focusing on the refinement of the physical body to endow muscles with formidable strength. It is said that in ancient times, there existed powerful body cultivators capable of shattering mountains with a single punch, instilling terror in all. However, this path bears a significant drawback. The lifespan of a body cultivator is notably brief. The incessant overexertion required to refine the body leads to severe physical depletion, resulting in a life that rarely extends far. In contemporary Lizhou, body cultivators have become a rare sight, for few desire an early demise. Despite its inherent disadvantages, body cultivation also offers distinct advantages. It requires no particular talent. Only diligence is needed. Furthermore, the initial growth in strength is exceedingly rapid, a feat that other cultivators struggle to match. At this moment, Lin Feng's fighting style strikingly resembled that of a body cultivator, relying solely on raw power, delivering blow after blow with unyielding force. For those below the fifth realm, allowing a high-level body cultivator to close the distance is a terrifying prospect. As exemplified by unwittingly, who found himself utterly defenseless, unable to counter even the most formidable techniques or secret arts. Of course, attaining high-level body cultivation is no easy feat. It demands remarkable resilience and willpower. Lin Feng, however, remained oblivious to these nuances. He simply felt that engaging in such a visceral manner allowed him to vent his pent-up fury. To resolve matters with a sword would be too simple, too lenient on his opponent. Unbeknownst to him, this approach inadvertently led others to believe he was a body cultivator, sparing him from extensive explanations later. Had Lin Feng triumphed over Yin Yuanji employing swordsmanship, everyone would have been astounded, and the higher-ups of the Shenzhao Sword Sect would have inquired into his methods. Yet, by adopting the style of a body cultivator, it seemed entirely reasonable, invoking no suspicion, only a sense of regret for Lin Feng's youth. As many pondered how his life might be nearing its end, Lung Hanzhuang felt a sense of bewilderment. When had Lin Feng transformed into a high-level body cultivator? Having interacted with him frequently, she was acutely aware of his vibrant vitality, far from the withered visage of a depleted body cultivator. Moreover, she had never witnessed him undergo any rigorous training. The brevity of a body cultivator's life stemmed from the exhaustive refinement of their physique. Were it possible to ascend to high-level cultivation in a short span, premature demise would be a rarity. Bang! Yin Yuanji crashed heavily onto the arena floor, rendering him unconscious. His body grotesquely contorted and bones nearly shattered. Yet he still clung to life. Lin Feng had been judicious in his approach. Killing before the eyes of external forces would cast a negative light on the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Additionally, cultivators possess remarkable vitality, absent a fatal injury. Even severed limbs can be reattached. However, given Yin Yuanji's condition, he would likely remain in a half-disabled state unless timely treatment was administered, risking lifelong disability. The arena fell into a profound silence. The spectators were not merely astonished by Lin Feng's strength. They were equally shocked to discover that the sect's esteemed senior brother was actually a high-level body cultivator. Viewed from another perspective, this revelation tarnished the reputation of the Shenzhao Sword Sect. After all, the elder brother serves as the face of the sect. The path of physical cultivation is one chosen by those with poor innate talent who refuse to accept mediocrity. A brief moment of brilliance can swiftly lead to a fall, which hardly qualifies as brilliance at all. High-level physical cultivators hold a significant advantage over those in the four realms and below. One only needs to observe the battle between Lin Feng and Yin Yuanji to understand that it was a complete rout. However, at the fifth realm, such advantages diminish considerably. As for the sixth realm and above, the tables will be turned entirely, leaving physical cultivators utterly powerless. The fact that the elder brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect is a high-level physical cultivator will ultimately become a great joke in the Li continent. Given even the slightest opportunity, one would never choose the path of physical cultivation. The arduous journey is not to be mentioned. The key issue is the brevity of life. Having left Yin Yuanji barely clinging to life, Lin Feng finally vented the anger that had been boiling within him. Standing beside Yin Yuanji, surrounded by an eerie silence, he became aware that he had exhibited excessive fervor. After all, Yin Yuanji was a formidable cultivator of the four realms, and the performance should have been more nuanced. Yet, in that moment, Lin Feng was consumed by rage, oblivious to the larger context. Now, it was all too late to reflect on it. The Grand Elder by Yunsheng appeared outwardly composed, but internally, he was elated. Lin Feng, as the elder brother and a high-level physical cultivator, had severely injured Yin Yuanji. It was a spectacle to behold how Luo Yuntian would address this debacle. Lin Feng, the sect leader, Luo Yuntian called out. Lin Feng is here. Lin Feng responded respectfully. Do you understand your transgressions? Not at all. Lin Feng could only feign ignorance, bracing himself for the confrontation. Not at all. As the elder brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, you chose to pursue the path of physical cultivation due to your poor talent, and you have even reached a high level. Do you realize that although physical cultivators may progress rapidly in the early stages, the severe toll on their bodies results in a significantly shortened lifespan? You're not only bringing shame to the Shenzhao Sword Sect, but also demonstrating a lack of responsibility towards yourself. Lin Feng, I'm deeply disappointed in you. Luo Yuntian admonished, filled with frustration. Lin Feng felt somewhat bewildered. A shortened lifespan due to physical cultivation? Is that true? The technique he practiced was the 5-animal play from the legacy of the 9 Nether Sovereign, which made no mention of such detrimental effects. In fact, the introduction of 5-animal play stated that it could strengthen the body, improve one's constitution, and even prolong life, ultimately leading to the attainment of a holy physical form. It hardly seemed to suggest a connection to a shortened lifespan. If one could achieve a holy physical form, how could they possibly be short-lived? Lin Feng was at a loss regarding where the misunderstanding lay. Was there an issue with his practice of the 5-animal play? Or was it a flaw inherent in the physical cultivation methods of the Li continent? Regardless, the sect leader must have misunderstood. Master Sect Leader Lin Feng began to explain, but before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Grand Elder Bai Yunsheng. Lin Feng, how dare you? As the elder brother, not only did you conceal your practice of physical techniques from the sect, but you also dared to severely injure a fellow disciple during the sect's grand competition, treating the sect's rules as mere child's play. You have brought great shame upon the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Lin Feng recognized the Grand Elder and held little regard for him. Listening to Master Sumu Bai, it was said that although this individual possesses formidable strength, he is excessively selfish and narrow-minded, lacking a broader perspective, which ultimately led to his defeat against Luo Yuntian in the contest for the sect leader position. Since then, he has harbored resentment and has been scheming to overthrow Luo Yuntian. Great Elder, one must not be hypocritical. Why did you not speak up when Yin Yuanji severely injured my junior sister? I merely returned the favor with the same approach, Lin Feng retorted. He holds great respect for the sect leader, Luo Yuntian, but considers Great Elder Bai Yunsheng unworthy of such regard. You have defied the heavens. Lin Feng, you do not even grasp the fundamental principles of respecting your teacher in the way. How can you call yourself a senior brother? Such a lack of upbringing. It is evident that a person's character reflects upon their disciples. A worthless master begets worthless students. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. You may speak as you wish, but should you involve my master, do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 78, The Final Showdown, Great Elder. Your words are rather excessive. Lin Feng is merely a junior, with your esteemed status. How can you stoop to quarreling with one so young? Moreover, my senior brother is far from being a worthless fellow. He has endured much for the sake of our sect, and deserves the respect of all disciples, rather than the slander you have cast upon him. Luo Yuntian remarked leisurely from the side. Bai Yunsheng found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he retorted, You may protect him for now, but we shall see how long that lasts. With Yin Yuanji so grievously injured, you ought to contemplate how to explain this to Elder Yin. With that, he seated himself. That is my concern alone, Great Elder. You need not fret. The situation, with the prominent figures of the Shenzhao Sword Sect embroiled in such a dispute before numerous factions, was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Yet, such circumstances were not unique to the Shenzhao Sword Sect. Nearly every faction faced similar dilemmas. As the saying goes, every family has its own difficulties. It is a rarity for a faction to be entirely united. Even family clans harbor internal conflicts. After all, human nature is inherently self-serving. Apologies for the spectacle. Please, bring Yin Yuanji down. Today, as competition shall conclude here, Luo Yuntian stated calmly. As the sect leader of the Shenzhao Sword Sect, he had long mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Immediately, members of the sect ascended the martial arena to carry the severely injured Yin Yuanji from the stage. Hold on, Master Uncle, I have yet to complete my challenge. According to the rules, I am entitled to continue if I win, Lin Feng interjected hastily. Lin Feng, when we be finished, I will settle our matters later, Luo Yuntian replied with a furrowed brow. Master Uncle, I can forego my challenge, but I request the return of Gutsuan Peak. I assure you, I will not trouble you further, Lin Feng proposed. Luo Yuntian paused, recalling that Gutsuan Peak was the prize for the champion of this competition. For Lin Feng to reclaim Gutsuan Peak, he would need a defeat by Peng Fei. However, high-level body cultivators would find little advantage against by Peng Fei, who stood at the mid-stage of the fifth realm. After some contemplation, Luo Yuntian resolved to grant Lin Feng a chance. Whether he could seize it would depend solely on his own prowess. Whom do you wish to challenge? Naturally, I aim to challenge by Peng Fei for the champion title. If I defeat him, Gutsuan Peak shall be mine, and no one can take it from me. Lin Feng replied with delight. Then let us proceed according to the rules. By Peng Fei, step forward and engage Lin Feng in combat. The victor will be declared the champion of the sex competition, Luo Yuntian decreed. Bai Peng Fei glanced at Bai Yunsheng, who nodded in approval, and then responded, yes, sect leader. The mid-stage Bai Peng Fei was set to face high-level body cultivator Lin Feng, who would emerge victorious. Only the battle would reveal the truth. Both competitors possessed their own advantages, and this match promised to be the most thrilling of the entire sect competition. All spectators were captivated by the unfolding drama. It is indeed true that early-stage body cultivators are formidable. Were it not for their limited lifespans, the ranks of body cultivators would be countless. Regrettably, the issues of energy depletion and physical exhaustion remain unresolved, deterring many from venturing forth. Regardless of strength, what significance does it hold to triumph over a ninth realm expert? The lifespan limit of a formidable practitioner is 5,000 years, whereas a body cultivator barely lasts 50 years, resulting in a staggering disparity of 100 times between the two. Moreover, a high-level body cultivator can only contend with those in the fifth realm at best. Beyond the fifth realm, a high-level body cultivator pales in comparison, as Lin Feng observed by Peng Fei stepping onto the martial arena. He reminded himself to exercise caution and avoid excessive display. The goal was to engage in a fiercely contested battle, ultimately securing a narrow victory, lest he find himself at a loss when explaining to his master. Bai Peng Fei approached the arena and declared, Lin Feng, this is my first experience fighting a body cultivator. Allow me to witness the prowess of a high-level body cultivator. As you wish, Lin Feng responded, and scarcely had the words left his lips when he vanished from sight. Bai Peng Fei, steadying himself, caught only a glimpse of a fleeting shadow rushing towards him. Little did he know, this was the result of Lin Feng deliberately controlling his power. Had it been otherwise, with Bai Peng Fei's strength, he would have been utterly incapable of perceiving Lin Feng and would have been swiftly defeated. The five-animal play, as the most formidable body technique bequeathed by the sovereign of nine hells, is unparalleled by any existing techniques in Liju. The two belong to entirely different realms. In Liju, the available body techniques can only reach high levels, while mastering the five-animal play to its zenith allows one to transcend into a state of sanctity with their physical form. This state surpasses the 12th realm of power, entering an entirely new domain. One can only imagine the immense value of the five-animal play. Should it become known, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed throughout Liju, likely causing even the immortal Taoist to take action. As Lin Feng drew closer, Bai Peng Fei swiftly struck at the shadow with his sword, only for Lin Feng to evade effortlessly. Changing direction, he launched another attack. Yet again, Lin Feng dodged with ease. In a different approach, Lin Feng reached the forefront of Bai Peng Fei, leaving him no time to swing his sword. The only option was to meet the blow head-on. Bam! Bai Peng Fei retreated rapidly, pursued relentlessly by Lin Feng, resulting in a series of collisions. Bang, bang, bang. The combat style of body cultivators is characterized by close-quarters brawling, with every blow resonating with physical impact. There is little room for technique, nor is there a need for weapons. Their bodies serve as the finest instruments of warfare. After a brief entanglement, Bai Peng Fei seized an opportunity to strike, forcing Lin Feng to retreat for the first time, creating distance between them. At this moment, Bai Peng Fei ascended into the air, the true battlefield of the fifth realm warriors. The ability to hover in the air for extended periods is unattainable for those below the fifth realm, let alone body cultivators. Once airborne, he would be in an invulnerable position. Observing this development, Luo Yuntian shook his head slightly. The battle had reached its conclusion. Lin Feng missed the chance to close in and decisively defeat Bai Peng Fei, losing the initiative. With the distance widened and by Peng Fei now airborne, it became exceedingly difficult for Lin Feng to approach, let alone inflict harm. The advantage of body cultivators lies in close combat. Without that proximity, they become mere targets for sword cultivators. Finally airborne, Bai Pengfei exhaled a sigh of relief. Cough, cough, cough. After a few coughs, he wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and stretched his body, feeling a pervasive ache throughout. Moments ago, he had been on the receiving end of a brutal assault, sustaining significant injuries, with his internal organs feeling displaced. He had been too careless. Indeed, when engaging in combat with a physical cultivator, granting them an opportunity for close quarters was a grave mistake. Fortunately, he had managed to exploit a flaw, creating some distance. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Yin Yuanji. Lin Feng stood in the martial arena, gazing up at Bai Pengfei, soaring above, and inquired, "How does it feel? Are you in pain?" Bai Pengfei retorted, "Lin Feng, do not revel in your triumph. It was merely my oversight that allowed you to come close. If you possess the ability, come and strike me again. Do you think that being in the air renders me powerless? Cease your bluster. It is common knowledge that a physical cultivator excels in close combat. You cannot approach me now, so how do you intend to attack?" Lin Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. Even relying solely on his physical techniques, he had 100 ways to defeat Bai Pengfei in an instant. Chapter 79. The 100 Swords formation surrounding the martial arena. Many spectators were witnessing, for the first time, a clash between a Five Realms powerhouse and a high-level body cultivator. After all, in the present Lianzhou, body cultivators were exceedingly rare, and those who attained high levels were even fewer. Generally speaking, only certain prominent clans would train a handful of body cultivators to safeguard their kin, often out of necessity. Essentially, they were forced into servitude. Individuals who willingly pursued body cultivation were almost non-existent. Zhuge Liuli observed Lin Feng in the martial arena, struggling to believe that this esteemed senior brother of the Shenzhao Sword Sect was indeed a high-level body cultivator. Typically, body cultivators at advanced levels were burdened with depleted vitality and severely exhausted bodies. However, her close encounter with Lin Feng had revealed none of these signs. By all accounts, body cultivators were distinct from ordinary individuals. Others might overlook such nuances, but they would certainly not escape Zhuge Liuli's keen perception, as she possessed an innate and formidable sense of awareness. Furthermore, given their proximity at the time, it was implausible that she would miss any irregularities. What could possibly be the explanation? Was it an issue on her part? Zhuge Liuli found herself perplexed. Lin Feng's mastery of body techniques was undeniably authentic. He had indeed cultivated body techniques, and it was only through reaching high levels that he could exhibit such formidable close combat prowess, overpowering even Bai Pengfei. Amid